Introduction asterisk. The unremarkable youth Lin Chen unexpectedly acquires supernatural abilities. In a world filled with adventures and challenges, he gradually matures, ultimately achieving a fulfilling life through the trials of ice and fire. Chapter 1. The Unremarkable Youth and the Mysterious Ancient Mirror. In the quaint town of Greenstone, the Lin family resides. Lin Chen, you're slacking off again. A booming voice shattered the tranquility of the backyard. Startled awake from his perch in a tree, the 16-year-old Lin Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw butler Lin Bo standing beneath him, hands on hips and a look of disappointment etched across his face. Butler Lin, I was merely resting my eyes. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly as he descended from the tree. Lin Bo sighed heavily. Resting your eyes? You have nearly slept the entire afternoon. Look at your brother Lin Xiao. He has already advanced to the 3rd layer of body tempering this morning. And you? You are soon to undergo the family's coming-of-age test. Yet you haven't even reached the 1st layer of body tempering. This is a disgrace to our Lin family. Lin Chen lowered his head, fists clenched tightly. He understood that in this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, strength is paramount. Since he began his cultivation at the age of 12, for years had passed, yet he remained stagnant at the early stages of body tempering, earning the derisive title of waste from the townsfolk. I understand, Butler Lin. I will strive to improve, Lin Chen murmured, turning towards his small courtyard. Upon returning to his modest abode, Lin Chen collapsed onto his bed, engulfed by a tide of despondency. He could not fathom why, despite his diligent efforts, he could not break through. Was he truly devoid of talent for cultivation? At that moment, his gaze fell upon an ancient wooden box resting on his bedside. This was the sole keepsake left by his parents, something he had cherished since childhood but never dared to open. Before their passing, his parents had instructed him to wait until he reached adulthood to unveil its contents. With only 3 days until the coming-of-age test, he thought, surely that counts as nearing adulthood? Lin Chen felt a flicker of curiosity, sitting upright and retrieving the wooden box. The box felt cool to the touch, adorned with faintly etched runes. Taking a deep breath, he gently opened it. Inside lay a palm-sized ancient mirror, its surface dull and unreflective, encircled by intricate star patterns. Lin Chen picked up the mirror, inspecting it with intrigue. The moment his finger grazed the mirror's surface, a blinding white light erupted from within. Ah! Lin Chen exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming force pull him in, engulfing him in the radiant light and plunging him into unconsciousness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Lin Chen awoke, finding himself amidst a vast expanse of starry sky, countless stars twinkling around him, radiating an enigmatic glow. Where am I? Lin Chen wondered, bewildered as he scanned his surroundings. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in his mind. I am the spirit of the star, I ancient mirror. Seeing that you and I are fated, I shall impart unto you the star eye secret method. Lin Chen gasped, the star eye secret method? Indeed, the spirit affirmed. This method will awaken your star eye, granting you insight into the mysteries of the universe, as well as the ability to absorb the power of the stars for cultivation, far surpassing ordinary individuals. However, be warned, the power of the star eye is formidable. Progress must be gradual, and haste is ill-advised. As the last word faded, a stream of information flooded Lin Chen's mind, detailing the cultivation method of the star eye secret. Simultaneously, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if something was striving to break free. Enduring the discomfort, Lin Chen began to channel his internal energy according to the secret method. Gradually, his eyes deepened in hue, twinkling starlight emerging within his pupils, exuding an aura of mystery. Is this the star eye? Lin Chen marveled, attempting to gaze at a nearby star. Instantly, he felt a surge of pure stellar energy coursing into his body, nourishing his meridians. Truly wondrous. Lin Chen rejoiced, hastily settling into a meditative posture to practice the star eye secret method. In this celestial realm, time seemed irrelevant. He sensed his internal energy swelling like a torrent, shattering the barriers that had once held him back. First layer of body tempering. Second layer of body tempering. Third layer of body tempering. When Lin Chen finally opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his courtyard. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming his skin. Instinctively, he circulated his internal energy, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, his meridians flowing freely. He had astonishingly reached the 5th layer of body tempering. I broke through? Lin Chen gazed incredulously at his hands. And I advanced 4 layers at once? He felt as though he might leap from joy. The Star Secret method was indeed miraculous. Merely a brief period of cultivation had transformed his abilities dramatically. Wait, the Star Lin Chen suddenly recalled, rushing to the mirror. Before him, the reflection revealed a youth with bright, clear eyes, starlight flickering within his pupils, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. Fantastic! I am no longer a waste. Lin Chen clenched his fists, excitement igniting in his gaze. He understood that from this moment forth, his life would be irrevocably altered. Chapter 2. The Coming-of-Age Test, a Stunning Revelation. 3 days later, at the Lin family ancestral hall, the Lin family's coming-of-age test was about to commence, with the younger generation gathering, each eager to showcase their prowess. Amongst the crowd, Lin Chen stood out, feeling somewhat out of place. In previous tests, he had been a subject of mockery, and this year was no exception. Look, isn't that the Lin family's waste, Lin Chen? How can he still show his face at the test? Indeed, he's probably still at the first layer of body tempering this year. Truly a disgrace to our Lin family. Shoo, keep it down, he's coming this way. Lin Chen paid no heed to the whispers as he walked straight to the testing stone tablet. This ancestral artifact could determine a cultivator's level and potential. Next, Lin Chen, the elder in charge of the test, said expressionlessly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen pressed his palm against the stone tablet. In an instant, the tablet emitted a blinding brilliance, a dazzling white light shooting skyward. What is happening? Why is the tablet shining so brightly? Everyone stood agape, astonished by the brilliance emanating from the testing stone. Previously, the brightest light had belonged to Lin Zhao's third layer of body tempering. Yet now, the light was several times more intense. The elder in charge of the test was equally stunned, rubbing his eyes and scrutinizing the tablet's engravings closely. Fifth layer of body tempering, the elder exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. What? Fifth layer of body tempering? Impossible. Isn't Lin Chen a waste? How could he suddenly achieve the fifth layer? Could he have secretly consumed some rare treasure? The hall erupted into chaos, all eyes fixed on Lin Chen with expressions of shock, as if witnessing a marvel. Lin Xiao stood in the crowd, his face ashen. Having always regarded himself as the Lin family's young prodigy, he found it unbearable that his younger brother, whom he had always looked down upon, had suddenly surpassed him. Lin Chen, confess honestly, did you employ any illicit means? Lin Xiao stepped forward, coldly interrogating him. Lin Chen smiled faintly. What means I employed, elder knows well. Unless there are further inquiries, I believe the test should conclude now. With that, Lin Chen turned on his heel, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. Stepping out of the ancestral hall, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He knew that from this day forth, no one would dare to call him a waste again. Lin Chen, a melodious voice echoed from behind. Lin Chen turned around to see a young girl in a green dress approaching him with haste. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Xiaoyu was the daughter of the local grocery store owner and one of Lin Chen's few friends. Breathless, Xiaoyu reached Lin Chen and exclaimed, Lin Chen, you were incredible just now. I saw it all. You have actually reached the 5th level of body refinement. How astonishing. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. It was merely a stroke of luck. Not at all. Xiaoyu insisted earnestly. I knew you could do it. By the way, in a few days, the town will host a hunting tournament. Will you participate? The hunting tournament was an annual grand event in Greenstone Town, where the younger generation of cultivators would engage in a hunt for magical beasts to acquire beast cores, enhancing their strength while also reaping generous rewards. Lin Chen felt a sudden spark of interest. Though his strength had greatly increased, he had yet to experience real combat. Participating in a hunting tournament would be the perfect opportunity to hone his skills. Moreover, he required beast cores to cultivate the Star Secret technique. Yes, I will participate, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. That's wonderful. Xiaoyu responded joyfully. Let's go together then. Seeing Xiaoyu's excitement, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He understood that his adventurous journey was only just beginning. Chapter 3. The Hunting Tournament. A glimpse of brilliance 3 days later. In the Black Wind Forest outside Greenstone Town, the hunting tournament commenced as scheduled. Young scions from various families in the town gathered, eager to showcase their prowess amidst the dense foliage. Lin Chen and Xiaoyu stood among the crowd, gazing at the verdant expanse before them. The Black Wind Forest, known as the largest gathering place for demonic beasts near Greenstone Town, was home to creatures of at least the body refinement realm, making it an ideal training ground for Lin Chen at his current level of strength. Lin Chen, let us proceed with caution. I've heard there are beasts of the qi condensation realm deeper within the forest. Xiaoyu expressed her concerns. Lin Chen nodded reassuringly. Do not worry. We shall remain on the outskirts and not venture too far in. With a commanding shout, the hunting tournament officially began, and the participants surged into the Black Wind Forest in search of prey. Lin Chen and Xiaoyu partnered up, navigating the woods with vigilance. Lin Chen activated his star eye, instantly sharpening his perception. He could see even the intricate veins on the leaves with remarkable clarity. The star eye proved to be wondrous. With it, traversing the forest felt significantly safer, Lin Chen mused. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a patch of grass not far ahead. He spotted a rabbit-like demonic beast foraging. It was a swift-wind rabbit, a creature of the first level of the body refinement realm, renowned for its incredible speed. Xiaoyu, look over there, Lin Chen whispered. Xiaoyu followed his gaze, her eyes lighting up with excitement. It's a swift-wind rabbit. Let us catch it. Though the rabbit was swift, to Lin Chen, with the star eye activated, it appeared to move in slow motion. He stealthily maneuvered behind the swift-wind rabbit, leaping suddenly to deliver a strike to its back. The rabbit reacted with astonishing speed, sensing danger and darting forward to evade Lin Chen's attack. What remarkable speed! Lin Chen thought, quickly giving chase. The chase ensued through the woods, the rabbit's pace increasing as it neared the depths of the forest. At that moment, a spark of starlight flickered in Lin Chen's eyes, and a subtle force of starlight coalesced at his fingertips. He swiftly pointed, sending a fine beam of star brilliance toward the rabbit. With a cry of distress, the swift-wind rabbit slowed down. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen advanced and struck, rendering it unconscious. Got it! Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully as she rushed over, her eyes brimming with excitement as she looked at the fallen rabbit. Lin Chen retrieved the creature, extracting a pale blue beast core from within. This marked his first successful hunt, and he felt a surge of exhilaration. Lin Chen, what was that technique you just used? It was impressive. Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. Lin Chen smiled modestly. Just some minor tricks. Let us continue forward and see if we can encounter stronger beasts. The two continued their exploration of the forest, leveraging the advantage of the star eye. Lin Chen successfully hunted several more demonic beasts of the body refinement realm, yielding a bountiful harvest. Just then, they heard the sounds of a struggle ahead. Lin Chen and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and cautiously approached. Ahead, in a clearing, Lin Xiao was leading several members of the Lin family in an assault against a black-striped leopard of the third level of the body refinement realm. The black-patterned leopard exhibited extraordinary ferocity, effortlessly maneuvering through the onslaught while emitting furious roars that deterred those nearby. Lin Xiao and his companions appeared to be struggling. It seems they're having a bit of difficulty, Xiaoyu murmured. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He observed that while Lin Xiao possessed commendable strength, his coordination was somewhat lacking, leading to several near misses with the black-patterned leopard. Should we offer assistance? Xiaoyu inquired. Lin Chen hesitated, for his relationship with Lin Xiao was not particularly strong. Yet it was not in his nature to stand idle in the face of peril, especially considering they were of the same kin. At that moment, the black-patterned leopard launched a fierce counterattack, striking towards Lin Xiao with a paw. Caught off guard, Lin Xiao braced for impact. Be careful. Without a moment's thought, Lin Chen dashed forward, channeling his spiritual energy and delivering a strike to the side of the leopard. A resounding thud echoed as Lin Chen's palm collided with the leopard's body. The creature felt an overwhelming force that caused it to veer away, narrowly missing Lin Xiao. Still rattled, Lin Xiao turned to see Lin Chen's sudden appearance and was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Lin Chen, thank you, he exclaimed. Lin Chen nodded in silence, redirecting his focus to the enraged black-patterned leopard, which, furious at being interrupted, shifted its aggression towards him. With a low growl, it lunged forward. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. Instead of retreating, he charged ahead, fists clenched, concentrating his spiritual energy into a powerful punch. With another thunderous impact, his fist met the leopard's claws. The beast felt a tremendous force surge through it, causing sharp pain in its arm as it was forced back several steps. What? Lin Xiao and the other Lin family members were astonished. They had not anticipated Lin Chen's formidable strength, capable of besting even a third-tier body refinement leopard. Without allowing the creature a moment to recover, Lin Chen propelled himself forward once more. His speed was astonishing. With the Star Pupil activated, the leopard's movements appeared sluggish in comparison. Lin Chen deftly evaded the leopard's attacks, delivering precise strikes to its vulnerable points. The leopard let out a pained roar, its massive form swaying as it struggled to remain upright. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen leapt into the air, delivering a decisive blow to the top of the leopard's head. With a resounding crash, the the formidable beast collapsed, motionless. Lin Chen took a moment to catch his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though he had vanquished the black-patterned leopard, it had taken a toll on his spiritual energy. Lin Chen, you are incredible. Lin Xiao approached, his face a mixture of astonishment and admiration. I truly underestimated you. Lin Chen smiled modestly. It's nothing. We should leave this place quickly to avoid attracting more powerful beasts. Everyone nodded in agreement and hurried forward to process the leopard's carcass, extracting the beast core. After the recent incident, Lin Xiao's attitude towards Lin Chen underwent a complete transformation, shifting from disdain to a newfound respect. The other members of the Lin family also began to regard Lin Chen with admiration, approaching him in an attempt to curry favor. Lin Chen remained noncommittal, understanding that in this world, strength is the ultimate truth. Only by continuously enhancing his own power could he hope to traverse further along his destined path. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Maiden and the Secret of the Starry Eyes. Following the conclusion of the hunting competition, Lin Chen distinguished himself with an outstanding performance, securing first place. This not only earned him substantial rewards, but also solidified his standing in Greenstone Town. Upon returning home, Lin Chen eagerly commenced his training in the Starry Eye secret technique. He soon discovered that as his strength increased, the power of the Starry Eye grew more formidable, allowing him not only to perceive the world with greater clarity, but also to absorb a greater essence of celestial energy. That night, while Lin Chen was practicing in the courtyard, he suddenly noticed a white silhouette darting over the wall and landing in his small garden. Startled, Lin Chen rose to his feet, watching the newcomer with caution. The visitor was a girl clad in a white dress, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, with skin as fair as snow and an enchanting beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her large, clear eyes curiously scrutinized Lin Chen. Who are you? Why have you appeared in my home? Lin Chen inquired in a low voice. The girl blinked, her melodious voice resonating. I am Ling Yu. I happened to pass by and sensed the powerful celestial energy here, so I came to take a look. Celestial energy? Lin Chen's heart stirred. Could she be aware of the secret of the Starry Eye? Ling Yu nodded, stepping closer to Lin Chen and extending her delicate finger to gently touch his forehead. In an instant, Lin Chen felt a cool sensation flood his mind, and the Starry Eye involuntarily activated, causing stars to flicker in his gaze. Upon witnessing the Starry Eye in Lin Chen's eyes, a glimmer of surprise crossed Ling Yu's face. Indeed, it is the Starry Eye. Moreover, it is the rare celestial eye. It is truly astonishing that you have awakened such a level of ocular technique. The celestial eye? Lin Chen inquired in confusion. What is that? Ling Yu withdrew her finger and explained. The Starry Eye is an ancient ocular technique, categorized into different levels, with the celestial eye being the finest among them. It possesses the ability to commune with the stars and perceive all things, holding boundless potential. However, the celestial eye also carries significant danger, as it attracts covetous glances from various powerful factions. Lin Chen felt a chill run through him. Danger? Indeed, Ling Yu affirmed. In this world, many formidable forces and entities covet the celestial eye. Should your identity be revealed, it could lead to perilous consequences. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, never having contemplated that his starry eye could pose such grave risks. What should I do? Ling Yu smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. As long as you diligently train and elevate your strength, no one will be able to harm you easily. Moreover, I can impart to you certain methods to harness the power of the Star Pupil, enabling you to conceal your presence more effectively. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy within. Is that true? How wonderful. Thank you, Miss Lingwei. No need for thanks, Lingwei replied with a playful blink. However, my assistance comes with a stipulation. A stipulation? Lin Chen inquired. Indeed, Lingwei affirmed. I require your help in locating a long-lost celestial artifact. Celestial artifact? Lin Chen asked with curiosity. What is that? Lingwei shook her head. I do not know its precise nature, only that it is connected to the power of the stars and concealed somewhere in this vicinity. I sensed a faint connection between your star pupil power and this artifact, which is why I sought you out. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, I shall assist you. However, my current abilities are quite limited, and I fear I may not be of much help. No matter, Lingwei smiled. You possess immense potential. With diligent training, you will quickly rise in strength. From this day forth, I shall reside here and guide your cultivation. Lin Chen nodded, filled with anticipation. With Lingyue's mentorship, he believed his prowess would surely advance at an accelerated pace. From that day onward, Lingwei remained in Lin Chen's humble abode, providing daily instruction in the secret arts of the Star Pupil and fundamental martial skills. Under her guidance, Lin Chen made remarkable progress within a mere month. He ascended from the 5th level of body refinement to the 7th, standing just a step away from the qi condensation realm. Simultaneously, Lin Chen grew increasingly curious about Lingwei. Not only was she immensely powerful and knowledgeable, but she also seemed to possess an extraordinary understanding of the world, akin to an ethereal being from a bygone era. Lingwei, who are you truly? How do you know so much? One night, unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Chen asked. Lingwei, gazing at the starry sky, turned her head slightly and smiled. I am a seeker of the past. When your strength is sufficient, I shall reveal everything to you. Lin Chen understood her reluctance to elaborate and refrained from pressing further. He believed that one day he would uncover Ling Yue's secrets and unveil the mysteries of the Star Pupil and the celestial artifact. Chapter 5. Success in Qi condensation and initial ventures into the world under Ling Yue's meticulous guidance. Lin Chen's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. 3 months later, on a night illuminated by a luminous moon and scattered stars, Lin Chen finally achieved a breakthrough, reaching the Qi condensation realm. A powerful aura erupted from within him, causing the surrounding air to tremble. He opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of starlight danced within, transforming his demeanor into one of newfound stability and strength. Congratulations, Lin Chen, on successfully entering the Qi condensation realm, Ling Yue said with a smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. Lin Chen, brimming with excitement, replied, Thank you, Ling Yue. Without your guidance, I could not have achieved this breakthrough so swiftly. It is the result of your own efforts. Ling Yue gently shook her head. Now that you are a practitioner of the Qi condensation realm, it is time for you to venture out and experience the world. Lin Chen nodded. That is precisely my intention. Qingshi Town was too small for me. I yearned to venture into the outside world, seeking the treasure of the stars you mentioned. Very well, Ling Yue responded. However, the world beyond is intricate and fraught with peril. Take this communication jade talisman. Should you find yourself in danger, you may use it to contact me. Lin Chen accepted the talisman with care, ensuring it was safely secured. The following day, Lin Chen bid farewell to Lin Bo and Xiaoya, departing from the town he had called home for 16 years, embarking on a journey into the unknown. Guided by Ling Yue's directions, he set his course for the nearest city, Luoxia City. Along the way, Lin Chen encountered numerous wonders and crossed paths with various cultivators. He soon discovered that the world outside was far more expansive and exhilarating than he had ever imagined, yet also considerably more perilous. On this particular day, Lin Chen arrived at the edge of a place known as the Misty Forest. It was said that dense fog enveloped the forest year-round, concealing not only formidable beasts but also mysterious relics. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen resolved to enter the Misty Forest, hopeful that he might uncover clues regarding the treasure of the stars. As he stepped into the forest, a thick mist enveloped him, obscuring his surroundings. He quickly activated his star eyes, attempting to discern the environment, but the power of the star eyes seemed constrained within the fog, allowing him to see only about 10 zhang ahead. This mist is truly peculiar, Lin Chen thought to himself, cautiously navigating through the woods. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of a struggle and cries for help ahead. Intrigued, he stealthily approached. In a clearing, he beheld 3 individuals besieged by a pack of wolf-like beasts. Among them were 2 middle-aged men and a young woman, all clad in matching attire, suggesting they were disciples of a particular sect. The beasts were the menacing shadow wolves, their numbers exceeding a dozen. Though the 3 were also of the condensation realm, they were outnumbered and visibly wounded, struggling to maintain their ground. Senior brother, we can hardly hold on, the young woman exclaimed anxiously. One of the middle-aged men gritted his teeth, saying, Junior sister, you must flee. I will hold them off with junior brother. No, we either leave together or not at all. The young woman insisted resolutely. In that critical moment, Lin Chen stepped forward, calling out stop. With that, he surged into the fray, channeling his spiritual energy as he struck at the nearest shadow wolf. With a resounding thud, the beast let out a wail and was sent flying, meeting its end instantly. The sudden turn of events left everyone, including the shadow wolves, momentarily stunned. Who is that? The 2 middle-aged men regarded Lin Chen with caution. Ignoring their scrutiny, Lin Chen focused on the beasts, his eyes alight with starlight as a wave of powerful spiritual force emanated from him, instantly intimidating the shadow wolves. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Lin Chen, the wolves trembled in fear, unwilling to advance any further. Now's our chance, let's go. Lin Chen addressed the 3 individuals. As they regained their composure, they hastily expressed their gratitude to him and swiftly departed, nursing their injuries. Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the spectral wolves, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He understood that although these demonic beasts were momentarily intimidated, they might pursue him again once he left. Therefore, without further hesitation, Lin Chen charged forward, launching an assault against the spectral wolves. Having reached the initial stage of the Qi condensation realm, he was more than capable of dealing with these early-stage spectral wolves. Coupled with the aid of the Star Eye, his strikes were both precise and lethal. Moments later, he had slain all the spectral wolves that had attacked, wiping the blood from his hands. Lin Chen was about to depart when he suddenly noticed a small bronze token hanging from the neck of one of the spectral wolves, inscribed with an indistinct symbol. What could this be? Lin Chen picked up the token and examined it closely. He discovered that the symbol bore a resemblance to a certain rune on the ancient Star Eye mirror. Could this be related to the celestial treasures? A thought stirred within him, prompting him to secure the token. He resolved to pursue the direction the three individuals had taken, hoping to uncover more clues. Chapter 6: Celestial Pavilion and the Mysterious Token. Following the path of the three individuals, Lin Chen soon located them. It turned out they had not ventured far and were instead recuperating in a concealed cave. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, the three became somewhat wary. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" One of the middle-aged men inquired in a grave tone. Lin Chen smiled gently. "I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to inquire about the unusual circumstances surrounding your recent encounter with the spectral wolves." The young woman blinked and replied, "We are disciples of the Celestial Pavilion. We entered the misty forest to search for a lost sect token, but we unexpectedly encountered a multitude of spectral wolves." The Celestial Pavilion? Lin Chen felt a stir of intrigue. The name resonated with the stars, possibly related to the celestial treasures he sought. Indeed, another middle-aged man nodded. "The Celestial Pavilion is a small sect near our falling sunset city, dedicated to the study of stellar forces. The token you saw earlier is an emblem of our Celestial Pavilion." Eagerly, Lin Chen produced the bronze token he had found on the spectral wolf and asked, "Is this it?" Upon seeing the token, astonishment spread across the faces of the three. "Indeed it is," the young woman exclaimed with delight. "This is the long-lost star pattern token of our Celestial Pavilion. I cannot believe we found it on a spectral wolf." The middle-aged man took the token, examining it closely, and said excitedly, "This is wonderful. With the star pattern token, we have a chance to locate our sect's legacy treasure." Curiously, Lin Chen inquired, "What is this legacy treasure?" The young woman explained, "According to the ancient records of our sect, the founder of the Celestial Pavilion once acquired a mysterious celestial treasure known as the Startian Disk, said to possess the power to commune with the stars and wield world-destroying might. Subsequently, the venerable master ascended to immortality, leaving behind the star pattern token as a relic. While the star will sank into obscurity, it is said that only those who possess the star pattern token can uncover the whereabouts of the star wheel." The star wheel? Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing that this was the celestial artifact that Ling Yu sought. "Do you know where the star wheel might be hidden?" he inquired urgently. The middle-aged man shook his head. "We are unaware. All we know is that the star pattern token bears certain clues that require deciphering at our sect." He continued, "Brother, may I ask if you could return this token to us? The Star Chamber would be immensely grateful." After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen replied, "I can return the token, but I have a condition. I wish to join the Star Chamber and seek the Star Wheel alongside you." The trio exchanged glances, hesitating. The young woman spoke, "Joining the Star Chamber is agreeable, yet searching for the Star Wheel is perilous, and we cannot ascertain when we might find it." Lin Chen resolutely stated, "I am unafraid of danger. I possess ample reason to pursue the Star Wheel." The middle-aged man, observing Lin Chen's unwavering gaze, nodded, "Very well. Since you possess such determination, we shall escort you back to the Star Chamber. Should you truly aid us in locating the Star Wheel, you will be our benefactor." Thus, Lin Chen accompanied the three as they departed the misty forest, heading towards the Star Chamber. Along the journey, Lin Chen learned that the trio comprised Zhao Feng, Wang Lei, and Li Shui, inner disciples of the Star Chamber. After several days of travel, Lin Chen finally arrived at the Starlight Mountain, the abode of the Star Chamber. While not particularly towering, the mountain brimmed with spiritual energy, especially at night, where the stars appeared to be within reach. The architecture of the Star Chamber was built into the mountainside, exuding an ancient charm imbued with an air of mystery. Upon entering, Lin Chen encountered the master of the Star Chamber and several elders. Upon seeing the star pattern token, the master trembled with excitement. "I never imagined I would witness the star pattern token return in my lifetime. Young friend Lin Chen, you have rendered us a great favor, and from this day forth, you shall be an honored guest elder of our Star Chamber. Feel free to voice any requests." Lin Chen promptly replied, "Master, you are too kind. My joining the Star Chamber is solely for the purpose of seeking the Star Wheel. We are partners in this endeavor." Following this, The master and the elders began to analyze the clues inscribed on the star pattern token. Lin Chen observed intently, noting that the runes on the token bore a resemblance to those on the ancient star mirror, albeit more intricate. After several days of study, the master finally made a breakthrough. "I understand," he exclaimed. "The runes on the star pattern token point to a location, the 10,000 star cavern." The 10,000 star cavern? The assembly displayed expressions of perplexity. The master elucidated, the 10,000 star cavern is a mysterious relic from ancient times. Situated in the far north, it is said to be a convergence point of stellar power and is the most likely hiding place for the star wheel. However, the Wanqing Cave is exceedingly perilous, housing not only formidable guardian beasts, but also a myriad of bizarre formations. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage may not emerge alive from its depths. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in trepidation. The extreme north. The Wanqing Cave, just the name evokes a sense of imminent danger. Yet Lin Chen's gaze remained resolute. He understood that regardless of the peril, he must venture into the Wanqing Cave, for within its confines lies not only the Star Xian plate, but potentially the secrets of Xing Tong and Ling Yu as well. "Master, I have made up my mind. I shall journey to the Wanqing Cave," Lin Chen declared solemnly. The master regarded Lin Chen with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Excellent. Young friend Lin Chen indeed possesses great courage. In that case, our star pavilion shall not lag behind. I shall dispatch Zhao Feng, Wang Lei, and Li Shui to accompany you for mutual support." Zhao Feng and the others promptly nodded. "We shall obey the master's command," Lin Chen acknowledged with a nod, his heart brimming with anticipation. He knew that the expedition to the Wanqing Cave would be the most thrilling adventure of his life. Chapter 7. The Extreme North. Outside the Wanqing Cave, after a month of preparation, Lin Chen, along with Zhao Feng, Wang Lei, and Li Shui, embarked on their journey to the extreme north. The extreme north is a realm of biting cold, where ice and snow blanket the landscape, presenting an expanse of white as far as the eye can see. The spiritual energy here is sparse, and the environment is harsh, deterring most cultivators from venturing into this desolate region. Dressed in thick winter garments, the four struggled through the snow. Even those at the qi condensation stage felt a profound discomfort in such extreme conditions. "How much farther until we reach the Wanqing Cave?" Li Shui shivered, tightening her clothing against the chill. Zhao Feng consulted the compass in his hand and replied, "According to the star pattern order, it should be just beyond that glacier ahead." After another day of travel, the group finally arrived at a colossal glacier. Towering into the clouds, it exuded a bone-chilling aura, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the sun's rays. "Is this the entrance to the Wanqing Cave?" Wang Lei marveled. Lin Chen activated his star eyes, scrutinizing the glacier. He discerned that a subtle flow of stellar energy coursed through it, forming a complex array. "Indeed, there exists a concealed formation here," Lin Chen stated. "The Star Xian plate must be within." Zhao Feng produced the star pattern order, and following the master's instructions, inserted it into a groove on the glacier. In an instant, the runes upon the glacier illuminated, and a powerful suction force drew the four into its depths. When Lin Chen next opened his eyes, he found himself within a vast cavern. The ceiling was adorned with countless luminous crystals, resembling a starry sky, illuminating the cave as if it were daytime. At the center of the cavern stood a grand altar, upon which rested a circular plate inscribed with stellar runes, emanating a mysterious and potent stellar energy. "Is that the Star Xian plate?" Li Shui exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, the ground around the altar began to tremble violently, and a colossal beast erupted from the earth below. The beast before them resembled a colossal bear, its entire body adorned with silver scales, and its eyes sparkled with a celestial brilliance, exuding a terrifying aura characteristic of a Golden Core stage entity. It was the Starfall Bear. Zhao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. It was the legendary guardian of the 10,000 Stars Cavern, possessing the pinnacle strength of the Golden Core stage. With a thunderous roar, the Starfall Bear lunged at Lin Chen and his companions. Its velocity was astonishing, accompanied by a powerful gust that left Lin Chen and the others gasping for breath. "Quick! Dodge!" Lin Chen shouted, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy, activating his star eye, and unleashing a radiant starlight from his gaze. He formed hand seals, concentrating a formidable force of astral energy in his hands, and thrust it forward, Starfall technique. A brilliant beam of starlight shot towards the Starfall Bear, colliding with its massive paw. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the cavern, and the starlight shattered, causing the Starfall Bear to stagger back in surprise. "Lin Chen, you can actually wield the power of the stars," Zhao Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chen had no time to elaborate. He urged the three, You must retrieve the Starshine disc while I hold it off. Zhao Feng and the others nodded and hurried towards the altar, enraged at the sight. The Starfall Bear roared again and charged at Lin Chen, aware that he was no match for the golden core beast. Lin Chen relied on his star eye and the power of the stars to evade its attacks. He deftly dodged the bear's strikes while consistently harassing it with astral energy. Roar! The Starfall Bear, incensed by Lin Chen's provocations, struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Countless rocks cascaded from the ceiling, plummeting towards Lin Chen. He quickly activated the protective shield of his star eye, blocking the debris, but was still jolted, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Zhao Feng and the others had secured the Starshine disc and shouted, "Lin Chen, we got it. Let's go." Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he swiftly turned to sprint towards the altar. The Starfall Bear, witnessing its treasure being snatched away, let out a furious roar and pursued him relentlessly. Its speed far surpassed Lin Chen's, and it appeared poised to catch up. In that critical moment, Ling Yu's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. "Lin Chen, merge the star eye with the Starshine disc and unleash the astral domain." Instinctively, Lin Chen complied, producing the star eye ancient mirror and channeling his spiritual energy into the Starshine disc. Both artifacts radiated a blinding brilliance, their potent astral energies intertwining to create a vast domain that enveloped Lin Chen and his companions. Within the astral domain, Lin Chen felt his power surge, while the Starfall Bear's movements became sluggish. "Now's our chance, run," Lin Chen commanded, leading Zhao Feng and the others swiftly towards the cavern's exit under the cover of the astral domain. The Starfall Bear roared in the domain, yet could not catch up to Lin Chen and his companions. As they burst forth from the 10,000 Stars cavern, the astral domain dissipated just in time. They looked back to see the Starfall Bear standing at the cave's entrance, roaring in fury but refraining from pursuing them. Exhausted, the four collapsed in the snow, gasping for breath as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. "We have succeeded," Li Shui exclaimed with excitement. Lin Chen gazed at the star wheel in his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally discovered this mysterious celestial artifact. Just then, Ling Yu's figure suddenly appeared before Lin Chen, her eyes shimmering with a complex light as she looked at the star wheel. "Ling Yu, what brings you here?" Lin Chen asked in astonishment. Ling Yu smiled gently. "I sensed the aura of the star wheel and knew you had triumphed." "Lin Chen, thank you for helping me find it." Zhao Feng and the others were taken aback by Ling Yu's sudden appearance. Ignoring them, Ling Yu turned to Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, it is time to reveal everything to you." Lin Chen nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that the mysteries that had long plagued him were finally about to be unraveled. Chapter 8. The Mystery of the Star Eyes and Ling Yu's Identity. Ling Yu led Lin Chen to a secluded spot, while Zhao Feng and the others wisely chose to remain behind. Resting in place, Ling Yu regarded Lin Chen, a flicker of nostalgia and sorrow crossing her eyes as she spoke slowly. "Lin Chen, do you know? Your parents are not ordinary people." Lin Chen's heart jolted in surprise. "You know my parents?" "Yes," Ling Yu nodded. "Your father, Lin Xiaodian, was once a prodigious disciple of the Star Pavilion and also the bearer of the Star Eyes. Your mother, Su Qingwei, was the guardian of the Star Wheel." "What?" Lin Chen exclaimed in shock. "My parents were connected to the Star Pavilion and the Star Wheel?" "Indeed," Ling Yu continued. "In the past, your father awakened the rare Star Eyes, which drew the covetous attention of certain malevolent forces. They sought to obtain the Star Eyes and the Star Wheel, sending assassins after your parents. Then what happened to my parents?" Lin Chen's voice trembled. Ling Yu sighed. "To protect you. Your parents entrusted you to the Lin family in Qingshi Town while they drew away the pursuers. Since then, they have remained missing, and it is feared." Lin Chen clenched his fists, tears of rage and sorrow glimmering in his eyes. "Who are these malevolent forces?" "I will avenge my parents. They belong to a mysterious organization known as the Shadow Hall," Ling Yu explained. "They are immensely powerful and spread throughout the continent. With your current strength, you are not yet their match, so you must improve yourself swiftly." Lin Chen nodded, suppressing his grief. "And what about you? Ling Yu, who exactly are you? How do you know so much?" Ling Yu smiled softly, though a hint of bitterness lingered in her expression. "I am Ling Yu, and you may also refer to me as the spirit of the Star Wheel." "The spirit?" Lin Chen was once again shocked. "You are the spirit of the Star Wheel?" "Indeed," Ling Yu affirmed. "The Star Wheel is an ancient artifact, and I am its spirit. Your mother, Su Qingwei, was its guardian, and we were the best of friends. After she entrusted you to safety, I fell into slumber until I sensed your star eye power, which awakened me." Lin Chen finally comprehended why Ling Yu was so attached to the Star Wheel and why she had consistently aided him. Indeed, Lin Chen remarked with a sense of wonder. Now that we have located the starry disk, are you preparing to depart? Ling Yu shook her head. No. The starry disk requires the power of the eye of the stars for full activation, and you are its only hope. Furthermore, the people from the Shadow Palace will not relent. They will soon come seeking you, and you will need my assistance. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart. Thank you. Ling Yu, we are friends, are we not? Ling Yu smiled gently. Now, we must leave this place swiftly. The Shadow Palace may have sensed the presence of the starry disk. Lin Chen nodded and returned to Zhao Feng and the others, stating, we must hurry. This place is no longer safe. Although Zhao Feng and his companions were unaware of the events that had transpired, they sensed the impending danger and promptly followed Lin Chen and Ling Yu out of the extreme north. On their way back to the Star Pavilion, Lin Chen began to harness the power of the starry eye to activate the starry disk. He discovered that when the starry eye merged with the starry disk, he could feel a vast and boundless cosmic energy, as though he were connected to the entire universe. Is this the power of the starry disk? Truly remarkable. Lin Chen marveled. Ling Yu guided him from the side. Indeed, the starry disk can not only communicate with the stars, but also predict the future, unravel celestial secrets, and even traverse space. However, mastering its power will require extensive training. Lin Chen nodded, aware that his journey was far from over. The search for his parents, the confrontation with the Shadow Palace, and the protection of those close to him, all of it demanded formidable strength. Upon returning to the Star Pavilion, the Pavilion Master and the elders were filled with excitement at the sight of the starry disk. Upon learning of Lin Chen's background and Ling Yu's identity, they regarded Lin Chen with newfound respect, viewing him as the future and hope of the Star Pavilion. Within the Star Pavilion, Lin Chen embarked on a more rigorous training regimen. He not only practiced the secret techniques of the starry eye and the pavilion's martial arts, but also diligently learned how to wield the power of the starry disk. Ling Yu provided careful guidance, while Zhao Feng and the others often trained alongside him, engaging in mutual sparring. Time passed swiftly, and soon a year had gone by. Lin Chen's strength had reached the late stage of qi condensation, a mere step away from foundation establishment. His control over the starry eye and the starry disk had grown increasingly proficient, enabling him to execute some basic star spells. One day, while using the starry disk to divine celestial secrets, Lin Chen suddenly glimpsed a vague image. A vast black palace filled with numerous figures cloaked in dark robes, their gazes seemingly fixed upon the direction of the Star Pavilion. Not good. Lin Chen's heart raced with alarm. The Shadow Palace was drawing near. He sprang to his feet, addressing Ling Yu and Zhao Feng with urgency. Prepare for battle. The forces of the Shadow Palace have arrived. Zhao Feng and his companions' expressions shifted, and they quickly began their preparations. The alarm bells of the Star Pavilion rang out, plunging the entire sect into a state of alert. Standing before the gates of the Star Pavilion, with the starry disk in hand and stars gleaming in his eyes, Lin Chen understood that a great battle was imminent. And this was merely the beginning of his path toward becoming a formidable warrior. On the path ahead, numerous challenges and dangers await him. Yet, he is no longer the naive youth he once was. He has established his own goals and beliefs, and he shall forge his own legend with his own hands. Chapter 9, Shadow Assault. Foundation breakthrough. The biting cold wind whipped the snowflakes against the stone walls of the Star Pavilion. Lin Chen, holding the Star-Shin disk, stood before the mountain gate, the starry runes on the disk flickering visibly. 3 days prior, the black palace illusion he had seen during his divination was becoming increasingly clear. And at this moment, the Star-Shin disk emitted a searing warning, heralding an impending calamity. All inner disciples, form the Star Protection Array. The aged voice of the Pavilion Master echoed from the mountain peak. Dozens of beams of light surged from various summits, encircling the central hall to establish a 3-layered stellar defense. Lin Chen noticed that Zhao Feng's arm trembled slightly as he set up the formation. His meridians, still unhealed from the injuries sustained during the Starfall Bear encounter 3 days ago, were being strained as he gathered spiritual power. Lin Chen, guard the Eastern Array Eye. A voice suddenly resonated in his consciousness. Ling Yu's figure had appeared at his shoulder, and this time, the Shadow Palace had dispatched the Night Shadow Triad. With the leader already at the mid-foundation stage, she tapped the Star-Shin disk, causing the silhouettes of 3 figures in black robes to materialize on its surface, one of which revealed dark patterns reminiscent of the relics belonging to Lin Chen's parents. It is them. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply as the power of the star eyes surged within him. He could distinctly perceive 3 jet-black auras piercing through the wind and snow, employing an eerie agility to circumvent the outer defenses. The leader wielded a pitch-black dagger, its sinister glow seemingly warping the very fabric of space. Break! The leading Night Shadow commanded, and the dagger sliced through the void towards the protective array. In an instant, the starlight above the Star Pavilion became chaotic, the three-layered defense rippling like water, with countless star rays being devoured and transformed into black mist. This is bad. They possess a star-breaking artifact. The Pavilion Master's expression shifted dramatically as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood to forcibly reinforce the array's foundation. Seeing this, Lin Chen hesitated no longer. He positioned the Star Eye Ancient Mirror alongside the Star Xian Disk before his chest, the two streams of stellar power crashing together with thunderous force. Stellar chaos. A magnificent stream of starlight erupted simultaneously from his eyes and the Star Xian Disk, forming a colossal star map vortex outside the protective array. The Night Shadow Triad's attack collided with the star map as if a cow had plunged into the sea. The star rays devoured by the dagger began to recongeal within the vortex, transforming into shooting stars that counterattacked. Interesting, the Night Shadow leader sneered. While the other two subordinates simultaneously formed seals, their bodies swelling with dark energy, coalescing into three ferocious shadow wolves that lunged toward the star map. Lin Chen felt a chilling force piercing into his consciousness, and the vision of the star eyes revealed countless fissures, as if his very soul was on the brink of being torn asunder. Lin Chen, maintain your composure. Ling Yu's voice carried a hint of urgency. The Star Xian Disk suddenly detached from Lin Chen's grasp, hovering in midair, its surface transforming into a luminous shield that enveloped him. They are using soul-devouring melody to disrupt your perception. Concentrate and channel the stellar power to cleanse your consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen activated the secret technique of the Star Eyes. The tempestuous stellar energy surged through his meridians, with each wave of cleansing accompanied by agonizing pain. He observed that Zhao Feng and the others had been severely wounded by the Shadow Demon's malevolent force, and the protective formation of the Pavilion Master was on the verge of collapse. The smiles of his parents in their final moments intertwined with Ling Yu's anxious expression before his eyes. I cannot afford to lose. With a fierce roar, the barrier of condensed energy within Lin Chen shattered with a resounding crash. The foundational realm's spiritual power surged through him like a raging flood, the brilliance of his starry pupils multiplying several times over, and those disturbing shadows of the demon's voice were violently dispersed. He held his hands in a loose grip, fully merging the powers of the star sphere and the ancient mirror, coalescing a luminous orb imbued with stellar radiance in the palm of his hand. Starfall Annihilation. The moment the orb left his hand, the constellations above the Star Pavilion seemed to be drawn in, as countless beams of starlight converged into a meteor shower, descending with earth-shattering might upon the Night Shadow Triad. For the first time, the leader of the Night Shadow envoys displayed a look of horror. The ethereal glow of his dagger shattered inch by inch under the force of the starfall, and the three of them, along with the Shadow Demon Wolf, were engulfed by the starlight, leaving behind three piercing cries that echoed through the wind and snow. As the dust settled, Lin Chen knelt on one knee, panting heavily. With the power of the foundational realm still surging within him, he raised his gaze towards the star sphere, where a new rune appeared at its center. This was the last missing line from the wooden box, a relic of his parents. This is Ling Yu's voice, trembling as she spoke. The star sphere guides us to the burial star abyss, where there may be clues about your parents. Lin Chen caressed the new rune on the star sphere, feeling the faint stellar fluctuations emanating from it. He understood that this sudden ambush from the Shadow Palace was merely the beginning, and what awaited him in the burial star abyss might hold the key to unraveling all mysteries, or perhaps lead to even deeper darkness. Chapter 10. An unexpected encounter with a scammer. The biting cold wind had yet to disperse the smoke of battle from the Star Pavilion when Lin Chen and his companions hastily set off on their journey to the burial star abyss. Zhao Feng, clutching his still sore arm, grumbled as he walked. Lin Chen, can't we take a couple of days to rest? My arm is still protesting. I feel as if it's about to stage a rebellion. Li Shui chuckled softly beside him. Zhao Shixiang, spare us the theatrics. If it weren't for Lin Chen during our last encounter in the 10,000 Stars Cave, you might very well be playing house with the Nether Wolf right now. Wang Lei chimed in with a laugh. Exactly, Zhao Shixiao. If your acting were to be showcased in a circus, it would surely draw a full house. As the group engaged in light-hearted banter, suddenly, a disheveled figure appeared on the road ahead, collapsing at Lin Chen's feet with a thud. Startled, Lin Chen nearly dropped the star sphere he held. Upon closer inspection, it was an elderly man clad in tattered robes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Muttering faintly, "Young man, watch where you're going. You've knocked this old man into a daze. I might not live to tell the tale." Zhao Feng approached with suspicion. Could this old man be the legendary scammer? Upon hearing this, The old man perked up instantly, sitting upright with a sudden burst of energy. Scammer? What on earth is that? I am a legitimate innkeeper of the Star Abyss. You knocked me down. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, none of you shall leave. Lin Chen, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and activated his starry gaze. To his astonishment, the old man was not only sprightly, but also concealed a formidable reservoir of spiritual energy within him. He crouched down, a smile playing on his lips as he said, Innkeeper, your acting is quite commendable, but we are pressed for time. How about you set a price? The old man's eyes lit up, ready to respond when suddenly, a flurry of whistling sounds filled the air as dozens of masked figures in black surrounded them. Seeing this, the old man promptly laid back down, feigning death. I want no part in your violence. Continue, he muttered. The leader of the masked men let out a cold laugh, declaring, surrender the starry sphere, and we shall spare your lives. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, retorting, just you lot? With that, the starry sphere in his hands began to spin rapidly, channeling immense celestial power to form a colossal star shield before him. The masked assailants launched their attack, a myriad of hidden weapons and spells raining down. Yet all were deflected by the star shield. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei were undeterred, each unleashing their signature skills, engaging the masked figures in fierce combat. Amidst the fray, Lin Chen suddenly noticed that the attack patterns of these masked men bore striking resemblance to those of the shadowy figures from the Shadow Hall. A chill ran down his spine. It seemed the Shadow Hall was determined to reclaim the starry sphere this time. Starfall, Lin Chen shouted, as the starry sphere erupted in blinding brilliance, summoning countless meteors that cascaded from the heavens, crashing down upon the masked men. Chaos ensued among them, resulting in significant casualties. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared behind Lin Chen like a specter, a dagger aimed straight at his back. In the nick of time, Lin Yu materialized. A flash of starlight from her hand sent the figure hurtling back with a cry of anguish. The battle swiftly concluded, with the masked men either dead or fleeing. Lin Chen approached the still feigning old man and kicked him lightly. Innkeeper, the show is over, it's time to get up. The old man awkwardly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Ahem, the youth are so full of vigor. Violence is quite dull. Why not come to my starry abyss inn? We offer an 80 discount on lodging, complete with meals. Lin Chen replied with irritation. You're in 1T, trap us inside, will it? The old man chuckled. Oh, come now. I assure you, this is a legitimate business. But on a serious note, the starry abyss is fraught with peril, and my inn is an excellent place to rest. I also know many secrets about the starry abyss. Lin Chen's interest was piqued as he exchanged glances with Zhao Feng and the others, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us visit your mysterious starry abyss inn. As they traveled, the old man rambled on about the inn's unique services, claiming to provide intelligence and exclusive adventure strategies, all described in extravagant detail. Lin Chen maintained his composure outwardly, yet inwardly he pondered the old man's true intentions. What dangers and encounters awaited them on their journey to the starry abyss? Chapter 11. The mysterious auction at the inn. Following the old man, a uniquely designed inn came into view. The starry abyss inn resembled an enormous inverted wine barrel, its eaves adorned with colorful lanterns that swayed in the wind, exuding an inexplicable aura of mystery. Welcome, the old man bellowed as he entered. Esteemed guests, will you be lodging or just passing through? The inn bustled with activity, teeming with an array of cultivators adorned in peculiar attire. Just as Lin Chen settled into a corner, a diminutive figure with shifty eyes approached him. Esteemed friends, would you care for some exquisite items? Exclusively sourced, I assure you. Zhao Feng, wary, inquired, what items? Surely, they are not counterfeit? The man chuckled slyly, producing a small vial from his pocket. This is the Star Dew elixir, capable of instantly restoring spiritual energy, impossible to procure outside. Li Shui snatched the vial, employing a detection spell, and nearly spat out her tea in disbelief. This is merely ordinary well water with a splash of dye. Do you take us for fools? The man awkwardly scratched his head before fleeing in a hurry. At that moment, an elderly man approached the podium, rapping the table with vigor. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, our inn will host a mysterious auction featuring a plethora of remarkable items. Miss this, and the opportunity shall be lost. Lin Chen and Zhao Feng exchanged glances, curiosity reflected in their eyes. As the auction commenced, a series of bizarre items were displayed. A phantom cloak that granted invisibility for 10 minutes, but fell apart after a single use, and a poison-resistant pearl, which was promptly gnawed upon by a passing rat. Just as Lin Chen began to perceive the auction as a farce, the old man mysteriously unveiled a brocade box. The next item is the piece de resistance. It is said to be connected to the secrets of the star burial abyss. Instantly, the crowd's interest peaked, and bids began to soar. Lin Chen, unable to contain himself, raised his hand to join the bidding. As the price escalated into the stratosphere, a masked figure suddenly stood, coldly declaring, "I shall take this item." With that, a formidable pressure emanated from him, causing the crowd to struggle for breath. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, activating his star eyes to harness the power of the stars to withstand the pressure while continuing to bid. A flicker of surprise crossed the masked figure's eyes as he intensified his oppressive aura. "Humph." Lin Chen scoffed, forming hand seals, counteracting star pressure. A vast surge of stellar pressure erupted from him, colliding with that of the masked figure. Instantly, chairs and tables were sent flying, dust swirling in the chaos. Just as the two forces reached an impasse, Ling Yu appeared beside Lin Chen, effortlessly dissipating the tension. The masked man cast a lingering glance at Lin Chen before departing. Lin Chen successfully acquired the brocade box and, upon opening it, discovered a tattered map marked with a mysterious location within the star burial abyss. The old man leaned in, grinning. "Young man, you possess courage. Although this map is worn, it is undoubtedly genuine. The secrets of the star burial abyss may very well lie within its markings." Lin Chen tucked away the map, feeling a surge of anticipation. The enigma of the star burial abyss deepened, and it seemed he had drawn closer to the clues regarding his parents. However, what unforeseen twists might the enigmatic masked figure bring to his journey ahead? Chapter 12. The Star Maze of the Star Burial Abyss, bidding farewell to the raucous absurdity of the Star Abyss Inn. Lin Chen and his companions stood before the entrance of the Star Burial Abyss, the biting wind lashing against their faces, stinging painfully. Before them lay a vast, dark chasm, swirling with ethereal blue mist, intermittently emitting a resonant clang reminiscent of metal striking metal. Zhao Feng instinctively recoiled. "I wonder if this place belongs to some formidable being. Are we truly going to venture inside?" "Brother Zhao, if you are afraid, you can hide behind me," teased Li Shui, her eyes twinkling as she deftly removed a jade hairpin from her hair, spinning it elegantly in her palm. This hairpin has yet to taste the blood of the monsters from the abyss of star burial. Lin Chen remained silent, taking a deep breath as the light in his starry eyes flickered with intensity. He sensed an extraordinary celestial power emanating from the fissure, resonating subtly with the star sphere. The moment he stepped into the chasm, it felt as though he had plunged into a turbulent river of stars, his body nearly torn apart, while a sharp buzzing filled his ears. As the dizziness subsided, they found themselves in a realm suspended with countless starry stone pillars. The surfaces of these pillars shimmered with silver runes, resembling an ancient script, while the intricate patterns on the ground formed a complex star map, pulsating in sync with their breathing. "This is no mere labyrinth. It is a breathing monstrosity," exclaimed Wang Lei, producing a compass only to find the needle spinning wildly, unable to indicate any direction. With a grave expression, Ling Yu traced her fingers over the nearest pillar, warning, "Be cautious. These runes are absorbing our spiritual energy." Before she could finish her warning, the ground trembled violently, and several pillars thunderously shifted, sealing their escape. In the wake of this, brilliant light erupted from the tops of the pillars, revealing 9 ethereal guardians formed from starlight, their long spears glimmering with a chilling blue glow. Just in time, Lin Chen felt his battle spirit surge as the star sphere hovered above him, transforming into a resplendent halo of stars. He formed hand seals and chanted the incantation. Celestial chains. Instantly, countless beams of light shot forth from the halo, ensnaring the 2 nearest guardians. However, the guardians shattered the chains effortlessly, their spears lunging forward like venomous serpents, leaving scorching trails in the air. Observing this, Zhao Feng swiftly unleashed his family's secret technique, the Gale Step, becoming a blur as he darted behind a guardian, aiming his sword at the nape of its neck. Yet, upon contact, the blade emitted a resounding clash. Numbing his hands, "What is this? It's harder than my family's ancestral black iron shield." Li Shui then hurled her jade hairpin, which transformed into a streak of light, aiming precisely at the guardian's forehead. Yet, the guardian merely swayed, effortlessly deflecting the hairpin with a powerful gust that sent it flying. Lin Chen activated his starry gaze, keenly observing that the runes on the guardian's chest glowed brightly before each attack. A thought struck him, and he shouted, "Target the runes on their chests. That is their weak point." With determination, he concentrated his spiritual energy, forming a luminous orb in his palm, sparkling with the brilliance of myriad stars. Starfall Orb. The orb struck a guardian's chest with precision, erupting in a brilliant explosion, scattering it into a shower of starlight. The group felt invigorated and quickly adjusted their strategy. Wang Lei summoned the ancestral Thunderfire Pearl, calling down a bolt of lightning upon the guardians, while Li Shui utilized her hairpin to cast the immortal binding array, temporarily ensnaring their foes. As the crowd believed they were on the verge of breaking free, the entire labyrinth suddenly trembled violently, and the runes on the celestial stone pillars turned blood red. A colossal figure, akin to a mountain, slowly emerged from the depths of darkness, with each step it took. The ground fissured like a spider's web, while the surrounding celestial energy surged madly into its being. The Starfall Giant. Ling Yue's voice altered in pitch. Its cultivation at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, its attacks infused with the power to rend space itself. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. The giant swung its immense arm, creating a pitch-black rift in space that instantaneously tore through the air, sweeping toward Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen bellowed, channeling all his spiritual energy. The starry celestial disk and starry eye erupted simultaneously in a dazzling radiance. Celestial annihilation. A beam of light, more radiant than the sun, soared skyward, colliding thunderously with the rift in space. Amidst the violent energy fluctuations, Lin Chen felt as though his meridians would be torn apart, blood streaming incessantly from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the giant merely staggered back half a step, letting out a roar that shook the heavens. Before opening its gaping maw, where countless shards of stars coalesced into a massive sphere of energy, poised to strike down upon the crowd with annihilating force. Chapter 13. The breaking of the starry veil. The aura of destruction bore down upon them. Li Shui's face turned pale as she wielded her jade hairpin, which erupted in blinding white light, barely erecting a defensive shield. However, the instant the energy sphere made contact with the barrier, it melted away as if a searing hot iron met fragile ice. In that critical moment, Zhao Feng suddenly produced an ancient talisman from his bosom. The treasured pursuing star talisman of the Celestial Pavilion, a gift bestowed by the Pavilion Master only in dire circumstances. As the talisman unfurled, it transformed into a brilliant starry light, hurtling directly toward the energy sphere. Boom! The pursuing star talisman collided with the energy sphere, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent shockwaves hurling the group away. Lin Chen crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if his very organs were dislocated. With great difficulty, he lifted his gaze, observing the still mighty Starfall Giant looming not far away, his heart heavy with despair. This creature was overwhelmingly powerful. They stood no chance. At that moment, the starry celestial disk began to tremble violently, its runes radiating brilliance as an enigmatic force surged into Lin Chen's body. Images flashed through his mind, the valiant figures of his parents fighting side by side, the ancient legacy of the starry celestial disk, and Ling Yue's expression, filled with unspoken words. So it is. A flicker of enlightenment sparked in Lin Chen's eyes. He slowly rose to his feet, the light of the starry eye swelling, as he seemed to merge with the starry celestial disk. Resonance of the stars, all celestial bodies returned to their rightful place. With a resounding shout, Lin Chen formed peculiar hand seals, channeling an abundance of celestial power from all directions, coalescing into a vast star map above his head. The Starfall Giant appeared to sense the impending threat and swung its arm once more, tearing 3 rifts in space that hurtled toward Lin Chen. However, this time Lin Chen did not flinch or evade, determination gleaming in his eyes. He thrust his hands forcefully. The star map above transformed into a resplendent river of stars, charging directly toward the rifts in space. Rumbling, the river collided with the rifts, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. Lin Chen felt his spiritual energy deplete rapidly, his meridians nearly shattering under such tremendous force, yet he gritted his teeth, holding steadfast. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei promptly unleashed their most formidable techniques to assist Lin Chen. Wang Lei cast forth all the Thunderfire Pearls, conjuring a vast domain of thunder and flame in the air. Li Shui, summoning her utmost strength, wielded a jade hairpin to channel the ethereal energies of the universe, forming a protective barrier of spiritual essence. Zhao Feng brandished his sword, executing the Lin family's most powerful sword art, with sword energy slicing through the air. Through their united efforts, the onslaught of the Starfall Giant was finally repelled. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen launched his assault once more, invoking the celestial judgment. A colossal star map descended from the heavens, enveloping the Starfall Giant within its embrace. The giant emitted a thunderous roar, thrashing in a desperate struggle. Yet under the suppression of the celestial power, its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Now, Lin Chen shouted. The group seized the moment, unleashing their final attacks. Zhao Feng's sword technique. Li Shui's spiritual barrier, Wang Lei's thunderfire pearls, and Lin Chen's celestial energy converged into a cataclysmic force, hurtling towards the Starfall giant. With a resounding boom, the Starfall giant could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into a cascade of starlight. Exhausted, Lin Chen and his companions collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Despite their arduous victory, they had paid a heavy toll. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, and their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Phew, it's finally over. Zhao Feng uttered weakly as he lay on the ground. Li Shui managed a faint smile. We almost met our end here. Lin Chen rose to his feet, gazing ahead at the still enigmatic labyrinth, his eyes resolute. This is merely the beginning. We are drawing ever closer to the truth. Let us proceed. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They understood that greater dangers and secrets awaited them in the Starfall abyss. Yet united, they believed no challenge was insurmountable. After a brief respite, Lin Chen and his companions resumed their journey, traversing the shattered celestial stone pillars as they ventured deeper into the labyrinth. Along the way, they encountered various peculiar traps and formidable monsters, all of which they deftly overcame. At last, after passing through a nebula shimmering with mysterious luminescence, a grand palace came into view. The palace walls were adorned with ancient runes, emanating a potent celestial energy. Lin Chen sensed that the clues regarding his parents and the secrets of the Star Wheel were concealed within this very palace. We have arrived. Lin Chen inhaled deeply and led the group towards the palace. What extraordinary encounters and challenges awaited them. Chapter 14. The secret shadow of the ancient palace. As they stepped into the palace, an ancient aura, sealed for millennia, surged forth, mingling with the metallic scent of rust and the crispness of the stars. The ground was laid with glass-like star-patterned tiles, each step creating ripples of starlight beneath their feet, elongating their shadows upon the totem-etched walls, contorting into bizarre shapes. Wait! Li Shui suddenly grasped Lin Chen's sleeve, pointing with her jade hairpin to a corner of the wall. Look, those runes are moving. The group focused their gaze, astonished to see the once static runes writhing as if alive, gradually assembling into the outline of a face, a one-eyed old man, with a gem radiating a ghostly blue glow embedded in his eye socket. The outsider seeks to claim the Star Abyss treasure, yet must first confront me. The voice of the one-eyed elder reverberated from all directions, sending a painful shockwave through the ears of the crowd. As his words faded, the ground erupted violently, and 12 bronze puppets, wielding colossal axes, burst forth from the earth. The blades, glistening with black ice crystals, shattered the tiles beneath them with each step. Zhao Feng swung his sword at the nearest puppet, only for the blade to rebound violently, blood seeping from his palm. This ice is harder than dark iron. In a moment of desperation, Wang Lei summoned the power of the Thunderfire Pearl, yet the black ice met fire with resilience, absorbing the lightning and becoming even more luminous. Lin Chen's starry pupils rapidly scanned the runic face and the puppets, and suddenly, he noticed a faint resonance between the luster of the elder's gemstone eye and the ice crystals of the puppets. A thought sparked within him: attack the eye. The ice crystals serve as conduits of energy. Heeding his words, the group redirected their assault toward the wall. Lin Chen concentrated the power of the stars into a radiant arrow, while Li Shui's jade hairpin unleashed ethereal chains. And Zhao Feng and Wang Lei provided cover with sword energy and the Thunderfire Pearl. As the runic face emitted a piercing shriek, the moment the elder's gemstone eye shattered. The 12 puppets froze in unison, their ice crystals shattering like glass. However, tranquility did not descend upon the palace. As the runic face dissipated, the dome slowly cracked open, and countless silver chains descended, binding the crowd tightly. In the struggle, the Star-Xian disc suddenly floated away from Lin Chen's palm, its runes resonating with the patterns on the chains, absorbing them entirely. So that was it. Ling Yu appeared suddenly, her eyes wide with shock. This palace was constructed from fragments of the Star-Xian disc. Everything here is intertwined with its bloodline. Before she could finish speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the palace, and a figure cloaked in black robes emerged from the shadows, revealing skin adorned with star-like patterns. The bloodline of the Star Eye, the Star-Xian disc, comes to fruition. The Shadow Palace awaited this moment for 20 years. The raspy voice of the cloaked figure, tinged with morbid excitement, echoed as his bone staff struck the ground, causing the entire palace to tremble violently. Dark patterns emerging on the walls akin to those of Lin Chen's parents' relics. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, the Star Eye igniting with unprecedented brilliance. Do you know the whereabouts of my parents? The cloaked figure let out a sinister laugh, the skull atop his staff suddenly opening its eyes, spewing forth black flames. Not only do I know, But I was the one who sealed them in the deepest recesses of the star abyss. His words were abruptly interrupted by a sudden explosion, as a familiar figure crashed through the wall like a shooting star. It was the old man from the Star Abyss Inn, known for his penchant for troublemaking. Now, he shed his shabby exterior to reveal a robe embroidered with star maps, and the wine gourd in his hand unleashed a torrent of wine that transformed into a river of stars, clashing violently with the black flames. "You old fool, here to ruin my plans again," the cloaked figure raged. The old man, however, winked at Lin Chen with a grin. "Surprised, lad? Actually, before your father departed, he entrusted me to look after you, poor child. Now it's time to settle the old debts from 20 years ago." Within the palace, two formidable forces clashed fiercely. Lin Chen gripped the star Xin disc tightly, the faces of his parents flickering in the starlight. As the truth began to surface, an even greater crisis quietly approached from the shadows. Chapter 15. The truth of blood shadows. The old man's celestial wine clashed with the black-robed figure's dark flames, resulting in a deafening roar that shook the entire palace, causing the star-patterned floor tiles to crack and splinter. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the starry disk, attempting to approach the battlefield for support, yet he found the surrounding air seemingly solidified, an invisible force binding him tightly in place. "Be careful. This is the spirit-devouring domain of the Shadow Palace." Ling Yu's urgent voice echoed in his consciousness. The power of the black-robed figure is growing stronger. Lin Chen focused his gaze and saw the skull atop the black-robed man's staff greedily swallowing the black flames. With each gulp, the starry patterns on his body turned a deeper crimson, and his aura became increasingly terrifying. In contrast, the old man, though still elegantly wielding his wine gourd, saw the starry river formed by the wine gradually dimming, evidently struggling to maintain its brilliance. "Do you truly believe that your meager tricks can thwart me?" The black-robed figure cackled, swinging his staff to unleash a column of black light that shattered the old man's starry river. The old man's face paled as he was hurled backward, crashing into the wall, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "No." Lin Chen's vision blurred with rage. The light of his starry eyes surged. Starfall. A brilliant beam of starlight shot from his eyes, aiming directly at the black-robed man. However, with a mere flick of his hand, the black-robed figure dispersed the starlight effortlessly. "What of the starry bloodline?" he taunted, advancing step by step toward Lin Chen. "Do you truly believe your parents were sealed by me? Ha ha ha, how naive." As he spoke, he suddenly tore off his black robe, revealing a face that left Lin Chen utterly astonished, a visage strikingly similar to that of his father, Lin Xiaodian. You are my father?" Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Father?" The black-robed man scoffed coldly. "I am your second uncle, Lin Xiaodi. Years ago, your father infused you with the power of the starry eyes to protect you. And I..." A glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. "I could not accept it. Why should he be the genius while I lingered in his shadow? Thus, I allied with the Shadow Palace, devising a trap to lead your parents into the abyss of star burial. You..." Lin Chen felt the world spin around him, his heart heavy with fury and sorrow, nearly drowning in grief. "You traitor. I will avenge my parents." "Just you?" Lin Xiaodi sneered derisively, raising his staff once more. "Now, hand over the starry disk, and I may spare your life." In that critical moment, the starry disk suddenly trembled violently, its runes illuminating in unison, forming a protective barrier around Lin Chen. Concurrently, a mysterious force surged into Lin Chen's body, amplifying the brilliance of his starry eyes and transforming his entire presence. "This is..." Lin Xiaodi's expression shifted. "The true power of the starry disk? Impossible. You cannot awaken so swiftly." Lin Chen slowly rose, his eyes shimmering with starlight, his voice as cold as frost. "Whoever you are, today you shall pay for your deeds." With that, he formed seals with his hands, the starry disk hovering above his head, transforming into a colossal starry wheel, gathering the power of countless stars. The final chapter of Starfall. A colossal star wheel erupted with a blinding radiance, unleashing a beam of starlight that surged towards Lin Xiaodi with a formidable intensity. Lin Xiaodi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily brandished his bone staff, conjuring a dark barrier. However, the might of the starlight beam proved overwhelming, shattering the black barrier upon contact. "No!" Lin Xiaodi let out a despairing roar, consumed by the starlight. When the brilliance faded, only a charred bone staff remained in his stead. Lin Chen exhaled in relief, preparing to rest when he suddenly noticed something amiss in Zhao Feng's gaze. Zhao Feng slowly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with a strange black light, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Lin Chen, your value has reached its conclusion." Chapter 16. The dark blades ambush before Zhao Feng's words could fully escape his lips. He darted forward like a phantom. A dagger imbued with a ghostly blue poison suddenly appearing in his grasp, aimed directly at Lin Chen's throat. Lin Chen's pupils dilated. His body, still recovering from the recent battle, could only roll aside in a frantic attempt to evade the strike. The dagger grazed his earlobe, severing a lock of hair that was instantaneously reduced to ash by the poisonous mist. "Brother Zhao, have you lost your mind?" Li Shui exclaimed, her jade hairpin transforming into a streak of light aimed at him, only to be deflected by Zhao Feng, who effortlessly countered with 3 shadow nails that skewed its trajectory. Wang Lei attempted to intervene with a thunderfire orb, but Zhao Feng unleashed a tendril of black mist from his fingertips, causing the orb to emit a mournful hum, its surface marred by a web of cracks. "Fools, do you truly believe that the Starry Pavilion would dispatch mere miscreants like you to escort the star crystal disk?" Zhao Feng's neck bulged with veins, dark patterns crawling beneath his skin. "Since the hunting competition in Greenstone Town, my task has been to await Lin Chen's acquisition of the star crystal disk." With a malicious grin, he tore open his collar, revealing a crescent moon insignia of the Shadow Palace emblazoned upon his chest. Lin Chen, barely managing to rise with the star crystal disk in hand, felt the celestial power within him tumultuous from overexertion, each pulse akin to a knife slicing through his meridians. Ling Yu's voice echoed anxiously within his consciousness. "He has been cursed with the soul-devouring spell. We must shatter the totem upon his heart." Before her words could fully resonate, Zhao Feng launched a black chain, its barbed end piercing through Lin Chen's left shoulder, yanking him toward the dagger veiled in poisonous mist. In that critical moment, an elder suddenly leaped from the ruins, his wine gourd transforming into a radiant stream that ensnared the chain. "You little brat. What skill is it to bully the younger generation?" Zhao Feng retaliated with a forceful palm strike, causing the elder to stagger back, blood once again seeping from his mouth. However, this brief delay afforded Lin Chen the opportunity to gather his final reserves of strength, unleashing a blinding white light from his starry eyes. A miniature starfall trailing a long tail as it hurtled towards Zhao Feng's heart. Boom! The totem shattered with a resounding crack, and Zhao Feng let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body careening backward like a broken kite. Yet, peculiarly, the ground beneath him split open, and countless black tendrils erupted from the earth, dragging him into the abyss. Before vanishing, Zhao Feng laughed maniacally. "Lin Chen, do you believe that defeating me ensures your safety? The true lethal strike of the Shadow Palace awaits." His voice abruptly ceased, leaving only an eerie echo that reverberated through the palace. Lin Chen scarcely had a moment to catch his breath when the star crystal disk began to tremble violently, its surface runes transforming into a blood-red hue. Ling Yu's figure grew translucent and ethereal. "This is not good. The power of the Starfall Demon Core is awakening. The palace is nothing but a prison for the sealed magic core. Our recent battle has triggered the rampage mechanism." Before the words could fully escape his lips, the dome above collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a vast black vortex. From within the vortex came countless anguished howls, as if millions of tormented souls were struggling. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly hurled his wine gourd fiercely to the ground. Miraculously, the liquid coalesced in midair into ancient runes. "Young one, exit through the array with the star sphere. Remember your parents." His voice was abruptly interrupted by a sharp whoosh, as 3 black arrows pierced his chest, and the old man, with his unfinished words, transformed into specks of starlight and vanished. Lin Chen, with tears welling in his eyes, rushed towards the array's core, only to witness 3 figures in black robes emerging slowly from the vortex. The leader held firmly in hand the very bone staff that Lin Chen had thought he had shattered. "Nephew," the figure in black lifted his hood, revealing a face strikingly identical to Lin Xiaodi's. "Did you truly believe that the only pawn in this game was Zhao Feng?" Chapter 17, The Twin Shadows. The star eyes break the game upon seeing the face identical to Lin Xiaodi's. Lin Chen felt as if struck by lightning. His star eyes trembled uncontrollably. He fixated on the bone staff in the adversary's grasp, the lingering dark aura resonating eerily with Lin Xiaodi's essence before it dissipated, yet it bore an inexplicable familiarity. "What? Can't recognize your second uncle?" The figure in black weighed the bone staff in his hand, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Oh no. You should call me your elder uncle. After all, the one you killed was merely a shadow clone I created through shadow arts." "A clone?" Lin Chen suddenly recalled how, when Lin Xiaodi was consumed by the pillar of starlight, only the charred bone staff remained, devoid of any trace of flesh or blood. He had thought it was due to the overwhelming power at play, But now it dawned on him that he had fallen into the opponent's trap from the very beginning. Indeed, the figure in black approached slowly, dark energy swirling around him. Years ago, your father, Lin Chen, staged a betrayal with my shadow clone to protect you, intending to convince the Shadow Palace that our Lin family had fractured. Little did he know, I had long been ensnared by the soul erosion curse of the Shadow Palace, becoming their most clandestine pawn positioned by his side. You speak nonsense. Lin Chen roared, the star sphere levitating once more, the power of the stars gathering around him. My father would never do such a thing. Whether I speak nonsense or not, you will soon discover, the figure in black sneered. He struck the ground heavily with the bone staff. Come forth, let our dear nephew behold the true identity of those he trusts most. As the black-robed figure's words echoed, familiar footsteps resonated from the depths of the palace. Lin Chen turned to look, his pupils contracting in shock as the approaching figure was none other than Ling Yu. In that moment, Ling Yu's gaze was vacant, her body entwined with dark energy akin to that of the black-robed figure, and in her hand, she wielded a black longsword exuding a chilling aura. Ling Yu. A pang of anguish pierced Lin Chen's heart. He could hardly believe that Ling Yu, who had always been by his side, meticulously guiding his cultivation, had also fallen under the control of the Shadow Palace. Lin Chen, surrender. Ling Yu's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. You are no match for us. No, I refuse to believe it. Lin Chen shook his head, and the brilliance of the star eye surged dramatically. He endeavored to awaken Ling Yu's consciousness with the power of the star eye. Ling Yu, awaken. You are the spirit of the starry disk, not a pawn of the Shadow Palace. However, as his star eye power barely grazed Ling Yu, a formidable wave of dark energy rebounded violently. Lin Chen let out a muffled groan, retreating several paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It is futile, the cloaked figure sneered triumphantly. I have implanted the soul-devouring curse within her. Unless I lift the spell, she shall forever heed my commands. Lin Chen, you find yourself devoid of allies now. Surrender the starry disk, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift demise. Lin Chen gazed at Ling Yu before shifting his attention to the gloating figure, despair and fury intertwining within him. He understood that surrender was not an option, for his parents, for Ling Yu, and for all those harmed by the Shadow Palace. He must continue to fight. Even if I stand alone, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. Drawing a deep breath, the celestial power within him surged with fervor, and the connection between the star eye and the starry disk tightened like never before. He sensed a nascent force awakening inside him, one far more potent than ever before, tinged with an ominous aura. Stubborn fool. The cloaked figure's expression darkened as they swung their bone staff. Ling Yu, eliminate him. A flicker of struggle crossed Ling Yu's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a chilling vacancy. She raised her black longsword, lunging towards Lin Chen. He met her advance without flinching, closing his eyes and pouring all his focus into the star eye and the starry disk. In an instant, the star eye erupted with dazzling radiance, the starry disk spinning in concert, countless celestial powers converging into a vast star map that enveloped both Lin Chen and Ling Yu. Ling Yu, awaken. Lin Chen's voice reverberated within the star map, infused with fervent emotion. Recall our days of cultivation together, the journey we undertook to find the starry disk. You cannot allow them to control you. Within the star map, Ling Yu's body began to tremble, her sword suspended in midair. A glimmer of clarity flickered in her gaze, only to be swiftly shrouded by darkness. I cannot. Ling Yu moaned in anguish. Seeing her struggle ignited a spark of hope within Lin Chen. He realized that his efforts had not been in vain. Ling Yu's consciousness had not been entirely consumed. He intensified the output of his star eye power, the star map radiating even more brilliantly. Ling Yu, believe in yourself. You can break free from their control. At that moment, the cloaked figure lunged forward, their bone staff aimed at the star map. Damn it! I shall not allow you to thwart my plans. In response, Lin Chen quickly summoned the star map's power, erecting a barrier of starlight. The cloaked figure's staff struck the barrier with a resounding crash, causing it to tremble violently yet remain intact. Lin Chen, quickly, now is your chance. Ling Yu's voice suddenly became clearer, summoning all her strength. She thrust the black longsword toward the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure, caught off guard by Ling Yu's unexpected counterattack, could only hastily raise their bone staff in defense. With a resounding clang, the longsword collided with the bone staff, causing the figure in the black robe to stagger back several steps. Seizing this moment, Lin Chen unleashed the combined might of the star eye and the star sphere, directing a colossal beam of starlight towards the black-robed figure. The figure's expression shifted drastically as he attempted to evade, only to be ensnared tightly by Ling Yu. No, He let out a desperate roar, engulfed by the starlight beam. As the brilliance faded, the black-robed man vanished, leaving only a charred bone staff behind. Ling Yu, having dispelled the soul-devouring curse, succumbed to weakness and collapsed. Lin Chen hurried to support her, asking, "Ling Yu, are you all right?" Ling Yu managed a faint smile. "I'm fine, just exhausted." "Lin Chen, did we win?" Lin Chen surveyed the empty palace and shook his head. "I don't know, but I sense this is merely the beginning. The Shadow Palace harbors many secrets, and our journey is far from over." At that moment, the star sphere vibrated once more, its runes shimmering and pointing deeper into the palace. Lin Chen and Ling Yu exchanged glances, each reflecting curiosity and caution. Clearly, there were still secrets unknown to them. Lin Chen helped Ling Yu to her feet, and together they ventured further into the palace, unaware of the even greater challenges and surprises that awaited them ahead. Chapter 18. The Remnant of the Falling Star. The enigmatic array supporting Ling Yu, Lin Chen stepped onto the trembling stone tiles, following the direction indicated by the star sphere. The temperature within the hall plummeted, and the runes on the walls transformed into ethereal blue fireflies, converging ahead to form a luminous pathway. Upon rounding the last corridor, an altar suspended above an abyss came into view. At its center, a half-piece of a sinister black crystal slowly rotated. Indeed, the remnant of the Starfall demon core mentioned by the black-robed figure. "Be cautious." Ling Yu suddenly grasped Lin Chen's arm, her jade hairpin slicing through the air to sever the black vines that had ensnared his ankles unbeknownst to him. These vines writhed as if alive, emerging from the cracks in the tiles, their surfaces etched with grotesque, human-like features. From the severed ends oozed a foul black ichor, which eerily coalesced into the word death in midair. The star sphere began to tremble violently, its runes resonating with the demon core remnant. And a vivid memory surged into Lin Chen's consciousness like a bolt of lightning. 20 years prior, his father, Lin Xiaodian, bloodied and battered, had forcefully split the demon core in twain, sealing one half within young Lin Chen's dantian while entrusting the other half to a mysterious elder. In the final moments of the vision, as the elder turned, the intricate star map embroidered on his sleeve revealed itself to be identical to that of the old man from the Starry Inn. So the innkeeper had known all along. Lin Chen murmured, only to be interrupted by a sudden, ominous humming. From the depths of the abyss came the sound of chains clanking, and 9 bronze coffins emerged from the water, each emblazoned with ancient demonic sigils such as greed, wrath, and delusion. The foremost coffin creaked open, revealing a young boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Chen, with a half-glowing crystal embedded in his chest. "Is this my doppelganger?" Lin Chen stepped back in shock, the star eye spinning uncontrollably. Curiously, the fragments of the abyssal Starfall demon core suspended above began to fracture, releasing countless minuscule black crystals that drifted towards the bronze coffin. The dormant avatars slowly opened their eyes, their pupils flickering with the same eerie azure flames as the cloaked figure. Ling Yu abruptly pushed Lin Chen aside, her jade hairpin erupting with a myriad of golden rays. "These are puppets forged from the demon core. They seek to seize the remnants of the core from you." Before her words could fully resonate, the 9 puppets launched a simultaneous assault. Some wielded chains to ensnare, others expelled corrosive venom, and a few even unleashed star techniques identical to Lin Chen's. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Chen noticed that the altar's floor tiles glowed with corresponding magical runes whenever the puppet struck. In a moment of inspiration, he harnessed the power of the star sphere to activate the tiles in reverse. Lingwei, target the tile inscribed with the character greed. The golden-hued hairpin accurately pierced the rune, causing the puppet manipulating the chains to freeze in its tracks. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen conjured a starfall light bomb and shattered it into fragments. However, the remaining puppets grew increasingly frenzied. As Lin Chen obliterated the 7th puppet, a deafening roar resonated from the abyss, causing the entire altar to tilt ominously. The last 2 puppets forcibly merged, transforming into a colossal demonic wolf adorned with 12 wings, which slashed through the fabric of space, drawing the remnants of the Starfall demon core into its maw. "I cannot allow it to escape." Ignoring the searing pain coursing through his meridians, Lin Chen forcibly activated the starry domain. At that moment, the golden runes on the altar's walls began to swirl and reassemble, forming the last image left by his mother. Su Qingwei. Chener, the demon core is a treasure of chaos. To master it, one must find the scattered 12 starfall techniques. As her image faded, a thunderous rumble echoed from the abyss, and the entire palace began to descend rapidly. Ling Yue grasped Lin Chen, who was on the verge of plummeting. While the star sphere instinctively formed a protective barrier, We must leave this place. The fragments of the demon core were drawn deeper into the star burial abyss, where her voice was swallowed by the howling winds. Lin Chen caught sight of a pair of enormous eyes glowing with a crimson radiance slowly opening amidst the boundless darkness below. When they finally crawled out from the collapsing palace, they found 3 familiar figures standing at the exit. Zhao Feng had his arms draped around Li Shui and Wang Lei, their eyes shimmering with the same eerie azure flames as the puppets, their lips curling into a disquieting smile. Little junior brother, where do you think you're going? Chapter 19. Spectral Companions. Starry eyes summoned souls. Zhao Feng and his companions' azure eyes bore no warmth, their smiles as rigid as if carved from stone. The jade hairpin in Li Shui's hand radiated an ominous black glow, while Wang Lei's thunderfire pearl was entwined with tendrils of shadowy essence, clear signs of complete corruption by the power of the demon core. Little junior brother, do not struggle. Zhao Feng's voice grated like rusty metal. He slowly raised his hand, summoning a blade of black wind at his fingertips. Come with us to the Shadow Hall. The sect leader will ensure you receive a complete corpse. Lin Chen shielded Ling Yue behind him, and his starry eyes flared to life. He could distinctly see that each of the 3 bore a minuscule black crystal embedded in their foreheads, fragments of the Starfall demon core, while a faint golden spiritual energy stubbornly resisted around the shards, evidence that their consciousness had not been entirely consumed. They could still be saved. Lin Chen uttered a low exclamation, the star wheel spinning gracefully in his palm, emanating a gentle starlight. Ling Yu stabilized their breaths. Ling Yu immediately grasped his intent, her fingertips releasing 3 beams of golden light that deftly entwined around the wrists of Zhao Feng and his companions. As the golden light made contact, an intense surge of dark energy enveloped the 3, causing Li Shui's body to tremble uncontrollably. My hand, now? Lin Chen sprang into action, the star eye erupting with brilliant white light as 2 slender needles of starlight shot forth from his gaze, piercing directly towards the foreheads of Zhao Feng and Wang Lei. Zhao Feng instinctively swung his blade to block, only to find the starlight needle penetrating the blade and striking true at the fragment of the demon core. Wang Lei cried out in pain as the dark crystal on his forehead shattered instantaneously, the shadowy energy of the thunderfire pearl receding like a tide, revealing its original crimson hue. Shaking his head in bewilderment, he looked around and murmured, what just happened? Observing this, Zhao Feng's eyes flickered with a moment of struggle. He abruptly redirected the wind blade, aiming it at his own forehead. Lin Chen's pupils constricted in alarm, as the star wheel swiftly darted out to deflect the wind blade while the 3rd starlight needle arrived. At the instant the dark crystal shattered, Zhao Feng stumbled and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Such corrosive strength. Only Li Shui remained in resistance, her jade hairpin completely ensnared by dark energy, uncontrollably lunging towards Ling Yu. Just as Lin Chen was about to intervene, he noticed Li Shui suddenly bite down on her lip, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she exerted every ounce of strength to redirect the hairpin towards her own palm. Lin Chen, hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Lin Chen's heart tightened. The starlight needle transformed into a stream of light, accurately shattering the dark crystal on Li Shui's forehead. The moment the dark energy dissipated, she collapsed to the ground, the hairpin clattering as it fell, restored to its pearly white state. Finally, Lin Chen exhaled in relief, ready to assist Li Shui to her feet when the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently. At the entrance of the star burial abyss, a massive black fissure was spreading, accompanied by a chilling, bone-chilling roar. After the demon wolf had taken the fragment of the star-fallen demon core, the seal of the star burial abyss was collapsing rapidly. We must flee. This place is about to cave in. Ling Yu grasped Lin Chen's arm, while Zhao Feng quickly helped Li Shui and Wang Lei to their feet, and the 5 of them sprinted away from the fissure. Behind them, countless stones tumbled down, and the entrance of the star burial abyss was completely buried amidst the tumultuous roar. After running several miles, the 5 collapsed onto a patch of grass, gasping for breath. Wang Lei stared at his hands, still trembling with trepidation. Just now, I felt like a mere spectator, watching myself act yet unable to control my actions. That was the soul-eroding crystal of the Shadow Palace, Ling Yu remarked, picking up a shard of black crystal from the ground, her brow furrowed. It is forged from the fragments of the star-fallen demon core, capable of forcibly consuming a cultivator's consciousness. Thankfully, your wills are strong, allowing a sliver of clarity to remain. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed a partially exposed wine gourd in Zhao Feng's grasp. It was indeed the one left by the old man at the Star Abyss Inn. Following Lin Chen's gaze, Zhao Feng hastily retrieved the gourd. This was given to me by that old man before I was controlled, telling me to infuse it with the power of the star wheel if I encountered danger. Lin Chen accepted the gourd, feeling its weight in his hand. He brought the star wheel close to the gourd, a beam of starlight gradually flowing into it. In an instant, a plume of white mist emerged from the gourd's mouth, within which the ethereal silhouette of an old man materialized. He retained his disheveled appearance, yet his demeanor bore a more solemn countenance, devoid of the previous playful grin. Young one, the fact that you can read this message signifies that you have successfully navigated the first trial of the star burial abyss. The old man's ghostly figure swayed slightly. I am the last sect master of the Starfall sect, and your father, Lin Chen, is my sole disciple. In the past, your parents entrusted you to the Lin family to protect the Starfall demon core, while I disguised myself as a petty shopkeeper, waiting outside the star burial abyss to assist you. He paused momentarily, retrieving a tattered piece of silk from his robe and handing it to Lin Chen. This is the map to the 12 techniques of Starfall. The first technique, the Star Pivot technique, is hidden within the Starfall Valley. Remember, the 12 techniques are the only means to counter the demon core. Only by gathering all 12 can you prevent the Shadow Palace from opening the gate to the abyss. Moreover, your mother, Su Qingyue, she may still be alive. The Shadow Palace requires her bloodline to activate the demon core. Before his words could completely dissipate, the white mist abruptly dispersed, and the gourd lost its luster, transforming into an ordinary wooden vessel. Lin Chen clutched the silk tightly, the star map resonating subtly with the starry celestial disk, pointing towards the northwest, precisely where the Starfall Valley was located. Lin Chen gazed up at the northwest, determination gleaming in his eyes. Let us depart at once, find the Star Pivot technique, and rescue my mother. Zhao Feng and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Li Shui picked up a jade hairpin, brushing off the dust. Lin Chen, no matter the dangers we encounter, we shall stand by your side. Ling Yu looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with pride. Let us go. The celestial energy in the Starfall Valley is abundant, perfect for solidifying your foundational cultivation. However, be cautious, for the Shadow Palace has surely dispatched agents to await us at the valley. With their belongings in order, the five set forth towards the Starfall Valley. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes elongated, leaving behind the crumbling star burial abyss. While ahead lay the unknown perils and hopes, a journey across the continent in search of the techniques had begun. Chapter 20. The Enigmatic Valley of Starfall. The shadows ambush on the way to the Starfall Valley. Lin Chen and his companions dared not let their guard down. Zhao Feng, utilizing the gale steps, scouted ahead, while Li Shui employed her jade hairpin to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy around them. Wang Lei's Thunderfire Pearl was primed for action at all times, and Ling Yu guided Lin Chen in familiarizing himself with the operation of foundational spiritual power. A cultivator at the foundational stage can condense spiritual energy into spiritual essence, storing it within the dantian. As they walked, Ling Yu explained, you rushed your previous breakthrough, and your spiritual essence is not yet sufficiently refined. The Starfall Valley is the perfect place to absorb celestial energy and stabilize your realm. Lin Chen attempted to circulate his spiritual energy, gathering the scattered star power within his meridians into his dantian. Indeed, the previously chaotic spiritual energy gradually coalesced into a pearl-sized silver spiritual essence under the guidance of the starry celestial disk. The moment the spiritual essence formed, he felt a heightened control over the celestial energy. Excellent, Lin Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. With this, the power of my Starfall techniques should significantly increase. Just then, Zhao Feng suddenly returned, his expression grave. I have spotted individuals from the Shadow Palace ahead, approximately 20 in number, with a foundational late-stage cultivator leading them, lying in ambush at the entrance of the Starfall Valley. A shiver ran through Lin Chen as he exchanged glances with Ling Yu. It seemed they had anticipated our arrival at Starfall Valley. Ling Yu, do you have any strategies? After a moment's contemplation, Ling Yu replied, on either side of the entrance to Starfall Valley lie cliffs, with only a narrow path in between. They must intend to block our passage. However, there are numerous star pattern stones atop the cliffs. We can harness their power to flank them and launch a surprise attack. Wang Lei immediately declared, I will divert their attention. My Thunderfire Pearl can create explosions to draw their gaze. Li Shui nodded in agreement. I will accompany Wang Lei and use the Celestial Binding Array to temporarily restrain them, granting you precious time. Lin Chen nodded, formulating the plan. Zhao Feng, you will assist me in flanking, while Ling Yu will provide support. Let us proceed. The five divided into two groups. Wang Lei and Li Shui advanced toward the entrance of Starfall Valley, while Lin Chen and Zhao Feng maneuvered around the cliffs, with Ling Yu concealed in the shadows, ready to lend aid at a moment's notice. Halt! At the entrance of Starfall Valley, a figure cloaked in black robes spotted Wang Lei and Li Shui, bellowing, You seek the star pivot technique, do you not? Surrender the star Xian disc if you know what is good for you, or do not blame us for being ungracious. Wang Lei sneered. You ragtag bunch think you can seize the star Xian disc? Dream on. With that, he hurled the Thunderfire Pearl at the black-robed cultivator. Boom. The Thunderfire Pearl exploded mid-air, flames soaring, debris scattering. The black-robed cultivator, taken aback by Wang Lei's sudden aggression, hastily conjured a black barrier to defend himself. Now is our chance. Seizing the moment, Li Shui summoned her jade hairpin, which transformed into countless streams of light, forming a colossal binding array that ensnared the surrounding Shadow Palace cultivators. Damn it! The leading black-robed cultivator roared in fury, brandishing a black longsword to cleave through the binding array. Just as a crack was formed, Ling Yu darted from the shadows, her fingertip emitting a golden light that sealed the breach. Who goes there? The black-robed cultivator scanned the surroundings warily, but failed to detect Ling Yu's presence. At that instant, Lin Chen and Zhao Feng had already circled behind the Shadow Palace cultivators. Lin Chen activated his stellar eye, clearly perceiving the positioning of the leading cultivator's spiritual essence, located within his dantian, substantially denser than that of an ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. A formidable opponent indeed. Zhao Feng, deal with the cultivator beside him. I shall handle the leader, Lin Chen whispered. Zhao Feng nodded, his form flashing as he executed the Gale step to its fullest, his sword transforming into a streak of light as it lunged toward the adjacent Shadow Palace cultivator. Before they could react, Zhao Feng's blade had claimed their life. The leading black-robed cultivator's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and as he turned to provide support, Lin Chen had already materialized before him. With the star Xian disc spinning in his grasp, he unleashed a powerful surge of stellar energy. Starfall shatters mountains. A colossal beam of starlight hurtled toward the black-robed cultivator. The black-robed cultivator, refusing to underestimate the attack, condensed a dense shadow energy around his long sword and swung it toward the beam. Bang! The collision of the starlight beam and shadow energy erupted with a deafening roar. The black-robed cultivator staggered back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He never anticipated that Lin Chen, a newly ascended cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, possessed such formidable power. Who are you? The robed figure in black asked, his voice trembling with fear. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. I am the one who will take your life. With that, he channeled his spiritual energy once more, and the star eye erupted in radiant brilliance. A needle of starlight, formed from the essence of the stars, shot from his eyes, aimed directly at the black-robed cultivator's dantian. The dark-clad figure attempted to evade, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force. Indeed, it was the star-binding technique deployed by Ling Yu. No! He screamed in a desperate fury as the starlight needle struck true, shattering his spiritual essence in an instant. After dispatching the leader of the shadowy sect, Lin Chen turned to assist Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei. Without their leader, the cultivators of the Shadow Hall were left in disarray, swiftly falling to the combined efforts of the four. At last, it's over, Wang Lei exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow, relief washing over him. Lin Chen gazed towards the entrance of Starfall Valley, where a dense aura of stellar energy enveloped the area, revealing countless luminous star-patterned stones within, resembling a vast night sky. We have arrived at Starfall Valley. Lin Chen inhaled deeply. Let us venture inside to seek the star pivot technique. Remember, be wary of the traps within. The four nodded in agreement and followed Lin Chen into the valley. Upon stepping into the gorge, a torrent of stellar energy surged into their bodies, causing Lin Chen's spiritual essence to whirl rapidly within his dantian, becoming even more refined. Such rich stellar energy, Li Shui marveled. To cultivate here for a single day is equivalent to 10 days outside. Ling Yu cautioned, do not become too absorbed in cultivation. The star pivot technique is hidden deep within the valley, guarded by formidable beasts. Lin Chen nodded, activating his star eye to scrutinize their surroundings. The star-patterned stones in the valley were inscribed with ancient runes, reminiscent of those on the star wheel, clearly from the same era. After traversing for about half an hour, a colossal stone door emerged before them, emblazoned with the character for pivot, indicating it was indeed the hiding place of the star pivot technique. Finally, we have found it, Wang Lei exclaimed, eager to push open the stone door. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly grasped Wang Lei's arm. The door is protected by a formation. Forcing it open will trigger a trap. Ling Yu stepped forward to examine it, nodding in agreement. This is the star binding formation. It requires the power of the star eye combined with the star wheel to unravel. Lin Chen, you shall proceed, she instructed. Lin Chen approached the stone door. placing the star wheel upon its surface while activating his star eye to infuse it with stellar energy. In an instant, the runes on the door began to glow, the character for Pivot becoming increasingly distinct. With a resounding crack, the door slowly opened, releasing an even richer torrent of stellar energy from within. However, just as the door fully opened, a massive shadow leaped forth. Chapter 21, Guardian Beast, the Star Pattern Behemoth, the initial acquisition of the Star Pivot. In the moment the shadow lunged out, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire valley. As Lin Chen and his companions looked up, they beheld a colossal beast towering at 30 feet before them. This magnificent creature was adorned with shimmering silver star patterns, its limbs robust like mighty pillars, and atop its head sat a gigantic single eye, glowing with an ethereal blue light. It was none other than the guardian beast of Starfall Valley, the Star Pattern Beast. Possessing the formidable strength of a late-stage Foundation establishment peak, Ling Yu's expression turned grave, for its star patterns could absorb the power of the stars. Everyone, be cautious. With a thunderous roar, the Star Pattern Beast unleashed a black beam of light from its single eye, hurtling towards Lin Chen and his companions. Reacting swiftly, Lin Chen raised the Star Xian disc before him, conjuring a radiant barrier of starlight. Bang! The black beam collided with the barrier, sending violent tremors through it, forcing Lin Chen to stagger back several steps, his arm tingling from the impact. What immense power! Lin Chen thought in astonishment. Zhao Feng. Use wind dash to circle behind it and strike its eye. Li Shui. Ensnare its limbs with the binding immortal array. Wang Lei. Attack its abdomen with thunderfire pearls. Ling Yu distracted for me. Understood. The four replied in unison, immediately springing into action. Zhao Feng's figure flickered as he executed wind dash to its utmost, swiftly maneuvering behind the Star Pattern Beast. With his sword imbued with rich spiritual energy, he aimed for the beast's single eye. However, the Star Pattern Beast reacted with astonishing speed, abruptly swinging its head to evade Zhao Feng's strike, while simultaneously lashing its tail towards him. Zhao Feng barely dodged the tail, but was still caught by the gust it created, causing his blood to surge. Binding immortal array. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shui summoned her jade hairpin, which transformed into countless streams of light, coalescing into a massive binding array that ensnared the beast's limbs. The Star Pattern Beast roared in fury, straining against the bindings, causing the array to tremble violently, on the verge of collapse. Thunderfire pearls. Wang Lei produced several thunderfire pearls and hurled them at the beast's abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. The pearls detonated upon impact, flames soaring into the sky. Yet, the star patterns on the beast's abdomen flickered, forming a barrier that mitigated most of the damage, leaving only shallow scars behind. Its skin is incredibly tough. Wang Lei marveled. Observing this, Ling Yu flicked her fingers, unleashing a multitude of golden lights towards the beast's single eye. The Star Pattern Beast was compelled to close its eye, temporarily incapacitating its ability to attack. Now's our chance. Lin Chen seized the moment, the Star Xian disc spinning in his palm, emanating potent stellar energy. He formed hand seals and recited the incantation, Star Pivot Fixation. This was a preliminary technique of the Star Pivot Sutra that Lin Chen had comprehended from the runes on the Star Xian disc, capable of briefly immobilizing an adversary. A beam of starlight shot forth from the Star Xian disc, landing on the Star Pattern Beast, which instantly froze in place, unable to move. Splendid! Zhao Feng exclaimed with joy, swiftly circling behind the beast once more, channeling all his spiritual energy into his sword, aiming for the creature's single eye. Thud! The sword pierced accurately into the beast's eye, eliciting a chilling roar of fury as the Star Pattern Beast thrashed violently, shattering the binding array in an instant. It abruptly turned, aiming a powerful strike at Zhao Feng. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Chen immediately executed the Starfall technique, directing a radiant beam of starlight towards the star-patterned behemoth. Struck by the beam, the colossal creature staggered backward, providing Zhao Feng the opportunity to evade its impending assault. Black blood oozed from the creature's singular eye, and its breath became erratic. Realizing it was outmatched, the beast turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Lin Chen scoffed, as his star eye erupted with dazzling brilliance. A chain of starlight shot forth from his gaze, ensnaring the beast's hind leg. Bound by the chain, the star-patterned behemoth found itself immobile. In unison, Lin Chen, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei launched their assault, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy, starlight, and thunderous flames towards the creature. With a thunderous crash, the star-patterned behemoth collapsed, its form gradually disintegrating into specks of starlight that vanished into the air. In the wake of its dissolution, a silver token was left behind, engraved with the character's star pivot, the very emblem of the star pivot technique's legacy. Lin Chen approached and picked up the token. It felt cool to the touch, and a surge of vast information flooded into his mind. Indeed, the complete cultivation method of the star pivot technique. Wonderful. We have obtained the star pivot technique. Li Shui exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Chen closed his eyes, absorbing the stream of information within his consciousness. The star pivot technique serves as the foundation for the 12 techniques of Starfall. Mastering it significantly enhances one's command over stellar power and allows for the casting of various potent star-based spells. We shall cultivate in Starfall Valley for a few days. Once I fully grasp the star pivot technique, we will set forth in search of the next secret, Lin Chen declared as he opened his eyes. The four nodded in agreement and found a secure location within Starfall Valley to begin their training. As Lin Chen operated the star pivot technique, the surrounding stellar energy surged into his being, solidifying the spiritual essence within his dantian, which began to show signs of breaking through to the mid-foundation stage. Under the nourishing influence of the valley's stellar power, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei also experienced considerable advancement. Zhao Feng's gale step became even swifter. Li Shui's celestial binding array exhibited greater potency, and Wang Lei's thunderfire pearl could now trigger more intense explosions. 3 days later, Lin Chen successfully mastered the star pivot technique, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of the early foundation stage, a mere step away from the mid-foundation stage. Ling Yu regarded Lin Chen with satisfaction. Now that you have mastered the star pivot technique, our next destination is Meteor Lake, where we shall uncover the second technique of the 12 techniques of Starfall, the Star Wave technique. Lin Chen nodded, rising to his feet. Let us depart at once. The 5 of them packed their belongings and left Starfall Valley, heading towards Meteor Lake. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, a shadowy figure emerged from the depths of Starfall Valley, an enforcer from the Shadow Palace. Observing the direction in which Lin Chen and the others had left, a cold smile crept across his lips. Have you acquired the star pivot technique? Just in time. A grand gift awaits you at Meteor Lake. Chapter 22, Beneath Meteor Lake. The secret vault of star waves. On their journey to Meteor Lake, Lin Chen and his companions encountered several ambushes from disciples of the Shadow Palace, all of which they effortlessly overcame. With the power of the star pivot technique, Lin Chen's strength has significantly increased, making him more than capable of dealing with mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Ahead lies the Meteor Lake, Ling Yu pointed out. Lin Chen and the others looked up to behold an immense lake, its waters exhibiting an eerie deep blue hue, resembling a colossal sapphire. Countless petals, shimmering with starlight, floated upon the surface, exuding a rich celestial energy. What a beautiful lake! Li Shui exclaimed. Ling Yu cautioned, do not be deceived by its appearance. Beneath the Meteor Lake dwell many formidable water attribute beasts, and the Star Palace, which houses the Star Wave technique, lies at the lake's bottom. To enter, we must first navigate through the star water array located below. Lin Chen activated his star eyes, gazing into the depths of the lake. He could clearly discern a grand palace at the bottom, surrounded by numerous blue runes, which constituted the star water array. Numerous water attribute beasts swam nearby. Among them, the most powerful had reached the pinnacle of mid-stage foundation establishment. There is a peak mid-stage foundation establishment water qilin lurking at the bottom, Lin Chen noted, along with several mid-stage water snake demons. We must first deal with them to access the Star Palace. Wang Lei cracked his knuckles eagerly. Perfect. My Thunder Fire Pearl is particularly effective against water attribute beasts. Allow me to handle them. Lin Chen nodded. All right, Wang Lei, you focus on drawing the water qilin's attention. Zhao Feng, use your gale step to deal with the surrounding water snakes. Li Shui, employ the celestial binding array to assist Wang Lei. Ling Yu, help me unravel the star water array. Understood. The 4 responded in unison. Wang Lei took a deep breath and leaped into the Meteor Lake. As soon as he entered the water, the surrounding water snakes sensed his presence and swam towards him. Wang Lei produced the Thunder Fire Pearl and hurled it at the water snakes. Boom. The pearl exploded underwater. Although its power was diminished, it still obliterated a number of water snakes. The water qilin at the lake's bottom felt the commotion and swiftly approached Wang Lei. Its massive frame was adorned with azure scales, and a formidable horn crowned its head, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Come at me, Wang Lei sneered, pulling out several more Thunder Fire Pearls and launching them at the water qilin. The beast roared, unleashing a tremendous jet of water that countered the explosion's impact. At that moment, Zhao Feng plunged into the water, employing the gale step. Despite the reduced speed, he remained extraordinarily swift. His sword, imbued with rich spiritual energy, pierced through the water snake demons with lethal precision, leaving them no chance to react. Li Shui also entered the water, summoning her jade hairpin, which transformed into a myriad of flowing lights, forming a massive binding array that ensnared the water qilin. The creature roared in fury, thrashing violently as the array trembled. On the verge of collapse, Lingyu, let's unravel the star water array. Lin Chen called to her. The two dove into the water, swimming toward the star water array at the lake's bottom. The runes of the array shimmered with a blue luminescence, radiating a formidable energy. Lingyu carefully examined the runes and remarked, the star water array requires the fusion of the power of the star eye and the star orb, along with the infusion of the star pivot technique to be unraveled. Lin Chen, you shall be responsible for channeling the powers of the star eye and the star pivot technique, while I will guide the energy of the star orb. Lin Chen nodded, placing the star orb upon the runes of the star water array, simultaneously activating the star eye to infuse the power of the star pivot technique into the runes. Lingyu stood beside him, directing the energy of the star orb to merge with the star pivot technique. In an instant, the runes of the star water array began to glow, the blue light gradually transforming into silver. With a crack, the runes of the star water array shattered, and the gate of the star stream palace at the lake's bottom slowly creaked open. Just then, the water qilin broke through Li Shui's entrapment and charged towards Lin Chen and Lingyu. Observing this, Wang Lei immediately positioned himself before Lin Chen and Lingyu, coalescing a dense spiritual force within the Thunderfire Pearl, Thunderfire blazing wild. Countless flames erupted from the Thunderfire Pearl, creating a sea of fire in the water, advancing towards the water qilin. The water qilin, fearing flames, immediately retreated, unwilling to approach. Hurry, Lin Chen urged Lingyu. The two swiftly entered the Star Stream Palace, with Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei closely following. Inside the Star Stream Palace, it was spacious and illuminated, with walls adorned with blue runes, reminiscent of those in the Star Water Array, evidently part of the Star Stream technique. In the center of the palace resided a vast pool of water, within which floated a blue token inscribed with the characters Star Stream, signifying the legacy token of the Star Stream technique. The token of the Star Stream technique. Li Shui exclaimed, eager to approach and seize it. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly grasped Li Shui's arm. There are traps around the pool. Be cautious. Lingyu stepped forward to inspect and nodded. This is the star water trap. Any contact with the water in the pool will ensnare you. To retrieve the token, we must utilize the power of the star pivot technique to freeze the water. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement, approaching the pool and channeling the power of the star pivot technique to infuse the strength of the stars into the water. In an instant, the water began to freeze, swiftly transforming into a colossal block of ice. All right, now we can retrieve the token, Lin Chen declared. Li Shui cautiously walked onto the ice and picked up the blue token. The token felt cool to the touch, and a torrent of immense information surged into Li Shui's mind, revealing the cultivation methods of the Star Stream technique. Li Shui handed the token to Lin Chen, saying, Lin Chen, here is the legacy token of the Star Stream technique. Lin Chen accepted the token, assimilating the information flooding his mind. The Star Stream technique, a water attribute, celestial secret, grants the ability to manipulate the starry forces of water and to cast a variety of formidable water-based spells. Wonderful. We have obtained the Star Stream technique. Wang Lei exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, the great door of the Star Stream Palace abruptly closed, and a dark silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows of the palace. Lin Chen and the others looked up to see a figure clad in a black robe, wearing a skull mask, exuding an overwhelming aura, an elder of the Shadow Palace, whose power had already reached the early stage of the Golden Core. To my astonishment, you managed to obtain the token of the Star Luanju through the Star Water Array. The elder in the black robe sneered. Yet none of you shall leave this place today. Chapter 23. The Golden Core Elder and the Convergence of Stars. The oppressive aura of the initial stage of the Golden Core was akin to Mount Tai bearing down upon them, leaving Lin Chen and his companions gasping for breath, their bodies nearly crushed under the weight. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei's faces turned ashen, their weapons trembling in their grasp. They had never encountered such a formidable adversary before. In the initial stage of the Golden Core, Lingyu furrowed her brows, declaring, Lin Chen, you are no match for him. We must unite our strengths. Lin Chen nodded, enduring the pressure as he channeled the powers of the Star Pivot Technique and the Star Luanju. The Star Xian disc spun in his palm, emanating a powerful celestial force. Zhao Feng, employ the swift wind steps to maneuver behind him and exploit his vulnerabilities. Li Shui, ensnare him with the immortal binding array. Wang Lei, unleash the thunder fire orbs upon his spiritual essence. Lingyu, assist me in concentrating the celestial power to execute the most formidable starfall technique. Understood. The four responded in unison, immediately springing into action. Zhao Feng's figure flickered as he executed the swift wind steps to perfection. Swiftly positioning himself behind the elder in the black robe, he gathered his entire spiritual energy into his sword and lunged towards the elder's back. However, the elder reacted with remarkable speed, whirling around and brandishing a black staff towards Zhao Feng. Bang! Zhao Feng was struck by the staff, his body hurtling backward to crash against the wall, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Feng, Li Shui gasped, promptly summoning her jade hairpin, which transformed into countless streams of light, forming a massive binding array to ensnare the elder. The elder snorted disdainfully as he concentrated a dense shadow power into his staff and cleaved towards the binding array. Crack! The array shattered instantly, sending Li Shui staggering back several steps, her vital energy surging tumultuously. Seeing this, Wang Lei retrieved several thunderfire orbs and hurled them at the elder. Boom! 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 The orbs detonated around the elder, flames soaring into the sky. Yet, a dark barrier coalesced around the elder, nullifying all attacks. Is this the extent of your abilities? Yet you dare to challenge me? The elder in the black robe mocked, sweeping his staff to unleash a colossal beam of shadowy light towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, not daring to underestimate the threat, swiftly raised the star Xian disc in front of him while channeling the powers of the star pivot technique and the star Luanju to form a brilliant starry barrier. Boom! The shadow beam collided with the starry barrier, causing it to tremble violently, and Lin Chen was forced back several steps, his arm numbed from the impact. Lingyu! Now! Lin Chen bellowed. Lingyu immediately infused her power into the star Xian disc, intensifying its radiance. Lin Chen formed hand seals and recited the incantation, Starfall. Twin stars converge. This was a novel technique birthed from Lin Chen's fusion of the star pivot technique and the star Luanju. A silver starry light and a blue starry light shot forth from the star Xian disc, merging in midair to form a colossal beam of light that surged towards the elder in the black robe. The elder's expression shifted. He was taken aback that Lin Chen could unleash such a potent technique. He dared not act recklessly, summoning all of his shadow power into his staff to counter the beam of light. Bang! The collision of light and shadow unleashed a deafening roar, causing the entire Star Luan Palace to tremble violently, with runes cascading from the walls. The elder in the black robe staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He could hardly believe that Lin Chen, a mere cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, could force him into such a predicament. Impossible. How could you possess such formidable power? The elder exclaimed in terror. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. There is much you remain unaware of. With that, he summoned his strength once more, and the star pupil emitted a radiant glow. A needle of starlight materialized from his gaze, piercing directly towards the elder's dantian. The elder attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by an invisible force, precisely the stellar binding technique wielded by Lingyu. No. The elder bellowed in a despairing rage as the starlight needle struck his dantian with unerring accuracy, shattering his spiritual essence in an instant. After vanquishing the elder, Lin Chen quickly advanced to assess Zhao Feng's injuries. Although Zhao Feng was gravely wounded, he was not in critical condition and merely required time to recuperate. We must leave the meteor lake and find a secure location for Zhao Feng to recover, Lin Chen stated. The group nodded in agreement and departed from the Star Luan Palace, making their way towards the outskirts of Meteor Lake. Once they exited the lake's vicinity, Lin Chen and his companions discovered a nearby cave to temporarily settle down. Li Shui utilized her spiritual energy to heal Zhao Feng, while Wang Lei stood guard outside the cave. Lingyu approached Lin Chen and said, "The third verse of the 12 techniques of Starfall, the Starfall technique, is concealed within the Starfall mountain range. The environment there is exceedingly treacherous, and it is home to numerous powerful beasts. We must prepare ourselves accordingly." Lin Chen nodded. "I understand. We shall set out as soon as Zhao Feng's wounds have healed. By the way, Lingyu, do you have any information regarding my mother? That old man mentioned she might still be alive, imprisoned by the Shadow Palace." Lingyu pondered for a moment before responding. "According to the resonance of the Star Xian plate, your mother's aura is detected in the direction of the Starfall mountain range, likely deep within it. The Shadow Palace requires her bloodline to activate the Starfall demon core, so they will not harm her for the time being. But we must rescue her without delay." Lin Chen clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I will undoubtedly rescue my mother." 3 days later, Zhao Feng's injuries had healed, and Lin Chen and the others packed their belongings, setting off towards the Starfall mountain range. Unbeknownst to them, An even greater crisis awaited them in the mountains, as the leader of the Shadow Palace had personally ventured to intercept them. Chapter 24. The Starfall Mountain Range. The triple trials. The Starfall Mountain Range stretched for thousands of miles, its peaks soaring into the clouds, perpetually shrouded in mist. The mountains were riddled with sharp rocks and dense forests, inhabited by numerous formidable beasts, making it one of the most perilous locations on the continent. There lies the Starfall Mountain Range. Lin pointed ahead. The Starfall technique is hidden within the deepest recesses of the Starfall Cave, and to reach it, we must undergo 3 trials. Lin Chen activated his Star Pupil, gazing intently at the Starfall Mountain Range. He could clearly perceive the presence of numerous formidable energies concealed within the mountains, among which several of the most potent had already reached the initial stage of the Golden Core. The first trial was the illusion test. Lin continued, explaining that within the mountains lay a forest of illusions, where anyone who entered would be ensnared by their own fears. Only by overcoming the illusions could one progress further. Lin Chen nodded, expressing his confidence. If we exercise caution, we should be able to pass the illusion test. The 5 of them ventured into the Starfall Mountain Range and soon arrived at the Forest of Illusions. The trees within were cloaked in an eerie black hue, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal blue light, exuding a potent aura of illusion. Stay close to me and do not stray, Lin Chen instructed. They cautiously stepped into the forest, and as soon as they did, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Lin Chen found himself in a familiar place, the backyard of the Lin family in Greenstone Town. He beheld his younger self sleeping in a tree, while Lin Bo stood beneath, glaring up at him. Lin Chen, you're being lazy again. Lin Bo's voice echoed, identical to the voice etched in his memories. Realizing this was an illusion, Lin Chen took a deep breath and summoned the power of the Star Eye, attempting to break free from the illusion. However, the force of the illusion was exceedingly strong, rendering his Star Eye power ineffective. What is happening? Lin Chen thought, alarmed. At that moment, he saw Lin Bo's face morph into that of a cloaked figure. Lin Chen, you are nothing but a waste, destined to amount to nothing. A surge of anger welled up within him. He yearned to retort, yet found himself immobilized. He understood that the illusion was exploiting his inner insecurities, aiming to plunge him into despair. I am not a waste. Lin Chen roared within, recalling his own journey of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, and the process through which he obtained the star pivot and star wave techniques. I can achieve this. In an instant, a tremendous force of stellar energy erupted from within Lin Chen, and the brilliance of the Star Eye intensified. Break! He bellowed, and the illusion shattered instantaneously. Lin Chen opened his eyes to find himself still within the forest of illusions, surrounded by Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and Ling Yu, who were also ensnared in the illusion, struggling to escape. Lin Chen immediately channeled the power of the Star Eye, infusing them with stellar energy. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and Ling Yu all opened their eyes, breaking free from the illusion. That was close. Wang Lei wiped the sweat from his brow. Just now, I saw myself being killed by the Shadow Palace, and I nearly succumbed to despair. With the illusion forest trial successfully passed, the next challenge lay in the Beast Tide. Ling Yu announced. In the central region of the mountain range, there is an open area where we will be besieged by a multitude of beasts. We must unite to fend them off. The 5 continued onward, quickly reaching the expansive ground. The ground was littered with the remains of beasts, emanating a strong stench of blood. The moment they stepped into the open area, the air was filled with the roars of countless beasts, surging forth from the forest. Prepare for battle, Lin Chen shouted. The 5 immediately formed a formation, with Lin Chen and Ling Yu at the center, while Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei surrounded them. The number of demon beasts was overwhelming, ranging from early-stage foundation-building wolf demons to mid-stage bear demons, and several late-stage tiger demons. They charged recklessly toward Lin Chen and his companions, intent on tearing them apart. Starfall twin stars unite, Lin Chen exclaimed, joining forces with Ling Yu to unleash a formidable technique, a colossal beam of light hurtling towards the tide of demon beasts. Boom! The beam struck a multitude of demon beasts, annihilating several wolf and bear demons in the process. Zhao Feng darted through the throng of demon beasts with his swift steps, his sword dancing as he dispatched those surrounding him. Li Shui ensnared a few tiger demons with her immortal binding array, creating an opportunity for Wang Lei. Wang Lei produced several thunderfire pearls, hurling them at the trapped tiger demons, obliterating one. The battle raged for an hour, and Lin Chen and his companions could no longer withstand the relentless assault of the demon beasts, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. This cannot continue. We must locate the leader of the demon beasts and slay it to put an end to this tide, Ling Yu asserted. Lin Chen nodded. Activating his star eye to search for the leader among the demon beasts. Soon, he spotted a towering lion demon, standing 5 zhang tall. Its power already at the initial stage of golden core, the very leader of the demon horde. Zhao Feng, hold off the other demon beasts while I take down the lion demon. Lin Chen commanded. Zhao Feng nodded and immediately charged toward the other beasts. Lin Chen leapt into the air, soaring towards the lion demon. The lion demon roared ferociously, unleashing a massive flame towards Lin Chen. Harnessing the power of the star wave technique, Lin Chen conjured a water curtain to shield himself from the flames. Starfall breaks the mountains. Lin Chen bellowed, sending forth a tremendous beam of starlight toward the lion demon. The lion demon, wary of the attack, conjured a barrier of flames around itself. Bang! The beam of starlight collided with the fiery barrier, causing it to tremble violently, forcing the lion demon to stagger back. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen closed in on the lion demon, his star wheels swirling, emanating a potent celestial energy. Star pivot fixation. Lin Chen executed the star pivot technique. A beam of starlight descending upon the lion demon, instantly freezing its body in place. Now, Lin Chen shouted, transforming the star wheel into a streak of light, piercing towards the lion demon's head. Thud! The star wheel embedded itself into the lion demon's skull, eliciting a piercing roar of fury before it collapsed to the ground. With the lion demon slain, the remaining demon beasts, bereft of their leader, scattered in disarray. Lin Chen and his companions exhaled in relief, resting upon the ground. The second trial has been passed. Next is the third trial, the Starfall Array, Ling Yu remarked. The Starfall Array is located at the entrance of the Starfall Cave, a powerful inheritance array of the Starfall sect. To unravel it, we must combine the forces of the Star Pivot, Star Wave, and Starfall techniques. Lin Chen nodded. Let us rest momentarily to restore our spiritual energy before we attempt to break the Starfall Array. After half an hour, Lin Chen and his companions regained their spiritual energy and set forth towards the Starfall Cave. Soon, they arrived at the entrance, where the runes of the Starfall Array shimmered with golden light, radiating immense power. Let us begin to unravel the Starfall Array, Lin Chen declared. The 5 individuals promptly sprang into action. Lin Chen was tasked with infusing the powers of the Star Hub and Star Ripple techniques, while Ling Yu guided the energies of the Star Xian Disk. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei were assigned the duty of fending off any potential attacks triggered by the formation. Lin Chen pressed the Star Xian Disk against the runes of the Starfall formation, simultaneously channeling the powers of the Star Hub and Star Ripple to imbue the runes with celestial energy. Ling Yu, standing nearby, directed the energies of the Star Xian Disk, merging them with the Star Hub and Star Ripple techniques. In an instant, the runes of the Starfall formation began to glow, the golden light gradually transforming into silver. With a crack, the runes shattered, and the entrance to the Starfall Cave slowly opened. At that moment, a formidable aura surged forth from within, prompting Lin Chen and the others to look up. A dark figure gradually materialized from the cave. It was none other than the master of the Shadow Palace, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the late Golden Core stage. You have finally arrived, the master sneered. I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. Chapter 25. The Master's Might. The awakening of Starfall. The oppressive force of the late Golden Core stage surged forth like a tsunami, leaving Lin Chen and his companions feeling as though their very organs might shatter. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei fell to their knees, utterly devoid of the strength to raise their heads. Ling Yu's complexion turned pale, her body trembling slightly, while Lin Chen, shielded by the Star Xian Disk, managed to stand, albeit precariously. Master, Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Where have you hidden my mother? The master chuckled coldly. Your mother? She is in the deepest part of the Starfall Cave. Surrender the Star Xian Disk and the token of the 12 Starfall techniques, and I shall release her. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Lin Chen scoffed. Even if I were to hand over the Star Xian Disk and the token, you would not release my mother. Instead, you would kill us all. Since you refuse to believe, I shall resort to force. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the master's eyes as a black longsword appeared in his hand, coiled with dense shadow energy, exuding a scent of annihilation. Lin Chen, be careful. That is the Shadow Palace's treasured weapon, the Shadow Sword. It can absorb the spiritual and life force of cultivators. Ling Yu exclaimed anxiously. The master swung the sword towards Lin Chen, unleashing a massive wave of Shadow Sword energy. Lin Chen dared not be careless. He immediately raised the Star Xian Disk before him, channeling the powers of the Star Hub and Star Ripple to form a barrier of starlight. Boom! The Shadow Sword energy collided with the starlight barrier, shattering it instantaneously. Lin Chen was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Lin Chen, Li Shui cried out in alarm, wanting to rush forward to assist, but was firmly pinned down by the master's oppressive aura, unable to move. The master strode towards Lin Chen, disdain etched on his face. With such meager abilities, you dare to challenge me? I suggest you obediently hand over the Star Xian disc and the token, lest you suffer. Struggling to rise, Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He understood that he was no match for the master, yet he could not yield. He had to rescue his mother, avenge his parents, and prevent the Shadow Palace from opening the abyssal gate. I will not give up, Lin Chen roared, the celestial energy within him surging wildly, the brilliance of his starry eyes becoming more radiant than ever before. The celestial spin rotated within his palm, emanating a formidable stellar power. The energies of the Star Pivot technique and the Star Wave technique merged within him, giving rise to a novel force. This is, Ling Yu exclaimed in astonishment, the power of the Starfall technique. Lin Chen has actually comprehended the Starfall technique amidst battle. Lin Chen too sensed the transformation within, as the cultivation method of the Starfall technique surged into his mind like a divine revelation. He formed seals with his hands and recited the incantation, Starfall. 3 stars returned to 1. This was Lin Chen's most potent maneuver, a synthesis of the Star Pivot technique, the Star Wave technique, and the Starfall technique. A silver star radiance, a blue star radiance, and a golden star radiance shot forth from the celestial spin, intertwining in the air to form a colossal beam of light. Imbued with the power to annihilate all, hurtling towards the sect master. The sect master's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Lin Chen's comprehension of the Starfall technique, nor his ability to unleash such a formidable move. He dared not underestimate it, channeling all his shadow energy into the shadow blade and striking at the beam. Boom! The collision of the beam with the shadow power erupted in a deafening roar. The entire Starfall mountain range trembled violently, and the walls of the Starfall cave began to crumble, stones cascading down. The sect master staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at Lin Chen, disbelief etched in his eyes. You have actually grasped the Starfall technique and can execute such a powerful maneuver. Lin Chen was not unscathed. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and his meridians had suffered severe damage from the previous assault. Breathing heavily, he declared, I will stop you. I will rescue my mother. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the depths of the Starfall cave. Chener, do not concern yourself with me. Flee from here. The sect master intends to use my bloodline to activate the Starfall demon core and open the abyssal gate. You must thwart him. Mother. Lin Chen cried out in excitement upon hearing her voice. I will certainly rescue you. The sect master sneered. Since you are so eager to save your mother, I shall grant you that wish. With that, he turned and walked deeper into the Starfall cave. If you wish to save your mother, come find me in the deepest part of the Starfall cave. However, I cannot guarantee that you will live to see her. Watching the sect master's retreating figure, a surge of determination welled up within Lin Chen. He understood that the depths of the Starfall cave were fraught with peril, yet he had to venture forth. He must rescue his mother and thwart the Shadow Palace's sinister plot. Ling Yu, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, Lin Chen turned to the fore. The depths of the Starfall cave are too dangerous. You all should stay here while I go alone to save my mother. Absolutely not. Zhao Feng immediately responded. We are companions and shall go together. Li Shui and Wang Lei nodded in agreement. Lin Chen, we will accompany you. Ling Yu looked at Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with encouragement. Lin Chen, we shall go together. Although the sect master is powerful, together we may yet defeat him. Lin Chen nodded, his heart filled with gratitude. He knew that with such companions by his side, he could overcome any obstacle. The 5 gathered their belongings and proceeded toward the depths of the Starfall cave. In the deepest recesses of the Starfall cave, darkness and dampness enveloped the air, thick with the potent essence of shadowy power and the metallic scent of blood. Unbeknownst to them, what awaited ahead was the ultimate battle that would determine the fate of the continent. Chapter 26. The Gate of Star Abyss. The ultimate battle before Lin Chen and his companions. A massive altar emerged within the cavern's depths. At the center of the altar stood a formidable black longsword, the treasured artifact of the Shadow Hall, the Shadow Sword. Surrounding the altar were ancient runes, glowing with an eerie azure luminescence that emanated a profound shadowy force. Above the altar hovered a colossal black vortex, from which emanated an eerie and chilling howl, the Gate of Star Abyss. Countless black chains coiled around the gate, and tethered to their ends was the figure of a woman, Lin Chen's mother, Su Qingyue. Mother! Lin Chen exclaimed with fervor upon sighting Su Qingyue. She opened her eyes, and upon seeing her son, her gaze was filled with both relief and concern. Chinner, what are you doing here? You must leave at once. The Lord of the Shadow Hall seeks to use my bloodline to activate the Starfall Demon Core and open the gate of Star Abyss. You must stop him. At that moment, the figure of the Lord emerged slowly from the shadows of the altar, holding a black crystal, the very core of the Starfall Demon Core. Lin Chen, you have finally arrived, he sneered. Once I infuse your mother's bloodline into the Starfall Demon Core, the gate of Star Abyss will open, and ancient demonic beasts will descend upon the continent, transforming it into the dominion of the Shadow Hall. Not if I can help it, Lin Chen roared, as he summoned the Star Wheel, which began to spin, radiating an overwhelming celestial power. Starfall, Triad Convergence. A colossal beam of light surged toward the Lord. The Lord, unyielding, raised the Starfall Demon Core before him, which exuded an intense shadowy force, forming a dark barrier. Boom. The beam collided with the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, forcing the Lord to stagger back several steps. Ling Yu, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, let us strike together, Lin Chen commanded. The four sprang into action. Ling Yu infused her strength into the Star Wheel. Zhao Feng executed a swift maneuver to flank the Lord. Li Shui ensnared him with the ensnaring array, and Wang Lei hurled thunderfire pearls at their adversary. With a derisive laugh, the Lord spun the Starfall Demon Core, unleashing a powerful shadowy force that shattered Li Shui's ensnaring array. He then turned to Zhao Feng, unleashing a massive shadow sword aura that hurtled toward him. Zhao Feng narrowly evaded the onslaught, yet was buffeted by the ensuing gusts of wind. Wang Lei produced several thunderfire pearls, launching them at the Lord. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderfire pearls erupted around him, flames soaring into the sky. However, the Lord's shadowy aura formed a barrier, absorbing all attacks effortlessly. Is this the extent of your abilities? You dare to thwart me? The Lord scoffed, as he concentrated the shadowy force of the Starfall Demon Core and directed it towards Su Qingwei. The dark energy surged into her body, eliciting a pained scream as her bloodline began to be drawn into the core. Mother! Lin Chen's heart surged with intense fury upon witnessing this scene. The celestial power within him began to surge uncontrollably, and the brilliance of his starry eyes became more dazzling than ever before. The energies of the Star Pivot Technique, Star Wave Technique, and Star Fall Technique merged within him, culminating in a force of unparalleled strength. This is incredible, exclaimed Lingwei. He has comprehended the supreme Star Sovereign Technique of the 12 Star Fall Techniques. Lin Chen had indeed grasped the essence of the Star Sovereign Technique. With his hands forming a seal, he chanted the incantation, Star Sovereign Annihilation. This was the mightiest move of the Star Sovereign Technique, imbued with the power of the stars, capable of obliterating all. A colossal beam of starlight erupted from the star wheel, radiating a golden glow as it hurtled towards the master. The master's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Lin Chen could master the Star Sovereign Technique and unleash such a formidable attack. He attempted to evade, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force, precisely the power of the Star Sovereign Technique. No, he bellowed in desperate fury as the starlight beam struck him squarely. In an instant, his form was engulfed by the light, transforming into countless specks of starlight that dissipated into the air. Having vanquished the master, Lin Chen immediately rushed to Su Qingwei, freeing her from her chains. Weak and weary, she collapsed into Lin Chen's embrace, her eyes shining with pride. Chinner, you have grown. You have finally become a formidable cultivator. Lin Chen held Su Qingwei tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Mother, I have caused you suffering. At that moment, the abyssal gate trembled violently, the black vortex expanding ominously, and the roars of ancient demonic creatures grew increasingly distinct. Ling Yue's expression turned grave. This is not good. Although the Starfall Demon Core has been destroyed, the abyssal gate has been partially opened, and the ancient demons will soon descend. Lin Chen rose, determination flickering in his eyes. I shall not allow the ancient demons to invade our realm. Lingwei, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei. Let us unite to seal the abyssal gate once more. The four nodded in agreement, immediately springing into action. Lin Chen harnessed the power of the Star Sovereign Technique, the star wheel spinning in his palm, emanating formidable celestial energy. Lingwei infused her strength into the star wheel, while Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei contributed their spiritual power as well. Star Sovereign Seal, Lin Chen shouted, and a gigantic beam of starlight erupted from the star wheel, hurtling towards the abyssal gate. Upon impact, the black vortex began to contract, the roars of the ancient demons dwindling in intensity. Half an hour later, the abyssal gate was finally resealed, the the black vortex vanishing from sight. Lin Chen and the others sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground to rest. Su Qingyue gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with pride. "Chener, you have saved the continent. You are its hero." Lin Chen smiled. "Mother, this victory is not solely mine. It is the result of our collective efforts." Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei joined in his laughter, knowing that the triumph in this battle was a testament to their united resolve. However, unbeknownst to Lin Chen and his companions, at the very moment the Star Abyss gate was sealed, a shadowy figure slipped through the crevice of the gate and soared deep into the continent. This figure was none other than the remnant soul of the Shadow Palace's master. Gazing in the direction of Lin Chen and the others, a cold smile crept upon his lips. "Lin Chen, wait for me. I shall return, and I will summon the ancient demons to descend upon the continent and reign over the entire world." Chapter 27. Aftermath of War. A new journey following the sealing of the Star Abyss Gate. Lin Chen and his companions escorted Su Qingyue away from the Starfall mountain range and returned to Qingshu Town. The townsfolk, upon learning that Lin Chen had saved the continent, emerged in droves to welcome him, hailing him as the hero of Qingshu Town. The Lin family also regarded Lin Chen with newfound respect, particularly Lin Bo, who looked at Lin Chen with pride in his eyes. "Lin Chen, you have finally become a formidable cultivator, living up to my expectations." Lin Chen smiled modestly. "Uncle Lin, this is merely what I ought to do." In the days that followed, Lin Chen and his companions recuperated in Qingshu Town. Su Qingyue recounted the events of the past. "Years ago, in an effort to protect the Starfall Demon Core, I entrusted you to the Lin family, and then diverted the pursuing forces of the Shadow Palace. Later, I was captured and imprisoned deep within the Starfall mountain range, waiting for you to rescue me." A flicker of sorrow crossed Su Qingyue's eyes as she continued. "Your father, in his attempt to protect me, was gravely injured by the minions of the Shadow Palace, and his whereabouts remain unknown. I believe he is still alive. We must find him." Lin Chen nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. "Mother, I will surely find father, and our family will be reunited." Ling Yu approached Lin Chen and remarked, "Although you have grasped the 12 techniques of Starfall, there remain many areas for improvement. Moreover, although the master of the Shadow Palace has been slain, his remnant soul has escaped, and he may return. We must enhance our strength swiftly and prepare for what lies ahead." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "I understand. Ling Yu, do you know of any places where we can augment our strength?" Ling Yu pondered for a moment before replying. "In the eastern part of the continent, there exists a star tower, imbued with rich stellar energy, housing numerous formidable trials. If one can succeed in the trials of the star tower, not only can they enhance their strength, but they may also acquire powerful star artifacts." Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei all expressed their desire to accompany them to the star tower. Lin Chen nodded resolutely. "Very well, we shall journey to the star tower together. Strengthen our abilities, seek out my father's whereabouts, and remain vigilant against the potential resurgence of the Shadow Palace's master's remnant soul." A few days later, Lin Chen and his companions packed their belongings, bid farewell to Su Qingyue and Lin Bo, and set forth towards the star tower. Su Qingyue watched them depart, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Chener, be sure to take care of yourself and return soon." Lin Chen turned back to glance at Su Qingyue, waving his hand. "Mother, rest assured, we will return before long." On the road to the Star Tower, Lin Chen and his companions encountered numerous practitioners. Upon learning that Lin Chen had saved the continent, the cultivators expressed their profound respect for him, with many eager to join his ranks and venture to the Star Tower alongside him. Lin Chen did not decline. He understood that to confront the remnants of the Shadow Palace's master, a greater number of formidable practitioners was essential. Soon, their assembly swelled to 50, including several adept cultivators in the later stages of foundation establishment and the early stages of core formation. A month later, Lin Chen and his companions finally stood before the Star Tower. Towering at 1,000 feet, its body was constructed from gleaming star-patterned stone, emanating a potent celestial energy. Surrounding the tower, numerous cultivators queued to enter for their trials. "Here lies the Star Tower," Ling Yu declared. "It consists of 9 levels, each presenting formidable challenges. Only by conquering the preceding trial can one ascend to the next. Within, powerful guardian beasts await. We must exercise great caution." Lin Chen nodded, addressing the group. "Stay close to me. Together we shall enter the Star Tower and elevate our strength through these trials." The crowd responded in unison, following Lin Chen as they stepped into the tower. As they crossed the threshold, a rich celestial energy enveloped them, causing their internal spiritual power to whirl and surge, significantly enhancing their cultivation. The first level revealed a vast forest inhabited by numerous early Foundation establishment beasts. Lin Chen and his comrades swiftly engaged, overcoming the creatures and successfully passing the first trial. The second level unfolded into a sprawling desert, teeming with mid-Foundation establishment beasts. Utilizing their formidable strength, they navigated through the second trial with ease. The third level presented a vast lake, home to numerous late Foundation establishment beasts. Through collaborative effort and intense combat, they triumphed in the third trial. The fourth level showcased a towering snow-capped mountain, where a core formation snow lion resided. Uniting their powers, Lin Chen and his allies executed their mightiest techniques, ultimately slaying the snow lion and passing the fourth trial. The fifth level revealed a grand arena, within which a core formation puppet awaited. Despite the puppet's formidable prowess, Lin Chen and his comrades engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately defeating it and progressing through the fifth trial. The sixth level manifested as an elaborate maze, fraught with traps and mechanisms. With the aid of his star eye, Lin Chen guided his companions skillfully through, successfully navigating the dangers and completing the sixth trial. The seventh level transformed into a vast illusion, conjuring the deepest fears of the practitioners. Armed with unwavering resolve, Lin Chen and his group shattered the illusion and advanced through the seventh trial. The eighth level featured a monumental altar, upon which a mid-core formation guardian beast stood. Lin Chen and his companions joined forces, unleashing their most potent techniques to vanquish the guardian and conquer the eighth trial. Finally, the ninth level revealed an opulent palace, at the center of which lay a colossal star gem. The celestial gem radiated a profound power of the stars, accompanied by a golden long sword embedded beside it, the treasured legacy of the Star Tower, known as the Star Sword. Lin Chen stepped forward and grasped the Star Sword. The moment it touched his hand, a cool sensation enveloped him, as a formidable surge of stellar energy coursed through his being. He could perceive a significant enhancement in his strength, having ascended to the initial stage of the Golden Core. "Wonderful! We have successfully passed the trials of the Star Tower," exclaimed Li Shui with exuberance. Lin Chen gazed at his companions, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "You all have worked hard. Now, our powers have greatly increased, and next, we must seek the whereabouts of my father while remaining vigilant against the remnants of the Shadow Palace's master, who may return." The group nodded in agreement, determination gleaming in their eyes. They understood that a new journey had commenced, fraught with numerous challenges ahead, but they believed that as long as they united in purpose, no obstacle was insurmountable. Lin Chen lifted the Star Sword, gazing into the depths of the continent. He was acutely aware that his father might be somewhere out there, awaiting his discovery. Simultaneously, the remnants of the Shadow Palace's master could also be lurking, scheming anew. Clenching the Star Sword tightly, a fierce resolve surged within him. "Father, I will surely find you, and remnants of the Shadow Palace's master, I will stop you." Thus, their new journey unfolded. Lin Chen and his companions would continue to etch their own legend upon this land. Chapter 28. The Ruins of Shattered Stars. The first trace of my father on the seventh day after departing from the Star Tower. Lin Chen and his companions traversed the ancient falling star path that spanned the heart of the continent. The road was paved with shimmering star-patterned stones, and every few miles, half-buried celestial stone sculptures stood sentinel. As the wind whispered through the crevices of these sculptures, a resonance akin to the movement of star trails echoed forth. "We have nearly completed a full circuit on this ancient path, yet the resonance of the star compass remains so pronounced. What could lie ahead?" pondered Wang Leihu. Despite being a practitioner at the initial stage of the Golden Core, felt the weight of the oppressive stellar aura that enveloped the path, causing him to wipe the sweat from his brow. Lin Chen placed his hand upon the star compass at his waist, its runes synchronizing with the Star Sword. The golden starlight climbing up the hilt and imparting a warm sensation. "Lin Yu, can you decipher the direction of the resonance?" Lin Yu leaned closer to the star compass, her fingertips gliding over its runes, her eyes widening in surprise. "It leads to the ruins of shattered stars. Legend speaks of this as the site where ancient celestial practitioners fell, containing not only the secrets of stellar cultivation, but also potential coordinates that could pinpoint the location of those possessing the same source of stellar power." The same source of stellar power? Could it be my father? Lin Chen tightened his grip on the Star Sword, the star patterns along the blade illuminating brilliantly, connecting with the stars on the horizon in a faint trail of light. Just then, a sudden clash of weapons resonated ahead on the ancient path. Zhao Feng swiftly executed the Gale Step and darted ahead to investigate. Moments later, he returned, his expression grave. "It is the remnants of the Shadow Palace, attacking several scattered cultivators. They wield black talismans that emit a similar aura to that of the Master's remnants. A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Perfect. Let us inquire about the whereabouts of their master's remnants. The 5 individuals quickened their pace, soon spotting an open area ahead where 3 black-robed cultivators were besieging 2 tattered robe practitioners. The black talismans in the cultivators' hands exuded a pungent aura of shadows. And with each activation, dark tendrils emerged from the ground, ensnaring the limbs of the robe practitioners. Star sword, star slash. Without waiting for a response, Lin Chen leapt into the air, his star sword tracing a golden arc as it cleaved towards the back of the nearest black-robed cultivator. Sensing danger, the cultivator hurriedly turned to defend with his talisman, only to see the golden sword light effortlessly shred the talisman, bisecting both man and talisman, leaving the body to be consumed by starlight in an instant. The remaining 2 black-robe cultivators were struck with terror at the sight and turned to flee. Li Shui immediately summoned her jade hairpin, its luminous energy forming a confinement array around the 2. Where do you think you're going? First, tell me where your sect master's residual soul is. One of the cultivator's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Just as he began to speak, his throat suddenly emitted a choking sound. Black blood oozing from his 7 orifices, and he fell lifeless. He had been afflicted by the heart-devouring curse, destined to self-destruct if he revealed any secrets. The other cultivator, witnessing this, charged towards the edge of the confinement array, only to meet the same fatal fate. Not again, Wang Lei exclaimed, kicking the ground in frustration. The people from the Shadow Palace are as stubborn as stone. The rescued rogue practitioners hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Among them, an elderly man with white hair gazed at Lin Chen's star sword with a hint of astonishment. Young friend, this sword of yours is connected to the Star Core sword tomb in the Shattered Star ruins, isn't it? A few days ago, I passed by the outskirts of the Shattered Star ruins and noticed individuals from the Shadow Palace in activity, even overhearing them mention the name Lin Xiaodian. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Did you say they mentioned my father? Indeed, the elder nodded. It seems they are searching for something called the Heart of the Star Abyss, claiming that the fragments taken by Lin Xiaodian years ago are located deep within the Shattered Star ruins. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu immediately turned to Lin Chen. The Heart of the Star Abyss is a core fragment of the Star Abyss Gate. When our sect master activated the Star Abyss Gate, he was unable to gather all the pieces. Now, his residual soul surely seeks to find the fragments and reopen the Star Abyss Gate. We must acquire the fragments before he does and locate Uncle Lin. Without delay, the group set forth, following the direction indicated by the elder, journeying day and night towards the Shattered Star ruins. 3 days later, a desolate ruin shrouded in a cascade of stardust appeared before them. The outline of the Shattered Star ruins shimmered indistinctly amidst the stardust, with crumbling walls etched with indistinct star trajectory runes. And the air was thick with the ancient and profound power of the stars. Be cautious, Lin Chen activated his star eyes, the starlight swirling in his gaze revealing faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the star trajectory runes within the ruins, as if they were part of some mechanism. Just as they set foot within the ruins, the ground began to tremble. The once flat star-patterned stones began to rise slowly, aligning into an intricate network of tracks according to a specific pattern, with fist-sized star core orbs hovering above them, pulsating with a blinding red light. It's a star trajectory mechanism. Ling Yu's expression shifted. If these star core orbs were to collide, they would unleash power comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core. We must navigate according to the star trajectory's rules. Lin Chen focused on the star trajectories for a moment, and his star eyes revealed countless delicate light traces, indicating the course of the star trajectories in motion. He wielded the celestial sword, its tip delicately lifting as a golden starlight cascaded onto the star-patterned stone before him. Follow the light of my sword, tread carefully. The crowd trailed closely behind, Zhao Feng, employing his gale steps in harmony with the rhythm of the star tracks, periodically assisted the lagging Wang Lei. Meanwhile, Li Shui deployed a faint barrier of spiritual energy around them, using her jade hairpin, guarding against the erratic star core orbs. Ling Yu remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on the celestial sword in Lin Chen's hand. At the slightest fluctuation in the star tracks, she would promptly alert him to adjust their direction. Upon traversing the star track mechanisms, they arrived at a vast open square. At the center, a colossal beast, its body encrusted with silver crystals, lay sleeping, its surface shimmering with a starlit glow. This was none other than the guardian of the Shattered Star ruins, the Shattered Star Beast, possessing the power of a mid-golden core. Ling Yu lowered her voice. Its crystalline shell can absorb stellar energy. Ordinary attacks are futile. We must strike at its chest, the Shattered Star core. The shattered star beast seemed to sense their intrusion, abruptly opening its eyes, which blazed with crimson light. With a thunderous slam of its massive paw onto the ground, countless crystal shards erupted towards Lin Chen and the others. Star Shield. Lin Chen hurled the star shield into the air, its runes igniting to form a golden barrier that deflected the shards. Simultaneously, he gripped the celestial sword tightly and leaped into the air. Zhao Feng, restrain its limbs. Zhao Feng instantly comprehended the command. Executing his gale steps to perfection as he darted around the shattered star beast, his sword striking at its joints. Infuriated, the beast turned to seize Zhao Feng, inadvertently exposing its chest where the shattered star core, a fist-sized red crystal, throbbed violently. Now, Lin Chen's eyes blazed with starlight, the celestial sword accumulating an intense stellar force. Celestial sword meteor strike. The golden blade descended like a meteor, precisely piercing the shattered star core. The beast emitted a mournful roar, its immense form disintegrating into a flurry of silver shards that dissipated into the air. As the stone door at the end of the square slowly creaked open, Lin Chen and the others stepped inside, discovering a stone chamber. At the center of the chamber, upon a stone pedestal, lay an obsidian jade pendant inscribed with Star Pupil runes, accompanied by a yellowed fragment of a letter. Trembling, Lin Chen picked up the pendant, and as his fingertips brushed its surface, a familiar surge of stellar energy coursed through him, his father's aura, Lin Xiaotian. He hastily unfolded the fragment, the handwriting slightly blurred, yet discernible enough to grasp the essence. Chener, if you are reading this letter, it means you have awakened the Star Pupil and harnessed the power of the stars. After sustaining grave injuries, I discovered that the Shadow Palace seeks not only to open the Abyssal Gate, but is also in pursuit of the Abyssal Heart, a treasure that grants absolute control over the Abyssal power. I have traced the clues of the Abyssal Heart to the Meteor Sea. Should you venture there, be wary of the Shadow Palace's pursuit. The letter abruptly ended, marred by several black claw marks, as if torn apart by some unseen force. The Meteor Sea. Lin Chen clenched the pendant tightly, as it and the star shield began to glow simultaneously, pointing towards the northern sky. We must journey to the Meteor Sea. Just then, Ling Yu's expression shifted dramatically as she pointed to a corner of the stone chamber. Look there. As the crowd gazed into the distance, their eyes fell upon a familiar black skull insignia etched upon the stone wall of the corner. It was the very symbol of the Shadow Palace's master. Beside the mark lingered a fresh aura of shadow, indicating that the remnants of the master's soul had recently graced this place. He, too, was in pursuit of the heart of the star abyss. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. It appeared that the journey through the Meteor Sea would not be a tranquil one. Outside the stone chamber, the stardust thickened, as if foretelling an impending tempest. Lin Chen carefully tucked the jade pendant close to his person, wielding the star sword as he boldly stepped towards the exit. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and Ling Yu followed closely behind, their figures shrouded in the luminescence of the stars, advancing towards the Meteor Sea. There lay not only traces of Lin Chen's father, but also the heart of the star abyss, capable of determining the fate of the continent, along with the lurking remnants of the Shadow Palace. A new adventure was just beginning. Chapter 29. The Meteor's Turmoil. The Sea Eye's deception. On the journey to the Meteor Sea, Lin Chen meticulously reviewed his father's final letter numerous times. At the edge of the black claw marks at the letter's conclusion lingered a faint essence of shadow, identical to the aura of the master's remnants sensed by the star sphere. Clearly, after leaving the letter, Lin Chen's father had fallen victim to the pursuit of the Shadow Palace. The Meteor Sea stands as one of the most perilous maritime realms in the continent. Ling Yu unfolded a weathered sea chart, tracing her finger over the areas marked with treacherous reefs. Not only did these waters harbor the deadly sea of death currents that could devour spiritual power, but they were also said to be guarded by a colossal beast of the sea eye, a legendary creature rumored to have reached the nascent soul stage. Zhao Feng caressed the long sword in his hand, remnants of crystal shards from the star beast still clinging to its blade. What of the nascent soul stage? We have bested even the late Golden Core Master. If we join forces, we can surely prevail. Though his words rang with bravado, the remnants of the master's soul would undoubtedly lay ambushes within the Meteor Sea. Li Shui, tucking away her jade hairpin, wore an expression of vigilance. He was clearly a step ahead of us at the star ruins. He may have already set traps within the Meteor Sea. Wang Lei patted the Thunderfire Pearl at his waist, his voice booming. What is there to fear? My Thunderfire Pearl is particularly effective against water attribute beasts. I shall make that sea eye beast taste the wrath of the heavens. As they exchanged banter, the air ahead grew increasingly humid and salty. briny sea breeze enveloped them. After traversing for half a day, an endless expanse of deep blue ocean finally unfolded before their eyes. The surface of the meteor sea shimmered with an eerie glow, and in the distance, massive whirlpools intermittently emerged, drawing the surrounding waters into a funnel shape. This was the deadly sea of death currents that Ling Yu had mentioned. "We require a vessel capable of withstanding the sea of death currents," Lin Chen observed, his starry pupils flickering with intent as he surveyed the tumultuous waters. Ordinary ships would be torn to shreds within half an hour of entering the meteor sea. Just then, a large, jet-black ship appeared on the horizon, gliding across the surface. The sail was embroidered with a fearsome skull, and within its eye sockets gleamed two ghostly blue orbs, exuding an aura reminiscent of the Shadow Palace. "It is a ship of the Shadow Palace." Zhao Feng immediately tightened his grip on his sword. How could they possibly be here? Lin Chen squinted, his starry gaze piercing through the surface of the sea, where he beheld a vessel filled with black-robed cultivators. Among them, one figure stood out, unmistakably the steward from the Shadow Palace who had previously escaped in the Starfall mountain range. The steward clutched a black compass, its needle rotating towards the depths of the fallen star's sea, evidently in search of something. "They are seeking the precise location of the heart of the star abyss," Ling Yu whispered. "We can follow them, avoiding the deadly currents of the sea while uncovering the whereabouts of the heart." Lin Chen nodded and addressed the group. "Zhao Feng, use your wind step to stealthily board their ship and leave a mark of starlight beneath it. Li Shui, set up a concealment array to prevent detection. Wang Lei, prepare the Thunderfire Pearl and attack immediately if we are exposed. Ling Yu, you and I will manipulate the star wheel to sense the aura of the heart of the star abyss." The group sprang into action. Zhao Feng's figure flickered like a specter across the water, silently landing beneath the Shadow Palace ship, where he concentrated a golden starlight with his fingertips and imprinted it onto the deck. Li Shui produced a jade hairpin and traced a complex rune in the air, enveloping Lin Chen and the others in a faint green light, completely concealing their presence. Wang Lei gripped the Thunderfire Pearl tightly, his gaze fixed anxiously on the Shadow Palace's grand vessel, ever ready to unleash an assault. Standing side by side at the water's edge, Lin Chen and Ling Yu held the star wheel suspended between them. The runes on the wheel resonated with the distant sea, and a faint beam of light shot forth, pointing towards the direction in which the Shadow Palace ship was sailing. The heart of the star abyss lay within the depths of the fallen star sea, concealed in the eye of the sea's secret realm. A flicker of excitement glimmered in Ling Yu's eyes. It was the energy core of the fallen star sea and the lair of the sea-eyed behemoth. The Shadow Palace ship sped swiftly, while Lin Chen and his companions trailed behind in a makeshift small boat. Along the way, they deftly avoided numerous colossal currents of the Dead Sea, the centers of which emanated a pitch-black glow capable of devouring even the powers of the stars. Wang Lei was left trembling in fear. "Thank goodness we didn't plunge directly in, or our boat would have been lost." After about a day and a night of travel, the sea ahead suddenly turned eerily calm. At the center of the tranquil waters, a massive black whirlpool began to rotate slowly, its core glowing with an ethereal blue light. This was the entrance to the eye of the sea's secret realm. The Shadow Palace vessel halted at the edge of the whirlpool, while the black-robed cultivators produced black talismans, commencing the formation of an array around the ship. They intended to force their way into the eye of the sea's secret realm. Ling Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The entrance to the eye of the sea was guarded by the sea-eyed behemoth, and they were setting up a blood sacrifice array, intending to weaken the beast's power by offering living sacrifices. Lin Chen followed Ling Yu's gaze, witnessing the Shadow Palace cultivators binding several hostages at the ship's edge, ordinary fishermen, their faces etched with terror. "We cannot allow them to make sacrifices," Lin Chen roared, leaping into the air wielding the star sword. With a decisive swing, the star sword unleashed a golden wave of light, instantly severing the talismans held by the Shadow Palace cultivators. The black-robed figures were taken aback, swiftly turning to launch an assault against Lin Chen. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei immediately launched their assault. Zhao Feng's swift steps glided among the black-cloaked practitioners, his long sword ruthlessly reaping the lives of his foes. Li Shui's jade hairpin transformed into numerous beams of light, ensnaring several cultivators within a confinement array. Wang Lei produced a Thunderfire Pearl and hurled it towards the ship's sail, resulting in a thunderous explosion as flames engulfed the sail in an instant. The steward of the Shadow Hall, witnessing this, bellowed furiously, "A band of useless fools. Advance. Whoever retrieves the star crystal disc will be handsomely rewarded by our esteemed leader." The black-robed practitioners surged forward like a frenzied horde towards Lin Chen and his companions. Lin Chen, wielding the star sword, felt his starry gaze illuminate as he discerned the flow of spiritual energy among the practitioners. With a swift movement, he evaded an attack from one practitioner and, with a flick of his sword, severed the opponent's spiritual veins. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the entrance of the secret realm. A colossal sea beast emerged from the swirling vortex, its head larger than that of the Shadow Hall's ship, with eyes resembling two full moons, radiating an eerie blue glow. It unleashed a massive jet of water towards the Shadow Hall's vessel. "This is bad. The sea beast has been provoked," Ling Yu shouted, hastily maneuvering the star crystal disk to create a barrier of starlight around Lin Chen and the others, shielding them from the splashing seawater. The steward of the Shadow Hall, his expression shifting to one of alarm, quickly ordered a retreat. "Fall back. We shall return once the sea beast has weakened." The black-robed practitioners scattered like frightened birds, hastily boarding their small boats to escape. Lin Chen gazed towards the entrance of the secret realm, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Now is our chance to enter the secret realm, to seek the heart of the star abyss and the whereabouts of my father." The group nodded in agreement, following Lin Chen as they leaped into the entrance of the secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, a rich essence of stellar power enveloped them, revealing the surrounding waters to be crystal clear, allowing a clear view of a massive palace in the distance. This palace, constructed from star-patterned stone, was crowned with a gigantic blue gem that emitted an aura akin to that of the heart of the Star Abyss. "That must be the Star Abyss Palace. The heart of the Star Abyss is surely within," Ling Yu exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, the voice of the sea beast reverberated throughout the realm. "Intruders, why have you trespassed into my territory?" Lin Chen turned to face the sea beast, clasping his hands in respect. "Elder, we seek the heart of the Star Abyss to thwart the nefarious plans of the Shadow Hall. They intend to utilize the heart to reopen the Star Abyss Gate, unleashing ancient fiends upon the continent. We implore your assistance." The sea beast fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. "I have guarded the heart of the Star Abyss for a millennium, repelling numerous attempts by the Shadow Hall to seize it. If you can pass my trials, you may enter the Star Abyss Palace." "What trials?" Lin Chen inquired. The sea beast opened its massive jaws, expelling a blue pearl. "This is the Sea Pearl, containing 3 trials. The trial of tides, the trial of stars, and the trial of inner demons. Only by overcoming these trials can you prove yourselves worthy of the heart of the Star Abyss." Lin Chen accepted the Sea Pearl, feeling its coolness in his palm, emanating a faint essence of stellar power. He gazed at the Sea Behemoth and resolutely declared, "Predecessor, we are willing to accept the trial." The Sea Behemoth nodded, its form gradually sinking into the ocean. "I wish you good fortune." Lin Chen tightened his grip on the Sea Pearl and addressed the group. "Let us begin. If we pass this trial, we shall uncover the whereabouts of the Star Abyss heart and my father." The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Lin Chen cast the Sea Pearl into the air, and it erupted in a dazzling brilliance, drawing everyone into its embrace. Thus commenced the first trial. The Trial of Tides. Chapter 30. The Tide Forging the Body. Resonance with the Star Heart. The moment Lin Chen was enveloped by the Sea Pearl, he felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. The scene before him abruptly transformed from the transparent waters outside the Star Abyss Palace into a peculiar space filled with tumultuous silver waves. The waves were interspersed with fine star patterns, each crash imbued with a tearing force. This was the trial of tides. "Be cautious. These waves can erode spiritual power." Ling Yu's voice rang in his ears. She had summoned the faint glow of the star crystal disk to protect herself. But the starlit barrier trembled under the onslaught of the waves. They needed to harness the power of the stars to resist, while simultaneously absorbing the star patterns within the waves to refine their bodies. Otherwise, they would not endure for even half an hour. Lin Chen immediately complied, positioning the star sword across his chest, his star eyes shimmering faintly as they guided the star pattern energy from the waves into his dantian. As soon as the star energy entered his body, it seared through his meridians like a burning iron, eliciting a muffled groan and beads of cold sweat on his brow. This trial demanded not only the endurance of pain, but also the forging of the body, proving far more arduous than he had anticipated. Zhao Feng's situation was even more dire. His adept wind step relied on a lightness of form, yet the weight of the waves rendered his every step cumbersome. As if laden with lead, the spiritual energy fluctuating in his sword grew increasingly feeble. "I cannot withstand this any longer." He gritted his teeth, slashing through a wave, only to be pushed back by the subsequent surge, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Envelop the sword with star power," Lin Chen promptly advised, infusing Zhao Feng with a surge of starlight. These star patterns could not only enhance weapons, but also alleviate gravitational pressure. Zhao Feng followed the guidance, and indeed, as the star patterns on his sword ignited, the resistance of the waves diminished significantly, enabling him to regain his former swiftness. Meanwhile, Li Shui was weaving a net of spiritual energy with a jade hairpin, attempting to intercept the star pattern energy within the waves. However, as soon as the net made contact, it was torn apart by the star patterns, creating countless holes. Observing this, Wang Lei immediately tossed a Thunderfire Pearl in front of her. Try using Thunderfire to stimulate the star patterns. The Thunder attribute can activate star energy. Li Shui's eyes brightened. She infused the Thunderfire Pearl with her spiritual power. In an instant, it erupted with crackling electricity, colliding with the star patterns in the waves and forming a chain of thunderfire in midair. The once violent star energy obediently flowed along the star chain into Li Shui's body, causing her spiritual power to surge dramatically. Half an hour later, as the final wave receded, the garments of the group had been dyed a shimmering silver by the star patterns. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover that the strength of his physical body had nearly doubled, and even the star patterns of his star sword had become more radiant. The Tide trial not only spared them from harm, but had transformed into a rare opportunity for body tempering. The light of the sea, Pearl flickered once more, ushering everyone into the second trial, the trial of the stars. Suddenly, the space before them dimmed, and countless stars began to rotate overhead, forming a colossal star track formation. At the heart of this formation, 3 stars radiating different hues floated, the azure star symbolizing protection, the crimson star representing offense, and the golden star embodying balance. This was the ancient star track formation. Ling Yu gazed intently at the focal point, her eyes filled with gravity. They needed to activate the 3 stars separately to complete the star track loop. Should the powers become unbalanced, the entire formation would unleash a storm of stellar energy. Lin Chen promptly made arrangements. Zhao Feng, you are swift. Activate the azure star, using wind step in conjunction with stellar power to stabilize the star track. Li Shui, with your adept control, activate the crimson star, employing the immortal binding array to regulate the attack intensity. Wang Lei, join me in activating the golden star. We will merge Thunderfire with stellar power to maintain the balance at the focal point. The group dispersed. Zhao Feng leaped towards the azure star, his sword tracing a blue arc as it accurately pierced the star core. The azure star illuminated instantly, countless azure star threads spreading along the star track, creating a protective barrier at the edge of the formation. However, at that moment, the crimson star erupted with blinding red light, causing the star track to tremble violently as Li Shui's control faltered. Quick, diminish the attack, Lin Chen shouted, channeling the power of the star sphere into the golden star. Wang Lei immediately increased the output of the Thunderfire Pearl. The intertwining forces of Thunderfire and stellar energy formed a golden beam, forcibly restoring balance to the crimson star's power. Li Shui took a deep breath, adjusting her spiritual energy output, and finally stabilized the crimson star's radiance. As the light of the 3 stars synchronized completely, the star track formation roared to life, and countless starlight cascaded down, flooding into their bodies. Lin Chen distinctly felt his mastery over stellar power elevate to a new level, his star eyes even allowing him a fleeting glimpse of the future trajectory of the star track, before they could fully absorb the rewards of the trial. The Sea Pearl transported them into the 3rd trial, the trial of inner demons. The scene shifted once more, and Lin Chen found himself back in the backyard of the Lin family in Qingshi Town, gazing at his 12-year-old self perched on a tree, holding the wooden box left by his father, while beneath the tree stood Lin Bo, his face marred by disappointment. Chinner, you can't even reach the 1st level of body tempering. You are truly a disgrace to the Lin family. Lin Bo's voice echoed exactly as Lin Chen remembered, but upon closer inspection, a dark glow flickered in Lin Bo's eyes. Give up. You will never become a strong warrior and will forever be unable to find your parents. A pang of pain struck Lin Chen's heart. Those days, branded as a waste, were the memories he most wished to forget. Yet, he quickly realized this was the work of his inner demon. Gripping the star sword tightly, the brilliance of his star eyes surged. I am no longer the waste of yesteryear. I have awakened my star eyes and command the power of the stars. I will undoubtedly find my parents and protect the continent. With his words, the illusion before him shattered explosively. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei were also battling their inner demons. Zhao Feng was engaged in fierce combat with the phantom assassins of the Shadow Hall, while Li Shui resisted the haunting specter of familial betrayal. Wang Lei confronted the terrifying vision of the Thunderfire Pearl spiraling out of control and annihilating entire towns. Awaken them with the power of the stars, came Ling Yu's voice. Without hesitation, Lin Chen channeled starlight into the three of them. Zhao Feng's sword radiated with immense brilliance. Shattering the illusion of the assassins, Li Shui's jade hairpin glowed, dispelling the shadows of betrayal. Wang Lei steadied the Thunderfire Pearl, vanquishing his paralyzing fear. As the last illusion dissipated, the eye of the sea transformed into a blue beam of light, merging into Lin Chen's star pupil disc. The space trembled violently as the gates of the Star Abyss Hall slowly creaked open, releasing an overwhelming surge of starlight, 100-fold denser than before. Upon the stone pedestal within the hall, a fist-sized blue crystal floated, exuding an aura akin to that of his father's jade pendant. It was indeed the heart of the Star Abyss. Yet, just as Lin Chen reached for the heart, a shadowy figure suddenly darted out from behind a pillar, its fingertips coalescing with dense shadow energy, aiming straight for the heart. The remnant soul of the sect leader. Ling Yu exclaimed, quickly positioning the Star Pupil disc in front of Lin Chen. Chapter 31. The remnant soul seizes the treasure. Secrets of the Star Abyss. The black figure moved with astonishing speed, its shadowy power brushing against the halo of the heart of the Star Abyss. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and with a swift motion, he unleashed the star sword, radiating golden starlight. The gust of wind from the sword lifted the hem of the figure's dark robe, revealing a face that bore a resemblance to the sect leader, albeit more grotesque. Half of it had transformed into swirling black mist, a clear indication of a forcibly congealed body. Lin Chen, I never imagined you could pass the eye of the sea trial, the remnant soul rasped, its voice grating like a broken gong. Shadow energy coalesced into claws in its palm. Alas, the heart of the Star Abyss shall ultimately belong to me. The claws clashed against the star sword, and a chilling force surged along the blade into Lin Chen's body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Ling Yu immediately infused the Star Pupil disc's power into Lin Chen, and the golden starlight clashed violently with the shadow energy within his meridians, emitting a sizzling sound. Zhao Feng, restrain its movements. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and shouted. Zhao Feng promptly activated the Gale Step, darting through the hall, his sword relentlessly seeking the openings in the remnant soul's defenses. However, despite its half-formed body, the remnant soul's speed remained undiminished, with shadow energy forming a barrier that effortlessly repelled Zhao Feng's attacks. Li Shui and Wang Lei swiftly joined the fray. Li Shui's jade hairpin transformed into countless streams of light, encasing the remnant soul in a trapping formation. Wang Lei produced several Thunderfire Pearls, which interwove into a net and surged toward the soul. Yet the remnant soul merely scoffed, its shadow power swelling as it simultaneously tore apart both the trapping formation and the Thunderfire net. With such meager skills, do you think you can stop me? The remnant soul leapt into the air, lunging once more for the heart of the Star Abyss. Observing this, Lin Chen's star eyes flared, revealing countless star trajectories as he predicted the remnant soul's actions. Starlock of the Star Pupil Disc. Lin Chen hurled the Star Pupil Disc into the air, its runes illuminating as golden star chains cascaded down, ensnaring the remnant soul's limbs. The remnants of the soul were ensnared by the star chain, howling in fury as the dark power violently assailed it, causing the radiance of the star chain to gradually dim. Quickly, seize the heart of Star Abyss. Ling Yu cried out, channeling all her strength into the star chain. I cannot hold on much longer. Lin Chen immediately turned, extending his hand to grasp the heart of Star Abyss. The instant his fingertips brushed against it, a torrent of celestial energy surged into his body, accompanied by an explosion of fragmented memories in his mind. These were the ancient secrets bequeathed by the heart of Star Abyss. It was originally a shard of the cosmic core, which fell to the continent in ancient times and was discovered by the ancestors of the Starfall sect. They utilized the heart of Star Abyss to construct the Star Abyss Gate, intending to connect the stars and harvest pure celestial energy. However, the ancestors of the Shadow Palace coveted the ancient fiends behind the Star Abyss Gate, attempting to use the heart of Star Abyss to unseal the gate and unleash the fiends to dominate the continent. Years ago, Lin Xiaodian uncovered the Shadow Palace's conspiracy. To thwart them, he split the heart of Star Abyss into two halves, one hidden within the ruins of shattered stars, and the other kept on his person as he pursued the members of the Shadow Palace to the Sea of Fallen Stars. Yet, in the Sea of Fallen Stars, he fell into an ambush set by the sect leader, sustaining grave injuries that forced him to conceal the shard of the heart of Star Abyss within the Star Abyss Palace, while he himself fled with the remnants, thereafter disappearing without a trace. Now I understand, Lin Chen tightened his grip on the heart of Star Abyss, a surge of resolute determination swelling within him. I must find my father and utterly shatter the Shadow Palace's scheme. At that moment, the remnant soul of the sect leader suddenly erupted with a terrifying force. The dark power tearing the star chain apart. Gazing at the heart of Star Abyss in Lin Chen's hand, greed filled his eyes. Quickly, hand over the heart of Star Abyss to me. Otherwise, I shall obliterate the remnant soul left by your father. As he spoke, the remnant soul produced a black jade bottle from his bosom, emanating a faint celestial energy. This was the essence of Lin Xiaoyan's remnant soul. What have you done to my father? Lin Chen bellowed, the light of the star sword surging violently. If you dare harm him, I will ensure your soul is scattered. Harm him? The remnant soul scoffed. After Lin Xiaoyan was gravely injured, I sealed his remnant soul within this jade bottle. If I were to shatter it, he would vanish completely. If you wish to save him, you must exchange it for the heart of Star Abyss. Lin Chen's heart was torn with conflict. The heart of Star Abyss was pivotal in preventing the Shadow Palace's resurgence, yet he could not abandon his father's remnant soul. Ling Yu, perceiving his hesitation, whispered, "Do not be deceived. He would not dare easily shatter the jade bottle. Uncle Lin's remnant soul holds the clues to the other half of the heart of Star Abyss. He needs those clues to locate the other fragment." The remnant soul's expression shifted, clearly unsettled by Ling Yu's insight. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Even without the clues, I can find the other fragment. If need be, I will risk everything." "You will not." Lin Chen tightened his grip on the star sword, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "You have invested so much effort merely to use the heart of Star Abyss to unlock the Star Abyss gate. If you shatter the jade bottle, not only will you fail to find the other fragment, but you will also provoke my wrath. You cannot afford that gamble." The remnant soul's breath quickened. He realized Lin Chen spoke the truth, yet he was unwilling to relinquish the heart of Star Abyss. At that moment, the Star Abyss Palace suddenly trembled violently. As the furious roar of the sea-eyed beast echoed from outside, "The remnants of the Shadow Palace dare to wreak havoc in my domain." The colossal tentacles of the sea-eyed beast broke into the hall, aiming to strike the remnant soul. The remnant soul's expression changed dramatically, abandoning the Star Abyss heart. It turned to flee. Lin Chen would not grant it such an opportunity. The star sword in his hand gathered a rich essence of stellar power. Star sword meteor slash. A golden sword light, akin to a meteor, plunged downwards, striking the remnant soul's back with precision. The remnant soul emitted a piercing howl as its corporeal form began to disintegrate, transforming into a wisp of black mist that sought to escape outside the palace. Thinking to flee? Lin Chen leapt into action, the star wheel swirling in front of him, invoking the star wheel's abyssal confinement. A golden barrier enveloped the black mist, which thrashed wildly within, yet could not break free. Just as Lin Chen prepared to completely refine the remnant soul, the mist suddenly erupted in a peculiar laughter. "Lin Chen, do you truly believe you can trap me this way? I have laid the shadow grand array in the meteor sea. Soon, ancient demonic creatures will descend. Just wait." Upon finishing its taunt, the black mist self-destructed, shattering the barrier in an instant. Although the remnant soul had dissipated significantly, a wisp of black mist still managed to escape, vanishing into the expanse outside the palace. Lin Chen gazed gravely in the direction of the mist's disappearance, fully aware that the sect master's remnant soul would not relent easily. Should the Shadow Grand Array be activated, the consequences would be dire. "Let us not dwell on that for now," Ling Yu said. Approaching Lin Chen and pointing at the jade vial, "Let us see if there is a way to restore Uncle Lin's remnant soul." Lin Chen nodded, cautiously opening the jade vial. A faint azure light emerged from within, revealing the silhouette of Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian's voice was faint and frail. "You have finally arrived." "Father," Lin Chen exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "I will find a way to restore you." Lin Xiaotian shook his head within the light. "My remnant soul is too weak to recover. We need to find the other half of the Star Abyss heart and the Star Spring deep within the meteor sea. Only the waters of the Star Spring can mend my soul." As he spoke, his figure began to fade. Lin Chen hurriedly infused the essence of the Star Abyss heart into the light, barely stabilizing his father's remnant soul. "Father, do not worry. I will surely find the other half of the Star Abyss heart and the Star Spring," Lin Chen declared resolutely. A trace of a comforting smile graced Lin Xiaoyan's visage before he fell back into slumber. Lin Chen carefully stored the light into the jade vial, keeping it close to him. At that moment, the voice of the sea-eyed beast resonated outside the palace. "Intruders, the grand array of the Shadow Palace has been activated, and the demons of the Meteor Sea are about to awaken. If you wish to stop them, You must swiftly find the other half of the Star Abyss Heart and the Star Spring. Lin Chen stepped out of the Star Abyss Palace, gazing at the billowing black mist emerging from the depths of the meteor sea. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Let us set forth immediately to seek the other half of the Star Abyss Heart and the Star Spring. The others nodded in agreement and followed Lin Chen deeper into the meteor sea. They are aware that a new battle is about to commence, and this time, their quest encompasses not only the heart of the abyss and the spring of stars, but also the imperative to thwart the Shadow Hall's ominous formation, safeguarding the entire continent's peace. Chapter 32. The Shadow Formation, the spring of stars. The mist in the depths of the meteor sea thickens, and within the inky black fog, the roars of monstrous creatures resonate, tainting even the seawater into a deep shade of ink. Lin Chen, wielding the star wheel, feels its runes resonate with his father's jade vial, guiding them northwest, where the other half of the heart of the abyss and the spring of stars lies. Ahead lies the boundary of the Shadow Formation. Ling Yu points to the rolling black mist with a grave expression. Countless shadowy beasts lurk within, ready to ambush anyone who ventures too close. Furthermore, the formation continuously absorbs the power of the meteor sea, augmenting the strength of the monsters with every passing moment. Zhao Feng grips his sword tightly, its star patterns flickering with a faint light. What is there to fear? Let these creatures experience the might of the star sword. Wang Lei taps the Thunderfire Pearl at his waist. My Thunderfire Pearl counters these monsters. They shall have no escape. Lin Chen nods, channeling the power of the heart of the abyss into the star wheel. The star wheel can disperse the black mist. Stay close to me. Do not scatter. The star wheel erupts with brilliant golden starlight, clearing a path through the surrounding darkness. The group follows closely, but as they step into the corridor, dozens of bat-like shadow monsters spring forth from the mist, their claws glowing with a ghostly blue light, lunging at them. Star sword, star thrust. Lin Chen leaps into the air, his sword gathering sharp starlight, which swiftly pierces through the skulls of three creatures. As they dissolve into black mist, even more monsters surge forth from the shadows. Zhao Feng weaves through the throng of beasts with his gale step, his sword slicing through the air, each strike claiming a life. Li Shui's jade hairpin transforms into countless streams of light, ensnaring the monsters in a binding formation, creating opportunities for Lin Chen and Wang Lei to strike. Wang Lei produces several Thunderfire Pearls, weaving a net of lightning and flame, reducing clusters of monsters to ashes. Yet the sheer number of creatures is overwhelming. As one wave falls, another rises. Lin Chen gradually feels his strength waning, and the brilliance of the star wheel begins to fade. This cannot continue. He furrows his brow. We must swiftly locate the core of the Shadow Formation and dismantle it. Ling Yu promptly retrieves a sea chart, and under the illumination of the starlight, a red line emerges on the map. According to the heart of the abyss's sensing, the core lies near the spring of stars. If we destroy the core, the formation will collapse, and the monsters will dissipate. The group quickens their pace towards the spring of stars. Along the way, they encounter a colossal shadow serpent, its strength at the late golden core stage, capable of spewing corrosive black mist. This serpent is mine. Lin Chen tightens his grip on the star sword, his eyes glowing intensely. You all continue toward the core. Do not delay. Zhao Feng and the others exchange glances, concern for Lin Chen's safety evident, yet they understand the urgency of their mission. Lin Chen, be careful. We shall await you at the Spring of Stars, Zhao Feng declares, leading Li Shui and Wang Lei onward. As the monstrous serpent perceived the retreat of the crowd, it let out a furious roar, its colossal tail sweeping towards Lin Chen. With a nimble leap, Lin Chen evaded the tail's assault, simultaneously channeling the power of the Star Abyss Heart into the Star Sword. Star Sword Abyss Slash. A cascade of golden sword light poured down like a waterfall, striking precisely at the serpent's head. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, its massive form crashing to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Lin Chen sighed in relief, about to pursue Zhao Feng and the others, when he sensed a familiar presence emanating from the black mist, remnants of the Master's lingering soul. Lin Chen, do you think you can escape? A chilling voice emerged from the shadows, as dozens of black-robed cultivators stepped forth, their eyes glinting with a sinister black light, evidently under the control of the remnants. It appears today shall be the day to eliminate you all. Lin Chen gripped the star sword tightly, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. The black-robed cultivators charged at Lin Chen like wild beasts. He hurled the star wheel into the air, its runes illuminating to form a golden starry barrier, intercepting their attacks. With the star sword in hand, he leaped into the fray, his blade flashing as each strike felled a cultivator. The battle raged for half an hour, and as the last black-robed figure fell, Lin Chen was left battered and nearly devoid of spiritual power. Breathing heavily, he was about to sheath the star sword when the black mist before him suddenly parted, revealing a colossal black beam shooting skyward, the eye of the shadow formation. This is bad. Zhao Feng and the others are in danger. Lin Chen's heart tightened as he disregarded his injuries and dashed towards the formation's core. Upon arrival, he found Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei besieged by a throng of black-robed cultivators. At the center of the formation, a black crystal was voraciously absorbing the power of the fallen star sea, with an increasing number of demonic creatures surrounding them. Lin Chen, you have finally arrived, Zhao Feng exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes upon spotting Lin Chen. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Chen infused the power of the Star Abyss Heart into the Star Sword. Let us join forces to destroy the eye of the formation. Without hesitation, they sprang into action. Lin Chen, wielding the Star Sword, aimed for the black crystal at the center. Zhao Feng and Li Shui focused on restraining the surrounding black-robed cultivators, while Wang Lei unleashed all of his Thunderfire Pearls toward the crystal. Boom! The Thunderfire Pearls erupted around the crystal, causing the black patterns upon it to dim. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen struck the crystal fiercely with his sword. The crystal emitted a crisp sound as a fissure appeared. At that moment, the last wisp of the Master's lingering soul surged forth from the crystal, lunging at Lin Chen with a menacing cry. If I cannot possess the Star Abyss Heart, neither shall you. A black claw formed from the mist, aiming directly for Lin Chen's heart. With no time to evade, he could only raise the star wheel to shield himself. Bang! The claw collided with the star wheel, sending Lin Chen hurtling backwards, blood spilling from his mouth. Lin Chen! Ling Yu cried out, hastily channeling her power into the star wheel while simultaneously unleashing the full might of the Star Abyss Heart. The heart of the Star Abyss erupted with a dazzling blue radiance, intertwining with the golden starlight of the star wheel to form an immense light shield, encasing the black mist within. Lin Chen struggled to rise, gripping the star sword tightly, channeling all his spiritual energy into the blade. Star Sword, Star Master /. The golden sword light descended like a meteor, striking the black mist with precision. The mist emitted a piercing howl before completely dissipating into the air. As the black mist vanished, the dark crystal shattered with a thunderous sound, and the shadow great array fell into disarray. The surrounding demonic creatures, bereft of their source of power, transformed into wisps of black vapor and faded away. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they slumped to the ground. Lin Chen gazed ahead at the star spring, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. The spring's waters shimmered with a golden glow, radiating a potent force of the stars, which was crucial for restoring his father's lingering soul. We have finally found the star spring, Li Shui exclaimed with exhilaration. Lin Chen nodded, cautiously retrieving the jade vial containing his father's remnant soul, pouring the spring water into it. As the water made contact with the remnant, it burst forth in a brilliant light. Lin Xiaoyan's figure gradually became distinct within the radiant sphere, his aura stabilizing. Chener, Lin Xiaoyan's voice resonated, imbued with a hint of gratitude. Thank you, Father. We have finally found the star spring, Lin Chen declared, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. Lin Xiaoyan emerged from the luminous sphere, though still somewhat ethereal. His form was now clearly visible. He looked at Lin Chen with pride in his eyes. Cher, you have grown, stronger than I ever was. Next, we must find the other half of the heart of the Star Abyss to fully thwart the Shadow Palace's sinister plot. Lin Chen nodded, gripping the star sword tightly. Father, let us strive together. The onlookers beheld the touching reunion, their faces illuminating with smiles of contentment. They understood that although the Shadow Palace's scheme had been thwarted, the journey to discover the other half of the heart of the Star Abyss was merely beginning. On the road ahead, further challenges and dangers awaited them, yet as long as they united in their efforts, no obstacle was insurmountable. Lin Chen gazed into the vast starry sky, his eyes shimmering with resolve. He recognized that his legend was far from over, and this time, he was not alone in his battle. He had his father, Ling Yu, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and all those who supported him. He would carry their hopes forward, continuing to inscribe their saga upon this land. Chapter 33, The Convergence of the Star Abyss. The father's shadow materialized as the golden waters of the star spring continued to flow gently, and under its nurturing, Lin Xiaoyan's remnant soul began to coalesce into a semi-corporeal figure. He raised his hand to touch Lin Chen's shoulder. Though the warmth emanating from his palm was faint, it brought tears to Lin Chen's eyes. This was the first time in 16 years he truly felt his father's touch. The other half of the heart of the star abyss lies on Starfall Island. At the northernmost edge of the meteor sea, Lin Chen remarked, gazing toward the thick fog in the north, a complex expression crossing his face. After I was gravely injured, I entrusted the fragment to the island's master. He was a former member of the Starfall sect, the only one I could trust. However, in the wake of the relentless pursuit by the Shadow Palace, I lost contact with him. Ling Yu swiftly unfurled the nautical chart, her fingertip encircling the location of Star-Sunken Island. Enshrouded in a thick veil of mist, the island was ensnared within an ancient formation's illusion, causing ordinary cultivators to lose their sense of direction upon entry. However, armed with the heart of Star Abyss, which resonated with fragments, we should be able to dispel the fog. Wang Lei, stowing away the Thunderfire Pearl, rubbed his hands together and declared, with Uncle Lin guiding us and the heart of Star Abyss aiding our quest, we shall undoubtedly secure the fragments this time. Without further delay, they embarked upon a starship crafted from star-patterned stone, provided by the colossal sea beast, setting sail towards Star-Sunken Island. The starship raced across the ocean's surface, its prow absorbing the celestial energy from the air, propelling it at speeds several times greater than that of ordinary vessels. Along the journey, Lin Chen shared more secrets of the Starfall sect with Lin Chen, once the foremost star sect of the continent. It had been besieged by the Shadow Palace in conjunction with other forces while safeguarding the heart of Star Abyss. Your mother, Su Qingyue's family, was originally the guardian lineage of the heart. It was during the course of our protection that we met. Lin Chen listened intently, gaining deeper insight into his parents' past, which further solidified his resolve to restore the Starfall sect. 3 days later, the starship arrived near Star-Sunken Island. In the distance, the entire isle was obscured beneath a thick shroud of white mist, from which eerie, guttural roars echoed, manifestations of the illusions birthed by the fog. Everyone clutched the fragments of the heart of Star Abyss tightly. Lin Chen distributed small pieces of the heart among the group, urging them to harness its power to shield their minds from the illusions. Heeding his advice, they activated the fragments, which emitted a soft blue glow, forming a protective barrier around them. As the starship ventured into the mist, the surrounding scenery suddenly warped, and Lin Chen found himself standing within the grand hall of the Starfall sect. Familiar faces filled the hall. His father, Lin Xiaodian, stood at the forefront, with his mother, Su Qingyue, nestled beside him, both smiling and beckoning him closer. Chen'er, come here, our family will always be together. His mother's voice was achingly tender. Lin Chen's heart jolted, and he nearly stepped forward, yet he quickly discerned the anomaly. The star patterns in the hall were inverted, revealing the illusion's flaw. Gripping the star sword, the light of his star pupils surged. This is not real. I will find my true parents and restore the Starfall sect. As his words echoed, the illusion shattered violently. Lin Chen glanced around, discovering Zhao Feng and others grappling with their own illusions. Zhao Feng was locked in combat with a phantom assassin from the Shadow Palace, while Li Shui faced a scene of familial betrayal, and Wang Lei confronted the terror of the Thunderfire Pearl spiraling out of control, devastating a town. Awaken them with the power of the heart of Star Abyss. Lin Xiaoyan's voice rang out. Without hesitation, Lin Chen infused the power of the heart into the three of them. Zhao Feng's sword light surged, shattering the illusion of the assassin. Li Shui's jade hairpin glimmered, dispelling the shadows of betrayal, and Wang Lei stabilized the Thunderfire Pearl, overcoming his paralyzing fear. As the last vestige of illusion dissipated, the mist suddenly cleared, revealing the true visage of Starfall Island. The island was strewn with the remnants of the Starfall sect, at the center of which a blue crystal floated, radiating an aura reminiscent of the heart of the abyss. It was indeed the fragment of the heart of the abyss. However, just as Lin Chen reached out to grasp the fragment, a shadowy figure abruptly leaped from behind the ruins, wielding a black longsword aimed directly at the fragment. It was a member of the Shadow Palace. Zhao Feng bellowed fiercely, brandishing his own sword to counter the impending threat. Chapter 34. The fierce battle of Starfall and the Island Master's secrets. The speed of the shadowy figure was astonishing, and the clash of dark power from the long sword against the heart of the abyss fragment erupted in a cacophony of hissing sounds. Lin Chen focused his gaze and recognized the assailant as the Shadow Palace's Black Crow steward, one of the dark-clad figures who had pursued them in the Starfall Mountains, now possessing strength at the late Golden Core stage. I never expected you to breach the mist barrier, the Black Crow steward sneered, his sword transforming into a shadowy blur. But alas, the heart of the abyss fragment must belong to me today. Lin Chen leaped into the air, his star sword shimmering with golden starlight as he swung it downwards. Not if I can help it. The clash of sword light and shadow unleashed a formidable shockwave, sending debris from the surrounding ruins soaring into the air. The Black Crow steward's power far surpassed that of an ordinary late golden core cultivator. His longsword absorbed the surrounding dark energy, each strike imbued with a sense of devastation. Zhao Feng, restrain his movements, Lin Chen shouted, simultaneously channeling the power of the heart of the abyss into the star sword. Zhao Feng instantly activated the wind step technique, darting around the Black Crow steward, his sword continuously probing for weaknesses. Yet, the Black Crow steward's reactions were lightning fast, his dark power forming a barrier that effortlessly deflected Zhao Feng's strikes. Li Shui and Wang Lei quickly joined the fray. Li Shui's jade hairpin transformed into countless streams of light, weaving a trap to ensnare the Black Crow steward. Meanwhile, Wang Lei produced several thunderfire pearls, unleashing a storm of lightning and fire toward him. Is this the best you can do? You think you can stop me? The Black Crow steward scoffed, his dark power surging explosively, shattering both the trapping array and the net of lightning. With a swift leap, he once again lunged for the heart of the abyss fragment. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Chen's eyes as he activated the Star Eye. Anticipating the Black Crow steward's movements, Starry Spiral Starlock. Countless golden star chains descended from the heavens, ensnaring the Black Crow steward's limbs. Bound by the star chains, the Black Crow steward howled in rage, his dark power thrashing violently against the restraints as the light of the chains began to wane. Father, lend me your strength, Lin Chen cried out. Instantly, the remnant soul of Lin Xiaodian transformed into a stream of azure light, merging with the star chains. In an instant, the chains erupted with a blinding brilliance, suppressing the Black Crow steward's dark power. Impossible. How could you possess the strength of the Starfall sect? The Black Crow steward exclaimed in terror. Lin Chen offered no reply, channeling the dense starlight into his star sword, abyssal slash. The golden sword light cascaded down like a waterfall, striking precisely at the Black Crow steward's back. With a piercing scream, the Black Crow steward collapsed, his form dissipating into dark mist. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the ruins. The group, on high alert, turned to see an elderly man clad in a flowing azure robe approaching. His hair and beard were as white as snow, and in his hand he wielded a staff intricately carved with star patterns, emanating a gentle cosmic energy. The descendants of the Starfall sect had finally arrived. The old man smiled, his eyes brimming with warmth. Are you the master of Starfall Island? Lin Chen stepped forward respectfully to inquire. The elder nodded. I am Qing Xuanzi, the last elder of the Starfall sect, entrusted by your father to guard the shard of the heart of Star Abyss. Qing Xuanzi led the group into the grand hall of the ruins, where the walls were engraved with the rich history of the Starfall sect. When the sect was besieged, he recounted with a sigh, I led a portion of the disciples to Starfall Island, concealing it with a mist barrier, thus escaping the pursuit of the Shadow Palace. For these years, I have awaited the return of the sect's descendants, never imagining I would wait for 2 decades. Lin Chen presented his father's soul vial to Qing Xuanzi, saying, Master, my father's residual soul requires the waters of the star spring for complete restoration. Do you know where I might find it? Taking the vial, Qing Xuanzi examined it closely. The star spring was once the sacred spring of the Starfall sect. Apart from the one in the Meteor Sea, there lies another within the Starfall secret realm at the heart of the continent. However, the secret realm is currently occupied by the Shadow Palace, and one must breach their defenses to enter. Lin Chen clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter how arduous the journey, I will find the Starfall secret realm and restore my father. Qing Xuanzi nodded, retrieving a blue token from his robes. This is the Star Master token of the Starfall sect. With it, you can unlock the gates to the secret realm, but tread carefully. The Shadow Palace has laid numerous traps within, guarded by formidable cultivators. Lin Chen accepted the token, feeling its cool surface radiate a rich celestial power. Thank you, Master. Qing Xuanzi smiled, saying, the future of the Starfall sect rests in your hands. Should you require assistance, the disciples of Starfall Island are always at your service. After a day's respite on Starfall Island, Qing Xuanzi replenished their supplies and dispatched 10 disciples to accompany them. The following day, Lin Chen and his companions bid farewell to Qing Xuanzi and set sail towards the Starfall secret realm aboard the starship. Standing at the bow, Lin Chen gazed into the distant sky, clutching the Star Master token and the shard of the heart of Star Abyss tightly. He understood that the journey into the secret realm would be fraught with peril, yet retreat was not an option. He was determined to restore his father, revive the Starfall sect, and utterly dismantle the schemes of the Shadow Palace. Chapter 35. The Starfall Secret Realm, Shadows lurking, the starship raced through the skies above the continent. And after several days, it finally approached the vicinity of the Starfall Secret Realm. In the distance, a faint lavender light enveloped the realm, within which towering peaks and dense forests could be discerned, once the birthplace of the Starfall sect. Ahead lies the Starfall Secret Realm. Ling Yu pointed towards the shimmering barrier, her expression grave. The barrier is formed by an ancient formation. Only those in possession of the Star Master token can pass through. However, as you can see, numerous disciples from the Shadow Palace are patrolling around the luminous barrier, clearly well prepared. Following Ling Yu's gaze, Lin Chen observed that the area surrounding the light screen was densely populated with black-clad practitioners, numbering over 100, among whom were several formidable Golden Core experts. It seemed an arduous battle was inevitable. Lin Chen gripped the star sword tightly and urged everyone to brace themselves for a forceful breakthrough. The group nodded in agreement, and the disciples from Starfall Island raised their weapons, ready for combat. Holding the Star Master token, Lin Chen leaped from the starship towards the luminous barrier. Block him. The practitioners from the Shadow Palace noticed Lin Chen and surged towards him. Lin Chen raised the Star Master token above his head, its azure light resonating with the barrier. A crack appeared on the surface of the light screen, gradually widening. At that moment, a dark figure darted from the crowd of practitioners, thrusting a black spear directly at Lin Chen's back. Lin Chen, your time has come. Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned to parry the spear with the star sword. It's you. Lin Chen recognized the assailant as the Bloodslaughter steward from the Shadow Palace, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the late Golden Core stage. The Bloodslaughter steward sneered, the power of shadows surging on his spear. Last time at the Starfall Mountains, you managed to escape. This time, I shall see how you evade. The spear clashed with the star sword, a tremendous force surging through the blade and causing Lin Chen to stagger back several steps. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei immediately rushed forward to assist, while the disciples from Starfall Island engaged in fierce combat with other practitioners from the Shadow Palace. Star Wheel Shield. Ling Wei tossed the star wheel into the air, its runes illuminating to form a golden starry barrier that deflected the Bloodslaughter steward's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen infused the power of the Star Abyss Heart into the Star Sword. Star Sword Starfall Slash. A golden sword light descended like a meteor, prompting the Bloodslaughter steward to act with caution, condensing a dense power of shadows around his spear to counter the sword light. Boom! The sword light and shadow energy collided, producing a deafening roar. The Bloodslaughter steward was forced back a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. I did not expect your strength to advance so rapidly, the Bloodslaughter steward remarked, surprise flickering in his eyes. But do you think this will suffice to defeat me? He produced a black orb from his robe, emanating an eerie red glow, the Bloodslaughter orb, capable of absorbing a practitioner's blood to enhance its wielder's power. This orb is forged from the blood of 100 practitioners. Today, you shall experience its might. The Bloodslaughter orb erupted in dazzling red light, a terrifying aura spreading forth. Surrounding practitioners from the Shadow Palace began infusing their blood into the orb, intensifying its brilliance. The Bloodslaughter steward's strength surged, swiftly breaking through to the early nascent soul stage. This is bad. He's broken through. Ling Yue's expression changed dramatically. Lin Chen, quickly evade. Lin Chen attempted to escape, but found himself ensnared by an invisible force. The Bloodslaughter steward, spear in hand, lunged towards Lin Chen. In that critical moment, Lin Xiaoyan's lingering spirit suddenly emerged from the jade vial, transforming into a green light that stood before Lin Chen. Father! Lin Chen exclaimed in shock. Chen flee. Lin Xiaoyan's voice was faint, the azure light gradually dimming under the onslaught of the Blood Fiend Enforcer. A flicker of madness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as the power of the stars within him began to surge uncontrollably. The fragments of the Star Abyss Heart resonated with the Star Master token, erupting in a brilliant radiance. I shall not allow you to harm my father, Lin Chen declared, forming hand seals as he recited the incantation, Convergence of the Star Abyss Heart. 2 fragments of the Star Abyss Heart merged in midair, forming a complete Star Abyss Heart. The fully formed Star Abyss Heart unleashed a vast celestial power, repelling the Blood Fiend Enforcer's attack. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen grasped the remnants of Lin Xiaoyan's soul and contained it within a jade vial. Impossible! How could you merge the Star Abyss Heart? The Blood Fiend Enforcer exclaimed in terror. Lin Chen did not reply. Instead, he concentrated the power of the complete Star Abyss Heart into his Star Sword. Star Sword. Celestial Sovereign Slash. The golden sword light cascaded down like a galaxy, imbued with the force to annihilate all. The Blood Fiend Enforcer attempted to evade, but was ensnared by the power of the Star Abyss heart. No, he let out a desperate howl as the sword light engulfed him, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. After vanquishing the Blood Fiend Enforcer, Lin Chen swiftly inserted the Star Master token into the fissure of the light barrier. The barrier shattered instantly, and the gateway to the Starfall Secret Realm began to open slowly. "Everyone hurry inside," Lin Chen urged. The crowd rushed into the Starfall Secret Realm, while the cultivators of the Shadow Palace, realizing the tide had turned, hastily fled. As Lin Chen surveyed the interior of the Starfall Secret Realm, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The realm was filled with the remnants of the Starfall sect, and the air was thick with rich celestial energy, the aura of the Star Spring growing ever more distinct. "We have finally entered the Starfall Secret Realm," exclaimed Li Shui, brimming with exhilaration. Lin Chen nodded and addressed the group. "The Star Spring should be at the center of the realm. Let us proceed swiftly. However, remain vigilant, for there may be ambushes from the Shadow Palace within." The group nodded in agreement and followed Lin Chen towards the heart of the realm. Aware that while they had breached the barrier, their journey through the Starfall Secret Realm had only just begun, with greater perils awaiting them ahead. Chapter 36. The Celestial Spring. The return of the Father's soul. The interior of the Starfall Secret Realm was far more magnificent than they had imagined. The pathway was lined with statues of the Starfall sect, each holding various celestial weapons that radiated a gentle star power. The air was suffused with abundant spiritual energy, each breath invigorating their spirits. Ahead lies the Star Spring. Ling Yu pointed excitedly at a peak in the distance. Following her gaze, the group beheld a vast pool atop the mountain, shimmering with a golden glow. It was indeed the Star Spring. However, as they approached the mountain, the ground suddenly trembled. The statues surrounding the peak opened their eyes, glowing red, and their weapons began to gather spiritual power, clearly a mechanism set by the Shadow Palace. "Be careful. These statues are controlled by shadow power," Lin Chen shouted, channeling starlight into his star sword and striking at the nearest statue. With a resounding crash, the sword light collided with the statue, dispelling the shadow power and restoring it to its original form. As more stone statues advanced towards the crowd, their movements, though rigid, brimmed with formidable power, each assault exuding an aura of destruction. "Disciples of Xingqian Island, purify the statues with the power of the stars," Lin Chen commanded. The disciples of Xingqian Island promptly brandished their star-patterned weapons, channeling the celestial energy into the statues. The shadowy forces enveloping the statues began to dissipate under the purifying influence of the star power. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei also joined the fray. Zhao Feng darted among the statues with his gale steps, his sword relentlessly striking at their joints. Li Shui transformed her jade hairpin into a multitude of luminous rays, ensnaring the statues within a celestial trap, while Wang Lei unleashed the Thunderfire Pearl, weaving a net of thunder and flame that obliterated clusters of statues. After half an hour of combat, all the statues were either purified or destroyed. Though weary, the excitement in their hearts was palpable as they rushed towards the Celestial Spring. The pool of the Celestial Spring was vast, its waters shimmering with a golden glow, emanating a rich celestial energy. Lin Chen carefully retrieved a jade vial containing his father's lingering soul and poured the spring water into it. As the water made contact with the remnants of his father's soul, it erupted in a dazzling radiance. Under the nurturing essence of the spring water, Lin Xiaoyan's soul gradually coalesced into a tangible form. His body transformed from an ethereal wisp of light into a corporeal presence, his aura stabilizing with each passing moment. "Chinner." Lin Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes, his voice resonating with strength. "I have finally returned." "Dad," Lin Chen exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace his father. The longing, grievances, and anguish of 16 years manifested as tears streaming from his eyes. Lin Xiaoyan gently patted Lin Chen's back, his gaze filled with pride. "Good child, you have endured much suffering. From now on, I shall always be by your side and never let you feel alone again." The onlookers smiled with warmth at the tender reunion between father and son. Ling Yu stepped forward and addressed Lin Xiaoyan. "Uncle Lin, congratulations on your restoration. Now, we must swiftly locate the legacy of the Xingyun sect, rejuvenate it, and thoroughly dismantle the schemes of the Shadow Palace." Lin Xiaoyan nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Indeed, the legacy of the Xingyun sect is hidden within the secret realm of the Xingyun Hall, where all the sect's techniques and treasures are safeguarded. However, the hall is protected by ancient formations, accessible only with the Star Master token and a complete heart of the Star Abyss." Lin Chen produced the Star Master token and the complete heart of the Star Abyss, declaring, "Father, let us proceed to the Xingyun Hall at once." The group gathered their belongings and followed Lin Xiaotian towards the hall. The Xingyun Hall lay at the innermost depths of the Xingyun secret realm, surrounded by star-patterned runes that radiated immense celestial energy. The hall's entrance stood closed, engraved with a colossal emblem of the Xingyun sect, a meteor glimmering with starlight. Lin Xiaotian placed the Star Master token and the heart of the Star Abyss into a recess on the door. In an instant, the door emitted a blinding light, and the star-patterned runes began to rotate, forming an immense celestial orbit. With a resounding rumble, the door slowly opened, unleashing a wave of celestial energy even more potent than that of the celestial spring. As they stepped into the Xingyun Hall, the sight within left them awestruck. At the center of the hall lay a colossal star map, the stars upon it twinkling with brilliance, as if connected to the very fabric of the night sky. The stone walls surrounding them were inscribed with the techniques and treasures of the Starfall sect. Among these, the most striking was a golden longsword suspended at the center of a star map. Indeed, it was the sect's sacred treasure, the Starfall sword. That's the Starfall sword, Lin Xiaotian exclaimed with fervor. It is forged from ancient meteorites, imbued with the celestial power capable of annihilating the world. Only the sect master of the Starfall sect can wield it. Lin Chen stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the Starfall sword. The moment his fingertips brushed against the hilt, an overwhelming force of celestial energy surged into him, while a multitude of techniques and secrets of the Starfall sect exploded within his mind. The legacy of the Starfall sect had finally been bestowed upon him. From this moment forth, you shall be the new sect master of the Starfall sect. Lin Xiaotian gazed at Lin Chen with pride and contentment in his eyes. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the Starfall sword, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. I shall revitalize the Starfall sect, restoring it to its former glory as the foremost celestial sect on the continent. I will also thoroughly dismantle the schemes of the Shadow Palace and safeguard the peace of the realm. The crowd knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Lin Chen raised the Starfall sword above his head, and the celestial power radiated throughout the hall. He understood that his mission had only just begun, and the path ahead was fraught with challenges and dangers. Yet, he was no longer alone. He had his father, Ling Yu, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and the disciples of Starfall Island by his side. He believed that as long as they worked together with unwavering resolve, no obstacle would be insurmountable, and no goal unattainable. Chapter 37, Remnants of Shadows. A new threat. The celestial energy within the Starfall Hall continued to flow gently as Lin Chen, holding the Starfall sword, received the homage of the crowd. The joy of becoming the new sect master had not yet faded when Ling Yu suddenly changed color, pointing towards the direction outside the hall. This is not good. A massive force of shadow energy is approaching. Lin Chen's heart sank, and he immediately activated his star eyes. Through the walls of the Starfall Hall, he beheld an ominous gathering of black mist beyond the secret realm, within which he could vaguely discern the silhouettes of the Shadow Palace's practitioners. There were thousands of them. These are the remnants of the Shadow Palace. Lin Xiaotian's expression grew grave. They must have sensed the fusion of the Star Abyss heart and are coming to seize the legacy. Zhao Feng tightened his grip on his longsword, his eyes ablaze with battle spirit. Let them come. It is an excellent opportunity for them to experience the might of the Starfall sect. Wang Lei patted the Thunderfire Pearl at his waist. My Thunderfire Pearl has long been eager for action. Today, we shall ensure these scoundrels from the Shadow Palace return empty-handed. Lin Chen nodded, addressing the assembly. Disciples of Starfall Island, follow me to confront the enemy. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei. You are to guard the Starfall Hall and prevent them from launching a surprise attack. Ling Yu, you and my father shall work together to set up defensive formations using the powers of the Star Abyss heart and the Starfall sword. The group quickly sprang into action. Lin Chen led the disciples of Starfall Island out of the Starfall Hall, soaring towards the encroaching practitioners of the Shadow Palace. Above the Starfall secret realm, the black mist thickened, and the practitioners of the Shadow Palace surged like a tidal wave, led by a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his face concealed behind a skull mask, emanating a terrifying aura of early nascent soul. Who are you? Lin Chen gripped the Starfall sword tightly, his voice icy as he inquired. The middle-aged man removed his skull mask, revealing a grotesque visage. His left cheek was marred by black markings, while his right eye glimmered with a ghostly blue magic core. I am the demon guardian of the Shadow Palace, the man sneered coldly. Lin Chen, surrender the heart of the abyss and the legacy of the Starfall sect, and I may grant you a swifter demise. A flicker of coldness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. If you desire the heart of the abyss and its legacy, you must first overcome me. Fool, the demon guardian roared. conjuring a massive shadowy force that surged toward Lin Chen. Not daring to underestimate the attack, Lin Chen crossed the starfall sword before him, channeling the power of the heart of the abyss into the blade to form a radiant golden barrier. With a thunderous crash, the shadowy force collided with the barrier, causing it to tremble violently and forcing Lin Chen to stagger back several steps. The disciples of Starfall Island immediately launched their assault, unleashing countless streams of stellar energy toward the practitioners of the Shadow Palace. The latter, unwilling to be outdone, summoned their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the disciples of Starfall Island. At that moment, the skies above the Starfall Secret Realm erupted in flames, with explosions and roars echoing incessantly. Seeing Lin Chen as a formidable opponent, the Demon Guardian turned and soared toward the Starfall Palace, his target being the legacy within. Trying to flee? Lin Chen leapt into the air, the Starfall sword radiating golden starlight as he struck at the Demon Guardian. The Guardian was compelled to pivot and defend, conjuring a black shield of shadowy power. With a resounding impact, the swordlight clashed against the shield, forcing the Demon Guardian to stumble back a few paces. Lin Chen, do you think you can impede me? He sneered, retrieving a black orb from his robe. Indeed, the shadow magic core. The core erupted with blinding black light, a terrifying aura spreading outward. The practitioners of the Shadow Palace around him fell under the core's influence, becoming more frenzied and their attacks more ferocious. With the core's enhancement, the Demon Guardian's power surged to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. This is bad. His strength has increased. Lin Yu's voice echoed from the Starfall Palace. Lin Chen, quickly activate the Starfall Great Array with the Starfall Sword. Understanding her urgency, Lin Chen plunged the Starfall Sword into the ground. The blade unleashed a dazzling golden glow as countless star patterns ascended from the earth, forming a colossal Starfall Great Array. Within the array, numerous meteors began to rotate slowly, emanating an aura of destruction. Starfall Great Array Meteor Strike. Lin Chen formed seals with his hands, reciting the incantation. The meteors within the array suddenly accelerated, hurtling toward the Demon Guardian and the practitioners of the Shadow Palace. The Guardian's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to evade but found himself ensnared by the array's power. No. He let out a desperate cry as the meteors struck him, his body crashing to the ground and dissipating into black mist. With the Demon Guardian's command lost, the practitioners of the Shadow Palace fell into chaos. The disciples of Starfall Island seized the opportunity to strike, systematically eliminating the remaining practitioners. When the last of the Shadow Palace's cultivators fell, tranquility finally returned to the skies above the Starfall Secret Realm. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, about to sheath the Starfall sword, when he noticed a black crystal where the Demon Guardian had dissipated. It was a fragment of the Shadow Demon Core. Lin Chen picked up the shard, feeling the faint remnants of shadow energy still lingering upon it. This fragment seemed intricately linked to the Abyssal Gate. Ling Yu approached Lin Chen, examining the shard closely. It appeared the Shadow Palace was still plotting to open the Abyssal Gate, and this time, they might have discovered even greater power. Lin Xiaotian's expression grew grave. The Demon Guardian was merely one of the Shadow Palace's protectors. And if he possessed such formidable strength, the Palace Master must be far more terrifying. We must hasten our power enhancement and prepare for what lies ahead. Lin Chen nodded, clutching the Shadow Demon Core fragment tightly. I will swiftly consolidate the strength of the Starfall sect and unite with other sects across the continent to resist the Shadow Palace. I shall also continue to cultivate the sect's techniques to elevate my own strength. For one day, I will confront the Palace Master and utterly shatter their schemes. Everyone nodded, their eyes shining with determination. They understood that although they had thwarted the Shadow Palace's assault this time, a new threat had already emerged. The Shadow Palace would not relent. Greater challenges and dangers awaited them on the horizon. Lin Chen gazed at the Starfall sword and the heart of the abyss in his hand, then glanced at his father. Ling Yu, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and the disciples of Starfall Island, his heart swelling with confidence. He knew that as long as they worked together, there was no difficulty they could not overcome, no enemy they could not vanquish. The revival of the Starfall sect had only just begun. The mission to safeguard the continent's peace was also merely commencing. Lin Chen gripped the Starfall sword and strode toward the Starfall Hall, his figure appearing particularly resolute and powerful under the aegis of stellar energy. He would lead the Starfall sect and all who placed their trust in him to inscribe a new legend upon this continent. Chapter 38, Sect Alliance. Continental Assembly. Within the Starfall Hall, Lin Chen placed the fragment of the Shadow Demon Core at the center of the star map. As the shard made contact, a cascade of black luminescence erupted, causing countless red dots to materialize upon the star map. These represented the Shadow Palace's strongholds scattered across the continent, with the most prominent red dot located in the western region, the Abyssal Cave, exuding a chilling aura. The Abyssal Cave was the Shadow Palace's stronghold. Lin Xiaotian pointed at the red dot, his expression serious. It was from there that the Starfall sect had been besieged in the past. Now, as the remnants of the Shadow Palace congregated, they were likely making final preparations to open the Abyssal Gate. Ling Yu unfurled a map of the continent, marking the locations of various sects. Relying solely on the strength of the Starfall sect and Starfall Island is insufficient to combat the Shadow Palace. We must unite with other sects across the continent to form an anti-demon alliance. Lin Chen nodded, inserting the Starfall sword beside the star map. I will personally visit the major sections. Father, you remain in the Starfall secret realm to consolidate the remnants of the Starfall sect and restore the sect's relics. Ling Yu, you are responsible for contacting the cultivators of Starfall Island and Greenstone Town, ready to provide support at any moment. With clear delineation of roles, everyone immediately set their plans in motion. 3 days later, Lin Chen, holding the Star Master token of the Starfall sect, set forth on a starship, making his way to the esteemed Qingyun sect located in the eastern part of the continent. Renowned as one of the continent's foremost sects, Qingyun sect excels in what attributes spiritual power and has deep-rooted ties with the Starfall sect. The entrance to Qingyun sect looms majestically, encircled by ancient trees that have stood for millennia, the spiritual energy so dense it nearly coalesces into mist. Upon arriving at the gate, Lin Chen was halted by 2 disciples. Who goes there? Please present your invitation. Lin Chen produced the Star Master token, its star patterns shimmering with a golden glow. I am Lin Chen, the newly appointed sect master of the Starfall sect, seeking an audience with the sect master of Qingyun sect regarding a matter of great urgency. Recognizing the significance of the Star Master token, the disciples did not dare delay and promptly relayed the message. Moments later, the sect master, Xian Yangzi, personally emerged to greet him, clad in a blue Taoist robe. With hair as white as snow yet a countenance youthful, his eyes sparkled with wisdom. The heir of the Starfall sect has finally arrived. As the two entered the grand hall of Qingyun sect, Xian Yangzi listened intently to Lin Chen's account of the Shadow Palace's nefarious schemes, his brow furrowing with concern. The Shadow Palace has caused considerable turmoil on the continent in recent years, and our Qingyun sect has suffered the loss of many disciples. If we can form an anti-demon alliance, Qingyun sect is willing to offer full support. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly expressed his gratitude. Xian Yangzi waved his hand with a smile. No need for excessive formalities. Safeguarding the continent is the responsibility of every sect. I shall contact the Fire sect in the south and the Ice Valley in the north, urging them to send representatives to discuss matters in the Starfall secret realm. In the following half-month, Lin Chen visited several other sects, including the Fire sect, Ice Valley, and Diamond Monastery, among others. Though these sects had little prior interaction with the Starfall sect, upon learning of the Shadow Palace's plot, they all expressed their willingness to join the anti-demon alliance. Upon Lin Chen's return to the Starfall secret realm, he found it bustling with practitioners from various sections. In the plaza outside the Starfall Palace, banners fluttered in the wind as practitioners arranged themselves by sect, the atmosphere resplendent with grandeur. Lin Xiaotian stood at the center of the plaza, engaged in discussions with the leaders of the major sects regarding battle strategies. Lin Chen, you have returned. Upon spotting Lin Chen, Lin Xiaotian's eyes radiated with satisfaction. All major sects have agreed to join the anti-demon alliance and have nominated you as the alliance leader. Lin Chen stepped forward, receiving the alliance leader's token from Xian Yangzi, and proclaimed with conviction, esteemed elders and fellow practitioners, the Shadow Palace is about to open the Abyssal Gate, unleashing ancient demonic entities. To protect our continent and safeguard our homeland, I propose that 3 days hence, all allied practitioners gather outside the Demon Abyss to decisively obliterate the Shadow Palace's stronghold. A thunderous cheer erupted from the plaza, the eyes of the practitioners gleaming with unwavering resolve. In the ensuing 3 days, Lin Chen led the final preparations. He imparted the Starfall sect's techniques to the alliance's practitioners, while Ling Yu guided them in establishing defensive formations. And Lin Xiaotian, alongside the other sect leaders, meticulously devised a battle plan. 3 days later, the practitioners of the anti-demon alliance set forth aboard dozens of starships, soaring majestically towards the direction of the demon abyss. The starships formed a neat formation in the sky, golden starlight intertwining with various spiritual energies, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Chen stood at the bow of the foremost starship, wielding the Starfall sword, gazing into the distant sky. He understood that an ultimate battle, one that would determine the fate of the continent, was on the horizon. Yet this time, he was no longer fighting alone. Behind him stood thousands of allied cultivators, and by his side were his closest family and friends. He possessed both confidence and determination to utterly shatter the sinister schemes of the Shadow Palace and safeguard the peace of the continent. Chapter 39. The prelude to the great battle before the abyss of 10,000 demons. The abyss of 10,000 demons lay deep within the Black Pestilence mountain range in the western part of the continent. Engulfed in a shroud of dark miasma, suffused with potent shadow energy that would disrupt the spiritual powers of ordinary cultivators upon inhalation. The starship of the Anti-Demon Alliance halted at the mountain's periphery, and the cultivators promptly retrieved their pre-prepared purifying pills to fend off the miasma's encroachment. Lin Chen, wielding the Starfall sword, was the first to leap from the starship. The golden starlight emanating from the sword dispersed the surrounding miasma, creating a safe zone. Be cautious. There are surely ambushes from the Shadow Palace outside the abyss of 10,000 demons, Lin Chen called out, urging each sect to form their formations according to plan and not to scatter. The allied cultivators swiftly sprang into action. Disciples of the Qingyun sect set up a wooden attribute defensive array at the forefront, while the disciples of the Flames sect gathered fiery spiritual energy, ready to strike at any moment. The disciples from the Ice Valley released chilling air to freeze the surrounding miasma, and the monks from the Diamond Temple wielded their staffs, chanting sutras to purify the shadow energy in the air. At that moment, a thunderous roar emanated from the direction of the abyss of 10,000 demons. The black miasma surged, and countless shadow monsters erupted from within. Their shapes varied, some resembling ferocious tigers, others like gigantic serpents, their eyes gleaming with a ghostly blue light as they charged towards the allied cultivators. Prepare for battle, Lin Chen bellowed, and the Starfall sword gathered dense star power as he unleashed the Starfall slash. The golden sword light descended like a meteor, instantly slaying dozens of monsters. The allied cultivators also launched their attacks. The wooden spikes from the Qingyun sect, fireballs from the Flame sect, ice arrows from the Ice Valley, and the Zen light from the Diamond Temple wove together into a colossal net of assault, dispatching the monsters one by one. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. For every batch they defeated, another would emerge. Lin Chen gradually felt his strength waning, and the starlight of the Starfall sword began to dim. This cannot continue. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. We must locate the source of the monsters and destroy their lair. Ling Yu immediately unfurled the star map, her fingers moving swiftly across its surface. Based on the resonance of the star abyss heart, the source of the monsters lies in the core chamber of the abyss of 10,000 demons, where a colossal shadow core is continually breeding monsters. If we destroy the core, the monsters will cease to proliferate. Lin Xiaodian nodded. I will lead the disciples of the Starfall sect and Xingqian Island to contain the majority of the monsters. Lin Chen, you will lead Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and the elite disciples from various sects to infiltrate the abyss of 10,000 demons and destroy the core. Understood, Lin Chen affirmed, selecting 100 elite disciples with cultivation levels above the golden core stage to form a strike team. Lin Xiaodian then led the remaining cultivators towards the direction where the monsters were most densely concentrated, creating an opportunity for the strike team. Guided by Ling Yu, Lin Chen led the strike team, stealthily circumventing the encirclement of monsters as they soared towards the entrance of the abyss of 10,000 demons. The entrance to the abyssal cave is a vast cavern, its mouth adorned with intricate black runes that emanate a formidable shadowy power. Guarded by a protective array, Ling Yu scrutinizes the runes, realizing that only the power of the Star Abyss Heart can unlock them. Lin Chen raises the Star Abyss Heart above his head, the blue radiance resonating with the runes at the cave's entrance. Gradually, the runes begin to dim, and the entrance slowly opens. Quickly, enter, Lin Chen whispers, leading the assault team into the cave. Inside, darkness envelopes them, and the air is thick with a pungent scent of blood. Lin Chen activates his star eye, allowing him to perceive the surroundings clearly. Embedded in the stone walls on either side of the cavern are countless ghostly blue magic cores, within which the souls of cultivators are sealed, emitting anguished wails. These bastards! Zhao Feng clenches his sword in fury, realizing that they have been using the souls of cultivators to forge magic cores. A glint of coldness flashes in Lin Chen's eyes. Once we destroy the Shadow Palace, we shall avenge these cultivators. Be cautious, there may be stronger foes ahead. The group advances, and after traversing a long corridor, they find themselves in a vast stone chamber. In the center, on a stone platform, a basketball-sized black magic core hovers, ensnared by numerous black chains that connect to the magic cores embedded in the walls. This is the source of the monsters, Wang Lei exclaims with excitement, pulling out a thunderfire orb. Watch me obliterate it. However, just as Wang Lei prepares to throw the orb, a shadowy figure suddenly leaps from the darkness of the chamber, brandishing a black longsword aimed directly at Wang Lei's back. Who dares to destroy the magic core shall meet their demise. Chapter 40. The Battle for the Magic Core, Master of the Shadow Palace. The figure moves with astonishing speed, the shadowy power of the longsword radiating an aura of destruction. Wang Lei has no time to evade. He can only awkwardly turn and use the thunderfire orb to block the assault. Bang! The orb collides with the longsword, sending Wang Lei hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Wang Lei, Li Shui gasps, immediately pulling out her jade hairpin, transforming it into countless streams of light that shoot toward the shadowy figure. The figure scoffs, effortlessly slicing through the streams with his longsword. Lin Chen leaps into action, the starfall sword shimmering with golden starlight as he strikes at the shadowy figure. Stop! The clash of sword light against the black longsword generates a powerful shockwave that cracks the surrounding stone walls. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chen realizes that the assailant is an elderly man clad in a black robe, his hair and beard white, yet exuding the terrifying aura of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Indeed, the master of the Shadow Palace. Lin Chen, I never expected you to find your way here. The master of the Shadow Palace sneers, his eyes filled with disdain. But you and your companions think you can destroy the magic core? Such delusions are laughable. Lin Chen grips the starfall sword tightly, the light of his star eye intensifying. Master of the Shadow Palace, you have harmed so many cultivators to open the Star Abyss Gate. Today, I shall avenge them and utterly shatter your schemes. Avenge. The master of the Shadow Palace bursts into laughter. Survival of the fittest is the very law of this world. As I prepare to unlock the Stellar Abyss Gate and unleash the ancient monstrosities, the entire continent shall fall within my grasp. In that moment, you shall all become mere fodder for these fiends. With the Shadow Lord's chilling declaration, he summoned a dense aura of shadow power around his black sword and hurled it toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen, not daring to be complacent, infused the power of the stellar heart into the meteor sword, forming a golden barrier of starlight. Bang! The shadow force collided with the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, forcing Lin Chen to stumble back several paces. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and other elite disciples rushed to provide support. Zhao Feng's wind step maneuvered around the Shadow Lord, his sword continuously probing for weaknesses. Li Shui transformed her jade hairpin into a trapping formation, encasing the Shadow Lord. The other disciples also unleashed their attacks, various energies bombarding the Shadow Lord. With such limited prowess, do you truly believe you can impede me? The Shadow Lord scoffed, his shadow power surging and simultaneously shattering the trapping formation and all incoming assaults. Leaping into the air, he directed his sword toward the magic core upon the stone platform. If you wish to destroy the core, I shall activate it first, allowing you to taste the terror of the ancient beasts. A surge of anxiety gripped Lin Chen as he dashed toward the magic core. However, the Shadow Lord was far swifter, his sword already grazing the core. In an instant, the core erupted in a blinding black light, and countless shadowy tendrils burst forth. Lunging toward the crowd, meteor sword, stellar slash. Lin Chen roared, unleashing a cascade of golden sword light that severed the advancing tendrils. Yet, more tendrils flooded out from the core, enveloping the entire stone chamber. The Shadow Lord stood beside the core, a manic grin plastered across his face. Ha! The core is activated, and soon, the ancient monstrosities will descend upon the continent. You shall all perish. A flicker of despair crossed Lin Chen's eyes when suddenly, Ling Yu shouted, Lin Chen, use the celestial sovereign technique of the stellar sect. Only it can restrain the core's power. A spark ignited within Lin Chen as he recalled the technique. He formed hand seals and recited the incantation, channeling the powers of the meteor sword and the stellar heart, celestial sovereign obliteration. A colossal golden beam erupted from Lin Chen's being, imbued with the vast power of the stars, hurtling toward the magic core and the Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by the beam's force. No, I refuse to accept this. The Shadow Lord let out a desperate scream as he was consumed by the radiant beam. The magic core, too, began to fracture under the beam's relentless assault. When the light dissipated, the Shadow Lord had vanished, and the core had crumbled into countless black shards, scattering throughout the chamber. The surrounding tendrils, deprived of their source of power, withered and faded away. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they collapsed onto the ground. Lin Chen gazed at the shattered magic core, his heart swelling with satisfaction. They had finally destroyed the core and halted the emergence of the beasts. However, at that moment, the ground of the chamber trembled violently, and the runes on the walls began to glow. Ling Yu's expression turned grave. This is bad. Although the core has been destroyed, it has activated the self-destruct formation of the abyss of 10,000 demons. We must flee. The group sprang to their feet and raced toward the exit of the chamber. As they fled the abyss of 10,000 demons, a resounding and earth-shattering roar echoed behind them. The abyss collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the black miasma began to dissipate along with the shattering of the demon core. Lin Xiaodian, leading the other alliance cultivators, rushed to Lin Chen and the others, who had emerged safely. How did it go? Was the demon core destroyed? Lin Xiaodian inquired anxiously. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. The demon core has been destroyed, and the Shadow Lord has been vanquished. The abyss has collapsed, and the Shadow Palace's conspiracy has completely failed. Splendid. The alliance cultivators erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices resonating across the square like thunderclaps. Lin Chen looked at the jubilant crowd, and then at his father, Ling Yu, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei. His heart swelling with pride. He understood that the war, which had persisted for 2 decades, had finally culminated in their victory. Peace had returned to the continent, and the Starfall sect could be revitalized. Yet, he also recognized that this was not the end. Although the ancient demons had not descended, the threat of the starry abyss gate still loomed. The path ahead would undoubtedly present more challenges and dangers. However, he felt confident that as long as they united in purpose, no obstacle would be insurmountable. Lin Chen raised the Starfall sword and proclaimed, "Fellow cultivators, the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace has been thwarted, and peace has been restored to the continent. Yet, we must remain vigilant. In the future, we must collectively safeguard this land, ensuring that peace endures eternally." Indeed, the alliance cultivators responded in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens. Beneath the setting sun, Lin Chen's figure, enveloped in the starlight, appeared exceptionally resolute and formidable. He knew that his legend was far from over, and the saga of the Starfall sect was also just beginning. He would lead the Starfall sect and all who cherished peace in writing a new chapter on this continent. Chapter 41. Post-war Reconstruction. The rebirth of Starfall. Following the conclusion of the Battle of the Abyss, the cultivators of the Anti-Demon Alliance returned to their respective sections. Lin Chen, however, led the disciples of the Starfall sect and Starfall Island back to the Starfall Secret Realm. Observing the ruins within the Secret Realm, Lin Chen silently resolved to expedite the reconstruction of the Starfall sect, restoring it to its former glory. The first priority is to repair the Starfall Hall and the Star Spring, Lin Xiaodian remarked, gesturing towards the remnants within the Secret Realm. The Starfall Hall is the heart of the Starfall sect, while the Star Spring is crucial for cultivation. Only by restoring these 2 sites can we attract more cultivators to join the Starfall sect. Lin Chen nodded in agreement and promptly organized the disciples into teams. One group was tasked with clearing the rubble of the Starfall Hall and repairing the damaged star-patterned ruins, while another focused on reinforcing the springhead of the Star Spring to prevent water loss. Ling Yu took the lead, guiding the disciples skilled in formations to set up defensive arrays around the Secret Realm, safeguarding against potential ambushes from the remnants of the Shadow Palace. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei also volunteered to travel across the continent to recruit disciples, armed with the Star Master token of the Starfall sect. They introduced the sect's history and techniques to cultivators far and wide, inviting them to join. Given the illustrious achievements of the Starfall sect during the Battle of the Abyss, coupled with the formidable power of its star techniques, a multitude of cultivators soon flocked to their banner. 3 months later, the Starfall Hall and the Celestial Spring were finally restored to their former glory. The renovated Starfall Hall stood more majestic than ever, with its celestial maps shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Intricately connected to the true night sky, the waters of the Celestial Spring had become more potent, emitting a pure celestial energy that allowed cultivators to train by its banks at a pace several times faster than usual. On this day, the Starfall sect held a grand ceremony to celebrate its reopening. The square of the Secret Realm was bustling with cultivators gathered to partake in the festivities, comprising not only disciples of the Starfall sect, but also representatives from various other sections. Prominent figures such as Zuan Yangzi, the leader of the Fireblaze sect, and the head of the Ice Valley, among others, had personally come to extend their congratulations. Lin Chen, clad in the ceremonial robes of the Starfall sect's leader and wielding the Starfall sword, stood before the hall, gazing at the throng in the square, his heart brimming with emotion. From a youth once ridiculed as a worthless failure to the newly appointed leader of the Starfall sect, and now a hero safeguarding the continent. His journey had been fraught with hardships and challenges, yet it had also been rich with familial bonds, friendships, and trust. Esteemed seniors and fellow cultivators, Lin Chen proclaimed with a resonant voice, today marks the official rebirth of the Starfall sect. I pledge that the Starfall sect shall forever uphold the duty of protecting the peace of our continent, joining hands with all major sects to collectively resist external threats. Moreover, we warmly welcome all who cherish peace and aspire to grow stronger to join the Starfall sect, as we inherit the celestial power and forge a splendid future together. A thunderous cheer erupted in the square as cultivators applauded enthusiastically. Zhuan Yangzi stepped forward to address Lin Chen, saying, "Congratulations, sect leader Lin Chen, on the restoration of the Starfall sect. The Qingyun sect wishes to ally with the Starfall sect to jointly safeguard the peace of our continent." Representatives from other sects also expressed their desire to form alliances with the Starfall sect. Lin Chen graciously thanked each of them, his heart swelling with confidence. With the support of the major sects, the Starfall sect was certain to swiftly regain its former glory and become one of the most powerful sects on the continent. After the ceremony concluded, Lin Chen found himself alone by the celestial spring, sitting upon a stone by the water's edge. He gazed into the reflection of himself in the spring, lost in contemplation. Ling Yu quietly approached him, gently inquiring, "What are you pondering?" Lin Chen smiled softly. "I was reflecting on this journey. Without your support, I might have given up long ago. Thank you, Ling Yu, and also to my father, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei." Ling Yu smiled in return. "We are friends and comrades. Helping one another is only natural. However, you must not become complacent. The restoration of the Starfall sect has merely begun, and there remains much for us to accomplish." Lin Chen nodded and rose, stating, "I understand. Next, I shall enhance the sect's cultivation system and nurture more exceptional disciples. I will also strengthen our connections with the major sects, establishing closer alliances. And I must continue to seek clues regarding the Abyssal Gate to prevent its reopening." At that moment, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei hurriedly approached. "Lin Chen, something is amiss." Zhao Feng panted. "We discovered remnants of the Shadow Palace at the edge of the secret realm. They seem to be searching for something." Lin Chen's heart tightened as he gripped the Starfall sword firmly. "Lead us there at once." The group followed Zhao Feng to the periphery of the secret realm. Several practitioners clad in black robes were seen lingering outside the defensive formation of the secret realm, clutching a dark map as if in search of flaws within the array. Lin Chen activated his stellar eye, granting him a clear view of the contents of the map. It was a schematic detailing the locations of the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate. They were in pursuit of the fragments. Lin Chen spoke coldly, resolute in his determination to thwart their efforts. He led his companions stealthily closer to the black-robed practitioners. When they were merely a few dozen meters away, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, "Attack!" Instantly, they unleashed their assault. Golden starlight, crimson flames, and azure frost surged toward the unsuspecting practitioners, who were caught off guard and fell to the ground in an instant. Lin Chen approached and picked up the black map from the ground. In addition to the locations of the Star Abyss Gate fragments, a line of small text read, "Collect all fragments of the Star Abyss Gate to reopen it at the meteorite platform." Lin Chen furrowed his brow. It seemed the remnants of the Shadow Palace had not yet relinquished their ambitions, and they were still scheming to reopen the Star Abyss Gate. Ling Yu stepped beside Lin Chen, gazing at the map. "We must swiftly locate the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate to thwart their sinister plot. Otherwise, if the Star Abyss Gate is reopened, the consequences would be dire." Lin Chen nodded, securing the map. "Very well. We shall split into two groups. One will remain at the Starfall sect to continue rebuilding the sect and training disciples. The other will follow me to seek the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate." The group expressed their willingness to accompany Lin Chen. He selected Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and a number of elite disciples to form the fragment-seeking team, while Lin Xiaotian stayed behind at the Starfall sect to oversee the reconstruction efforts. Before they departed, Lin Xiaotian patted Lin Chen's shoulder. "Chener, be cautious. If you encounter danger, use the communication jade talisman to contact us immediately." Lin Chen nodded, his gaze filled with determination. "Father, have no worries. We shall find the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate and put an end to the Shadow Palace's schemes." Leading the fragment-seeking team, Lin Chen boarded the starship and set course for the first fragment's marked location on the map. He was aware that a new adventure was beginning, and that further challenges and dangers awaited them on the road ahead. Yet, he did not falter. For the sake of safeguarding the peace of the continent and the future of the Starfall sect, he must forge ahead with unwavering resolve. Chapter 42. Clues of the meteorite platform, disturbances in the deep sea. The fragment-seeking team, aboard the starship, followed the guidance of the dark map, heading first to the eastern coast of the continent, where the first fragment of the Star Abyss Gate was marked. The starship sped across the ocean's surface, with the star patterns at its bow continuously absorbing the celestial energy from the air, propelling it at several times the speed of ordinary vessels. The eastern coast was vast and expansive. How shall we search for the fragment? Li Shui inquired, standing at the bow of the starship, gazing at the boundless sea with a hint of concern. Lin Chen produced the heart of the Star Abyss, holding it in his hand. The heart resonated intensely with the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate, sharing a profound connection. The azure radiance of the heart of the Star Abyss flickered, directing towards a certain depth of the ocean. Following its guidance, the group pressed on, confident that the fragments would soon be within their grasp. After 3 days, the starship arrived in an unfamiliar expanse of sea, where the waters exhibited an eerie purple hue, littered with the remnants of countless shattered vessels, exuding a faint aura of shadowy power. This place resembled the sea of purple mist. Ling Yu surveyed her surroundings with a grave expression, for it was said that formidable sea monsters and many bizarre illusions lurked within, and few cultivators dared to venture here. Wang Lei tightened his grip on the Thunderfire Pearl, speaking with vigilance. What is there to fear? We have already vanquished the Lord of Shadows. What need have we to dread sea monsters and illusions? Lin Chen nodded, positioning the Starfall sword before his chest. Everyone, take heed. Activate your protective spiritual powers and do not be deceived by illusions. Heeding his words, the group proceeded as the starship slowly navigated into the sea of purple mist. Upon entering the waters, the surrounding fog thickened abruptly, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. Lin Chen activated his star eye, enabling him to discern the hidden environment clearly. Countless enormous tentacles lay concealed beneath the waves, stealthily approaching the starship. Be cautious. A sea monster approaches, Lin Chen shouted, channeling golden starlight into the Starfall sword and striking at the tentacles submerged in the ocean. With a resounding crash, the sword light collided with the tentacles, severing them and causing dark blood to surge forth from the waters. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal sea monster emerged, its size surpassing that of the starship. It bore 3 enormous eyes atop its head, its mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth, none other than the sovereign of the sea of purple mist, the 3-eyed demon octopus, a being of peak golden core stage. Ling Yu's expression shifted drastically. Its tentacles can conjure illusions. Do not gaze into its eyes. The 3-eyed demon octopus unleashed a furious roar, sending forth a multitude of tentacles towards the starship. Simultaneously, its 3 eyes emitted a violet glow, causing the surrounding fog to warp and give rise to eerie visions. Zhao Feng was suddenly confronted by an apparition of an assassin from the Shadow Palace. Instinctively, he swung his sword, only to find he had struck nothing but air. This is bad. An illusion. Zhao Feng quickly shut his eyes and summoned the power of the stars to resist the encroaching phantasm. Li Shui and Wang Lei also fell prey to the illusions. Li Shui witnessed her loved ones being slain by demonic entities, while Wang Lei beheld the devastation wrought by the Thunderfire Pearl spiraling out of control. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately infused the power of the heart of the Star Abyss into his companions to help dispel the illusions. Starfall Sword, Starfall Formation. Lin Chen plunged the Starfall sword into the deck of the starship. The blade erupted in a dazzling golden light, and countless star patterns ascended from the deck, coalescing into a vast Starfall formation. Within the formation, innumerable meteors spun gracefully, emanating formidable stellar power that banished the surrounding illusions. Seeing the illusions dispelled, the 3-eyed demon octopus roared in fury, its massive tentacles crashing down upon the starship. Lin Chen leaped into action, gathering a rich essence of stellar energy upon the Starfall sword. Stellar Sword, Abyssal Strike. The golden sword light cascaded down like a waterfall, precisely striking the head of the 3-eyed demon octopus. The 3-eyed demon roared with a piercing cry, its massive form crashing to the ground and sinking into the depths of the sea. The group breathed a sigh of relief as Lin Chen sheathed the Starfall sword and continued to lead them in the direction indicated by the heart of the abyss. After half a day's journey, the radiance of the heart of the abyss suddenly intensified, pointing toward a colossal whirlpool beneath the ocean. The fragments they sought were likely hidden beneath the whirlpool. Lin Chen gazed at it, his brow furrowed. The force of the whirlpool was formidable, and entering it directly could pose a significant danger. Ling Yu produced a nautical map, marking the location of the whirlpool. This whirlpool was a deep-sea vortex, connected below to a mysterious underwater ruin. Legends spoke of ancient treasures concealed within the ruins, guarded by formidable beasts. Lin Chen nodded. We shall board the starship and gradually descend along the edge of the whirlpool. Everyone, be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The group skillfully maneuvered the starship, cautiously approaching the whirlpool. As the vessel touched the edge, it was suddenly yanked by a powerful force, hurtling towards the center of the vortex. Lin Chen immediately channeled the power of the stars to stabilize the starship, yet the whirlpool's might was overwhelming, and the vessel was drawn within. Once the starship regained stability, the group found themselves within a vast underwater ruin. The structures were constructed from black rock, etched with ancient runes that emanated an aura of mystery. At the center of the ruin stood a massive stone platform, upon which floated a black fragment, the very shard of the abyssal gate. "We've finally found it," exclaimed Li Shui, eager to reach for the fragment. "Wait." Lin Chen suddenly grasped her arm. "The platform is protected by a formation. Be wary of traps." Ling Yu stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes on the platform. "This is an ancient shadow formation, which can only be unraveled using the power of the heart of the abyss." Lin Chen placed the heart of the abyss upon the platform, and its blue glow resonated with the runes. Gradually, the runes dimmed, and the platform slowly opened, allowing the black fragment to fall into Lin Chen's hands. Yet, the moment he grasped the fragment, the ruins began to tremble violently, and numerous cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. Ling Yu's expression changed drastically. "This is bad. We've triggered the self-destruct mechanism of the ruins. We must flee." The group immediately maneuvered the starship towards the exit of the ruins. As they emerged from the deep-sea whirlpool, a thunderous roar erupted behind them. The underwater ruin collapsed, sinking into the abyss. Lin Chen gazed at the black fragment in his hand, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This was the first shard of the abyssal gate they had secured. Once all shards were gathered, they could seal the abyssal gate completely, eliminating this looming threat. However, at that moment, the communication jade talisman on the starship suddenly illuminated, relaying Lin Xiaoyan's voice. "Chen'er, trouble. A surge of shadow energy has appeared near the Starfall sect. It seems a powerful presence is approaching. You must return quickly." Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately instructed the group. "Hurry. We must return to the Starfall sect at once." The starship adjusted its course, speeding towards the direction of the Starfall sect. Lin Chen gazed at the black shard in his hand, his heart weighed down by Lin Xiaoyan's words, filled with trepidation. Could it be that the remnants of the Shadow Palace had devised a new scheme? Would the Starfall sect find itself in peril? He gripped the Starfall sword tightly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he was determined to protect the Starfall sect, safeguard those around him, and uphold the peace of the continent. Chapter 43. The Starfall Crisis. A mysterious shadow. The starship soared through the skies, with Lin Chen clutching the communication jade talisman, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. The urgent tone of Lin Xiaoyan's voice echoed in his mind, a heavy stone resting upon his heart. The Starfall sect had only recently been rebuilt, and the disciples were still in the early stages of cultivation. If a formidable shadow force were indeed to strike, the consequences would be unimaginable. Faster. Lin Chen summoned the power of the stars within him, channeling it into the starship's core of star patterns. The starlight surrounding the vessel surged dramatically, increasing its speed by 30%, as the clouds along their path were torn apart into two white waves. Zhao Feng stood at the bow, his spiritual energy of the wind step in constant motion, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. "Lin Chen, we are approaching the boundary of the Starfall Secret Realm, but it seems to be shrouded in black mist." The group looked up to see the once clear skies over the Starfall Secret Realm now roiling with dense black fog, within which flickered shadowy forces like lightning. Even the defensive array surrounding the realm had dimmed, appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. "This is bad. The array is about to be breached." Ling Yu's complexion changed dramatically as she swiftly drew the Star Xian disc, attempting to activate the array remotely. Yet, as the disc emitted a faint glow, a powerful shadow force suppressed it, causing cracks to appear on its surface. Just as the starship neared the secret realm, a black figure shot forth from the mist. Cloaked in dark robes, its features obscured, the figure emanated a shadowy power even more terrifying than that of the previous Shadow Palace master, causing Lin Chen's starry eyes to sting painfully. "Hand over the shard of the Star Abyss Gate, and I shall spare your lives." The voice of the figure was hoarse and deep, as though it had risen from the depths of the abyss. As soon as the words left its lips, a shadowy claw lunged toward the starship. Starfall Sword, Star Shield. Lin Chen leaped into action, positioning the Starfall Sword before him as golden starlight coalesced into a formidable barrier. Bang! The claw struck the shield, sending a tremor through Lin Chen's arm, while the starship was tilted violently, forcing the disciples on deck to grasp the railings to maintain their balance. Who are you? Why do you target the Starfall sect? Lin Chen bellowed, his starry eyes striving to pierce through the figure's true identity. Yet the shadowy power enveloping the figure was tangible, rendering his vision a chaotic blur, leaving him unable to assess the opponent's cultivation level. The figure did not respond but launched another assault instead. Countless black chains shot forth from the mist, entwining around the starship's hull. Wang Lei immediately retrieved thunderfire orbs, hurling several of them simultaneously. With a resounding explosion, flames clashed with the black mist, dispersing only a minuscule area, while the chains continued to strike like venomous serpents. Li Shui used the immortal binding array to restrain it. Zhao Feng, circle around to exploit its weaknesses. Lin Chen commanded, tightening his grip on the Starfall sword, preparing to confront the foe head-on. At that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from the direction of the secret realm. The outer defense array was completely shattered, and black mist surged into the realm like a tidal wave, with faint cries of disciples echoing from within. Father! Panic surged within Lin Chen as he could no longer afford to concern himself with the figure in the black robe. He turned to rush into the secret realm. Thinking of escaping? The figure in the black robe sneered coldly, the power of shadows swelling dramatically, forming an immense black cage that ensnared the star vessel and everyone within it. No one shall leave with the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he handed the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate to Ling Yu. You all take the fragments into the secret realm and protect the disciples. I will hold him off. No, this man in the black robe is far too strong. You cannot face him alone. Ling Yu exclaimed urgently. There is no time. Lin Chen urged, channeling the full power of the Starfall sword. Golden sword light soaring into the sky, momentarily repelling the attacks from the figure in black. Hurry, I will follow closely behind. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ling Yu no longer hesitated. She led Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and the other disciples to steer the star vessel toward the breach in the secret realm, while the figure in black was momentarily restrained by Lin Chen. The sword light of the Starfall sword fell like a torrential rain, each strike imbued with the devastating power of the stars. What a reckless fool! The figure in black mused, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. Suddenly, the shadows around him coalesced into a colossal black longsword, striking down toward Lin Chen. The force of this strike far surpassed previous attacks, and Lin Chen could even sense the breath of death approaching. Star Sovereign's destruction. Lin Chen did not flinch. He gathered all the celestial power within him along with the remnants of the Star Abyss heart. The golden beam of light collided with the black longsword in a thunderous clash. The violent shockwave dispersed the surrounding black mist, sending Lin Chen flying backward. A mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth, and the starlight on the Starfall sword dimming. The figure in black also staggered back a few steps, clearly taken aback that Lin Chen could withstand such a blow. He regarded Lin Chen with a hint of surprise before sneering. Interesting, but ultimately, you are no match for me. Struggling to rise, Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grasped the Starfall sword tightly. As long as I draw breath, I will never allow you to harm the disciples of the Starfall sect. At that moment, a familiar wave of celestial power resonated from deep within the secret realm. It was Lin Xiaotian. Lin Chen's heart leapt with joy. Knowing his father had come to aid him, he immediately launched another attack to buy time. Chapter 44. Father and Son Unite. Secrets of the Shadows. Lin Xiaotian's figure surged forth like a streak of azure light from the secret realm. He wielded an ancient star sword, the very heirloom of the Starfall sect. The celestial power surrounding him harmonized with Lin Chen's, instantly forming a golden shield that enveloped the figure in black. Father! Lin Chen felt a wave of relief upon seeing his father and quickly began channeling spiritual energy to mend his damaged meridians. Lin Xiaotian nodded, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon the figure in black. You have repeatedly targeted the Starfall sect and destroyed our defensive array. What is your true intention? The figure in black regarded Lin Xiaotian, his hoarse voice tinged with an unsettling familiarity. Lin Xiaotian, it has been many years. It seems your strength has not progressed much. A tremor coursed through Lin Xiaotian's heart. The voice before him evoked memories of a long-deceased individual. He scrutinized the figure cloaked in black and suddenly noticed a wrist emerging from beneath the robe, marked by a familiar scar, a remnant of a past sparring match with his senior brother. Is it you? Lin Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically. Did you not perish in the siege of the Falling Star sect? The figure slowly removed his hood, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Lin Xiaotian's own. The left side of his face was marred by dark, shadowy patterns, while his right eye glowed with a haunting blue, housing a demonic core. It was none other than Mo Chen, the traitor of the Falling Star sect and Lin Xiaoyan's senior brother. Dead? How could I possibly have died so easily? Mo Chen scoffed, his eyes brimming with resentment. You all branded me a traitor and hunted me down. Had it not been for the Shadow Lord's intervention, I would have long since been consigned to oblivion. For years, I have honed the power of shadows, all to return and exact my vengeance, reclaiming all that rightfully belongs to me. Lin Chen stood in shock, unable to fathom that this formidable figure in black was indeed his father's brother-in-arms and the very traitor of the Falling Star sect. Mo Chen, you colluded with the Shadow Hall, betraying the secrets of the Falling Star sect and causing the deaths of so many of our brethren. How can you still speak of revenge? Lin Xiaoyan thundered, channeling the dense power of the stars into the sword in his hand. Today, I shall purge the traitors in honor of our fallen comrades. Purge? You two alone. Mo Chen sneered derisively, the power of shadows surging around him. My strength has long surpassed yours. He declared, I will claim the shards of the Abyssal Gate and the legacy of the Falling Star sect for myself. With a flourish, Mo Chen conjured his black longsword, striking at Lin Xiaoyan and Lin Chen. Lin Xiaoyan leapt into the air, engaging in a fierce clash with Mo Chen's sword. A cataclysm of power that tore through the very air around them. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen launched a side attack, the Starfall sword shimmering with golden starlight, aiming directly for Mo Chen's vulnerabilities. And what of your collaboration? Mo Chen mocked, as tendrils of shadow coalesced into numerous black appendages, effortlessly blocking the father-son duo's assault. His might eclipsed that of Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoyan, and he remained unfazed even when facing two opponents. This cannot continue, Lin Chen murmured to Lin Xiaoyan. His shadow power is overwhelming. We must identify his weakness. Lin Xiaoyan nodded, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. I have a method to temporarily suppress his shadow power, but it requires your cooperation to execute the stellar fusion. Stellar fusion? Lin Chen asked, perplexed. Indeed, Lin Xiaoyan affirmed. It is a secret technique of the Falling Star sect, requiring a profound connection of intent between father and son or master and disciple to unleash its full potential. He elaborated, I will channel my own stellar energy as a conduit, while you infuse the powers of the Starfall sword and the Abyssal heart within me. Together, we shall unleash our mightiest strike. Without hesitation, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Very well, let us attempt it now. The two shared a determined glance, simultaneously harnessing the power of the stars. Lin Xiaoyan plunged the Starfall sword into the ground, intertwining his azure starlight with Lin Chen's golden radiance, forming an immense celestial diagram. Lin Chen infused the powers of the Starfall sword and the heart of the abyss into Lin Xiaoyan's body, causing the brilliance of the star map to grow increasingly radiant. Celestial convergence, Starfall annihilation. Both father and son exclaimed in unison, unleashing a beam of light even more resplendent than the sun, hurtling towards Mo Chen. Mo Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed the terrifying force of this strike and swiftly condensed all his shadow energy into a black barrier. With a thunderous crash, the beam collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The surrounding black mist was entirely dispersed, and the ground of the Starfall secret realm cracked open with immense fissures. Struck by the light beam, Mo Chen was sent flying, crashing violently into a distant mountain peak, which collapsed in a thunderous crash, burying him beneath the rubble. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoyan, having suffered from the backlash of the secret technique, gasped for breath, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. He must be dead, right? Lin Chen weakly inquired. Lin Xiaoyan shook his head, his eyes filled with vigilance. Mo Chen has cultivated shadow energy and possesses a formidable vitality. He will not perish so easily. We must locate his body swiftly to confirm his death, otherwise, we may face endless repercussions. At that moment, an eerie laughter echoed from the pile of rubble. Mo Chen's figure emerged slowly from the debris, his black robe tattered, his body riddled with wounds, yet the ethereal blue glow in his eyes shone even more brilliantly. Ha! I never anticipated that you two could execute celestial convergence. This is indeed a surprise. Mo Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, your strength is now exhausted. It is my turn. The black sword in Mo Chen's hand coalesced once more, the shadow energy thicker than before. He leaped into the air, slashing towards Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoyan. The hearts of Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoyan tightened as they attempted to evade, only to discover that their spiritual energy was nearly depleted, leaving them unable to move. In this critical moment, A golden stream of light surged forth from the secret realm, positioning itself perfectly before the father and son. It was Lingyu. The starry disk in her hands erupted with dazzling radiance, forming a sturdy barrier that thwarted Mo Chen's assault. Lingyu! Lin Chen exclaimed in delight. Lingyu shook her head, her expression grave. I am not his match. You must quickly regain your strength. Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei also arrived with their disciples in tow for support. The group unleashed their attacks, various energies bombarding Mo Chen. Though formidable, Mo Chen began to feel the strain under their relentless assault. Curse it! He roared, his shadow energy surging violently, repelling the attacks. Today, consider yourselves fortunate. Next time, I will reclaim everything that is rightfully mine. As Mo Chen prepared to flee, Lin Chen would not afford him that opportunity. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through him, he channeled the last vestige of his energy into the Starfall sword. Celestial sword, Star Lock. Countless golden star chains cascaded from the heavens, ensnaring Mo Chen's limbs. Bound by the star chains, Mo Chen howled in fury, yet he could not break free. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiaotian regained some of his spiritual energy, concentrating the final remnants of power in the Starfall sword. Mo Chen, your malevolence ends here. The golden sword light descended, and Mo Chen let out a piercing roar as his body was engulfed by the blade's radiance, dissipating into the air as a black mist. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they collapsed to the ground. Lin Chen gazed at the spot where Mo Chen had vanished, his heart swelling with satisfaction. They had finally eradicated the threat posed by Mo Chen. Yet, at that moment, a black crystal remained where he had disappeared, the very core of the shadow demon's heart. Lin Chen picked up the crystal, faint traces of shadow power still lingering upon it. This core seemed intricately linked to the Star Abyss Gate. Lingyu approached Lin Chen, examining the crystal closely. It appeared that Mo Chen had also been in pursuit of fragments of the Star Abyss Gate, intent on unlocking it. Lin Xiaotian's expression turned grave. Mo Chen was merely a part of the shadow forces, and surely a more formidable entity lurked behind him. We must swiftly gather all the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate and seal it completely, or the continent shall never know peace. Lin Chen nodded, gripping the demon core tightly. We shall indeed collect the fragments and seal the Star Abyss Gate, safeguarding the peace of the continent. Chapter 45, Healing in the Secret Realm. Clues to the fragments in the plaza of the Starfall Secret Realm. Disciples busily cleaned the battlefield and repaired the damaged structures. Lin Chen, Lin Xiaotian, Lingyu, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei sat by the star spring, each channeling their spiritual power to heal their wounds. The golden spring water radiated a rich starry energy, nourishing their injured meridians. Lin Chen placed the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate and the demon core left by Mo Chen before him, scrutinizing them closely. Both the fragments and the demon core emanated a dark shadow power, suggesting a connection between them. He attempted to infuse the power of the Star Abyss heart into the fragment, which suddenly erupted in a dazzling black light, resonating with the demon core and forming a black star map in the air. This is the distribution map of the Star Abyss Gate, Lingyu exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. The map marked the locations of all the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate. The group gathered around, closely examining the black star map. Aside from the fragment they had already found, for others were scattered across the continent, located in the frigid north, the blazing desert to the west, the misty marshes to the south, and the floating islands to the east. The frigid north was perpetually covered in snow and ice, with thin spiritual energy and formidable ice attribute beasts. The blazing desert was unbearably hot, with sand concealing flame-eating insects. The misty marshes were filled with toxic miasma and illusions. The floating islands hovered high in the sky, protected by powerful formations, making them difficult to approach. Lin Xiaotian studied the star map, his brow furrowed. These 4 locations were exceedingly perilous, and the difficulty of locating the fragments was immense. Zhao Feng tightened his grip on his longsword, his eyes brimming with battle intent. What does danger matter? We have already defeated the Shadow Lord and Mo Chen. Do we fear these places? Wang Lei patted the Thunderfire orb at his waist. My Thunderfire orb can counter ice and poison attributes. It will surely prove useful. Lin Chen nodded, addressing the group. Let us first recuperate in the secret realm for a while to mend our injuries, and then we shall divide into 4 teams to seek out the remaining fragments. Father, you shall remain in the secret realm to continue overseeing the reconstruction of our sect while nurturing the disciples. Lingyu, you shall accompany me to the frigid expanse. Zhao Feng, lead a portion of the disciples to the fiery sands. Li Shui, take a group to the misty marsh, and Wang Lei, guide another contingent to the floating isle. The assembled members nodded in agreement, accepting their tasks. In the ensuing fortnight, everyone recuperated by the Starlight Spring. Lin Chen's injuries, nourished by the energies of the Starlight Spring and the heart of the Star Abyss, swiftly healed, even allowing him to break through to the early infant soul stage. The cultivation of Ling Yue, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, and Wang Lei also saw significant advancements, with the disciples steadily growing stronger. Once their rest concluded, preparations for departure commenced. Lin Xiaodian had meticulously stocked each team with ample supplies, including purification pills, fire avoidance talismans, and cold resistance potions, and equipped each group with communication jade talismans for instant contact. You must exercise caution. In the face of danger, do not engage recklessly. Use the communication jade talisman to reach me immediately, Lin Xiaodian advised, his eyes filled with concern. Father, do not worry, we will return safely, Lin Chen assured him. The group bid farewell to Lin Xiaodian, each leading their teams toward their respective destinations. Lin Chen and Ling Yue boarded the starship and set their course for the frigid expanse. The frigid expanse lay at the northernmost tip of the continent, revealing a vast, desolate realm of ice and snow. The temperatures here were perilously low, capable of freezing spiritual energy. A dense chill permeated the air, rendering it inhospitable to ordinary beings. It's so cold. Ling Yue tightened her garments, unable to suppress a shiver. Lin Chen infused Ling Yue with the power of the heart of the Star Abyss, shielding her from the frigid air. This chill can freeze spiritual energy. We must remain vigilant to prevent it from infiltrating our bodies. They tread cautiously through the snow, with Lin Chen activating his star eye to scrutinize their surroundings. The icy terrain concealed numerous ice elemental beasts, the mightiest of which had attained the early infant soul stage and was the guardian of the shards of the Star Abyss, the Ice Colossus. Up ahead lies the lair of the Ice Colossus. Lin Chen pointed toward a colossal ice mountain, where the shard was likely hidden within. As they stealthily approached the entrance of the lair, a thunderous roar resounded. A towering beast, 5 zhang in height, emerged from the lair. Its body encased in thick ice armor, its eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light. It was the Ice Colossus, an early infant soul stage beast. Ling Yue's expression grew serious. Its ice armor can withstand most attacks. We must identify its weakness. Lin Chen nodded, his star eye meticulously examining the Ice Colossus. He discovered that its underbelly was devoid of ice armor. That was its Achilles heel. Ling Yue, use the star spiral disc to divert its attention while I strike at its underbelly, Lin Chen commanded. Ling Yue nodded, casting the star's spiral disc into the air. The disc's runes illuminated, and countless golden star chains descended, ensnaring the limbs of the Ice Colossus. The beast roared in fury, thrashing violently as it sought to break free from the chain's grasp. Lin Chen seized the opportunity and leaped into the air, channeling a dense force of celestial energy into the starfall sword, Star Abyss Slash. The golden light of the sword plummeted like a meteor, striking precisely at the abdomen of the ice leviathan. The creature let out a piercing howl, its massive form crashing to the ground, disintegrating into countless shards of ice that scattered into the air. In the center of the lair, a black fragment hovered, emanating a faint shadowy power. It was the second shard of the Star Abyss Gate. Lin Chen approached and picked up the fragment. As soon as it touched his hand, it resonated with the shard he had previously discovered, erupting in a dazzling black light. Wonderful! We have found the second shard, Ling Yu exclaimed with excitement. Lin Chen nodded. Securing the fragment, we must leave this place swiftly and proceed to our next destination to rendezvous with the other teams. The two boarded the starship, soaring towards the direction of the blazing sands desert. Unbeknownst to them, in the depths of the frigid lands, a dark figure slowly emerged. It was the remnant soul of Mo Chun. He gazed in the direction Lin Chen had departed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen, do you think finding the shards ensures your safety? Just wait. I shall reclaim the shards and open the Star Abyss Gate. Chapter 46. Peril in the Blazing Sands. Thunderfire breaks the deadlock above the blazing sands desert. The sun blazed fiercely, warping the very air. Zhao Feng led 10 elite disciples, riding on the desert's unique camel beasts, struggling through the scorching sands. The temperature of the sand was exceedingly high. Even with specially designed heat-resistant boots, they could feel the searing heat beneath their feet. Captain, we have been traveling for 3 days without a trace of the Star Abyss Gate shards. If this continues, our water and food will be depleted, one disciple remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, fatigue evident in his voice. Zhao Feng produced the shard of the Star Abyss heart, which glimmered with a faint blue light, pointing towards the depths of the desert. According to the shard's guidance, it should be located in the blazing flame canyon ahead. Let us endure a little longer. Once we find the shard, we can leave this place immediately. The group nodded and pressed on. After half a day of travel, a vast canyon came into view. Flanked by towering red rocks ablaze with fierce flames, the air thick with sweltering heat. This was the Blazing Flame Canyon. Be cautious. The canyon harbors blazing flame worms. Zhao Feng warned. The blazing flame worms, unique to the Blazing Sands Desert, were diminutive creatures adept at hiding within the sand. Once they set their sights on a target, they would instantly drain all spiritual energy, leaving behind a lifeless husk. The group cautiously entered the canyon, but after only a few steps, the ground trembled violently. Countless red worms erupted from the sand, surging towards them. It was indeed the blazing flame worms. Everyone, be alert. Shield yourselves with spiritual energy. Zhao Feng shouted, his sword gathering a rich flow of energy as he swung it towards the approaching worms. The blade flashed, slicing through numerous blazing flame worms. Yet more emerged from the sands, encircling the group. The disciples unleashed their attacks, various energies converging upon the advancing swarm. The number of flame-eater bugs was overwhelming. For every batch eliminated, another would emerge, swiftly depleting the collective spiritual energy of the group. This situation was untenable. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Feng proposed. The flame-eater bugs are afraid of fire. Let us employ fiery attacks. The disciples promptly adjusted their strategy, channeling their fiery spiritual energy towards the flame-eater bugs. Indeed, the bugs recoiled at the sight of flames. However, as the heat in the canyon intensified, the fire energy became increasingly wild, even beginning to backlash against the disciples' bodies. This is disastrous. The fire energy is spiraling out of control. One disciple exclaimed as their clothing ignited. Zhao Feng rushed forward, extinguishing the flames on the disciple with his spiritual energy, but the disciple had already sustained burns, their energy now in disarray. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the canyon. A massive beast emerged from the shadows, its size comparable to a small mountain, covered in crimson scales, capable of spewing forth raging fire. It was the flame lizard, the guardian of the shards of the star abyss, boasting power at the early stage of the nascent soul. An early-stage nascent soul beast. Zhao Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone retreat. Yet, the flame lizard was swift, closing the distance in an instant. It unleashed a torrent of flames toward the group. Zhao Feng immediately activated the wind step, guiding the disciples to evade the fiery onslaught, but several were still scorched, their garments igniting, eliciting cries of agony. Captain, we can barely hold on, a disciple said weakly. Zhao Feng tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes filled with resolve. No, we cannot yield. We must find the shards. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the distance. Zhao Feng, we are here to assist you. He looked up to see Lin Chen and Ling Yu arriving swiftly on a starship. Lin Chen, Ling Yu, Zhao Feng cried out in delight. The two leapt from the starship, immediately joining the fray. Lin Chen wielded the starfall sword, gathering golden starlight as he struck at the flame lizard, while Ling Yu conjured a golden star shield with her star wheel to deflect the beast's fiery assault. Zhao Feng, how are you faring? Lin Chen inquired. We are managing. Though a few disciples have been injured, Zhao Feng replied. Lin Chen nodded and instructed Ling Yu. Take the injured disciples out of the canyon first. I will handle this flame lizard with Zhao Feng. Ling Yu nodded and led the wounded disciples toward safety, while Lin Chen and Zhao Feng turned to confront the flame lizard. Starfall slash. Lin Chen bellowed as the golden sword light descended like a meteor, striking the scales of the flame lizard. The impact resonated with a deafening crash, causing the beast to stagger back, leaving a shallow scratch on its scales. Such tough scales, Lin Chen thought in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Feng unleashed the wind step, maneuvering behind the flame lizard and channeling dense spiritual energy into his sword as he aimed for the beast's tail. The long sword severed the tail of the flame lizard, which let out a piercing shriek before turning to pounce upon Zhao Feng. Lin Chen immediately stepped forward to provide support, as the starfall sword once again gathered starlight, striking towards the head of the flame lizard. Forced to evade, the creature allowed Zhao Feng to retreat and stand side by side with Lin Chen. Its weakness lies in its abdomen, Lin Chen declared. Let us strike at its belly together. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, and the two leaped simultaneously towards the vulnerable underbelly of the flame lizard. Attempting to evade, the beast found itself ensnared by their combined assault. The starfall sword and Zhao Feng's longsword pierced the creature's abdomen simultaneously, eliciting a desperate roar from the flame lizard as its massive body crashed to the ground, dissipating into countless flames that vanished into the air. In the center of the gorge, a black fragment hovered, emanating a faint shadowy power, the third shard of the Star Abyss Gate. Lin Chen approached and picked up the fragment. As soon as it was in his grasp, it resonated with the 2 shards he had previously found, erupting into dazzling black light. Splendid. We have located the 3rd shard. Zhao Feng exclaimed excitedly. Lin Chen nodded, securing the shard. We must depart swiftly to assist Li Shui and Wang Lei. The 2 ascended aboard the star vessel, flying towards the misty marsh. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the flame desert, the remnants of Mo Chen's soul re-emerged. Watching the direction in which Lin Chen had departed, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Lin Chen, you have thwarted my plans. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Chapter 47. Misty Marsh, a phantasmagorical terror above the misty marsh. A dense gray miasma enveloped the air, concealing lethal toxins that would disrupt one's spiritual power with a mere inhalation. Li Shui led 10 elite disciples aboard a specially designed miasma-evading vessel, slowly navigating through the marsh. Constructed from unique timber, the vessel resisted the corrosive effects of the miasma, while the star patterns on its hull purified the surrounding air, forging a safe passage. Captain, the miasma here is too thick for my spiritual detection to penetrate. How shall we locate the shards? A disciple inquired with furrowed brows, concern evident in his voice. Li Shui produced a shard of the star abyss heart, which emanated a faint blue glow, directing towards the depths of the marsh. According to the shard's guidance, it should lie upon the illusion island ahead. However, the area surrounding the island is riddled with potent illusions. We must tread carefully to avoid being ensnared by them. Nods of understanding rippled through the group as they continued onward. After half a day's journey, a small island floating amidst the marsh came into view, shrouded in thick miasma. Vague outlines of ancient structures could be discerned. It was indeed Illusion Island. Activate your protective spiritual power, and use the shard of the Star Abyss Heart to shield your minds from deception, Li Shui cautioned, distributing small pieces of the shard among the group. Following her instructions, the miasma-evading vessel gradually approached Illusion Island. As they neared the island, the surrounding miasma thickened abruptly, and the scenery began to distort. Li Shui found herself inexplicably transported back to the general store in Greenstone Town, where her parents smiled and waved at her. Xiaoxue, come here quickly. Our family will always be together. The gentle voice of her mother was heartbreakingly tender. Li Shui's heart trembled, and she nearly stepped forward. However, she soon realized something was amiss. The sign of the grocery store was reversed, revealing the flaw in the illusion. She tightened her grip on the jade hairpin, the fragments of the heart of Star Abyss radiating a soft blue light, dispelling the chaotic thoughts within her. This is not real. I must find the fragments and protect the peace of the continent. As her words echoed, the illusion shattered violently. Li Shui surveyed her surroundings, discovering that her disciples were also battling their own illusions. Some were ensnared in visions of being pursued by monstrous entities, while others witnessed scenes of betrayal from loved ones. Awaken them with the fragments of the heart of Star Abyss, Li Shui shouted, channeling her fragments' power into her disciples. One by one, they regained consciousness and broke free from the illusions. They ascended to Illusion Island, where the structures lay in ruins and the air was thick with a potent shadowy energy. Li Shui activated her spiritual detection, identifying the fragments resting upon a stone platform at the island's center. Let us hasten there. Li Shui urged her disciples as they sprinted toward the stone platform. Just a few steps in, the ground suddenly trembled. Countless black vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring their limbs. These were the soul-eating vines from the marsh, capable of absorbing a cultivator's spiritual energy. Be cautious. Cut the vines with your spiritual power, Li Shui commanded, her jade hairpin transforming into a myriad of luminous streaks, severing the vines that ensnared her. The disciples followed suit, unleashing their attacks to free themselves from the clutches of the vines. Yet, the sheer number of soul-eating vines was overwhelming. As one wave fell, another surged forth, swiftly depleting their spiritual energy. At that moment, the ground around the stone platform cracked open, and a colossal beast emerged from the depths. It was massive, resembling a giant bear, its body cloaked in black fur entwined with countless soul-eating vines. The vine demon bear, guardian of the fragments of the heart of Star Abyss, possessed the strength of an early nascent soul. An early nascent soul beast. Li Shui's face paled. Everyone retreat. But the vine demon bear was astonishingly swift. Quickly closing the gap, it swung its enormous paw toward one of the disciples, who could not evade in time and was struck, sent hurtling away. Blood spewing from their mouth. Damn it. A flicker of anger ignited in Li Shui's eyes as she gathered a surge of spiritual energy into her jade hairpin and aimed it at the vine demon bear. The hairpin transformed into a streak of light, piercing the beast's eye. The vine demon bear let out a chilling roar and, in fury, charged at Li Shui. In that critical moment, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Li Shui, we are here to help you. Li Shui looked up to see Lin Chen, Ling Yu, and Zhao Feng soaring through the air aboard a starship. Lin Chen, Ling Yu, Zhao Feng, Li Shui exclaimed in delight. Lin Chen, Ling Yu, and Zhao Feng leaped from the starship, immediately joining the fray. In Lin Chen's grasp, the starfall sword shimmered with golden starlight as it struck towards the vine demon bear. Ling Yu, wielding the star sphere, conjured a golden star shield to deflect the creature's assault. Zhao Feng, employing the wind step technique, circled behind the vine demon bear, aiming his long sword at its vulnerable tail. The bear's weak point is its abdomen. Lin Chen shouted, let us all strike at its belly. The group swiftly altered their strategy, directing their attacks toward the creature's underbelly. The vine demon bear attempted to evade, but was ensnared by their relentless onslaught, unable to escape. Simultaneously, Lin Chen's starfall sword, Zhao Feng's longsword, and Li Shui's jade hairpin struck the bear's abdomen, eliciting a desperate roar from the beast as its massive form collapsed, disintegrating into countless tendrils that vanished into thin air. At the center of the stone platform, a black shard floated, emanating a faint shadowy power. It was the fourth fragment of the Star Abyss Gate. Lin Chen stepped forward to retrieve the shard. The moment it touched his hand, it resonated with the 3 shards he had previously discovered, erupting in a dazzling black light. Excellent. We have found the 4th shard, Li Shui exclaimed with excitement. Lin Chen nodded, securing the fragment. We must head to the floating island immediately to assist Wang Lei and the others. Once we obtain the final shard, we shall completely seal the Star Abyss Gate. The group boarded the starship and soared towards the floating island, unaware that Wang Lei was already in peril, embroiled in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Mo Chen's lingering soul had arrived at the floating island ahead of them, poised to seize the last shard. A new conflict was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 48. Aid to the floating island, breaking the star array as the starship broke through the clouds. The silhouette of the floating island became distinctly visible. This aerial isle was enveloped in a pale purple array shield, its edges entwined with black shadowy energy. With the sounds of clashing weapons echoing from within, Wang Lei and his companions must be fighting valiantly inside. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the starfall sword, and with his star eyes penetrating the shield, he beheld the scene. Wang Lei and his disciples were cornered beside a stone platform, besieged by dozens of black-robed cultivators wielding shadow blades. Leading them was a figure exuding the aura of an early nascent soul, Elder Blackbone, a former subordinate of Mo Chen. More critically, the star patterns surrounding the platform had been tainted by shadowy power. With the final shard of the Star Abyss Gate ensnared by Elder Blackbone's chains, on the verge of being claimed. Star Sphere, shatter the stars. Ling Yu was the first to act, casting the star sphere high into the air. The runes on its surface resonated with the island's array, and a golden crack appeared instantaneously in the shield. Lin Chen leaped from the starship, channeling the resonating power of the 4 shards through the starfall sword, directing a stream of golden starlight like a meteor toward the crack. Stay close and strike swiftly. Zhao Feng and Li Shui followed closely. Zhao Feng navigated through the black-robed cultivators with his wind step, deftly disarming 2 of them with precise strikes. Li Shui summoned her jade hairpin, weaving a binding array of light that temporarily ensnared those approaching the stone platform. Upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, Wang Lei's eyes sparkled with hope as he hurled the remaining thunderfire orbs, which detonated with a thunderous roar, intertwining flames and starlight to clear a swath of the battlefield. Lin Chen, the fragments were ensnared by the chains of that old fellow. Wang Lei pointed at the Elder of Black Bones, his voice hoarse, as his arm bore the wounds inflicted by the shadow blade, the circulation of his spiritual energy becoming sluggish. Lin Chen looked up to see the Elder of Black Bones grinning maliciously as he manipulated the chains, the shadowy power enveloping the fragments growing increasingly intense, even beginning to corrode the star patterns on the stone platform. He refrained from a reckless assault and instead activated his star eye for a meticulous observation. The runes on the chains shared the same origin as the shadow power of Mo Chen. Yet there was a conspicuous flaw. Every third contraction would pause momentarily. Zhao Feng, use Gale steps to draw his attention. Li Shui, when his chains come to a halt, ensnare them with the immortal binding array. Lin Chen commanded swiftly, simultaneously infusing the power of the heart of the Star Abyss into the Starfall sword. I shall sever the chains. Zhao Feng instantly grasped the plan, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he circled behind the Elder of Black Bones, thrusting his sword directly at his lower back. The Elder was compelled to turn and defend, and indeed, the chains exhibited a brief pause. Seizing the moment, Li Shui summoned the radiant jade hairpin, the immortal binding array accurately ensnaring the chains. Lin Chen leaped into the air, the starfall sword resonating with the 4 fragments. And with a resounding thud, he severed the chains. The fragments broke free from their constraints, automatically soaring towards Lin Chen, converging with the previous 4 pieces in his palm, unleashing a dazzling black light. Witnessing the fragments being reclaimed, the Elder of Black Bones let out a furious roar, launching a final strike as the shadow power coalesced into a massive skeletal claw. Lin Chen stood firm, merging the power of the fragments with the starfall sword, unleashing a golden sword light that shattered the claw in an instant, sending the Elder of Black Bones hurtling against the stone wall, breathless. After the battle concluded, everyone slumped onto the stone platform, gasping for breath. Wang Lei rubbed his injured arm, offering a wry smile. This old fellow was more troublesome than Mo Chen's lingering soul. Had you not arrived in time, I fear I would have met my end here. Li Shui handed him a vial of healing potion, softly advising, "Tend to your wounds first. Do not leave any hidden injuries." Zhao Feng inspected the disciples' equipment, occasionally reminding them of important safety precautions. Lin Chen held the 5 gathered fragments, sensing the power swirling within, and turned to Ling Yu, saying, "The fragments are assembled. Should we not proceed to the meteorite platform to seal the Star Abyss Gate?" Ling Yu nodded, unfurling the star map. The meteorite platform is the ancient site where celestial cultivators sealed malevolent beings, and it serves as the core node of the Star Abyss Gate. However, according to the star map, the sealing requires complete fragments of the Star Abyss Gate. Along with the resonance of the Starfall Sword and the Star Eye's power, we must prepare in advance. Under the setting sun, the protective barrier of the floating island gradually regained its clarity. The group sat at the edge of the starship, gazing at the distant sea of clouds, cherishing a rare moment of relaxation. Wang Lei produced the remaining scraps of food, sharing them among the group, while Zhao Feng practiced new sword techniques on the deck, and Li Shui along with the disciples organized their spoils. Lin Chen and Ling Yu meticulously planned the route to the meteorite platform using the star map. They all understood that this was not an end, but rather the prologue to the final battle. Chapter 49, Clouds over the Meteorite Platform. Initial comprehension of stellar power on the journey to the meteorite platform. The starship glided steadily above the clouds. Lin Chen placed the 5 fragments of the Star Abyss Gate before him, attempting to guide their power using the celestial sovereign art. The fragments slowly rotated in his palm, the black shadow power intertwining with the golden stellar energy, forming a delicate spiral of light. Previously, the remnants of Mo Chen's soul had been fixated on the fragments, yet it had not manifested on the floating island. Could this signify a deception? Ling Yu sat nearby, her fingers tracing the location of the meteorite platform on the star map, her brow furrowing slightly. The star map indicated that ancient prohibitions surrounded the meteorite platform. If the shadow forces had preemptively breached them, the sealing would become exceedingly arduous. Lin Chen halted his cultivation and stowed the fragments, expressing his own perplexity. It seems peculiar. Mo Chen's soul would not so readily relinquish its pursuit. Perhaps he had anticipated our arrival at the meteorite platform and laid a trap there. At that moment, Zhao Feng entered the cabin from the deck, holding a black token he had discovered on the Elder of Black Bones. Behold this. The runes on the token bear a striking resemblance to those on the token of the Shadow Hall Master, with the inscription Meteorite Sacrifice etched on the reverse. Li Shui leaned in for a closer look, her complexion shifting slightly. The Meteorite Sacrifice is a forbidden technique of the Shadow Hall, requiring the essence blood of cultivators to activate. Is it possible that Mo Chen intends to employ this forbidden technique at the meteorite platform to augment his power? Wang Lei tightened his grip on the Thunderfire Pearl, his voice resonant. Regardless of the forbidden technique, should he dare to emerge, I shall obliterate him into oblivion with the Thunderfire Pearl. Lin Chen took the token, and the starlight in his eyes flickered. The runes on the token bore a certain similarity to the ancient prohibitions of the meteorite platform. A revelation struck him as he infused the token with the power of the heart of the Star Abyss, causing a line of text to materialize. Core of the meteorite platform, summon the fragments of the Star Abyss, awaken the ancient demonic shadow. This is dire. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Mo Chen's objective was not the fragments, but rather to utilize them to activate the prohibitions of the meteorite platform, unleashing the ancient demonic shadow concealed within the Star Abyss. Upon hearing this, everyone grew tense. Ling Yu swiftly adjusted the star map. We must hasten our pace to reach the meteorite platform before Mo Chen and reinforce the prohibitions. In the ensuing days, Lin Chen scarcely rested, dedicating himself entirely to his cultivation. He endeavored to merge the power of the 5 fragments into the celestial sovereign technique. Initially, He was consistently rebuffed by the shadowy force, causing his meridians to throb with pain. Until one fateful night, as the starship traversed a densely populated starfield, Lin Chen gazed at the myriad stars and suddenly recalled his father's words. The power of the stars is not solely for destruction, it also serves to protect. Your task is not to suppress the shadows, but to guide them to harmonize with the power of the stars. A moment of clarity enveloped him. He ceased to forcibly suppress the shadowy force within the fragments, instead guiding them to merge with his own stellar energy through the star eye. In an instant, the fragments in his palm erupted with a radiant interplay of black and white, a gentle yet potent force surging into his being, enhancing the density of the surrounding star energy. I believe I have grasped the domain of star power. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a soft stellar glow surrounding him, thickening the air in the vicinity. He attempted to wave his hand, unleashing a star power slash interwoven in black and white that effortlessly severed a metal railing outside the cabin. Ling Yu, sensing the commotion, approached and beheld the scene with astonishment. You have actually mastered the domain of star power. This is a realm accessible only to late-stage nascent soul cultivators. And you have only just reached the early stage. Lin Chen smiled, clenching his fist, with the domain of star power. Even if Mo Chun were to truly unleash the ancient demonic shadow, we would still possess the strength to contend. The starship continued its voyage. Drawing ever closer to the meteorite platform, Lin Chen stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the starry sky ahead, his heart filled with resolve. This time, he aimed not only to seal the abyssal gate, but also to eradicate the looming threat of the shadow forces, restoring true peace to the continent. Chapter 50, Smoke from the Town. Shadow assault. As the starship descended near a small town by the meteorite platform, dawn broke. The town was modest in size, yet brimming with vitality. Stalls along the roadside displayed an array of fresh fruits and vegetables. Children frolicked in the alleys, and the villagers wore long-awaited smiles. Remarkably, just a few months after the war, the town had returned to such a flourishing state. Li Shui strolled through the streets, marveling at the scene before her, unable to suppress her admiration. Wang Lei's gaze fixated on a stall selling grilled meat, and he swallowed hard. After our lengthy journey, why not pause here for a bite to replenish our strength before heading to the meteorite platform? Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He too wished to witness what it was he was safeguarding. The group found an outdoor stall to sit down and ordered several bowls of meat soup and grilled meat. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, noticed their cultivator attire and smiled, saying, "You must be the cultivators heading to the meteorite platform. Thanks to your victory over the Shadow Palace, we can live in peace. Good sir, have you noticed any unusual occurrences at the meteorite platform recently?" Lin Chen seized the opportunity to inquire. The man pondered for a moment before responding. A few nights ago, there was a flash of black light from the direction of the meteorite platform, accompanied by strange howling noises. We dared not approach. Lin Chen's heart tightened. It seemed that Mo Chun had already begun to stir trouble at the meteorite platform. Just then, a series of explosions erupted from outside the town. The group's expressions shifted, and they immediately rose to run toward the source of the commotion. Outside the town, in the woods, they witnessed a dozen black-robed cultivators assaulting several patrolling cultivators, with several corpses already lying on the ground. It was the remnants of the Shadow Palace. Zhao Feng gripped his sword tightly, ready to charge. Wait, Lin Chen intercepted him. Their target is not the town, they are luring us out. He activated his stellar force domain, and the intertwining rays of black and white light enveloped the entire forest in an instant. The black-robed cultivators sensed the anomaly and attempted to flee, only to find their bodies ensnared by the stellar force, immobilized. Celestial Master S. Starbinding, Lin Chen uttered softly, as countless chains of stellar force shot forth from the domain, firmly entrapping the black-robed cultivators. Zhao Feng and Wang Lei seized the opportunity to advance and easily subdued them. One black-robed cultivator was brought before Lin Chen, his face pale. Lord Mo Chun said that even if you reach the meteorite platform, it will be futile. The ancient demonic shadow will soon awaken, and the entire continent will fall under its dominion. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold as he pressed for the specifics of Mo Chen's plan, but just as the cultivator began to speak, he bled from all 7 orifices and perished, evidently having been afflicted by a heart-devouring curse. It was clear that Mo Chun had made his preparations. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. We must proceed to the meteorite platform immediately. The group dared not delay. Bidding farewell to the villagers of the small town before boarding the starship toward the meteorite platform. As they traveled, Lin Chen gazed out the window at the diminishing town, his resolve strengthening. No matter what Mo Chun's schemes entailed, he must thwart them, ensuring the villagers' smiles would not vanish once more. The starship swiftly arrived at the meteorite platform. The meteorite platform is an immense circular stone dais, adorned with ancient star patterns. With a colossal stone pillar standing at its center, entwined with black chains, marking the seal of the abyssal gate. Above the pillar, the remnant soul of Lin Chen hovers, surrounded by dozens of robed practitioners, clearly having awaited this moment for quite some time. Lin Chen, you have finally arrived, Lin Chen's voice rasped. I thought you would cower in the small town, too afraid to emerge. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the starfall sword, and in an instant, the domain of stellar energy unfurled. Lin Chen, your schemes end here. Chapter 51. The Meteorite's Restriction. The shadow of darkness emerges as Lin Chen beheld Lin Chen's domain. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a scornful smile. What does it matter if you comprehend the domain of stellar energy? The restrictions of the meteorite platform have already been activated by me. In half an hour, the ancient shadow will awaken, and no one will be able to stop it. Lin Chen gazed upward, witnessing the star patterns surrounding the platform pulsating with black light, while the chains on the pillar began to tremble violently. A low roar echoing from within. Everyone disperse. Lin Chen commanded immediately. Zhao Feng, lead the disciples to restrain the robed practitioners. Li Shui, use the celestial binding array to reinforce the star patterns on the meteorite platform, delaying the activation of the restrictions as much as possible. Wang Lei, focus on attacking Lin Chen's remnant soul, preventing him from approaching the pillar. Ling Yu, accompany me as we attempt to dismantle the restrictions with the fragments and the starfall sword. The group sprang into action. Zhao Feng maneuvered through the robed practitioners with his gale steps, his sword reaping the lives of foes left and right. Li Shui transformed her jade hairpin into a multitude of radiant streaks, entwining the star patterns in an effort to purify the black light. Wang Lei hurled thunderfire orbs at Lin Chen. Though they could not harm him, they distracted him from activating the restrictions. Lin Chen and Ling Yu reached the base of the pillar, placing 5 fragments upon the star patterns while simultaneously inserting the starfall sword into the recess of the stone column. The sword erupted with golden starlight, causing the fragments to illuminate and resonate with the star patterns. However, the black light within the patterns proved remarkably tenacious, continuously repelling the stellar force. The shadow power infused by Lin Chen into the restrictions is formidable. We require a more potent force to break through. Ling Yu exclaimed anxiously, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, channeling the entirety of his domain's power into the starfall sword. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly broke free from Wang Lei's entanglement, hurtling towards the pillar. You think it will be that easy to dismantle the restrictions? His remnant soul swelled unexpectedly, absorbing the lifeblood of the surrounding robed practitioners, and his strength surged to the later phase of the nascent soul stage, a black claw reaching out towards Lin Chen. Be careful. Ling Yu quickly raised the starry disk to block the claw, but was violently thrown back, blood spilling from her mouth. Upon witnessing Ling Yu's injury, Lin Chen was consumed by rage. The domain of stellar energy surged forth, intertwining black and white forces crashing towards Lin Chen. Struck by the energy, Lin Chen's remnant soul contorted, yet he continued to sneer. Your power is still insufficient. In 10 minutes, the ancient shadow will awaken, and you shall all perish. Lin Chen's heart raced as he observed the black light intensifying upon the pillar. He recalled his mother Su Qingyue's words. The seal of the Star Abyss Gate requires the amalgamation of the Guardian's bloodline and the power of the Star Eye to be reinforced. Yet, his mother was currently missing. What was he to do? At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind, his father's voice. Chener, do not despair. The Star Eye not only perceives all things, but also connects with the power of the bloodline. Try to sense your mother's bloodline with the Star Eye. Perhaps you can temporarily borrow her strength. A spark ignited within Lin Chen, and he promptly shut his eyes, activating the Star Eye and focusing intently on sensing his mother's bloodline. In an instant, a flicker of red light flashed in his eyes, and the power of his bloodline began to surge within him. The star patterns on the stone pillar suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow, resonating with Lin Chen's Star Eye. This was the power of his mother's bloodline. Lin Chen opened his eyes in astonishment. Ling Yue, quickly, use the star wheel to guide this force. Together, we shall break the seal. Ling Yue sprang into action, placing the star wheel upon the star patterns. The red bloodline energy, the golden stellar power, and the interwoven force of black and white coalesced into a colossal beam of light, hurtling toward the stone pillar. No, Lin Chen let out a desperate roar, attempting to intervene, yet he was ensnared by Wang Lei and Zhao Feng. The beam struck the stone pillar, and the black light dissipated instantaneously. while the chains upon the pillar gradually stabilized. The roars of the ancient demonic shadows grew ever fainter, ultimately vanishing into silence. Realizing his plan had failed, Mo Chen's residual soul became increasingly transparent. Lin Chen, I shall not spare you. Even in death, there will be others to fulfill my design. With that, his residual soul completely disintegrated into the air. The group exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground. Lin Chen approached Linghua, helping her to her feet. Are you all right? Linghua shook her head, smiling softly. I am fine, merely a bit drained. Did we succeed? Lin Chen gazed at the now stabilized stone pillar and nodded. For the moment. We have succeeded, but the threat of the Star Abyss Gate has not been entirely eradicated. We must locate my mother and utilize her bloodline power to definitively seal the Star Abyss Gate. Everyone nodded in agreement. They understood that while they had momentarily thwarted Mo Chen's scheme, the journey to find his mother and fully seal the Star Abyss Gate was only just beginning. Chapter 52. The Search for Bloodline. The weight of responsibility. The star patterns of the meteorite platform finally regained their long-lost purity. As golden light flowed gently down the stone pillar, completely dispelling the lingering shadows, Lin Chen crouched before the stone pillar, meticulously placing the 5 fragments of the Star Abyss Gate into a specially crafted jade box. The surface of the fragments still resonated with faint waves that echoed his mother's bloodline. This was their sole clue at the moment. According to the feedback from the star patterns, your mother's bloodline aura is most potent in the southern misty forest. Linghua unfurled the star map upon the stone platform, her fingertip tracing the location marked as the Su family ancestral site. That place had once guarded the Star Abyss Gate, and it was from there that your mother departed. Perhaps she intended to return to seek the sealing methods left by her family. Lin Chen's fingertip lightly grazed the misty forest on the star map, a complex emotion flickering in his star eye, a blend of anticipation to find his mother and a solemn awareness of the unknown dangers that lay ahead. He reminisced about his time in Greenstone Town, when he struggled to even break through the first level of body refinement, retreating to the trees to escape adversity. Yet now, he not only sought to find his mother, but also bore the weighty responsibility of sealing the Star Abyss Gate and safeguarding the continent. We must first return to the Starfall sect, Lin Chen suddenly declared, surprising those around him. He glanced at Zhao Feng and Wang Lei, his gaze lingering on their wounds. After days of relentless battles, everyone is severely drained of spiritual energy and still bears injuries. Moreover, the sect has just been re-established. My father must be needing assistance to manage the affairs alone. Wang Lei instinctively touched his arm, still wrapped in bandages, and chuckled. These injuries are nothing. However, it would be prudent to return and allow the disciples to present the captured shadow artifacts for the elders' research. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should return to recuperate. The illusory mist forest is fraught with dangers. Going in wounded would only hinder our progress. On the return starship, Lin Chen did not devote his time to cultivation as usual. Instead, he stood on the deck, gazing at the continent below, which was gradually regaining vitality. Farmers toiled in the fields, wisps of smoke curled up from the towns, and the laughter of children occasionally danced on the breeze, reaching the heights above. He recalled the words he had heard in the town. Thanks to you, we can live our lives in peace. And he suddenly understood that the power he sought was never meant to be a testament to a waste turning the tables, but rather a means to protect the ordinary joys of life. What are you pondering? Ling Yu approached, offering him a bottle of starlight spring water. Lin Chen accepted the water, gazing into the distance. I was thinking, if I had become strong earlier, would my parents have remained together? Ling Yu fell silent for a moment before softly replying. You have already excelled. From the boy in Greenstone Town to the capable sect leader you are now. Your growth has far surpassed everyone's expectations. Moreover, you have never fought alone. Turning his head, Lin Chen observed Zhao Feng guiding young disciples in swordplay. His movements patient and meticulous, no longer impulsive as he once was. Li Shui organized healing pills, clearly labeling the effects of each herb. Wang Lei polished the Thunderfire Pearl, humming a tune learned from the town. He suddenly smiled, downing the spring water in one gulp, his confusion dissipating significantly. The youthful may dwell in past regrets, but the mature carry their regrets with resolve as they stride toward the future. When the starship arrived at the Starfall Secret Realm, Lin Xiaodian had long been waiting in the square. Upon seeing everyone return safely, his eyes sparkled with relief. Yet he noticed the transformation in Lin Chen, no longer the child in need of his protection, but one whose gaze now bore stability and responsibility. That evening, Lin Chen convened a meeting in the Starfall Hall, articulating plans for finding his mother, the subsequent sealing strategy, and the sect's reconstruction with clarity and organization, prompting even the elder statesmen of Xingchen Island to nod in approval. In the dead of night, Lin Chen ventured alone to the edge of the starlight spring, retrieving a jade box containing fragments. The shards shimmered under the moonlight, and the resonance of bloodlines grew increasingly distinct. He tightened his grip on the jade box, silently whispering, "Mother, wait for me. This time, it is I who will protect you and safeguard all that we cherish." Chapter 53. The Initial Exploration of the Mist. Forging the heart in illusion after a fortnight of recuperation, Lin Chen, accompanied by Ling Yu, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and 20 elite disciples, set forth once more towards the misty forest. Unlike their previous expedition, this time the starship was well equipped with cleansing elixirs and antidotes to combat the illusions. Lin Chen had also taken the liberty of bringing along ancient texts from the Xingyun sect, which contained invaluable information about the ancestral paths of the Su family. Ahead lay the very edge of the misty forest. Zhao Feng stood at the bow, gesturing towards the region shrouded in gray-white fog that obscured spiritual detection. "Stay close to me. Do not lag behind." The group transferred to specially crafted fog-evading boats, gradually gliding into the mist. Upon entering the forest, the surroundings began to distort. Familiar trees morphed into the appearance of the Lin family's backyard in Qingshe Town. The menacing figure of Lin Bo flickered in the haze. "Lin Chen, are you slacking off again? You can't even reach the first level of body refinement. What a disgrace to the Lin family." "It's an illusion. Steady your minds," Li Shui promptly cautioned, as the faint glow from her jade hairpin formed a protective shield around them. Although the young disciples had prepared themselves, some still exhibited signs of panic. The illusions manifested their deepest regrets and fears. Lin Chen gazed at the apparition of Lin Bo, no longer submissively bowing his head in shame as in the past. Instead, he spoke with calm resolve. "Lin Bo, I understand I disappointed you in the past. But now, I am no longer that idle waste. I will safeguard the Lin family and protect many others with my own strength." As his words lingered in the air, Lin Bo's figure began to fade. In that fleeting moment of shattered illusion, Lin Chen distinctly sensed a refinement in the power of his star eye. He no longer relied on the heart of the abyss or potions to resist the illusions, but faced his past self with unwavering determination. "Lin Chen, look over there." Ling Yu suddenly pointed to the left, where a stone tablet faintly emerged from the fog, emblazoned with the Su family crest. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a concealed stone door beneath the tablet, perfectly matching the entrance to the secret path described in the ancient texts. Just then, Wang Lei gasped. "Two disciples are missing." Turning back, they indeed found the absence of two young disciples. Their fog-evading boat remained stationary, surrounded by an ominous black mist. "It's the shadow illusion." Lin Chen's expression shifted as he activated his star eye to its fullest. This type of illusion could devour a cultivator's consciousness, and they had to locate the missing disciples swiftly. Rather than recklessly commanding a search, he instructed Zhao Feng and Li Shui to guard the stone door while he, along with Ling Yu and Wang Lei, followed the trail of the black mist. Delving half a mile into the mist, Lin Chen heard the cries for help from his disciples. Following the sound, he found two disciples ensnared in the black fog, their vision clouded by the horrific scene of Shadow Palace cultivators slaughtering Xingyun sect disciples. Their eyes burned with crimson fury, and they were poised to take their own lives with their swords. "Break the star power field." Lin Chen acted without hesitation, intertwining black and white star power that enveloped the black mist. Unlike before, he did not forcibly tear apart the illusion. Instead, he gently wrapped the two disciples in star power, simultaneously conveying his voice. "That is not real. You are in the misty forest. We have come to rescue you." The visions within the illusion gradually blurred, and two disciples awakened, beholding Lin Chen and the others, unable to restrain their tears. "Master, we almost." Wang Lei gently patted their shoulders. "It is well that you are safe. In the future, when faced with illusions, do not solely focus on resistance. Consider the well-being of those around you." As the group returned to the stone gate, Zhao Feng and Li Shui had already repelled several beasts lured by the illusion. Observing the weary disciples, Lin Chen chose not to proceed, instead commanding the establishment of a temporary camp near the stone gate. "Let us rest tonight and venture into the secret path tomorrow." Everyone should take this opportunity to calm their minds. Illusions most easily prey on those whose spirits are unsettled. As night fell, the campfire flickered. Lin Chen sat beside the flames, watching his disciples share their insights on confronting the illusions. Zhao Feng instructed them on breath control. Li Shui distributed cleansing pills, and Wang Lei demonstrated how to use the faint glow of thunderfire beads to disperse the surrounding mist. He suddenly realized that maturity entailed not only personal strength, but also the ability to lead a team and protect those nearby. Ling Yu approached, presenting Lin Chen with a fragment of the Su family's ancestral map. There may be more illusions within the secret path, even guardian beasts. Yet, I believe you can guide everyone through. Lin Chen accepted the fragment, tracing the patterns with his fingertips, his eyes devoid of past innocence. Now shining with resolve, we will surely find my mother and seal the Star Abyss gate once and for all. The glow of the campfire illuminated his face, casting a long shadow that highlighted the growing clarity of responsibility upon his shoulders. The night in the misty forest was still long, but Lin Chen knew he was prepared to face every challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 54, The Secret Path, Star Patterns. Understanding and oversight, the fog avoidance vessel slowly navigated into the secret path beyond the stone gate, the damp air suffused with an ancient dust-laden scent. As the boat moved, the star patterns etched on the stone walls flickered with faint blue light. Lin Chen held the Su family's ancient tome, his fingertips gliding over the passage detailing the guiding star veins, his brow furrowed. The tome explicitly stated that the secret path of the Su family ancestral land featured 3 layers of star pattern checkpoints, which required the combined power of bloodline and star eye for precise navigation. Any slight deviation would trigger a devastating array set in place by the ancestors of the Su family to prevent the incursion of shadowy forces. The first checkpoint was imminent. Ling Yu stood beside Lin Chen, the star sphere hovering in her palm, its runes resonating subtly with the star patterns on the stone wall. She delicately traced the air with her fingertips, sketching the trajectory of the star patterns. Observe the left stone wall. The star patterns are arranged in an inverted Big Dipper formation. According to the ancient tome, we must first activate the Tian Shu and Tian Xin patterns before guiding the remaining star patterns into position. Yet, I feel something is amiss. The spacing of these star patterns is half an inch wider than recorded, as if tampered with. Lin Chen nodded, retrieving a shard of the Star Abyss gate. The bloodline fluctuations emanating from the fragment touched the star patterns on the wall, causing some to illuminate instantly, while a few flickered erratically, clearly out of sync with the others. He closed his eyes, his star pupils operating at full capacity, as the celestial maps recorded in ancient texts surfaced in his mind. His fingertips traced intricate trajectories in the air. Unlike before, he refrained from recklessly infusing star power. Instead, he meticulously deduced the variations in star patterns corresponding to each trajectory, thereby evading potential traps. The star patterns here required a counterclockwise rotation of 3 degrees. Lin Chen suddenly spoke, halting Ling Yu, who was poised to assist him. He pointed to the darkest star pattern on the stone wall, his star pupils shimmering with a golden glimmer. This is the death pattern. At first glance, it appears indistinguishable from the other star patterns, yet it is infused with shadow power within. A clockwise rotation would trigger an explosion of the formation. We must first connect it with the adjacent life pattern, using the power of our bloodline to neutralize the shadow's essence. Ling Yu's eyes flashed with approval as she adjusted the power of the star wheel according to Lin Chen's guidance. She brought the star wheel close to the stone wall, allowing the golden starlight to flow along the star pattern, intertwining with the bloodline power Lin Chen released, forming a ribbon of black and white light. Their cooperation was seamless, devoid of superfluous conversation, yet they instinctively filled in for each other when needed. As the final star pattern settled into place, the stone wall emitted a soft crack, and the stone door of the first obstacle gradually opened, revealing a deeper secret passage behind it. During their brief respite, Ling Yu retrieved a piece of warm sustenance and a water skin from her storage bag, presenting them to Lin Chen. You were sweating profusely during the deduction. You should replenish your strength. The subsequent obstacles will only become more arduous. Lin Chen accepted the food, yet his gaze remained fixed on the ancient texts, his fingers swiftly turning the pages as he absent-mindedly replied, Indeed, we must swiftly uncover the clues to the second obstacle. My mother may still be waiting for me. It would be troublesome if the shadow forces find her first. Ling Yu's hand holding the water skin paused momentarily, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flickering in her eyes. Since entering the secret passage, Lin Chen had been wholly absorbed in the search for his mother's clues, scarcely noticing her several attempts to express concern, nor realizing that her face had paled from excessive expenditure of spiritual power while assisting him in deciphering the star patterns. Zhao Feng happened to witness this scene and approached, playfully patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. Lin Chen, do not be overly anxious. Miss Ling Yu has been tirelessly helping you analyze clues and fend off risks. You should show her more appreciation. Just now, while stabilizing the star power for you, she nearly suffered backlash from the shadow essence. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then recognized his previous indifference. He quickly looked up at Ling Yu, his gaze landing on her somewhat pallid countenance, and a wave of guilt surged within him. I apologize. I was too focused on the ancient texts and failed to notice your condition. Are you all right? Should we take a moment to rest? Ling Yu shook her head, managing a faint smile as she pressed the water skin into his hands. I am fine. It is merely a bit of spiritual power depletion. A brief rest will suffice. Finding your mother is of utmost importance. Let us continue onward. Yet Lin Chen distinctly observed her fingers gently clutching the hem of her garment as she turned to organize the star map, her breath noticeably quicker than usual. This was the first time he vividly realized that in his fervent pursuit of his mother's whereabouts, he had inadvertently overlooked the emotions of those closest to him. In the past, he would recklessly charge forward towards his desired goals, heedless of others' feelings. However, he has now begun to comprehend that maturity does not solely reside in fixating on one's ambitions, but in recognizing the emotions of those around him while pursuing his aspirations. He returned the water pouch to Ling Wei with an apologetic tone, suggesting, "Let us rest for half an hour before continuing. Your spiritual energy is severely depleted. Pushing forward now would only heighten the danger. Moreover, we all need to regain our composure, as the forthcoming challenges will undoubtedly be more formidable." As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle of healing elixir from his storage pouch, pouring out a pill and offering it to Ling Wei. "This is a specially formulated star essence pill from the Xingyun sect. It will swiftly restore your spiritual energy. Please take it." Ling Wei accepted the pill, warmth blooming within her heart as she gazed into Lin Chen's earnest eyes, nodding gently. "All right, I will follow your advice." Zhao Feng and Li Shui exchanged glances, both perceiving the transformation in Lin Chen. The once naive youth, who only knew to charge ahead, had finally begun to learn the importance of empathy and the weight of responsibility. Chapter 55. The Star Pulse Spirit Fox, Guardianship and Duty. Half an hour later, the group delved deeper into the secret passage. The entrance to the second trial was concealed within a waterlogged stone chamber, where thick grime obscured the star patterns on the walls, revealing faintly the ancient characters for bloodline recognition. As Lin Chen stepped into the chamber, the ground suddenly trembled violently, sending ripples through the stagnant water. A completely snow-white fox, adorned with a blue crystal embedded in its forehead, leaped from behind the stone wall, surrounded by a dense aura of star power. Its forelegs bore pale blue star patterns, identifying it as the guardian beast of the Sioux family ancestral land, the Star Pulse Spirit Fox. Judging by its aura, it was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Be cautious. Its claws can tear through star energy barriers. Wang Lei promptly drew a Thunderfire Pearl, fingers poised to unleash an attack. Li Shui also summoned her jade hairpin, shimmering light coalescing before her as she prepared for defense. Do not act rashly. Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand to halt them, stepping forward slowly while holding the fragment of the Star Abyss Gate before him. The bloodline fluctuations emanating from the fragment resonated powerfully with the crystal on the spirit fox's forehead, causing the fox's previously taut body to relax noticeably. A flicker of confusion appearing in its eyes as it emitted a low, mournful growl. He recalled the ancient text regarding the Star Pulse Spirit Fox. It had guarded the Sioux family ancestral land for a millennium, recognizing bloodlines rather than martial prowess. Only those with a heart to protect could pass. Should one harbor intentions of harm, the fox would retaliate with full force, sparing no effort until death. Lin Chen paused, ceasing to exude star energy intimidation, and instead softened his tone, speaking gently. "I am Lin Chen, son of Su Qingwei, here to seek my mother and seal the Star Abyss Gate to ensure that the guardianship of our ancestral land is not in vain. The shadow forces have long coveted the power of the Star Abyss Gate. If I fail to find my mother and obtain the sealing method of the Sioux family, the entire continent shall descend into peril." The spirit fox regarded Lin Chen for a long time, its golden pupils flickering with complex hues, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Suddenly, it let out a piercing howl, and the star patterns on the chamber's ceiling ignited, unleashing a torrential rain of star energy arrows upon the group. This was indeed the final test of the guardian beast. Ling Wei reacted with remarkable speed, the star sphere instantly shielding Lin Chen, as a golden barrier of star energy rapidly expanded. The power of the celestial arrow storm exceeded all expectations. The barrier held for mere moments before being breached. An arrow streaked past Lin Chen's shoulder, directly aimed at Ling Yu's arm. "Ling Yu!" Lin Chen exclaimed, instinctively pulling her behind him, but it was too late. The arrow grazed her sleeve, leaving a deep wound on her arm, blood seeping forth and staining her garment. Observing this, the spirit fox's hostility dissipated entirely, and the blue crystal on its forehead glowed with a gentle light, causing the stone door on the opposite side of the chamber to slowly open. Lin Chen, disregarding the situation beyond the door, immediately turned to support Ling Yu. He retrieved clean cloth and healing ointment from his storage pouch, meticulously tending to her wound. "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" His voice trembled with an unprecedented anxiety. As he summoned gentle celestial energy to envelop the injury, aiding the absorption of the medicine. Guilt swelled within him as he gazed at the gash on Ling Yu's arm. "It's all my fault. I was too focused on communicating with the spirit fox to notice the arrow storm, and you got hurt because of me." Ling Yu endured the pain, shaking her head with a faint smile gracing her lips. "I'm fine, just a minor injury. The spirit fox has recognized us, and that is what truly matters. Do not blame yourself. Had you not pulled me back in time, the injury could have been far worse." Yet Lin Chen was undeterred. He knelt down, diligently bandaging her wound with a tenderness uncharacteristic of the usually decisive sect leader. As he worked, he spoke earnestly. "In the future, when danger arises, do not rush forward. I am the sect leader. It is my duty to protect everyone." Zhao Feng and Li Shui, standing nearby, noted the change in Lin Chen. In the past, he would have borne his injuries alone, even feeling awkward at the concern of others. Now, he not only actively cared for Ling Yu's wounds, but also felt remorse for his oversight, understanding the weight of responsibility and the importance of safeguarding those around him. Wang Lei, having stored away his Thunderfire Pearl, scratched his head and chuckled. "Ling Yu, you needn't persuade him. Lin Chen is increasingly embodying the role of a sect leader." Showing genuine compassion, Ling Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fell silent, quietly watching Lin Chen as he tended to her injury. Sunlight streamed through the crevices in the ceiling of the stone chamber, casting a warm halo around the two. Once the wound was properly treated, the group followed the celestial spirit fox to the entrance of the third trial. Here, there were no intricate star patterns. Only a stone tablet inscribed with the word Star Abyss, same pulse. The spirit fox gently tapped the tablet with its paw, and suddenly, the ethereal image of Su Qingyue emerged. Though pale, her face retained a gentle smile. "Chinner, if you are reading this, it means you have passed all the trials of our ancestral land. I am so proud of you. Since I left you, I have been searching for the Star Abyss sealing technique left behind by the Su family. Only this technique can thoroughly seal the Star Abyss gate and sever the ambitions of the shadow forces. I am currently at Star Abyss Island in the Meteor Sea. If you wish to resolve the crisis of the Star Abyss gate once and for all, come to the Meteor Sea to find me. Remember to exercise caution on the road. The shadowy forces have been relentlessly tracking my movements, and they are undoubtedly laying traps in wait for you." As the phantom gradually dissipated, Lin Chen clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. "We must set forth to the Meteor Sea at once. We must find Mother and acquire the Star Abyss sealing technique." Ling Yu observed the resolute glimmer in Lin Chen's gaze and nodded in agreement. "Very well, but we must first return to the Starfall sect. Your mother is in the Meteor Sea, and she will undoubtedly require extensive preparations. Moreover, Zhao Feng and Wang Lei have yet to fully recover from their injuries. We must gather ample supplies before proceeding." Lin Chen paused momentarily, then swiftly comprehended his oversight. In his eagerness to locate his mother, he had neglected the condition of his companions and the necessary preparations. He glanced at Zhao Feng and Wang Lei, noting the bandages still adorning their wounds and the fatigue etched upon their faces. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and acknowledged, "You are right. I was too hasty. Let us return to the Starfall sect, make the necessary preparations, and then embark on our journey to the Meteor Sea." Maturity does not solely entail rushing forward. It is about understanding the balance of risks and benefits and considering the welfare of the team. In that moment, Lin Chen truly grasped this profound truth. Chapter 56. The Maiden Voyage to the Meteor, Whispers of Affection after departing from the ancestral grounds of the Su family. The group boarded the starship to return to the Starfall sect. Throughout the journey, Lin Chen did not engage in his usual practice. Instead, he willingly assumed the responsibility of caring for the injured. Each day, he would tend to Ling Yu, Zhao Feng, and Wang Lei's wounds, using his star power to aid in their recovery, while also collaborating with the disciples to organize the ancient texts brought from the ancestral grounds, searching for clues regarding the Star Abyss sealing technique. Upon their return to the Starfall sect, Lin Xiaotian welcomed their safe arrival and learned of Lin Chen's success in passing the trials of the Su family's ancestral grounds. His eyes filled with pride. He clapped Lin Chen on the shoulder and smiled. "My boy, you have truly matured. Not only have you enhanced your strength, but you have also learned to care for those around you and shoulder responsibilities." Lin Chen scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor as he replied, "Father, this is simply what I ought to do. We must prepare for our journey to the Meteor Sea. Mother awaits us there, and the shadowy forces will undoubtedly make their way there as well. We must be thoroughly prepared." In the ensuing fortnight, The entire Starfall sect diligently prepared for their expedition to the Meteor Sea. Lin Xiaotian personally guided the disciples in cultivating defensive techniques, while Ling Yu led the elders in studying the ancient texts from the ancestral grounds, seeking routes to the Meteor Sea and strategies to confront potential dangers. Zhao Feng and Wang Lei were equally industrious, organizing weapons and elixirs, and they even made enhancements to the Thunderfire orbs, ensuring they would unleash greater power even in the water. Meanwhile, Lin Chen balanced his training with the management of sect affairs. No longer did he rely on his father as he once did. He had become capable of independent decision-making and judicious resource allocation. On one occasion, when two elders clashed over resource distribution, Lin Chen did not defer to his father as he typically would. Instead, he convened a meeting with the elders, formulating a rational distribution plan based on the needs and significance of each department, earning their respect and agreement. Little did they anticipate that such a young sect leader would handle affairs with such acumen. Indeed, while they once viewed him merely as a gifted youth, it was now evident that he possessed the capability to lead the Starfall sect toward a glorious future. The elders' discussions reached Lin Chen's ears. He did not feel pride, but rather a deepening of his convictions. He aspired not only to become a formidable cultivator, but also a worthy leader, dedicated to safeguarding the Xingyun sect and those around him. After half a month, preparations were complete. Lin Chen led Ling Yue, Zhao Feng, Li Shui, Wang Lei, and 50 elite disciples aboard the starship, setting sail towards the Meteor Sea. As the starship ascended gently, Lin Chen stood on the deck, gazing down at the gradually shrinking Xingyun sect, his heart filled with sentiment. From the wastrel youth of Qingshi Town to the master of the Xingyun sect, he had traversed countless hardships and experienced profound growth. "What are you pondering?" Ling Yue inquired, stepping beside Lin Chen and offering him a bottle of star spring water. He accepted the water, taking a sip. The refreshing liquid flowed down his throat, revitalizing his spirit. He stared into the distant sky and murmured, "I am reflecting on the past. Back in Qingshi Town, I could not even break through to the first level of body refinement. At the slightest setback, I would seek to escape, never imagining that one day I would lead so many on such a significant mission." Ling Yue observed Lin Chen's profile, the sunlight casting a warm glow upon him, rendering him more mature and composed than usual. She softly replied, "You have always been growing. You simply failed to notice it. From the moment you awakened your star eyes, you were no longer that boy who only knew how to evade. You participated in the hunting competition to protect Xiaoya, embarked on an adventurous journey to find your parents, and stood against the shadow forces to safeguard the continent. All of these are testament to your growth." Lin Chen turned to face Ling Yue, her eyes shimmering with gentle light, stirring warmth within his heart. He suddenly realized that throughout the years, Ling Yue had been by his side, guiding him through confusion, standing up for him in times of danger, and silently protecting him during his growth. He had previously taken her contributions for granted, never truly contemplating her feelings. Now, as he reflected, he was filled with gratitude. "Ling Yue, thank you," Lin Chen said earnestly. "After all these years, I am grateful for your unwavering support through so many trials." Ling Yue's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing a bit faster. She averted her gaze from Lin Chen, looking towards the distant sea, and softly responded, "We are friends and comrades. It is only natural to help each other." Yet, Lin Chen detected a hint of shyness in her tone, and an unfamiliar sensation surged within him, one distinctly different from his feelings towards his mother or friends, warmer and more stirring. Just as he was about to speak again, Wang Lei's voice echoed from behind. "Lin Chen, Miss Ling Yue, come quickly. The Meteor Sea lies ahead. It is breathtaking." They both turned in unison towards the direction Wang Lei indicated. Before them, the sea stretched infinitely, its waters a profound blue, with enormous sea creatures occasionally leaping from the depths, sending forth towering columns of spray. Sunlight danced upon the surface, creating a shimmering expanse that resembled a golden ocean. "It is truly beautiful," Ling Yue marveled. Lin Chen nodded. Yet his mind was occupied with thoughts of how grateful he would be to Ling Yu if he could successfully locate his mother and seal the Star Abyss Gate. In that moment, a female disciple named Lin Xiaowan approached him, holding freshly picked star heart fruits, her cheeks flushed. "Sectmaster, I gathered these star heart fruits on the island where the star vessel docked. It is said they can enhance star power. Please have a taste." Lin Chen accepted the fruit with gratitude and instinctively handed it to Ling Yu, saying, "Ling Yu, since you were injured before and your spiritual power has not fully recovered, this will aid in restoring your star energy." As Ling Yu took the fruit, a chill ran through her fingertips. She looked up at Lin Xiaowan and met her eyes, which held a hint of disappointment, stirring an inexplicable pang of sorrow within her. It dawned on her that her feelings for Lin Chen had long transcended the boundaries of friendship and camaraderie. Yet, she had been too afraid to admit it, unsure if Lin Chen shared similar sentiments. Lin Xiaowan observed the interaction between Lin Chen and Ling Yu, her heart heavy with despair. Since joining the Star Fallen sect, she had admired Lin Chen for his talent and perseverance, as well as his kindness and sense of responsibility. Mustering her courage to present the Star Heart fruit, she had not anticipated that Lin Chen would directly pass it to Ling Yu. Suppressing her disappointment, she turned and said, "Sect Master, Miss Ling Yu, I shall go assist senior sister Li Shui with organizing the elixirs." Lin Chen remained oblivious to Lin Xiaowan's despondency and failed to notice Ling Yu's emotional shift. His thoughts were consumed by the impending journey to the Meteor Sea and the quest to find his mother. He said to Ling Yu, "Let us examine the route to ensure our upcoming journey proceeds smoothly." Ling Yu nodded and followed Lin Chen toward the cabin. As she watched his retreating figure, she silently resolved, "Lin Chen, once this mission concludes, I must reveal my feelings to you. Regardless of whether you reciprocate, I want you to know." The star vessel continued to sail across the ocean, delving deeper into the Meteor Sea. Inside the cabin, Lin Chen gazed at the chart indicating the location of Star Abyss Island, his eyes filled with determination. Unbeknownst to him, the path to finding his mother was fraught not only with danger and challenges, but also with intricate emotional entanglements awaiting him. These experiences would ultimately serve as significant milestones on his journey of growth, guiding him from naivety to maturity, transforming him into a true warrior and leader. Chapter 57. The Perils of the Illusory Sound Sea and the Weight of Responsibility. As the star vessel entered the Illusory Sound Sea, the once calm waters suddenly rippled with eerie purple waves, and enchanting yet beguiling melodies emanated from the depths of the ocean. The song, akin to celestial music, concealed formidable spiritual power, causing numerous young disciples to become entranced, their gazes vacant as they moved toward the sea. Had it not been for Zhao Feng's timely intervention, grasping them back, many might have plunged into the depths. Quickly, consume the clarity elixir. Li Shui promptly retrieved the prepared clarity elixirs from her storage bag and distributed them among the group. However, the effects of the illusory sound exceeded expectations. Even after consuming the elixirs, the disciples' minds remained persistently disturbed, with some beginning to experience hallucinations, murmuring incoherently, as if conversing with non-existent entities. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Chen promptly activated the Star Force domain, enveloping the entire starship in a tapestry of intertwining black and white energies, forming a robust barrier that temporarily suppressed the influence of the illusory sound. Observing the anguished expressions of his disciples, his brows furrowed in deep concern. This illusory sound emanates from the illusory sound snail lurking beneath the sea, and its numbers are overwhelming. The Star Force domain cannot endure for long. If we do not swiftly destroy the core of the illusory sound snail, we shall all succumb to its control and plunge into the depths of the ocean. Ling Yu fixed her gaze upon the surface of the sea, the runes on the star sphere plate flickering violently, fine beads of sweat forming on her brow. According to ancient texts, the core of the illusory sound snail is typically concealed in the deepest recesses of the illusory sea, guarded by numerous illusory sound snails and the voracious nether jellyfish that devour Star Force. The venom of the nether jellyfish possesses a potent corrosive quality. Upon contact, spiritual energy dissipates rapidly, potentially endangering one's life. The group exchanged glances, each understanding the perilous nature of the mission to infiltrate the sea and obliterate the core of the illusory sound snail. Wang Lei clenched the Thunderfire Pearl in his hand and spoke first. "I shall go. My Thunderfire Pearl can explode underwater, ideally suited for destroying the core of the illusory sound snail. Furthermore, my tough constitution will allow me to withstand the nether jellyfish for a time." Zhao Feng stepped forward as well, asserting, "I will accompany you. While my gale step may be affected in the water, my speed still surpasses that of an ordinary person, allowing me to divert the attention of the illusory sound snail." "No." Lin Chen shook his head, dismissing their proposals. "Wang Lei, your swimming skills are subpar, rendering you clumsy in the water, and the venom of the nether jellyfish can corrode Star Force, significantly diminishing the power of your Thunderfire Pearl. Zhao Feng, your gale step relies on speed, which cannot be executed in water. You would simply become a target for the illusory sound snail." He paused before continuing. "It is most suitable for me to go. My star eyes can resist the influence of the illusory sound, and the Star Force domain will shield me from the nether jellyfish's harm. Moreover, I can harness the bloodline power from the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate to swiftly locate the core of the illusory sound snail. I will go with you." Ling Yu interjected immediately, her eyes shimmering with resolute determination. "It is too perilous for you to venture into the sea alone. I can help ward off the attacks of the nether jellyfish and assist you in locating the core. The Star Force domain requires a human to sustain it. Should you depart, I can take your place." Lin Chen regarded Ling Yu with heartfelt emotion, yet still shook his head. The Star Force domain necessitates a formidable source of Star Force to support it. You have already expended considerable spiritual energy to suppress the illusory sound. If you accompany me, the disciples aboard the starship will be left vulnerable, easily falling under the sway of the illusory sound. Moreover, I cannot allow you to suffer harm again. He placed a reassuring hand on Ling Yu's shoulder, his tone resolute and unwavering. "Trust me, I can manage. You shall remain aboard the starship, maintaining the Star Force domain with the Star Sphere plate, ensuring the safety of the disciples. Zhao Feng, you are responsible for watching over them, ensuring no one approaches the water's edge. Li Shui, prepare healing ointments. As soon as I return, tend to my wounds immediately. Wang Lei, be ready to assist me at any moment, should I encounter danger. Use the Thunderfire Pearl to strike the water's surface, drawing the attention of the illusory sound snail." The group looked into Lin Chen's determined eyes, recognizing that he had made his decision and ceased to press further. Ling Yu retrieved a communication jade talisman from her storage pouch and handed it to Lin Chen. "This talisman can be utilized in the depths of the ocean. Should you encounter any peril, contact me immediately. I will find a way to assist you." She then produced a jade pendant intricately engraved with celestial patterns. This was the Su family's Star Abyss pendant, capable of amplifying stellar energy in water and providing protection against the venom of the abyssal jellyfish. Lin Chen accepted the talisman and pendant with solemnity and assured her, "Rest assured, I shall return safely." He took a deep breath and leaped into the sea. The frigid waters enveloped him instantly, the influence of the phantasmal sounds intensifying as though countless hands were tugging at his consciousness. Lin Chen promptly activated his stellar eye, the golden light flickering in his gaze, resolutely anchoring his mind. Following Ling Yu's guidance, he swam deeper into the abyss. The further he descended, the darker the waters became, and the number of phantasmal snails around him multiplied. Clinging to the rocks, they emitted melodious songs that caused the surrounding waters to ripple in harmony. Lin Chen cautiously navigated around the phantasmal snails, continuing his descent. Suddenly, he sensed a menacing presence and immediately heightened his vigilance. A dozen abyssal jellyfish surged from the shadows, their semi-transparent black bodies adorned with minute poisonous stingers, exuding a corrosive aura. Lin Chen remained composed, swiftly harnessing his stellar energy and pressing the Star Abyss pendant against his chest. The pendant erupted in dazzling brilliance, forming a blue barrier that thwarted the jellyfish's assault. Seizing the moment, he retaliated against the abyssal jellyfish. The Starfall sword amassed a dense concentration of stellar energy, slicing through the approaching tentacles. Enraged, the jellyfish emitted a piercing shriek, and more abyssal jellyfish converged upon Lin Chen, encircling him. Understanding the urgency of his situation, Lin Chen resolved not to linger in battle. He summoned his stellar energy and accelerated his descent into the ocean's depths. Soon, he beheld the core of the phantasmal snails, a colossal purple shell suspended amidst the rocks, surrounded by countless phantasmal snails, radiating formidable mental power. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, channeling the bloodline power of the Star Abyss Gate fragment into the Starfall sword, the golden light shimmering along its blade. Avoiding the phantasmal snails, he leaped and hurled a thunderfire orb imbued with immense stellar energy toward the purple shell. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as the orb detonated upon the purple shell, its tremendous force obliterating the shell and affecting the surrounding phantasmal snails, which subsequently lost their vitality. The enchanting songs of the phantasmal snails abruptly ceased, and the purple ripples on the ocean surface gradually faded away. Lin Chen exhaled in relief and turned to swim towards the surface. However, at that moment, a massive abyssal jellyfish emerged from the darkness. Its size magnified several-fold compared to those he had previously encountered, its tentacles shimmering with dark luminescence. Lin Chen had no time to evade. A tentacle struck his shoulder, and the venom surged into his body, unleashing excruciating pain as his spiritual energy began to deplete rapidly. Enduring the agony, he channeled his stellar energy and plunged the Starfall sword into the body of the abyssal jellyfish. It let out a heart-wrenching scream, its body gradually losing vitality and sinking to the ocean floor. Lin Chen, having exhausted his spiritual energy and under the influence of venom, felt his consciousness beginning to blur. He struggled to swim towards the surface of the sea, and just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he spotted Wang Lei maneuvering a small boat on the water, coming to his rescue. Lin Chen, I'm here to assist you, Wang Lei shouted as he pulled Lin Chen aboard the vessel and promptly administered an antidote. Upon returning to the star vessel, as soon as Lin Chen appeared, Ling Yu rushed over to support his frail form, her eyes filled with concern. How are you? Are you injured? Lin Chen managed a weak smile, replying, I'm fine. Just struck by the venom of the nether jellyfish. Taking the antidote is sufficient. Are the disciples unharmed? They are all safe, rest assured. Ling Yu sighed in relief and immediately instructed Li Shui to tend to Lin Chen's wounds. Li Shui carefully cleaned the injury on Lin Chen's shoulder and applied the antidote, softly remarking, Fortunately, you took the antidote in time. Otherwise, the venom could have reached your heart, which would have been perilous. You truly took a great risk this time. Surrounded by his companions, Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He recognized that his success was inextricably linked to the support and cooperation of those around him. Furthermore, he understood more profoundly that as the sect leader, his responsibility extended beyond mere strength. It was to safeguard each individual and shoulder the risks for the team. This experience in the Phantom Sound Sea had matured Lin Chen. He was no longer the boy who relied solely on himself. He had transformed into a leader who understood the importance of trusting others and depending on his team. This, indeed, was an essential step on his journey to becoming a true powerhouse. Chapter 58. The Traces of Xingyuan Island. Shadows re-emerge after 3 days of navigation. The star vessel finally reached Xingyuan Island, deep within the Meteor Sea. From a distance, the island was shrouded in a faint blue barrier of starlight. Its runes reminiscent of the star patterns found in the ancestral lands of the Su family, emanating a gentle yet formidable aura, clearly a protective measure left by Su Qinghua. This barrier could only be opened with the power of bloodline. Lin Chen pressed the shard of the Star Yuan Gate against the barrier, and the bloodline fluctuations from the shard resonated strongly with the barrier, causing the pale blue shield to gradually become transparent before slowly parting, revealing the true visage of the island. The island was lush with vegetation, and the air was thick with a rich scent of starlight and greenery. As soon as they stepped onto the island, they sensed the remnants of a struggle. Numerous trees were severed midway, and dried blood stained the ground, with a faint trace of shadowy energy lingering in the air. This is bad. The shadow forces have been here. Zhao Feng tightened his grip on his sword, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Everyone, be alert. The shadow forces may still be nearby. Lin Chen activated his star eye, the golden light flickering in his gaze as he traced the trail of shadowy energy. He discovered that the shadowy essence extended towards the central area of the island, the star meteor platform, where he spotted a familiar hairpin. It was the white jade hairpin that his mother, Su Qinghua, often wore, adorned with the Su family crest. Beside the hairpin, there lay a torn piece of paper, the handwriting somewhat blurred. Yet the general content could still be discerned. The star abyss sealing technique is at the meteorite platform. If you wish to rescue Su Qinghua, hasten to the demon abyss trench. If you fail to arrive in 3 days' time, I shall use her bloodline to open the star abyss gate. Demon abyss trench. Ling Yue's expression turned grave as she retrieved a maritime map from her storage pouch, pointing to the location marked as the Demon Abyss Trench. This trench is the most perilous area of the Meteorite Sea, where the depths harbor not only the late-stage nascent soul demon abyss giant whale, but also a multitude of remnants from the Shadow Palace. They must have anticipated your arrival here, deliberately leaving the note as a trap for you. Wang Lei clenched the Thunderfire Pearl in his hand, indignantly exclaiming, These scoundrels! They dare to use Lin Chen's mother as bait. Lin Chen, let us proceed to the Demon Abyss Trench at once, ensnare them all, and rescue your mother. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement, asserting, Indeed, we cannot allow them to harm Aunt Su. Although the Demon Abyss Trench is fraught with danger, with so many of us together, we will surely manage. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the white jade hairpin, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Yet his eyes reflected neither the fury nor the impulsiveness of the past. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to compose his thoughts and analyze the current predicament. The shadow forces target not only my mother, but also the star abyss sealing technique. They are aware that I require this technique to permanently seal the star abyss gate. Thus, they threaten me with my mother to compel my journey to the demon abyss trench. If we recklessly proceed now, we may well fall into their trap, jeopardizing not only the rescue of my mother, but also the safety of everyone involved. He turned to address the group. Zhao Feng, lead half the disciples to remain on Star Abyss Island, fortifying the star power barrier to prevent a surprise attack from the shadow forces. Additionally, meticulously scout the island for any other clues. Perhaps we might uncover the specific location where my mother is held, as well as the deployment of the shadow forces. Li Shui, You shall lead the other half of the disciples in preparing ample healing potions and array-breaking talismans. The Demon Abyss Trench will undoubtedly have formations set by the shadow forces, and the array-breaking talismans will prove invaluable. Moreover, there will certainly be casualties in battle, so we must ensure an adequate supply of healing potions. Wang Lei, you will accompany me and Ling Yue to the Demon Abyss Trench. Your Thunderfire Pearl can contend with the Demon Abyss Giant Whale, and your extensive combat experience will assist us in managing unforeseen circumstances. Wang Lei, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Lin Chen, why take so few people? The Demon Abyss Trench is exceedingly dangerous. Wouldn't it be safer to bring more? Lin Chen shook his head, clarifying. Bringing too many would make our presence conspicuous, easily detected by the shadow forces, who might preemptively harm my mother. Furthermore, Star Abyss Island requires guardians. Should we venture into the Demon Abyss Trench, the shadow forces may seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Star Abyss Island, placing our disciples in peril. With just the three of us, our smaller target makes us more agile, allowing us to locate my mother with greater ease and better navigate their traps. Ling Wei regarded Lin Chen with admiration, her eyes filled with respect. Lin Chen speaks wisely. We must not act impulsively in our eagerness to rescue Aunt Sue. The foremost priority now is to devise a comprehensive plan that ensures both the rescue of Aunt Sue and the safety of all. At that moment, Lin Xiaowan suddenly dashed over, grasping Lin Chen's sleeve, her eyes filled with both concern and determination. Sectmaster, I wish to accompany you to the Abyssal Trench. I excel in mental defense and can assist you in repelling the psychic assaults from the shadow forces. I can also aid in locating Aunt Sue. Lin Chen was deeply moved by the hopeful glimmer in Lin Xiaowan's eyes. He recognized her good intentions and understood that her abilities could indeed prove beneficial. Yet, he shook his head gently but resolutely, saying, Lin Xiaowan, I appreciate your kindness. However, Star Abyss Island needs you. Zhao Feng is leading the disciples in reinforcing the barriers. He requires someone to assist him in defending against mental attacks to prevent the shadow forces from employing illusions to launch surprise assaults. Your presence at Star Abyss Island will be far more impactful, and this task is of great significance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Xiaowan's eyes, but she nodded earnestly, replying, Sectmaster, I understand. I will remain at Star Abyss Island and safeguard this place, awaiting your safe return. Lin Chen patted her shoulder, offering encouragement. Very well. I have faith in you. Immediately, the others began to act according to Lin Chen's directives. Zhao Feng led the disciples in strengthening the star power barrier, while Li Shuai busied herself with organizing healing potions and array-breaking talismans. Lin Xiaowan joined the defense team, aiding Zhao Feng in warding off potential psychic attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, Ling Yu, and Wang Lei prepared to set forth to the Abyssal Trench. Before their departure, Lin Chen carefully stowed the fragments of the Star Abyss Gate and the white jade hairpin. Addressing Ling Yu and Wang Lei, our journey to the Abyssal Trench will undoubtedly present numerous dangers. We must exercise utmost caution and refrain from impulsive actions. Should we encounter insurmountable challenges, we must prioritize our survival before considering other strategies. Ling Yu nodded, retrieving 2 talismans from her storage pouch, handing them to Lin Chen and Wang Lei. These are concealment talismans, capable of masking our presence for a brief period, thus evading detection by the shadow forces. Furthermore, we must maintain communication. If we become separated, use the communication jade talismans to contact one another immediately. Wang Lei accepted the talismans with a grin, saying, Rest assured. With me around, I guarantee I can fend off those shadow miscreants. Moreover, my Thunderfire Pearls have been enhanced, and they will unleash their full power even in water. Dealing with the Abyssal Leviathan will pose no issue. Lin Chen surveyed Ling Yu and Wang Lei, his heart brimming with resolve. He understood that their expedition to the Abyssal Trench would be fraught with peril, yet he was confident that as long as the 3 of them united in purpose, they would succeed in rescuing his mother and thwarting the shadow forces' nefarious schemes. The starship glided away from Star Abyss Island, charting its course toward the Abyssal Trench. Lin Chen stood upon the deck, gazing into the profound depths of the sea, his grip tightening around the starfall sword. He recognized that he was no longer the naive youth he once was. He had evolved into a sect master capable of bearing responsibility and safeguarding others. Regardless of the dangers that awaited in the Abyssal Trench, he would stride forward with unwavering determination, for upon his shoulders rested the safety of his mother, the future of the Starfall sect, and the peace of the entire continent. Chapter 59, The Abyssal Trench. The Leviathan's dilemma. The starship rocked amidst the shadowy surges of the falling star sea. The closer it approached the Abyssal Trench, the deeper the hue of the water became, rendering even sunlight barely capable of penetrating its depths. Lin Chen stood at the bow of the vessel, straining to see the scene ahead within 100 zhang. As his star eyes operated at full capacity, the air above the abyss seemed distorted, and a muffled roar could be faintly heard emanating from the depths. It was the voice of the abyssal leviathan. Only 3 miles remained to the entrance of the trench. Ling Yu unfurled the damp sea chart, her fingertip tracing the red line marked as a no-go zone. According to ancient texts, the abyssal leviathan patrolled the entrance, its skin capable of withstanding the full force of a yuanying stage cultivator's strike, and it could unleash ink imbued with shadow power from its maw, causing a temporary disruption of spiritual energy upon impact. Wang Lei patted the thunderfire pearl at his waist, his voice booming, "No matter how formidable the whale, it fears my thunderfire pearl. Last time in the Burning Flame Desert, even the early yuanying stage Burning Flame Lizard was injured by my attack. This leviathan shall be no exception." However, Lin Chen remained vigilant. He retrieved the Star Abyss jade pendant from his storage bag, applying it to the hilt of the Starfall sword. The leviathan is a guardian beast deliberately tamed by shadow forces. It will undoubtedly be more challenging than ordinary beasts. Once we enter the trench, Wang Lei, do not act recklessly. We must first locate my mother to avoid alarming the serpent. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the starship suddenly shook violently, a deafening grinding sound emanating from its hull. The three leapt to the ship's edge, only to behold a colossal jet-black leviathan ramming its head against the vessel. Its size was comparable to 3 starships, its eyes like lanterns, glowing with a ghostly blue light. It was indeed the abyssal leviathan. Not good. It has spotted us. Ling Yu immediately summoned the star sphere, golden starlight forming a barrier beneath the ship to thwart the leviathan's next assault. Yet the leviathan's strength exceeded their expectations, and the barrier cracked under its force, barely holding. Lin Chen leaped towards the leviathan, channeling star energy and bloodline power into the Starfall sword, aiming for the creature's eyes. Strike at its eyes. That is its weakness. Wang Lei followed closely, throwing 3 thunderfire pearls simultaneously. The explosions on the leviathan's head left only shallow scorch marks. Its skin is incredibly tough, Wang Lei exclaimed. Just as he prepared to hurl the thunderfire pearls again, the leviathan suddenly opened its massive jaws, spewing forth a torrent of pitch-black ink. Lin Chen reacted swiftly, expanding his star energy domain to shield against the ink, yet some splattered onto the starship's deck, corroding the wood and leaving gaping holes. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu infused the power of the star sphere into Lin Chen, utilized the strength of the Star Abyss jade pendant. It can guide star energy to penetrate the leviathan's skin. Understanding her intent, Lin Chen unleashed the full power of the jade pendant, a radiant intertwining of black and white erupting from the Starfall sword as he aimed again for the leviathan's eyes. With a decisive thrust, the sword light effortlessly pierced the leviathan's skin, and blood gushed forth from the wound. The leviathan let out a thunderous roar, thrashing violently, the resulting waves nearly capsizing the starship. Lin Chen was thrown by the surge, but fortunately, Ling Yu quickly caught him with the star chain. We cannot linger any longer. Lin Chen steadied himself and called to his companions. Wang Lei, divert its attention with the thunderfire pearls. Ling Yu, maneuver the starship into the trench. I shall hold it at bay. Wang Lei immediately complied, hurling the remaining thunderfire pearls onto the back of the colossal whale. The surface of the sea erupted with a cacophony of explosions. Enraged, the whale turned and charged towards Wang Lei. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen leapt into the air, once again thrusting the Starfall sword into the whale's wound, infusing it with celestial energy. The whale, in agony, released another torrent of ink, allowing Lin Chen to retreat to the star vessel under the cover of the dark spray. Ling Yu steered the star vessel, swiftly navigating into the abyssal trench while the whale's vision was obscured. The trench was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the occasional flicker of ghostly blue crystals on the rock walls. Just as they sighed in relief, a terrifying roar from the whale echoed behind them. It had pursued them into the trench. The confined space of the trench hindered the whale's movement. We have a chance. A glint of determination shone in Lin Chen's eyes as he spoke to Wang Lei, instructing him to bind the thunderfire pearls to the star chain. I will use celestial energy to send it into the whale's wound. Wang Lei promptly complied, securing the thunderfire pearls to the star chain presented by Ling Yu. Lin Chen took the chain, his star eyes locking onto the whale's wound, channeling celestial energy into the chain, which slithered towards the wound like a venomous serpent. Sensing the imminent danger, the whale attempted to evade, but the narrow rock walls obstructed its escape. Boom! The thunderfire pearls detonated within the whale's body, eliciting a heart-wrenching roar as its massive form collapsed, blocking the rear section of the trench. We did it! Wang Lei exclaimed with excitement, only to be silenced by Lin Chen's raised hand. Lin Chen gestured for silence, indicating with a finger that they must remain quiet. The shadow forces undoubtedly heard the whale's cry. We must locate my mother swiftly to prevent them from taking action first. The three extinguished the lights on the star vessel and cautiously advanced deeper into the trench, guided by the dim glow of the ghostly blue crystals. After about half an hour, a faint light appeared ahead. It was the camp established by the shadow forces, with a dark barrier hovering above, revealing the silhouettes of dozens of hostages within, among whom was a familiar figure, Su Qingwei. Chapter 60, Camp Rescue. Mother and son reunited. Lin Chen and his companions crouched in the shadows of the trench's rock wall, observing the shadow camp ahead. The area was encircled by black ruins, and the barrier pulsed with shadowy energy. Every 10 paces, a black-robed cultivator patrolled, all boasting strength above the late Golden Core stage. With the leader clad in a blood-red robe, exuding an aura of mid-incubation. That was the blood-robed elder of the Shadow Palace, Ling Yu whispered, her voice low and grave. He specializes in cultivating with the blood of cultivators. Many disciples of the Su family have perished at his hands in the past. Lin Chen gripped the starfall sword tightly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his star eyes. He could see his mother bound to a stone pillar at the center of the camp, chains on her wrists continuously siphoning her bloodline power. Her face was as pale as paper, yet she defiantly lifted her head, showing no sign of submission. We must first breach the barrier. Wang Lei observed the runes on the barrier, noting that these symbols required blood to sustain them. As long as we find a vessel for the blood, we can dismantle the barrier. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze falling upon a black altar in the corner of the camp. On the altar rested a blood-colored ceramic jar, from which dark mist perpetually emanated. This was indeed the vessel of blood sustaining the barrier. I shall wreak havoc upon the ceramic vessels. You two take the opportunity to rescue the other hostages. Lin Chen instructed his companions. Leave the blood-robe elder to me. Do not confront him directly. Ling Yu wished to protest, but was halted by Lin Chen's resolute gaze. I now possess the Star Power Domain and the Star Abyss Jade Pendant. I can contend with him. You must swiftly escort my mother away. This place is perilous. Ling Yu acquiesced, retrieving 2 invisibility talismans from her storage pouch. These are the last 2 talismans. Exercise caution. Once you succeed, we shall rendezvous at the star vessel by the entrance of the trench. Lin Chen accepted the talismans, affixing one to himself, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. Utilizing the cover of invisibility, he cautiously navigated past the patrolling black-robed cultivators. Drawing closer to the obsidian altar, 2 black-robed cultivators stood guard around the altar. Lin Chen held his breath, gathering star power at his fingertips, and suddenly struck, rendering the 2 cultivators unconscious and dragging them into the shadows of the rock wall. Just as he was about to seize the blood-colored ceramic vessel, a crimson sword light surged toward him. A sneaky rodent dares to invade my domain. The blood-robe elder appeared behind him, wielding a blood-colored longsword that exuded a pungent scent of blood. Lin Chen swiftly evaded, but the impact of the sword light nullified his invisibility, exposing him to the crowd. The black-robed cultivators converged upon him, and the hostages in the camp began to stir. Chenner, Su Qingwei exclaimed, her eyes filled with delight. But her expression quickly shifted to concern. Quickly leave this place. They have set a trap. The blood-robe elder sneered, his sword gathering a crimson aura. Since you are here, do not think of escaping. Su Qingwei, your son has delivered himself to me, and his bloodline will unlock the Star Abyss Gate. Ignoring the blood-robe elder, Lin Chen dashed toward the stone pillar, intent on freeing his mother from her chains. However, the blood-robe elder blocked his path, thrusting his sword like a venomous serpent. Lin Chen was compelled to engage, his starfall sword clashing with the blood-colored sword, a chilling force coursing through him, causing involuntary shivers. Your star power is indeed impressive, but alas, it is still too immature. The blood-robe elder cackled, the sanguine energy on his sword intensifying. My blood-soul sword can absorb the essence of cultivators. The more you resist, the swifter your demise. A chill ran through Lin Chen, prompting him to abandon direct confrontation. Instead, he activated his star power domain, the intertwining black and white energies enveloping the blood-robe elder. Within the domain, the star power incessantly disrupted the elder's energy flow, slowing his attacks. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen pivoted and soared toward the stone pillar, severing the chains binding his mother with the starfall sword. Mother, are you all right? He supported the weakened Su Qingwei, concern etched in his eyes. She shook her head, producing a weathered ancient tome from her bosom. This is the Star Abyss sealing technique. Only it can completely seal the Star Abyss Gate. We must leave at once. The Blood Robe Elder's Blood Soul Array is about to activate. At that moment, the runes surrounding the camp flared to life, and black mists surged from the ground, enveloping the entire encampment. The voice of the Blood Robe Elder echoed through the fog. No one can leave this place. The Blood Soul Array is commencing. You shall all become the nourishment for my cultivation. Upon witnessing the situation, Ling Yu and Wang Lei immediately rushed towards Lin Chen. Wang Lei hurled the Thunderfire Pearl towards the surrounding black-robed cultivators, carving a path for their escape. Hurry, follow us. The starship awaits at the entrance of the abyssal trench. Lin Chen, supporting his mother, followed closely behind Ling Yu and Wang Lei as they sprinted towards the entrance of the trench. The Blood Robe Elder pursued them relentlessly from behind, his crimson sword continuously launching attacks. Lin Chen turned back and threw the Star Abyss Jade pendant at the Blood Robe Elder. The pendant erupted in a dazzling light, temporarily halting his pursuit. The four of them ran at full speed until they finally reached the entrance of the trench. The starship remained in place, while the carcass of a giant whale obstructed the latter half of the trench, momentarily preventing the black-robed cultivators from following. Lin Chen helped his mother aboard the starship, and Ling Yu swiftly took control, steering towards the direction of Star Abyss Island. Standing on the deck of the starship, gazing at the receding abyssal trench, Su Qingyue grasped Lin Chen's hand, her eyes filled with pride. "Chen'er, you have grown up. Your mother is proud of you." Lin Chen, observing the pallor of his mother's face, was overwhelmed with guilt. "Mother, I have caused you suffering. From now on, I will protect you and ensure that you never face harm again." Ling Yu watched the reunion between mother and son, warmth swelling in her heart, yet tinged with a subtle sense of loss. She understood that now that Lin Chen had found his mother, he would likely devote more of his energy to family, leaving her to continue as a friend and comrade by his side. Chapter 61. The Star Abyss Sealing Technique and the Shadow Conspiracy. The starship sped across the surface of the falling Star Sea, heading towards Star Abyss Island. Su Qingyue reclined on the soft couch in the cabin, her complexion gradually regaining some color. Lin Chen sat beside her, carefully offering a cup of warm water, his eyes brimming with concern. "Mother, what exactly is the Star Abyss Sealing Technique that you mentioned earlier?" he inquired curiously, glancing at the ancient tome in her hands. Su Qingyue opened the ancient text, the yellowed pages filled with archaic inscriptions and intricate star maps. The Star Abyss Sealing Technique is a hereditary art of the Su family, only cultivable by those of Su bloodline. It can harness the power of the stars and resonate with the Star Abyss Gate, thereby completely sealing it and severing the ambitions of the shadow forces. Ling Yu leaned closer to examine the ancient tome, her brow furrowed. "However, to completely seal the Star Abyss Gate, we require a formidable celestial power and must locate the core node of the gate. Based on previous clues, the core node should be at the falling star platform, but it is currently under the control of the shadow forces." Wang Lei scratched his head and suggested, "Then let us head to the falling star platform and drive out the shadow forces." With Aunt Su's Star Abyss Sealing Technique, combined with Lin Chen's celestial domain, we can surely seal the Star Abyss Gate. Yet Lin Chen was not so optimistic. He recalled the Blood Robe Elder's words and the circumstances surrounding his mother's captivity. Since the shadow forces dared to use mother as leverage against me, they surely have ulterior motives. They deliberately allowed us to obtain the Star Abyss Sealing Technique, perhaps intending to exploit us to find the core node of the Star Abyss Gate, and then seize the opportunity to open it. Su Qingyue nodded solemnly, her expression heavy with concern. "What Chen'er says is correct. The true objective of the shadow forces is the ancient demonic shadow behind the Star Abyss Gate. They require the bloodline of the Su family and the Star Abyss Sealing Technique to awaken the demonic shadow. The reason I departed from you years ago was to seek the Star Abyss Sealing Technique to thwart their nefarious plans." A heavy silence enveloped the group as they pondered their strategies. Suddenly, the communication jade talisman aboard the starship illuminated, revealing a message from Zhao Feng. "Lin Chen, Star Abyss Island has been ambushed by the shadow forces. Lin Xiaowan and several disciples have been abducted, and they left a message demanding that you bring the Star Abyss Sealing Technique to Meteorite Platform for a hostage exchange." Lin Chen clenched the communication jade talisman, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. "They dare to use my disciples as leverage." Ling Yue placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, softly advising, "Do not act impulsively. The shadow forces aim to provoke you into losing your composure. We must devise a plan that not only rescues Lin Xiaowan and our disciples, but also prevents them from opening the Star Abyss Gate." Su Qingyue gazed at Lin Chen, earnestly stating, "My dear, while the Star Abyss Sealing Technique is vital, the lives of our disciples hold greater significance. We can proceed to the Meteorite Platform, but we must be thoroughly prepared. I have studied the Star Abyss Sealing Technique. It not only seals the Star Abyss Gate, but also temporarily suppresses the ancient demonic shadow's power. In that moment, we can exploit the opportunity to execute the seal and achieve two objectives. Lin Chen nodded in agreement and addressed the group. Very well. We shall head to the meteorite platform. Wang Lei, prepare the Thunderfire orbs. Should combat ensue, use them to attack the Shadow Forces formation. Lingwei, you will safeguard the hostages with the Star Sphere to ensure their protection. Mother, guide me in mastering the Star Abyss sealing technique, so I can grasp the fundamental sealing methods before we reach the meteorite platform. In the following days, Lin Chen diligently practiced the Star Abyss sealing technique while collaborating with the group to devise a meticulous plan. The technique proved to be more intricate than he had anticipated, necessitating precise control over both star power and bloodline energy. Any slight miscalculation could result in self-repercussion. Su Qingyue patiently instructed him, starting from the most rudimentary aspects of star power guidance, gradually teaching him the art of sealing. Meanwhile, Lingyue and Wang Lei worked together to modify the Thunderfire orbs and the array-breaking talismans, setting up defensive formations aboard the starship to ensure they could respond to unforeseen circumstances upon reaching the meteorite platform. Observing his mother's earnest guidance, along with Lingyue and Wang Lei's industrious efforts, Lin Chen felt a profound warmth within him. He was no longer fighting alone, supported by family and friends. His resolve to protect the continent grew ever stronger. After 3 days of navigation, the starship finally arrived at the meteorite platform. The platform was situated on a floating island, surrounded by swirling black mist, with numerous robed practitioners faintly discernible upon it. Lin Xiaowan and several disciples were bound to a stone pillar at the center of the platform, while the blood-robe elder stood nearby, wielding a blood-red longsword, a malevolent grin plastered across his face. Lin Chen, you have finally arrived. The blood-robe elder bellowed upon spotting the starship. Hand over the Star Abyss sealing technique, and I shall release your disciples. Otherwise, I shall slay this female disciple first. With that, he pressed the blood-red blade against Lin Xiaowan's neck, the sharp edge breaking her skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Do not harm her. Lin Chen leaped from the starship, the ancient tome of the Star Abyss sealing technique clutched in his hands. I can surrender the tome to you, but you must first release my disciples. The elder in blood robes let out a cold laugh. Do you really think I would trust you? First, throw me the ancient tome. Once I verify it, I shall naturally release them. Without hesitation, Lin Chen tossed the tome over. The elder caught it and meticulously flipped through several pages, his eyes brimming with excitement. Indeed, this is the Star Abyss sealing technique. However, he showed no intention of freeing them. Instead, he sneered, but I have changed my mind. With the Star Abyss sealing technique, coupled with the bloodline of you and your mother, along with these hostages, I will have enough power to awaken the ancient demonic shadow. At that time, the entire continent will fall under the dominion of the shadow, and you shall all perish. Lin Xiaowan gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with despair. Yet she shouted loudly, Master, do not worry about us. Quickly stop them. We cannot allow them to open the Star Abyss Gate. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. He had anticipated the elder's treachery. He exchanged glances with Ling Yu and Wang Lei, who immediately understood and stealthily moved to the sides of the meteorite platform, preparing to launch an attack. Su Qingyue approached Lin Chen and whispered, Chener, are you ready? Let us initiate the seal now. Lin Chen nodded, forming hand seals as he guided the star power and bloodline energy within him according to the Star Abyss sealing technique. A golden luminescence enveloped him, resonating with the star patterns of the meteorite platform. The elder's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Not good. They are about to initiate the seal. Quick, stop them. The black-robed cultivators charged towards Lin Chen, but Wang Lei instantly hurled a Thunderfire Pearl, the explosion echoing across the meteorite platform and obstructing their advance. Ling Yu summoned the Star Spin Disc, casting a golden starlight that enveloped Lin Xiaowan and several disciples, freeing them from their chains. Hurry and leave this place. Ling Yu urged Lin Xiaowan, who immediately ran towards the star vessel with her fellow disciples. The elder attempted to intervene, but was intercepted by Su Qingyue. Harnessing her bloodline power, she coalesced a golden blade of light in her hand and struck at the elder. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen quickened his pace, continuously channeling star power and bloodline energy into the star patterns of the meteorite platform. It began to tremble violently, golden light surging forth from the patterns and spreading towards the Star Abyss Gate. The elder broke free from Su Qingyue's attack and lunged towards Lin Chen, intent on halting the sealing process. Star Power Domain, Annihilation. Lin Chen roared, enveloping the elder in a swirling mass of black and white star power. The elder found himself suppressed by the energy, unable to approach Lin Chen. In a moment of despair, he attempted to detonate his own spiritual energy. But Ling Yu ensnared him with the star spin disc, ultimately resulting in him being obliterated by Wang Lei's Thunderfire Pearl. As the golden light spread, the black mist of the Star Abyss Gate gradually dissipated, and the star patterns of the meteorite platform returned to their pristine state. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, his star power and bloodline energy nearly exhausted. Su Qingwei and Ling Yu rushed forward to infuse him with star power, aiding in his recovery. Lin Xiaowan and the disciples returned, witnessing the calmness of the meteorite platform, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaowan approached Lin Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Master, thank you for saving us." Lin Chen smiled weakly, replying, "It is what I ought to do. As long as I am here, I shall ensure your safety." Ling Wei gazed into Lin Chen's weary yet resolute eyes, and an unusual feeling stirred within her heart. She recognized that Lin Chen had truly become a leader, possessing not only formidable strength, but also a heart dedicated to protecting others. And she, willing to remain by his side, would support and assist him, even if this affection had to be concealed deep within her soul. Chapter 62. The Sealing of the Falling Star Platform and the Disturbance of the Shadow. The golden radiance of the falling star platform gradually stabilized, and the black mist of the Star Abyss Gate was entirely dispelled, revealing the profound space within. Leaning against a stone pillar, Lin Chen felt Su Qingyue harnessing her bloodline power to untangle his chaotic spiritual energy. After the fierce battle, both his star power and bloodline energy had been significantly depleted, leaving him pale. The seal was not yet fully accomplished. Suddenly, Su Qingyue spoke, her eyes filled with gravity. The core of the Star Abyss Gate continued to operate, albeit momentarily suppressed. To achieve a complete sealing, we must join forces, mother and son, using the ultimate essence of the Star Abyss sealing technique to infuse our bloodline power and star energy into the core, thereby severing its connection to the outside world. Ling Wei approached them, offering a bottle of star essence pills. "Let us first restore our strength. Although we triumphed over the blood-clad elder in the recent confrontation, the main forces of the shadow are still present, and they will undoubtedly return to trouble us. Moreover, I cannot shake the feeling that something ominous lurks in the vicinity of the falling star platform, as if it is being watched." Lin Chen accepted the star essence pill, swallowed it, and closed his eyes to begin channeling his star energy for recovery. Wang Lei patrolled around the falling star platform, vigilantly observing his surroundings. "Rest assured, with me here, should the shadow dare to approach, I shall unleash the Thunderfire Pearl upon them, leaving them in utter disarray." Lin Xiaowan and several disciples were also busy, clearing away the corpses and debris from the falling star platform while setting up simple defensive formations around it. Lin Xiaowan approached Ling Yue and softly inquired, "Ling Yue, do you seem troubled? Are you worried that the shadow might launch another ambush?" Ling Yue shook her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen. "My concern lies not with the shadow, but with Lin Chen. He exerted himself excessively to initiate the seal, and if he encounters danger again, he may struggle to cope. Furthermore, the ancient demonic shadows behind the Star Abyss Gate are not easily subdued." Seeing the worry in Ling Yue's eyes, Lin Xiaowan felt a pang of disappointment. She understood that Ling Yue's feelings for Lin Chen ran deeper than mere friendship or camaraderie. Though she too harbored affections for him, she could only bury those feelings within her heart, silently supporting him in her role as a disciple. Half an hour later, Lin Chen finally regained some strength. He rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and addressed the group. "Let us commence the complete sealing of the Star Abyss Gate. Mother, guide me. Together, we shall accomplish this sealing." Su Qingwen nodded, taking Lin Chen's hand and leading him to the central star pattern of the falling star platform. "You shall first channel the Star Abyss sealing technique, directing the star energy into the formation's focal point. I will infuse my bloodline power into your body, merging it with your star energy, and together we shall channel it into the core of the Star Abyss Gate." Under the guidance of his mother, Lin Chen closed his eyes and began to channel the Star Abyss sealing technique. The celestial energy within him flowed gently, coursing through his arms and into the focal point of the formation. Su Qingyue placed her hands on his back. A warm surge of bloodline power continuously flowed into him, merging with the celestial energy to form a golden stream of light, which surged towards the core of the Star Abyss Gate. As the light stream was infused, the core of the Star Abyss Gate began to tremble violently, emitting a dazzling radiance. The star patterns surrounding the meteorite platform also illuminated, forming a grand sealing array that enveloped the Star Abyss Gate. Ling Yu and Wang Lei stood nearby, vigilantly observing their surroundings to prevent a sudden ambush from dark forces. Just as the sealing was about to be completed, the core of the Star Abyss Gate suddenly erupted with black light, and a colossal shadowy figure slowly emerged from within. Surrounded by dark power, its eyes glimmering with a sinister crimson glow, it was the ancient demon shadow. This is not good. The demon shadow has awakened prematurely. Su Qingyue's expression changed dramatically as she intensified the output of her bloodline power. Chin'er, quickly strengthen the celestial energy. We cannot allow the demon shadow to emerge. If it breaks through the seal, the entire continent will be plunged into crisis. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, pouring all of his remaining celestial energy into the light stream. However, the demon shadow's power was overwhelmingly strong, gradually suppressing the light stream, even beginning to retaliate against him. Lin Chen felt the celestial energy and bloodline power within him become chaotic, his meridians aching faintly. Lin Chen, I shall assist you. Ling Yu leaped into action, channeling the power of the Star Xian disc into the light stream. The golden starlight merged with the light stream, temporarily blocking the backlash of the black light. Wang Lei also rushed forward, infusing the power of the Thunderfire Pearl into the light stream, intertwining the forces of Thunderfire with the celestial and bloodline energies to form a tricolored light stream that surged once more towards the demon shadow. The demon shadow emitted a thunderous roar, the black light swelling and repelling the tricolored light stream. Lin Chen, Su Qingyue, and Ling Yu were all thrown back, spitting blood. Wang Lei was also struck by the shockwave, collapsing to the ground, the Thunderfire Pearl rolling aside. Ha! Do you think this will seal me? The demon shadow's voice was hoarse and terrifying. I have slumbered for so many years, and I have finally awaited my moment of awakening. Today, I shall use your blood to commemorate my lost years. The demon shadow extended its enormous claws towards Lin Chen. Observing this, Lin Xiaowan rushed forward without hesitation, shielding Lin Chen from the attack. Her body was engulfed by the black light and was instantly hurled away, crashing heavily against a stone pillar. Blood spilling from her mouth as her breath weakened. Lin Xiaowan, Lin Chen exclaimed, his eyes filled with rage and guilt. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiaowan would sacrifice herself to protect him. Struggling to rise, he gripped the Starfall sword tightly, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He could not allow Lin Xiaowan's sacrifice to be in vain, nor could he permit the demon shadow to endanger the continent. The ultimate essence of the Star Abyss sealing technique, Stellar Guardian, Lin Chen roared, unleashing all the celestial energy and bloodline power within him, his entire being radiating a brilliant golden light. Su Qingyue and Ling Yu immediately rose, channeling their powers into Lin Chen's body. The golden radiance intensified, forming a colossal celestial shield that enveloped the shadowy apparition. The entity emitted a piercing howl, and the dark light relentlessly assailed the shield, yet it remained impervious. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and plunged the Starfall sword into the core of the formation, infusing the shield with a continuous stream of stellar energy and bloodline power. Wang Lei, strike the apparition's head with the Thunderfire Pearl. Lin Chen bellowed. Wang Lei promptly sprang to his feet, seized the Thunderfire Pearl, and hurled it at the apparition's head. The pearl detonated upon impact, though it did not inflict fatal damage. It momentarily halted the entity's assault. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen amplified the output of his power. The celestial shield gradually constricted, compressing the apparition's form. The shadow emitted a desperate scream as its body was progressively consumed by the golden light, ultimately transforming into a plume of black mist. Sealed back within the core of the Star Abyss Gate. The core of the Star Abyss Gate returned to tranquility, the black light dissipated entirely, and the star patterns of the Starfall platform regained their purity. Lin Chen exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground, his strength completely exhausted. Su Qingyue and Ling Yu hurriedly approached, tending to his and Lin Xiaowan's injuries. Lin Xiaowan slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Chen, and weakly inquired, Sect Master, I didn't hold you back, did I? Lin Chen shook his head, his eyes brimming with gratitude. You did not hold me back. Rather, you saved me. Thank you, Lin Xiaowan. Ling Yu observed the exchange between Lin Chen and Lin Xiaowan, a pang of bittersweetness stirring within her, yet she forced a smile. Now that the sealing is complete, we can finally rest easy. Su Qingyue nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Chin'er, you have done exceptionally well. You have not only protected the continent, but have also matured into a responsible leader. Lin Chen surveyed his family and friends nearby, warmth swelling in his heart. He understood that the success in sealing the apparition was inseparable from everyone's support and effort. He also comprehended that as the sect master of Starfall Sect and the guardian of the continent, his responsibilities were far from over. Although the shadowy forces had been temporarily repelled, they would undoubtedly return, and greater challenges awaited him. Yet, he no longer feared, for he was accompanied by family and friends. Bolstered by their support and assistance, he was confident in confronting all challenges, safeguarding this continent, and protecting every individual close to him. Chapter 63. Aftermath of Battle. A new mission. The turmoil surrounding the Starfall platform finally subsided, and the golden star patterns on the ground slowly flowed, dispelling the last remnants of the shadowy aura. Leaning against a stone pillar, Lin Chen observed the bustling crowd around him. Filled with reflections on his journey, from the discarded youth of Greenstone Town to the present-day sect master of Starfall sect, capable of leading others to seal the ancient apparition. He had traversed numerous hardships and garnered immense growth. Su Qingwei was healing Lin Xiaowan's wounds, her bloodline power gentle and pure, gradually mending Lin Xiaowan's damaged meridians. Lingwei, alongside Wang Lei, was clearing the battlefield on the Starfall platform, collecting scattered weapons and elixirs, while also setting up defensive formations to prevent any remnants of the shadowy forces from launching surprise attacks. Sect Master, when shall we return to Starfall sect? A disciple approached Lin Chen, his face a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. I long to return and inform the others that we have successfully sealed the Star Abyss Gate. Lin Chen smiled gently and replied, let us wait a moment longer. We must first ascertain the stability of the meteorite platform seal and search the surrounding area for any remnants of the shadow forces. Once all is in order, we shall return to the Starfall sect. At that moment, Ling Yu's expression suddenly changed as she rushed to Lin Chen's side. This is not good. The star patterns of the meteorite platform are exhibiting unusual fluctuations, as if something is attempting to break through the seal. Lin Chen immediately rose and followed Ling Yu to the core of the Star Abyss Gate. There, they observed the star patterns surrounding the core, trembling slightly, occasionally flashing with a hint of black light. Su Qingwei also sensed the anomaly. Approaching the core, she scrutinized it for a moment before gravely stating, it is the remnant soul of an ancient demonic shadow. Although it is sealed, a fragment of its soul lingers outside the core, attempting to disrupt the star patterns and awaken the demon's true form. Wang Lei clenched the Thunderfire Pearl in his hand, declaring, then we shall obliterate it completely. Let us detonate the remnant soul with the Thunderfire Pearl, ensuring it can never reincarnate. However, Lin Chen shook his head. No, the remnant soul is connected to the core. If we launch a direct attack, we risk damaging the seal, inadvertently granting the demon a chance to awaken. Ling Yu pondered for a brief moment before suggesting, I have a plan. We can harness the powers of the Star Sphere and the Star Abyss Jade Pendant to draw the remnant soul into the star patterns, using stellar energy and bloodline power to purify it. This approach will not only eliminate the remnant soul, but also reinforce the seal. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall proceed as you propose. Mother, you will guide the remnant soul with your bloodline power. Ling Yu, you will use the Star Sphere to control its movements. Wang Lei and I will infuse stellar energy and thunderfire energy to assist in the purification. The group sprang into action. Su Qingwei channeled her bloodline power, sending forth a golden beam of light that entwined with the black light surrounding the core. The black light struggled fiercely but was firmly ensnared by the golden beam, gradually moving towards the star patterns. Ling Yu summoned the Star Sphere, enveloping the black light in golden starlight to prevent its escape. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Wang Lei infused the star patterns with stellar energy and thunderfire power, causing them to erupt in a dazzling brilliance that merged with the golden beam and starlight, forming a tricolored stream of light that surged towards the black light. The black light emitted a piercing scream as it was gradually purified, ultimately transforming into a wisp of white mist that dissipated within the star patterns. The star patterns of the meteorite platform regained their stability, and the unusual fluctuations ceased. The group exhaled in relief, and Lin Chen looked at his companions, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you all. Without your assistance, I could not have successfully sealed the demon shadow. Ling Yu smiled and replied, we are friends and comrades. It is only natural to support one another. However, we must remain vigilant. Although the shadow forces have been temporarily repelled, they will undoubtedly return, and the ancient demon shadow may awaken once more. We need to swiftly enhance our strength and prepare for what lies ahead. Su Qingwei nodded, saying, Chener, it is time for the Starfall sect to truly rise. We can join forces with other sects on the continent to establish an anti-demon alliance, collectively safeguarding our land. Furthermore, the ancestral grounds of the Su family harbor numerous secrets regarding the power of the stars and sealing techniques. We can send individuals to explore, seeking more methods to counter the shadow forces and demonic specters. Lin Chen felt a spark of inspiration within him, recognizing the merit in his mother's proposal. Very well. Upon our return, we shall immediately reach out to the major sects to discuss the formation of the Anti-Demon Alliance. Simultaneously, we will assemble an exploration team to journey to the Su family's ancestral grounds in search of further secrets. In the ensuing days, Lin Chen and his companions conducted a thorough search around the meteorite platform, discovering no remnants of the shadow forces, and the seal remained stable. They prepared their belongings and boarded the starship, setting sail toward the direction of the meteorite sect. As the starship glided across the sea, Lin Chen stood on the deck. Gazing into the distant sky, Ling Yu approached him, offering a vial of celestial spring water. What occupies your thoughts? Are you concerned about the challenges that lie ahead? Lin Chen accepted the vial, taking a sip before responding, I am somewhat anxious, yet predominantly filled with anticipation. In the past, I often evaded difficulties, contemplating surrender in the face of adversity. It is you all who have illuminated the truth for me. True strength lies not in the absence of fear, but in the courage to confront challenges, even amidst trepidation. Ling Yu observed Lin Chen's mature profile, warmth blossoming within her heart. You have grown into a commendable leader. Regardless of the obstacles we may face in the future, I will remain by your side, supporting you. Lin Chen turned to Ling Yu, sincerity radiating from his eyes. Ling Yu, thank you. Throughout these years, you have stood beside me, guiding me when I was lost and stepping forward when danger loomed. Without you, I would not have arrived at this point. Ling Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, murmuring, we are friends, are we not? Witnessing her bashful demeanor, Lin Chen felt an unfamiliar sensation swell within him. He seemed to have developed feelings for the girl who had always been by his side. Yet, he chose to remain silent, aware that this was not the time for romance, as many significant matters awaited his attention. The starship continued its voyage, drawing ever closer to the meteorite sect. Standing on the deck, Lin Chen tightened his grip on the starfall sword, his eyes brimming with determination. He understood that a new mission had commenced, to establish the Anti-Demon Alliance, explore the Su family's ancestral grounds, enhance the strength of the meteorite sect, and safeguard the peace of the continent. He, along with his family and friends, would bravely confront all future challenges, penning their own legend. Chapter 64, The Gathering of Sects. The emergence of the Alliance. As the starship traversed the clouds, the outline of the meteorite secret realm gradually became discernible. From a distance, the outer defenses of the secret realm appeared fortified to 3 layers, golden star patterns swirling within the formations, with disciples patrolling the entrance, their vigor markedly amplified. Lin Chen stood at the bow of the ship, observing the familiar scene below, a wave of belonging surging within him. This place was not merely the foundation of the meteorite sect, it was a home that he and his companions jointly protected. Father must have been waiting for us for quite some time, Lin Chen remarked with a smile, his eyes alight with anticipation. As soon as the words fell, a cerulean signal flare suddenly ascended from the direction of the Starfall Hall, a warning signal that would only be employed during an assault on the Starfall sect. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and Ling Yu immediately maneuvered the starship to accelerate towards the secret realm. Upon nearing the secret realm, they beheld dozens of black-robed cultivators besieging the defensive formation. At the forefront stood a cultivator draped in a dark golden robe, emanating a terrifying aura characteristic of an advanced nascent soul. Lin Xiaodian, wielding the starry sword, led the elders in a desperate struggle. The formation star patterns had developed numerous fissures, and many disciples bore injuries yet gritted their teeth in perseverance. It was the golden-robed protector of the Shadow Hall. Su Qingyue's countenance grew grave. He was the right-hand man of the Shadow Hall's master, adept in wielding dark golden poisons. Should one be wounded by his weapon, their spiritual power would be eroded by the toxins. Without hesitation, Lin Chen leaped from the starship, the starfall sword coalescing with star power and bloodline strength as he charged towards the golden-robed protector, exclaiming, "Release my father." The golden-robed protector, taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden appearance, hastily raised his dark golden spear to defend. With a resounding crash, the protector was pushed back several steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "I never expected you could seal the ancient shadow. You possess some skill." Wang Lei and Ling Yu followed closely behind. Wang Lei hurled a thunderfire pearl at the black-robed cultivators attacking the formation, and an explosion reverberated at the entrance of the secret realm, instantly clearing an area. Meanwhile, Ling Yu employed the star wheel to mend the cracks in the formation, golden starlight flowing along the star patterns, temporarily stabilizing it. Upon seeing Lin Chen's return, Lin Xiaoyan's eyes brimmed with relief, and the assault of his starry sword became even more ferocious. Chunner, you have finally returned. Quickly. This golden robe protector's dark golden poison is quite troublesome. Exercise caution. Lin Chen nodded, and the realm of star power unfolded in an instant. Intertwining black and white energies enveloping the golden-robed protector. The star power within the realm continuously disrupted the protector's spiritual energy flow, causing his attacks to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen struck, the starfall sword darting towards the protector's vulnerabilities, yet it was parried by the dark golden spear. Your star power realm is indeed formidable, but alas, you are still too inexperienced. The golden-robed protector sneered, black toxic mist swirling around the spear as it shot towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen swiftly sidestepped, the toxic mist landing on the ground and instantly corroding a deep pit. Observing this, Su Qingyue immediately channeled his bloodline energy, launching a golden blade of light towards the golden-robed protector, forcing him to retreat. Lin Chen seized the moment to close in, the starfall sword once again thrusting towards the protector. This time, instead of targeting the protector's body, he aimed at the spear's shaft. With a soft thud, the starfall sword severed the shaft, and the golden-robed protector's expression shifted dramatically as he lost his weapon. Impossible! How can your sword sever my dark golden spear? The protector exclaimed in disbelief, turning to flee. But Lin Chen would not grant him the opportunity. The realm of star power surged, and countless star chains shot forth, ensnaring the golden-robed protector firmly. Wang Lei promptly threw another thunderfire pearl, which exploded on the protector, eliciting a piercing howl as his body was gradually consumed by flames. With the golden-robed protector vanquished, the group finally exhaled in relief. Lin Xiaodian approached Lin Chen, placing a hand upon his shoulder. Chunner, you performed splendidly. We owe you our gratitude for your timely return. Otherwise, the Starfall sect would have faced dire peril. Lin Chen shook his head, saying, Father, this is my duty. We are a family, and it is my responsibility to protect the Starfall sect. In the days that followed, the entire Starfall sect busied itself with the aftermath of the battle. Lin Chen personally tended to the injured disciples and convened a sect meeting to share the plan of sealing the ancient demonic shadows and establishing an anti-demon alliance. The elders expressed their unanimous support, while the disciples eagerly prepared to contribute to the protection of the continent. Ling Yu, following Lin Chen's instructions, took the sect's emblem and set off to liaise with other major sections. She visited the Qingyun sect, the Fire Gate, and the Ice Valley, articulating the threat posed by the shadow forces and the significance of forming the alliance. Recognizing the interconnectedness of their fates, the major sects readily agreed to join the alliance and pledged to send representatives to the Starfall sect to discuss the specifics. Under Su Qingyue's care, Lin Xiaowan's injuries gradually improved. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately sought out Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with determination. Sectmaster, I wish to join the team exploring the Su family's ancestral grounds. I understand there are many dangers, but I want to contribute to the protection of the continent. Lin Chen, meeting her earnest gaze, nodded in agreement. Very well, you may join the exploration team. However, you must promise me to prioritize your safety and refrain from acting impulsively, as you did before. Lin Xiaowan nodded vigorously. I will, Sectmaster. Half a month later, representatives from various sects began to arrive at the Starfall sect. Lin Chen convened the founding assembly of the Anti-Demon Alliance in the Starfall Hall, where he was elected as the alliance leader, tasked with overseeing its various affairs. Lin Xiaodian and the leaders of the major sects formed an elder council to assist Lin Chen in devising plans. As Lin Chen surveyed the gathered representatives, he felt a surge of emotion. He understood that the establishment of the Anti-Demon Alliance was merely the first step in safeguarding the continent, with many more challenges awaiting them. Yet, he was confident that with the collective effort of the alliance, they would succeed in eradicating the shadow forces and safeguarding this land. Chapter 65. Exploration of the Su family's ancestral grounds. Perils of the Secret Realm following the formation of the Anti-Demon Alliance. Lin Chen promptly organized two teams, one led by Zhao Feng, tasked with patrolling the continent to eliminate remnants of the shadow forces, and the other, which he would personally lead, to the Su family's ancestral grounds in search of methods to combat the shadow forces and ancient demonic shadows. Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Lin Xiaowan, and 10 elite disciples joined the exploration team, while Su Qingyue remained at the Starfall sect to assist Lin Xiaodian with alliance affairs. Before their departure, Su Qingyue entrusted Lin Chen with a treasured Star Abyss token from the Su family. This token can unlock the core chamber of the Su family's ancestral grounds, where the most crucial secrets are hidden, possibly containing the means to completely eradicate the ancient demonic shadows. However, the ancestral grounds are fraught with peril, so you must exercise caution. Lin Chen accepted the token, assuring her, "Mother, do not worry. We will return safely and discover a way to eliminate the shadows." The starship soared through the cosmos, heading towards the Su family's ancestral grounds. Lin Xiaowan stood on the deck, studying the map with excitement. Sectmaster, according to the map, the Su family's ancestral grounds are concealed within a secret realm known as the Misty Star Forest. The Star Mist Forest is perpetually shrouded in ethereal mist, harboring not only formidable beasts but also numerous ancient formations that pose grave dangers if one is not cautious. Lin Chen nodded, retrieving the Star Abyss jade pendant from his storage pouch. This exquisite pendant could sense the fluctuations of star power within the forest and could also ward off some of the formation's assaults. "Everyone, gather closer to me. I shall use the pendant to provide protection," he instructed. The group complied, encircling Lin Chen as they soared toward the Star Mist Forest. Upon entering, the surroundings swiftly blurred, as the star mist not only obscured vision but also disrupted spiritual energy detection. Lin Chen activated his star eyes, the golden radiance flickering within his gaze, allowing him to discern the scenery within 50 yards. He cautiously navigated the mist, skillfully avoiding the concealed traps lurking within. Suddenly, the mist ahead churned violently, and a colossal beast emerged from the haze. Its body was clad in silver scales, and it bore 3 immense eyes atop its head. It was none other than the Forest Guardian, the three-eyed star beast, boasting strength equivalent to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. "Be on your guard. Its third eye can unleash powerful star energy rays," Lin Chen shouted. The Starfall sword, infused with star power, was thrust toward the beast. Swiftly reacting, the three-eyed star beast fired a golden ray from its third eye, colliding with the Starfall sword and resulting in a violent shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lei hurled a Thunderfire Pearl, causing an explosion upon impact with the beast, yet only leaving shallow scorch marks upon its hardened scales. "This armor is exceedingly tough," Wang Lei exclaimed, preparing to launch another Thunderfire Pearl when the three-eyed star beast suddenly opened its gaping maw, expelling a cloud of silver star mist that enveloped the group. Within the star mist, countless arrows of star energy rained down upon them. Ling Yu promptly summoned the star wheel, which formed a golden barrier around the group, shielding them from the barrage. Lin Xiaowan produced a formation-breaking talisman, affixing it to the barrier. The talisman erupted in a dazzling brilliance, dispersing the surrounding mist. Seizing this moment, Lin Chen expanded his star power domain, intertwining black and white energies that ensnared the three-eyed star beast. He leaped into the air, the Starfall sword charged with star and bloodline power, aimed directly at the beast's third eye. Attempting to evade, the three-eyed star beast found itself trapped within the star power domain, immobilized. With a resounding thrust, the Starfall sword pierced its eye, eliciting a chilling screech as its massive form collapsed, dissipating into countless wisps of silver star mist. After vanquishing the three-eyed star beast, the group continued their exploration deeper into the Star Mist Forest. Approximately half an hour later, an ancient stone door emerged before them, engraved with the emblem of the Su family, marking the entrance to their ancestral grounds. Lin Chen pressed the Star Abyss token against the stone door, which erupted in golden light, slowly revealing the profound passage within. The passage was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the occasional flicker of star patterns on the rocky walls. With utmost caution, the group ventured into the tunnel, but scarcely had they taken a few steps when the ground trembled violently, and numerous sharp stone spikes erupted from below. Lin Chen reacted with remarkable swiftness, expanding his star power domain to shield the group as the spikes collided with the barrier, shattering instantaneously. The passage was laden with traps. "Everyone must stay close to me and avoid acting independently," Lin Chen cautioned as he led the group onward. At the end of the passage lay an immense secret chamber, at the center of which stood a stone platform bearing an ancient black tome, the ancestral Star Abyss record of the Su family. Lin Chen stepped forward, gingerly lifting the tome. As he turned to the first page, the chamber's walls suddenly trembled violently, and countless black vines erupted from the walls, lunging towards them. This was the protective formation of the Su family's ancestral site, the soul-devouring vine array. Not good. It's the soul-devouring vines. They can absorb a cultivator's spiritual energy, Ling Yu exclaimed, her face paling. Without hesitation, she summoned the star sphere, casting a golden starlight barrier around the group, halting the vine's assault. Meanwhile, Wang Lei hurled a Thunderfire Pearl, which detonated upon contact with the vines, temporarily staving off their advance. Lin Chen, glancing at the Star Abyss record on the stone platform and then at the encroaching vines, felt a surge of urgency. He understood that the tome might contain the means to vanquish the ancient demonic shadows. They could not afford to abandon it. He addressed the group. Lingyu, maintain the barrier with the star sphere. Wang Lei, hold off the vines with the thunderfire pearls. Lin Xiaowan, and I will retrieve the Star Abyss record. Lingyu and Wang Lei nodded in agreement. Lingyu intensified the output of the star sphere, fortifying the barrier, while Wang Lei persistently launched thunderfire pearls at the vines, which exploded within the chamber, momentarily suppressing their onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaowan sprinted towards the stone platform. Lin Chen wielded the starfall sword to sever the obstructing vines, while Lin Xiaowan employed a dispelling talisman to dissipate the array's energy around them. At last, they reached the stone platform. Lin Chen grasped the Star Abyss record and was about to turn away when a massive stone hammer descended from above, aimed at them. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaowan shoved Lin Chen aside, only to be struck by the hammer, crashing violently against the rock wall and spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Lin Xiaowan. Lin Chen gasped, rushing to her side and channeling his spiritual energy to heal her. Lin Xiaowan managed a faint smile. Sect Master, I'm fine. It's enough that we secured the Star Abyss record. Seeing her pale visage filled Lin Chen with guilt. Once again, he had allowed those close to him to suffer for his sake. Lingyu and Wang Lei took the opportunity to join them, with Wang Lei using a thunderfire pearl to obliterate the stone hammer, while Lingyu employed the star sphere to mend Lin Xiaowan's wounds. Lin Chen clutched the Star Abyss record tightly, his eyes resolute. We will leave this place now to tend to Lin Xiaowan's injuries. Once she has recovered, we shall study the tome's contents. The group cautiously retreated from the chamber, making their way back down the passage. Throughout the journey, Lin Chen kept Lin Xiaowan protected by his side, fearful of any further harm befalling her. He realized that this expedition to the Su family's ancestral site had imparted a profound lesson. As a leader, one must not only grow stronger but also learn to safeguard those around them, ensuring that they would not suffer dire consequences for his actions. Chapter 66. The Star Abyss Record and the Truth of the Demonic Shadows. The starship docked in a clearing outside the Star Mist Forest. Lin Chen carefully laid Lin Xiaowan upon a soft couch in the cabin, while Lingyu attended to her injuries. Meanwhile, Wang Lei set up a defensive array around the starship to guard against potential ambushes from shadowy forces or beasts. Lin Chen sat quietly to the side, opening the Star Abyss secret record that he had brought from the ancestral grounds of the Su family. The yellowed pages were filled with ancient seal characters, intricate star charts, and complex formations. According to the record, the ancient demonic shadow was not a product of nature, but was instead crafted by a practitioner from the ancient era. Lin Chen softly recited the contents of the record, his eyes brimming with astonishment. This practitioner sought immortality, sacrificing his own soul and the essence of countless cultivators to forge the demonic shadow. However, once the shadow was formed, it eluded his control, ultimately devouring his soul and transforming into a menace to the continent. After treating Lin Xiaowan, Lingyu approached Lin Chen, glancing at the record with a furrowed brow. So, the essence of the demonic shadow is that practitioner's soul? If we eliminate his soul, can we eradicate the demonic shadow completely? Lin Chen nodded, affirming. The record states as much. Moreover, to extinguish the soul of the demonic shadow, we must employ the Star Abyss soul extinguishing formation, which requires the convergence of 3 practitioners with pure bloodlines from the Su family, Lin family, and the Starfall sect. The Lin family bloodline? Wang Lei interjected curiously. Lin Chen, aren't you from the Lin family? What about the bloodline of the Starfall sect? Lin Chen shook his head. The bloodline of the Starfall sect has been lost for a long time. The record does not provide specific leads. However, it mentions that the bearer of the Starfall sect bloodline would possess a red star pattern mark. If we can find someone bearing this mark, we can gather the 3 bloodline holders. Lin Xiaowan slowly opened her eyes, overhearing their conversation, and weakly spoke. Sect Master, I know of a lead regarding the Starfall sect bloodline. When I was young, my grandfather told me that the bearer might be in Falling Star Village in the western part of the continent. Falling Star Village is one of the origins of the Starfall sect, and some of its relics still remain there. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Is that true? Then we must go to Falling Star Village at once. If we locate the bearer of the Starfall sect bloodline, we can activate the Star Abyss soul extinguishing formation and eliminate the demonic shadow once and for all. Lingyu, however, expressed her concern. Lin Xiaowan's injuries have yet to heal. She needs to rest. Furthermore, Falling Star Village is quite distant. We must prepare thoroughly. Lin Chen gazed at Lin Xiaowan's pale face and nodded. You are right. Lin Xiaowan needs to recuperate. We shall rest for a few days outside the misty forest. allowing her injuries to improve before embarking to Falling Star Village. In the following days, Lin Chen diligently studied the Star Abyss secret record, learning the methods to arrange the Star Abyss soul-extinguishing formation while tending to Lin Xiaowan's wounds. Ling Yu and Wang Lei explored the surrounding area, gathering supplies and discovering herbs that could quickly restore spiritual power. Under their care, Lin Xiaowan's condition gradually improved. Upon awakening, she took the initiative to organize the supplies and draft maps, also seeking guidance from Lin Chen on the application of star power. Lin Chen patiently instructed her, beginning with the basics of star power guidance and gradually teaching her more advanced techniques. Throughout this process, Lin Chen realized that Lin Xiaowan not only possessed exceptional talent, but also exhibited remarkable diligence, progressing far beyond that of ordinary disciples. Sectmaster, thank you. Lin Xiaowan gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with gratitude. If it weren't for you, I might have perished at the hands of the shadow forces long ago. Lin Chen smiled gently. We are comrades. It is only natural that we assist one another. Moreover, your talent is remarkable. With continued effort, you will undoubtedly become a formidable cultivator in the future. After a period of rest, the group boarded the starship, setting sail towards Falling Star Village. The vessel sped through the cosmos, and Lin Chen stood on the deck, his heart filled with anticipation as he perused the Star Abyss secret record. He understood that once they located the bloodline bearer of the Starfall sect, they could eradicate the shadow demon entirely and restore genuine peace to the continent. Ling Yue approached Lin Chen, offering him a bottle of star spring water. What are you thinking about? Are you worried about not finding the bloodline holder of the Starfall sect? Lin Chen accepted the water, took a sip, and replied, I am somewhat concerned, but mostly I am filled with hope. As long as we do not give up, we will surely find him. Ling Yue regarded Lin Chen's resolute gaze, warmth blossoming in her heart. No matter what difficulties we encounter, I will stand by your side and support you. Lin Chen turned to face her, sincerity shining in his eyes. Ling Yue, thank you. For all these years, you have been by my side, guiding me when I was lost and standing up for me in perilous times. I realize now that I have neglected your feelings, and for that, I am sorry. Ling Yue's cheeks flushed slightly as she avoided Lin Chen's gaze, softly responding, we are friends, are we not? Observing her bashful demeanor, Lin Chen was suddenly overwhelmed with courage. Ling Yue, I do not wish to remain merely your friend. I have liked you for a long time. Once we completely vanquish the shadow demon, I want to marry you and make you my wife. Upon hearing this, Ling Yue's body stiffened, and she quickly looked up at Lin Chen, astonishment and joy illuminating her eyes. Are you truly serious? Lin Chen nodded emphatically yes. I am not deceiving you. Tears glistened in Ling Yue's eyes as she nodded vigorously. I am willing. Lin Chen, I wish to marry you. The two exchanged smiles. Years of companionship and understanding crystallizing into the purest of emotions at that moment. Wang Lei and Lin Xiaowan, witnessing this scene, also wore satisfied smiles. The starship continued its journey, drawing ever closer to Falling Star Village. Lin Chen recognized that locating the bloodline bearer of the Starfall sect and activating the Star Abyss Soul Destruction Array to completely annihilate the shadow demon was his most pressing task. He firmly believed that with the support of Ling Yue, Wang Lei, Lin Xiaowan, and all their companions, he would accomplish this mission, safeguarding the peace of the continent and his love. Chapter 67. Pursued in Falling Star Village. Bloodline marked the starship docked in a valley outside Falling Star Village. Far removed from the town, surrounded by dense forests, and suffused with a rich aura of star power. Lin Chen led the group down from the starship. Upon entering the valley, they observed a boy clad in coarse cloth practicing in the woods. His movements were somewhat awkward, yet contained a subtle surge of star power. The boy emanates a star power. Perhaps he is connected to the Starfall sect, Ling Yue murmured, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Chen nodded and approached the boy. Just as he was about to inquire, the boy suddenly turned alert, gathering a faint star power in his hands. Who are you? Why have you come here? Lin Chen slowed his pace, revealing a gentle smile. We bear no ill will. We have come to Luoxing Village in search of an individual possessing the bloodline of the Xingyun sect. Do you know where Luoxing Village is located? Upon hearing the words Xingyun sect, the young boy's eyes flickered with surprise, only to regain his caution shortly thereafter. What do you seek from a member of the Xingyun sect? He inquired. The people of Luoxing Village never interact with outsiders. Wang Lei could not hold back and interjected. We are here to find a way to eliminate the ancient demonic shadow and require the assistance of the bloodline bearer of the Xingyun sect. If you possess any clues, please share them, as this pertains to the safety of the entire continent. The boy furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before replying. Follow me. I will take you to meet the village chief. He is the oldest in Luoxing village and may have the information you seek. The group followed the boy through the forest until they arrived at Luoxing village. The village was modest, with houses constructed of wood and stone. Upon seeing Lin Chen and the others, the villagers displayed expressions of wariness. The boy led them to a wooden house in the center of the village and called out, "Village chief, we have guests. They say they seek a person of the Xingyun sect's bloodline." The door of the wooden house creaked open, and an elderly man with white hair emerged, his gaze sharp and profound, exuding a faint aura of stellar energy. The elder scrutinized Lin Chen and his companions, asking, "Who are you? What do you want with the bearer of the Xingyun sect's bloodline?" Lin Chen presented the Star Abyss secret record to the elder. "We are members of the Anti-Demon Alliance and wish to activate the Star Abyss soul-extinguishing array to completely eradicate the ancient demonic shadow. According to the record, we need to gather the bloodline bearers of the Su family, the Lin family, and the Xingyun sect. We have already found the first two. Now we only require the bearer of the Xingyun sect's bloodline." The elder took the record, flipping through its pages with astonishment. "I never imagined the Star Abyss secret record would still exist. I am the village chief of Luoxing village and also a descendant of the Xingyun sect. The bloodline bearer you seek is, in fact, the boy who brought you here. His name is Xingyu, and he is the last bearer of the Xingyun sect's bloodline." The group exchanged delighted glances. Xingyu looked at them with confusion. "Grandfather village chief, am I truly the bearer of the Xingyun sect's bloodline? If so, why do I not possess the red star pattern mark you mentioned?" The elder chuckled softly. "Your mark has yet to awaken. It will manifest when you encounter someone with the Su or Lin family bloodlines." The elder gestured for Xingyu to step beside Lin Chen. As Xingyu drew near, a red glow suddenly emanated from his chest, and the red star-patterned mark slowly emerged, the very mark chronicled in the record. Lin Chen and the others expressed their excitement, for they had finally gathered the 3 bloodline bearers. "Wonderful! We have finally found you," Lin Chen exclaimed. "Xingyu, we need your assistance to activate the Star Abyss soul-extinguishing array, to eliminate the ancient demonic shadow and safeguard the peace of the continent." Xingyu gazed at the mark on his chest, and then into Lin Chen's earnest eyes, nodding in agreement. "I am willing to help. I have heard the village chief speak of the Xingyun sect's mission to protect the continent since childhood. Now I finally have the chance to contribute." The elder gazed at Xingyu, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Xingyu, you have matured and are now ready to shoulder the responsibilities of the Xingyun sect. I shall impart to you the ancestral techniques of our sect, aiding you in swiftly enhancing your strength so that you may activate the soul-destroying array of the Star Abyss." In the following days, the elder began to teach Xingyu the sacred methods of the Xingyun sect, while Lin Chen and the others took the opportunity to rest in Falling Star Village, preparing for the activation of the soul-destroying array. Lin Chen guided Xingyu in his training while also studying the formation of the soul-destroying array. He discovered that not only did Xingyu possess remarkable talent, but he was also exceedingly diligent. In just a few days, he had grasped the fundamentals of the ancestral techniques, elevating his strength to the late Golden Core stage. Ling Yue and Wang Lei set about establishing defensive formations around Falling Star Village, gathering materials required for the array's activation. Lin Xiaowan had completely recovered from her injuries and willingly took on the responsibilities of caring for Xingyu and organizing supplies. Seeking his insights into the techniques of the Xingyun sect, Xingyu was more than happy to share his cultivation experiences, and the two quickly became good friends. One day, as Lin Chen was instructing Xingyu in his training, Ling Yue rushed over, her expression grave. "This is not good. The Anti-Demon Alliance has received news that the power of the ancient demon shadows is rapidly recovering. The seal of the Star Abyss Gate is becoming unstable, and the shadow forces are gathering their strength, intending to reopen the Star Abyss Gate." Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately summoned everyone. "We must return to the Xingyun sect at once and activate the soul-destroying array. Xingyu, your strength is now sufficient to initiate the array. We must depart immediately." Xingyu nodded, determination shining in his eyes. "I am ready." The group packed their belongings, bidding farewell to the elder and the villagers of Falling Star Village, and boarded the starship, setting sail towards the Xingyun sect. As the starship sped through the cosmos, Lin Chen stood on the deck, looking at Ling Yue, Wang Lei, Lin Xiaowan, and Xingyu beside him, filled with resolve. He understood that an ultimate battle determining the fate of the continent was imminent, and he was prepared to lead them through any trials they might face, to utterly vanquish the demon shadows and safeguard this land. Chapter 68, The Ultimate Battle. Soul destroying of the Star Abyss. When the starship arrived at the Xingyun sect, the defensive formations at the perimeter of the secret realm glowed with a warning red light. Lin Xiaodian, leading the elders and disciples of the Alliance, stood on high alert. In the direction of the Star Abyss Gate, a swirling black mist could be faintly seen, and the chilling roars of the ancient demon shadows echoed ominously. "Chun'er, you have finally returned," Lin Xiaodian exclaimed upon seeing Lin Chen and the others. His eyes filled with urgency. "The power of the demon shadows is recovering rapidly. The seal can hold for at most 3 more days. We must activate the soul-destroying array without delay." Lin Chen nodded and introduced Xingyu to the assembly. "This is Xingyu, the bearer of the bloodline of the Xingyun sect. With him, we can initiate the array." Upon seeing the crimson mark on Xingyu's chest, the elders of the alliance displayed expressions of excitement. Su Qingwei stepped forward, grasping Xingyu's hand, her eyes brimming with joy. "I never imagined the bloodline of the Xingyun sect still endures. This is splendid. Let us proceed to the Fallen Star platform and prepare the soul-destroying array." The crowd hastily made their way to the meteorite platform, where Lin Chen, Su Qingwei, and Xingyu positioned themselves at the 3 focal points of the formation. Ling Yue and Wang Lei led their disciples in establishing defensive measures around them to thwart any interference from the shadow forces. Lin Chen placed the Star Abyss secret record at the center of the formation and, following the instructions inscribed within, began to channel the power of his bloodline and stellar energy. Simultaneously, Su Qingwei and Xingyu activated their own bloodline powers. And 3 beams of light, each a distinct hue, emanated from the trio, converging in the air to form a tricolored pillar directed toward the Star Abyss Gate. The black mist enveloping the Star Abyss Gate churned violently as the silhouette of an ancient demon emerged once more, emitting a deafening roar. The black radiance surged, attempting to repel the tricolored pillar's assault. "Increase your output. We must not allow the demon to obstruct the light," Lin Chen bellowed, unleashing the full extent of his stellar and bloodline energies. Su Qingwei and Xingyu immediately intensified their efforts, causing the tricolored pillar to thicken and gradually overpower the black glow. At that critical moment, the Shadow Forces army suddenly burst forth from the surrounding forest, led by a figure draped in a black robe. Exuding the terrifying aura of a late-stage nascent soul practitioner, the last guardian of the Shadow Palace, the Black Ming Guardian. "You think to activate the formation to annihilate the demon? It won't be that simple." The Black Ming Guardian sneered, conjuring a black blade of light aimed at Lin Chen. Wang Lei swiftly hurled a thunderfire pearl, which exploded before the Black Ming Guardian, yet he effortlessly cleaved through it with his black blade. Witnessing this, Ling Yue summoned the Star Wheel, unleashing golden starlight toward the Black Ming Guardian, temporarily forcing him back. "Everyone, hold the formation. Do not allow the shadow forces to approach," Ling Yue shouted, rallying her disciples to engage in fierce combat with the shadow forces. Lin Xiaowan, wielding a longsword, fought alongside Xingyu's disciples, fending off the shadow practitioner's attacks. Her movements were agile and swift, with stellar energy coursing through her blade, each strike capable of vanquishing a shadow practitioner. Seeing Lin Xiaowan's fearless determination filled Xingyu with gratitude, further solidifying his resolve to activate the formation. The Black Ming Guardian broke free from Ling Yue's entanglement and charged toward Lin Chen again, the black blade in his hand emanating a thick miasma. Lin Chen sought to evade, but found himself bound by the formation, unable to move. In that critical moment, Lin Xiaodian leaped forth, wielding the star sword imbued with stellar energy, striking at the Black Ming Guardian. "You shall not harm Chun'er." Forced to turn and defend, the Black Ming Guardian met the star sword with his black blade, unleashing a violent shockwave. Lin Xiaodian was pushed back several steps, blood spilling from his mouth. "Dad!" Lin Chen cried out, his eyes aflame with fury. He intensified the output of his bloodline power, causing the tricolored pillar to surge once more, completely suppressing the black radiance as it surged toward the demon's true form. "No, I refuse to accept this." The demon howled in despair, its body consumed by the tricolored pillar, gradually transforming into black mist that dissipated among the stars. The seal of the Star Abyss Gate stabilized, the black mist vanished entirely, and the star patterns of the meteorite platform regained their pristine golden hue. Upon witnessing the demon's demise, the Black Ming Guardian's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee. How could Wang Lei grant him the opportunity to cast all the remaining Thunderfire pearls? The Thunderfire erupted upon the body of the Black Abyss Guardian, eliciting a piercing scream as his form was gradually consumed by flames. After vanquishing the Black Abyss Guardian and the Shadow Forces, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen collapsed onto the ground, his internal stellar energy and bloodline strength nearly depleted. Su Qingwei and Xingyu also fell weakly to the earth, yet their faces were adorned with expressions of contentment. Ling Yue and Wang Lei hurried forward to infuse the trio with stellar energy, aiding in their recovery. Lin Xiaoan led the disciples in clearing the battlefield and tending to the injured companions. Lin Xiaodian approached Lin Chen, patting his shoulder. "Chener, you have succeeded. You have completely eradicated the demon shadow and safeguarded the peace of our continent." Lin Chen gazed at his family and friends nearby, his heart brimming with warmth. He understood that the successful eradication of the demon shadow was a result of everyone's support and effort. From the once inept boy of Qingshi Town to the current hero safeguarding the continent, he had traversed countless hardships and garnered immense growth. "This is not solely my achievement," Lin Chen smiled, "but the fruition of our collective endeavor. In the future, we shall continue to protect our land and ensure that peace perpetuates." Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with unwavering determination. Under the setting sun, the golden star patterns of the meteorite platform flowed gently across the ground, casting reflections of the figures gathered. Lin Chen clasped Ling Yue's hand, his gaze filled with affection. "Ling Yue, thank you for always being by my side. Once the affairs of the alliance are settled, I shall marry you, making you my one and only wife." Ling Yue nodded fervently, tears gleaming in her eyes. "I will wait for you." Xingyu observed this scene, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. He knew that he had finally embraced the mission of the Starfall sect, and in the days to come, he would join Lin Chen in leading the anti-demon alliance, safeguarding this land, and ensuring the legacy of the Starfall sect would endure. A war spanning many years had finally come to a close, and the continent had regained its long-awaited peace. Lin Chen and his companions would continue to inscribe their own legend upon this tranquil land. Chapter 69, Post-War Reconstruction. A new chapter for the Alliance. The afterglow of the meteorite platform gradually faded, leaving a final warm radiance of golden star patterns upon the ground. Leaning against a stone pillar, Lin Chen observed the figures of his disciples clearing the battlefield, his fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of the Starfall sword. A weapon that had accompanied him through countless life and death trials, now finally able to rest from its heavy burden. "Master, the elders of the Alliance are awaiting your presence for a meeting in the Starfall Hall." Lin Xiaoan approached softly, bearing the neatly organized post-war report. Various sects are inquiring about the subsequent reconstruction plans, and numerous independent cultivators wish to join the alliance. Your decisions are needed. Lin Chen accepted the report, his fingers gliding over the casualty statistics, a wave of heaviness washing over him. In this ultimate battle, the alliance had lost nearly 100 disciples, many of whom were young prodigies. Taking a deep breath, he passed the report to Ling Yue. "Please help me summarize the key points. I will see to the injured elders and disciples." Within the healing hall of the Starfall sect, the air was thick with the rich scent of medicinal herbs. Lin Xiaodian sat by the bedside, tending to a disciple who had lost an arm. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, he smiled and beckoned. "Chener, come take a look. This child shielded me from a blow on the battlefield. He is a promising talent." Lin Chen approached the bedside and gently infused a wave of soothing star power into the disciple's body. "Rest well. Once you recover, I shall personally teach you the sword techniques of the Starfall sect." The disciple's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded vigorously. "Thank you, sect master." Exiting the healing hall, Lin Chen made his way directly to the Starfall Hall. Inside, the elders from various sects were gathered around a map, engaged in fervent discussion. Upon his arrival, they all rose to pay their respects. Lin Chen raised his hand to signal them to be seated and slowly articulated the plans for post-war reconstruction. "First, we must establish a permanent defensive array around the meteorite platform to prevent any remnants of the shadow forces from mounting a counterattack. Second, we shall establish the Star Academy to recruit cultivators from all corners of the continent, imparting the knowledge of star power and defense techniques. Third, we will form a patrol team, led by Zhao Feng, to scour the continent and eradicate the remnants of the shadow forces." "I concur." Xian Yangzi from the Qingyun sect was the first to express his support, offering 10 elders to assist in the establishment of the Star Academy. The leader of the Flame sect also nodded in agreement. The Flame sect can provide fire or to reinforce the defensive array. The meeting continued for 3 hours, and the various plans were finally solidified. After the adjournment, Ling Yu remained in the Starfall Hall to organize documents, while Lin Chen ventured alone to the side of the Star Spring. The spring water shimmered with golden ripples, reflecting his silhouette. The boy who once only knew how to evade had now matured into a figure capable of shouldering responsibility and orchestrating the larger scheme. "What are you contemplating?" Su Qingyue approached, holding a newly sewn robe crafted from star silkworm silk, capable of resisting attacks from Yuanying stage cultivators. "Try it on." Lin Chen accepted the robe, feeling the pulsations of star power within the fabric, warmth flooding his heart. "Mother, I believe I am beginning to understand the choices you and father made back in the day. Protection is not merely a slogan. It is a responsibility to bear. Step by step. Su Qinghua smiled as she patted his shoulder. You are doing even better than we did in our time. However, do not place too much pressure on yourself. It is also important to take a break now and then. Lin Chen gazed at the distant starry sky. His eyes filled with resolve. He understood that the post-war reconstruction was merely a new beginning. Future challenges awaited him. Yet this time, he felt no confusion. For he was accompanied by family and friends, bolstered by the support of the entire alliance. Chapter 70. The Star Academy. Blossoms of Talent. 3 months later. The Star Academy was officially established on the rear mountain of the Starfall sect. The Academy's buildings were constructed from star-patterned stone, with roofs embedded with crystals capable of absorbing star power. During the day, they reflected a warm glow, while at night, they resonated with the starry sky, resembling a palace floating among the stars, exquisitely crafted beyond imagination. On the day of the opening ceremony, cultivators from all over the continent gathered in the Academy Square, including exceptionally gifted youths and middle-aged cultivators eager to enhance their strength. Standing on the high platform, Lin Chen surveyed the densely packed crowd below, filled with emotion. From this day forth, the Star Academy will officially commence its courses. We shall not only impart cultivation methods, but also teach the profound significance of protection, protecting oneself, safeguarding one's family, and defending this continent. As his words fell, a thunderous cheer erupted from the square. Lin Chen descended from the high platform, personally guiding the new students on a tour of the academy. At the Star Force training ground, Wang Lei was demonstrating the improved Thunderfire Pearl. With a flicker of his fingers, the Thunderfire Pearl detonated in midair, creating a dazzling web of flames that spared the surrounding flora. This Thunderfire Pearl allowed for precise control of power, making it suitable for novice practitioners. Wang Lei's prideful declaration elicited waves of astonishment from the newcomers. Meanwhile, Ling Yu was in the array classroom, elucidating the fundamentals of array layout to the new students. The star sphere in her hand floated gracefully in the air, moving in sync with her fingertips, as a simple defensive array gradually materialized on the ground. The essence of array formation lay in comprehending the flow of star force, rather than rote memorization of runes. Ling Yu patiently instructed, occasionally bending down to assist the newcomers in adjusting their arrays. Lin Xiaowan and Xing Yu were in charge of the practical combat classes, leading the new students in drills on a simulated battlefield, teaching them how to respond to attacks from monster beasts and shadow practitioners. Despite his youth, Xing Yu possessed a wealth of combat experience. The techniques he demonstrated from the Starfall sect were precise in execution, earning him the admiration of the new students. Lin Chen then made his way to the ancient text library, a repository of invaluable texts from the Starfall sect and the Su clan, including cultivation manuals seized from the shadow forces. An elderly, silver-haired practitioner stood before the shelves, meticulously perusing an ancient tome. Upon noticing Lin Chen's entrance, he hurriedly bowed, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master Lin, for establishing the Star Academy, allowing us old bones a chance to learn new cultivation methods. Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. The Academy is built for practitioners across the continent. There's no need for formality. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. In the days that followed, aside from handling alliance affairs, Lin Chen spent the majority of his time teaching at the academy. His lessons were accessible and enriched by his own combat experiences, endearing him to the new students. On one occasion, a newcomer inquired, Sect Master, how did you transform from an underachiever into a powerhouse? Lin Chen paused for a moment before responding with a smile. I was never an underachiever. I simply discovered my path a bit later than others. What matters is not innate talent, but the unwavering belief and perseverance. The students were greatly inspired, leading to intensified dedication in their cultivation. Within a mere 6 months, the Star Academy had nurtured a remarkable cohort of practitioners, many of whom joined the patrol team to assist Zhao Feng in eradicating the remnants of the shadow forces. Lin Chen stood atop the academy's platform, observing the diligent efforts of the new students, filled with a sense of fulfillment. He recognized that these young practitioners would ultimately become the backbone of the continent's defense. Chapter 71. Peril in Patrol, a new realm of star power. On this day, while Lin Chen was delivering a lecture at the academy, a communication jade talisman suddenly illuminated. Bearing an urgent message from Zhao Feng, Lin Chen, we have encountered remnants of the shadow forces in the Black Wind Ridge in the western continent. Their leader is immensely powerful, and we have suffered heavy casualties. We request reinforcements. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately paused the lesson. Addressing Ling Yu, You stay at the academy to oversee matters. I will head to Blackwind Ridge to support Zhaofeng. Ling Yu nodded, handing the star sphere to Lin Chen. Be careful. This star sphere will enhance your star force. If you find yourself in danger, contact me promptly. Lin Chen accepted the star sphere and leaped onto the star vessel, racing toward the direction of Blackwind Ridge. Heifeng Ridge is perpetually besieged by fierce black winds, interspersed with sands capable of corroding spiritual energy, rendering it one of the most perilous regions in the western part of the continent. As Lin Chen approached Heifeng Ridge, he was immediately met with the sounds of a fierce battle. He leapt down from the starship and beheld Zhaofeng leading a patrol team, besieged by a group of black-robed cultivators. At the forefront stood a black-robed figure clad in dark purple robes, emanating a terrifying aura of late nascent soul, wielding a black staff that incessantly unleashed corrosive venom. Lin Chen, you have finally arrived, Zhaofeng exclaimed, his eyes brimming with joy. This is the poison rogue guardian of the Shadow Palace. His venom can erode star power, and we are simply no match for him. Without hesitation, Lin Chen unleashed his star power domain, enveloping the poison rogue guardian in a tapestry of intertwining black and white energies. He soared into the air, summoning the Starfall sword, which coalesced with star power and bloodline strength, and struck towards the poison rogue guardian. Release them. The poison rogue guardian, taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden appearance, hastily raised his black staff to defend himself. A resounding boom echoed as he was pushed back several steps, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. I didn't expect you to break through to the mid-nascent soul, but do you think that will suffice to defeat me? With a flourish of his black staff, streams of venom surged towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen activated the star sphere, a golden barrier forming before him to intercept the venomous assault. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced. Yet his strike was ensnared by the guardian's staff. Your star power is indeed formidable, but alas, still too tender. The poison rogue guardian sneered, channeling venom into his staff in an attempt to corrode Lin Chen's star power. Lin Chen felt a chilling force seep into his body through the sword, causing a dull ache in his meridians. At that moment, he recalled a tome from the ancient library of the Star Academy, the Star Power Purification Technique. He swiftly activated the technique, purifying his inner star power and gradually expelling the venom from his body. The poison robe guardian's expression changed drastically. Impossible. How could you possibly neutralize my venom? Lin Chen offered no reply. The star power domain surged, and countless star chains erupted from the field, ensnaring the poison robe guardian firmly. He leapt once more, channeling all his star power into the Starfall sword, aiming for the guardian's head. With a decisive thrust, the guardian's head fell, his body gradually purified by the star power and dissipating into a cloud of black mist. After vanquishing the poison robe guardian, Lin Chen hastily tended to the injured members of the patrol team. Zhaofeng approached him, his face etched with guilt. It is entirely my fault. I underestimated the remnants of the shadow forces. Lin Chen patted his shoulder reassuringly. This is not your fault. We simply underestimated the residual strength of the shadow forces. We should return to the Starfall sect and deliberate our next steps. As they journeyed back to the Starfall sect, Lin Chen sat aboard the starship, deeply contemplating the star power within him. In neutralizing the venom, not only had his star power become pure, but he also sensed an impending breakthrough. Closing his eyes, he began to circulate his star power, which surged within him like a tidal wave, striving for the pinnacle of mid-nascent soul. With a gentle crackle, Lin Chen's aura suddenly expanded, his star power becoming increasingly refined, emanating a resplendent golden glow. He had successfully ascended to the peak of mid-nascent soul. Ling Yu sensed a shift in his aura, her eyes brimming with delight. Congratulations, Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt a surge of exhilaration. He understood that the enhancement of his strength would not only allow him to better protect the continent, but also prepare him for the challenges ahead. He recognized that this breakthrough was the result of rigorous combat experience and the enlightenment gained from ancient texts. Growth is never instantaneous. It unfolds gradually through continuous learning and challenges, step by step becoming stronger. Chapter 72, Secrets of the Ancient Texts. Perils of the Star Abyss. After breaking through to the peak of the Mid-Yuan Ing stage, Lin Chen devoted himself even more fervently to the study of ancient texts. He spent nearly every day immersed in the ancient library of the Star Academy, poring over the invaluable manuscripts of the Starfall sect and the Su family, hoping to uncover more secrets regarding the Star Abyss Gate and the ancient shadow of demons. One day, in a corner of the ancient library, Lin Chen stumbled upon a dusty black tome, its cover inscribed with the 4 ancient seal characters, Secrets of the Star Abyss. Carefully, he opened the book, and the contents astonished him. Although the ancient shadow had been vanquished, its soul fragments were scattered throughout the continent. Should they encounter a suitable opportunity, they could coalesce anew and pose a grave threat. Alarmed, Lin Chen's heart tightened. He immediately summoned Ling Yu and Su Qingyue to the Starfall Hall. Presenting the ancient text to them, he spoke gravely. The soul fragments of the shadow still linger on the continent. We must locate and purify them swiftly, or the consequences could be catastrophic. Su Qingyue took the tome, meticulously flipping through its pages, her eyes filled with concern. According to the recorded secrets, the soul fragments of the shadow attach themselves to cultivators or beasts, gradually consuming their consciousness. We need to form a purification team dedicated to seeking out and cleansing these fragments. Ling Yu nodded in agreement. I am willing to lead the purification team. The star crystal can sense the aura of the soul fragments and can also purify their power. Lin Chen gazed into Ling Yu's determined eyes, his heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, Ling Yu. However, you must exercise caution. The power of the soul fragments is formidable. Should you encounter danger, contact me immediately. Ling Yu smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I will protect myself and the team. In the days that followed, Ling Yu led the purification team across the continent in search of the shadow's soul fragments. They discovered traces of the fragments in the burning flame desert and the misty marsh, successfully purifying them after fierce battles. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained at the Starfall sect, managing alliance affairs, guiding the new students at the Star Academy in their cultivation, and keeping a watchful eye on the movements of the purification team. One day, Ling Yu sent a message via a jade talisman. Lin Chen, we have discovered a powerful soul fragment in the extreme cold land. It has attached itself to an ice polar demon bear, which possesses strength at the late Yuaning stage. We require assistance. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Chen as he quickly gathered Wang Lei and Xingyu, boarding the starship to hasten to the extreme cold land. The area was blanketed in snow, with frigid temperatures that could freeze even spiritual energy. As they approached their destination, Lin Chen saw the purification team, led by Ling Yu, being besieged by the ice polar demon bear, many of the team members wounded. We're here. Lin Chen leaped from the starship, the starfall sword gathering celestial energy as he struck at the ice polar demon bear. The ice extreme demon bear reacted with remarkable speed, its massive claws swiping towards Lin Chen. Wang Lei and Xingyu immediately rushed forward to provide assistance. Wang Lei hurled a thunderfire pearl towards the bear's abdomen, while Xingyu unleashed the sword techniques of the Starfall sect to target its vulnerabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu led the team in retreat to tend to their injured comrades. Lin Chen observed the dark mist enveloping the ice extreme demon bear, recognizing it as fragments of the soul of the demon shadow. Channeling the Starforce purification technique, the Starfall sword radiated a pure golden light as it descended upon the bear. With a piercing roar, the ice extreme demon bear emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its body enveloped in the golden luminescence, the black mist gradually dissipating. Its movements slowed significantly until, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed, transforming into a beam of white light that vanished into the air. Lin Chen approached and purified the final remnants of the soul. Sighing in relief, Ling Yu stepped beside him, offering a bottle of warm water. Thank you for arriving in time. Otherwise, we would have faced peril. Lin Chen accepted the water, smiling as he replied, we are comrades. It is only natural to assist one another. Upon returning to the Starfall sect from the frigid lands, Lin Chen's resolve to eradicate the fragments of the demon shadow intensified. He understood that as long as even a single fragment existed, the continent could never truly be safe. He would lead the purification team and the cultivators of the Alliance in a relentless quest across the land to seek out and cleanse all fragments, ensuring the continent would forever be free from the threat of the demon shadow. Chapter 73. Secrets of the Su Family, Bloodline Legacy. One day, Su Qingyue approached Lin Chen, her expression grave. Chener, there is a secret regarding the ancestral grounds of the Su family that I have yet to disclose to you. Within the core chamber lies the bloodline legacy of our family, accessible only to those with pure Su blood. I believe the time has come for you to receive this legacy. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he followed Su Qingyue to the Su family ancestral grounds. Upon re-entering, he felt an even more profound surge of bloodline power than before. The stone door to the core chamber was tightly sealed, placing her hand upon it. Su Qingyue infused it with a steady flow of bloodline energy. Gradually, the door creaked open, revealing a spacious chamber where a golden sphere of light floated above a stone platform, emanating pure bloodline energy. This is the bloodline legacy of the Su family. Su Qingyue indicated towards the sphere. It will enhance your bloodline power and grant you mastery over the ultimate defense technique of the Su family, the Star Abyss Guardian. However, the process of accepting this legacy is excruciating, as one must endure the baptism of bloodline power. Are you prepared? Lin Chen nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. I am ready, mother. For the sake of safeguarding the continent, this pain is a trifling matter. Su Qingyue guided him to the stone platform, and the sphere slowly merged into his being. In an instant, a searing force erupted within him, as if countless blades were slicing through his meridians. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the agony while channeling the Star Force purification technique to guide the bloodline energy through his body. As time passed, Lin Chen was enveloped in golden radiance, the bloodline power gradually integrating with his Star Force. He sensed the burgeoning strength of his bloodline, along with a wealth of knowledge about the Star Abyss Guardian flooding his mind. After an indeterminate duration, the legacy was finally bestowed upon him. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a golden radiance enveloping him, his aura amplified several-fold compared to before. He endeavored to manifest the Star Abyss Guardian. A golden barrier formed around him, adorned with intricate star patterns, exuding formidable defensive power. Splendid. You have successfully embraced the inheritance. Su Qingyue's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. With the Star Abyss Guardian, you shall better protect yourself and those around you. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, his heart brimming with excitement. He understood that accepting the bloodline legacy of the Su family not only augmented his strength, but also deepened his understanding of their mission. He resolved to carry forth this inheritance, continuing to safeguard the continent and fulfill the unfinished endeavors of his ancestors. Upon returning to the Starfall sect from the ancestral grounds of the Su family, Lin Chen imparted the cultivation techniques of the Star Abyss Guardian to the core members of the Alliance. Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Zhao Feng, and others swiftly mastered this defensive art, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the Alliance. One day, while Lin Chen was attending to matters in the Starfall Hall, Lin Xiaowan burst in, her face alight with excitement. Sect Master, the first batch of graduates from the Star Academy has successfully completed their studies. They have all volunteered to join the patrol and purification teams to contribute to the protection of the continent. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he followed Lin Xiaowan to the Academy Square. There, the graduates stood in uniform, their expressions resolute. Upon seeing Lin Chen's entrance, they bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, Sect Master." Lin Chen approached, gazing upon these youthful cultivators, filled with emotion. You are the first graduates of the Star Academy and the hope of the continent. Remember, cultivation is not solely for the purpose of gaining strength, but primarily for the act of safeguarding. Whatever challenges the future may hold, remain steadfast to your original intentions and never abandon your resolve. The graduates replied in unison. We shall heed the Sect Master's teachings. As he watched the graduates embark on their respective paths, Lin Chen knew his efforts had not been in vain. The Star Academy had nurtured not only formidable cultivators, but also a cadre of responsible and accountable guardians. He would continue to lead them resolutely on the path of safeguarding the continent. Chapter 74. The Remnants of Shadows. Conspiracies resurfaced. The tranquil days did not last long. One day, the patrol team discovered numerous corpses of cultivators in the withered leaf forest in the southern part of the continent, each body shrouded in black mist. The unmistakable aura of the shadow demons. Zhao Feng immediately relayed the news back to the Starfall sect. Upon learning of it, Lin Chen felt a tightening in his chest and promptly led Ling Yu, Wang Lei, and Xing Yu aboard the star vessel towards the leaf forest. The leaf forest was perpetually cloaked in gray mist, the trees appeared withered, and the air was thick with an ominous sense of death. As Lin Chen and his companions entered the forest, they were met with a grim sight. The ground was strewn with the bodies of cultivators, their deaths horrific, clearly having been ambushed unawares. The spiritual energy of these cultivators had been completely drained. Ling Yu knelt beside one of the corpses, inspecting it closely. Noting that their souls had also been devoured, a clear indication of the remnants of the shadow demon's malevolence. Lin Chen activated his star eyes, golden light flickering within. As he meticulously scrutinized the surrounding environment, he discovered that the black mist was most dense deep within the forest, a likely refuge for the remnants of the shadow of malice. Let us proceed with caution, drawing near slowly so as not to alarm the serpent in the grass. Lin Chen advised, leading the group deeper into the woods. After approximately half an hour, a black altar suddenly came into view, atop which stood a figure clad in a dark robe, clutching a black skull as he conducted some nefarious ritual. Surrounding the altar were dozens of practitioners bound, their faces etched with terror and their bodies trembling incessantly. It is the soul devourer priest. Su Qingyue had once mentioned this type of practitioner in ancient texts. They excelled in consuming the souls of others to augment their own power and could summon the lingering forces of shadows using these souls. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he unfurled the domain of stellar energy, enveloping the altar in a tapestry of interwoven black and white stars. He leaped into action, the starfall sword coalescing with both stellar and bloodline power, aimed at the soul devourer priest. Release them. The priest, taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden appearance, hastily raised the black skull to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, he was pushed back several steps, the black mist emanating from the skull dissipating significantly. To think you could find this place, the soul devourer priest sneered, but it is too late. I have summoned the avatar of the shadow of malice, and soon, my lord shall walk the earth once more. As his words fell, the ground at the altar's center split open, revealing a colossal black shadow that slowly emerged, the avatar of malice, its power reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. The avatar let out a deafening roar as the black mist surged toward Lin Chen and his companions. Everyone, be cautious, Lin Chen shouted, channeling all his stellar energy into the starfall sword and striking at the avatar. Ling Yue, Wang Lei, and Xing Yu immediately joined the fray. Ling Yue summoned golden starlight with the star sphere, Wang Lei hurled thunderfire orbs at the avatar, while Xing Yu employed the sword techniques of the starfall sect to exploit its weaknesses. The avatar's formidable strength easily repelled their onslaught, extending its massive claws toward Lin Chen. Activating the celestial abyss guardian, a golden shield formed around him, absorbing the claw's assault. Yet, the avatar's power was overwhelming, and the shield quickly became riddled with cracks. Chener, I shall assist you. Su Qingyue's voice suddenly rang out. Unbeknownst to them, she had also arrived at the withered leaf forest, conjuring a golden blade of light to strike at the avatar. The avatar was compelled to turn and defend itself. Granting Lin Chen the opportunity to attack, the starfall sword pierced the avatar's form, channeling a steady influx of golden stellar energy. The avatar let out a chilling scream as its body began to be purified by the golden energy. Witnessing this, the soul devourer priest's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee. Wang Lei would not grant him such an opportunity, unleashing the remaining thunderfire orbs, which detonated upon the priest, who let out a piercing scream as flames gradually consumed him. After vanquishing both the avatar and the soul devourer priest, Lin Chen hurriedly untied the practitioners bound around the altar, infusing them with stellar energy to aid in their recovery. A grateful surviving monk expressed, "Thank you, Master Lin, for saving my life." The soul-eating priest launched a sudden attack on our sect and captured us here, intending to summon demonic shadows using our souls. Lin Chen nodded, his eyes filled with seriousness. It appears that the remnants of the demonic shadows are still scheming. We must swiftly locate their lair and eradicate them completely. Upon returning from the withered leaf forest to the Starfall sect, Lin Chen promptly convened a coalition meeting to inform the elders of various sects about the situation. After deliberation, everyone agreed to intensify patrols and expand the search radius, ensuring the lair of the demonic shadows would be found and their threat eliminated. Standing before the window of the Starfall Hall, Lin Chen gazed at the distant starry sky with unwavering determination. He understood that the remnants of the demonic shadows would not relent, and more challenges awaited him in the future. Yet, he would not waver, for he had the support of family and friends, as well as the strength of the entire alliance. He was confident that, regardless of the obstacles encountered, he could lead everyone to overcome them and safeguard this land. Chapter 75, Tracking the Lair. Shadow Crypt based on the clues provided by the surviving monk from the withered leaf forest. The lair of the demonic shadows was likely hidden within the Blackstone Mountains in the eastern part of the continent. Composed of dark rocks, the mountains were riddled with caves and tunnels, making it an ideal place for concealing traces. Lin Chen led Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Xing Yu, and an elite coalition team aboard a starship towards the Blackstone Mountains. Upon arriving, Lin Chen activated his star eye, meticulously observing the surroundings. He noticed a peak deep within the mountains, where a faint black mist was swirling. This was likely the lair of the demonic shadows. Everyone be cautious. The mountains may be filled with traps, Lin Chen advised, guiding the group carefully toward the peak. After only a few steps, the ground suddenly trembled, and countless sharp stone spikes erupted from below. Lin Chen reacted swiftly, deploying a field of star power that enveloped everyone. The spikes shattered upon impact with the barrier. As they continued onward, a black swamp emerged ahead, bubbling with dark gas and exuding a pungent odor. "This is the corrosive swamp," Ling Yu remarked gravely. "The venom within can erode star power. We must find a safe path to circumvent it." Xing Yu scrutinized the swamp and suddenly pointed to a stone partially submerged in the water, exclaiming, "Look, that stone exhibits star power fluctuations. It must be a man-made marker. Lin Chen nodded and led the group to carefully step on the stones, traversing the swamp with caution. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the peak. A massive cave was situated at the side of the mountain, with two robed figures standing at the entrance, wielding black staffs and emanating the aura of late golden core cultivators. Eliminate them, Lin Chen commanded in a low voice, leaping forward as the starfall sword swiftly severed the heads of the two cultivators. The group entered the cave, which was engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the occasional flickering of green phosphorescence on the rocky walls. The winding passages of the cave echoed with eerie howls emanating from the depths. Lin Chen led the group forward with utmost caution. As they turned a corner, a vast underground palace unfolded before them. In the center stood a colossal altar, upon which dozens of black-robed cultivators were engaged in some arcane ritual. At last, we have found your lair, Lin Chen bellowed, as the realm of stellar energy erupted around him, enveloping the palace in a tapestry of interwoven black and white forces. He leapt into the air, his starfall sword coalescing with stellar energy and bloodline power, striking down upon the black-robed cultivators at the altar. Reacting swiftly, the black-robed practitioners charged at Lin Chen. Ling Yu, Wang Lei, and Xing Yu immediately launched their own assaults. Ling Yu summoned golden starlight using her star spiral disc. Wang Lei hurled a thunderfire pearl towards the black-robed figures, while Xing Yu employed the sword techniques of the Starfall sect to exploit their vulnerabilities. Suddenly, from the depths of the palace, a heavy footfall echoed ominously. A cultivator clad in a dark golden robe emerged, his visage obscured by a skull mask, emanating a terrifying aura characteristic of an early-stage transformation. This was none other than the leader of the remnants of the Shadow Demon, the Shadow King. I never imagined you would find your way here, the Shadow King rasped ominously. However, none of you shall leave today. I have awakened a fraction of Lord Shadow Demon's power using the souls of countless cultivators. Soon he shall walk the earth once more. With a flourish of his black staff, waves of dark energy surged forth, unleashing a barrage of black blades towards Lin Chen and his companions. Lin Chen activated the Star Abyss Guardian, a golden barrier materializing around him to deflect the onslaught. Yet, the sheer might of the black blades caused the barrier to crack almost instantly. Everyone together, Lin Chen shouted, channeling all his stellar energy into the Starfall sword as he aimed it at the Shadow King. Ling Yu, Wang Lei, and Xing Yu followed suit, unleashing their most potent attacks, golden starlight, blazing thunderfire, and razor-sharp sword chi converging upon the Shadow King. The Shadow King sneered, the black staff exuding dense shadows that formed a formidable barrier, repelling their combined efforts. Is this the extent of your abilities? You dare to challenge me? He taunted, the dark mist swelling around him, enveloping the group. Lin Chen felt a chilling force seep into his body, causing his veins to throb painfully. He realized that he could not allow this to continue. He must swiftly uncover the Shadow King's weakness. Activating his star eyes, Lin Chen scrutinized the Shadow King's form, discovering a black crystal embedded in his chest, the source of the Shadow Demon's power. Strike the crystal on his chest, Lin Chen cried out, directing the Starfall sword towards the Shadow King's heart. The Shadow King, caught off guard by Lin Chen's insight, hastily raised his staff to defend. With a resounding crash, he was forced back several steps, a fissure appearing in the crystal. Seizing the moment, Ling Yu, Wang Lei, and Xing Yu unleashed their attacks once more. The golden starlight, thunderfire, and sword chi converged upon the crystal simultaneously. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered completely, and the Shadow King emitted a piercing howl as his form was gradually consumed by the encroaching dark mist. After vanquishing the Shadow King, Lin Chen led his companions in eliminating the remaining black-robed cultivators in the palace. Approaching the altar, he purified all the black runes inscribed upon it, ensuring that the power of the Shadow Demon would not resurge. Once outside the underground palace, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was aware that the successful destruction of the remnants of the Shadow Demon's lair had eliminated one of the greatest threats on the continent. Yet, he also understood that as long as the Star Abyss Gate existed, the emergence of new threats remained a possibility. He would continue to lead the cultivators of the Alliance in safeguarding this land, ensuring that peace would endure eternally. Chapter 76. The Secret Treasure of the Underground Palace and the New Sword of Starfall. While clearing the Shadow Underground Palace, Lin Chen discovered a black longsword nestled within a hidden compartment of the altar. The blade was adorned with intricate star patterns, and its hilt was embedded with a black gem that emanated a potent aura of stellar and shadowy power. The sword possessed an eerie quality. Ling Yu leaned closer, scrutinizing the long sword. Its stellar energy was tainted with shadowy forces, as though sullied by the power of the shadow demon. As Lin Chen grasped the hilt, a familiar force surged within him, a power akin to that of the Starfall sword, yet even more tempestuous. He employed the stellar purification technique, striving to cleanse the shadowy energy from the sword. Golden stellar energy flowed along the blade, gradually dispersing the black shadowy force, and the star patterns on the blade became increasingly distinct. "This is the Starfall demon's sword," Su Qingyue's voice suddenly echoed. Unbeknownst to him, she had also arrived at the underground palace. According to the ancient texts of the Su family, this sword was crafted by a formidable being from the Starfall sect during ancient times. Originally a pure celestial sword, it had been corrupted by the forces of the shadow demon, transforming into its current state. If it could be thoroughly purified, its power would far surpass that of the Starfall sword. A flicker of excitement danced in Lin Chen's eyes as he continued to channel the stellar purification technique. As the shadowy energy was gradually cleansed, the color of the blade transitioned from black to gold, and the gem on the hilt began to radiate a golden light. When the last vestige of shadowy energy was purified, the longsword erupted in a dazzling golden brilliance, and a tremendous wave of stellar power surged forth from the blade, causing the surrounding air to quiver. "I did it!" Lin Chen exclaimed, gripping the longsword tightly, feeling the immense power contained within. He attempted to swing the sword, unleashing a golden sword energy that effortlessly severed a stone pillar in the underground palace. "This sword is indeed formidable," he declared with excitement. Su Qingyue nodded with a smile. "This Starfall demon sword is fated to be yours. It can amplify your stellar power and synergize with the Starfall sword, allowing you to execute even more potent techniques. However, you must exercise caution. A remnant of the shadow demon's consciousness still lingers within the sword. If you fail to control it, you may very well be subjected to its backlash." Lin Chen acknowledged her words, sheathing the Starfall demon's sword. He understood that this sword was not only a powerful treasure, but also a potential threat. He would strive to cultivate diligently, mastering the power within the sword swiftly, transforming it into a weapon for the defense of the continent rather than a harbinger of its destruction. Upon returning to the Starfall sect from the Shadow Underground Palace, Lin Chen began to delve into the techniques for wielding the Starfall Demon's Sword. He discovered that the Starfall Demon's Sword could resonate with the Starfall Sword. When both swords were utilized in tandem, they could unleash a formidable combined technique known as Dual Stars Annihilation. To master this technique, Lin Chen practiced daily in the training grounds of the Starfall sect, with Ling Yu by his side, guiding him in harnessing the sword's power and helping him avoid the potential backlash from the shadow demon's consciousness. After a month of diligent practice, Lin Chen finally mastered the technique of Double Star Annihilation. He could sense that this combined skill possessed enough power to contend with cultivators at the early stage of transformation. One day, while practicing in the training grounds, a freshman from the Starry Academy rushed over, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Sovereign, many cultivators have gathered outside to express their gratitude towards you. You have destroyed the Shadow Underground Palace and eradicated the remnants of the demonic shadows. The cultivators across the continent regard you as a hero." Following the freshman to the entrance of the Starry Sect, Lin Chen beheld a congregation of thousands of cultivators outside. They held flowers and banners, their faces adorned with expressions of heartfelt appreciation. As Lin Chen emerged, the cultivators bowed in unison, proclaiming, "Thank you, Sovereign Lin, for safeguarding the continent." A warmth enveloped Lin Chen's heart as he stepped forward, addressing the crowd. "Protecting the continent is a responsibility shared by us all. I have merely fulfilled my duty. In the future, I shall continue to lead the alliance of cultivators to safeguard this land, ensuring that peace endures perpetually." A thunderous cheer erupted from the cultivators, and many voluntarily joined the alliance to contribute their efforts towards the protection of the continent. Observing the scene before him, Lin Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He recognized that his efforts had not been in vain, as an increasing number of individuals began to join the ranks of those who protected the continent. He resolved to persist in guiding everyone steadfastly along this path, striving to create a future that is more peaceful and beautiful. Chapter 77, The Academy Celebration, a heartwarming moment on the occasion of the first anniversary of the Starry Academy. Lin Chen decided to host a grand celebration, inviting cultivators from across the continent to participate. On the day of the celebration, the Starry Sect was adorned with festive decorations, exuding a jubilant atmosphere. A massive stage was erected in the Academy Square, surrounded by flowers and delicacies, where cultivators gathered in clusters, engaging in lively conversations. Dressed in a resplendent golden robe, Lin Chen stood on the stage, gazing down at the bustling scene below, filled with sentiment. A year ago, the Starry Academy was officially established, and now it has become one of the most esteemed academies on the continent. I am grateful for everyone's support and trust. In the future, we will continue to strive to cultivate more exceptional cultivators and safeguard this land, he declared. As his words resonated, the square erupted in thunderous applause, marking the commencement of the celebration. The first segment featured performances by the Academy's disciples. A group of young disciples took to the stage, showcasing their learned star power techniques and swordsmanship, their movements synchronized and vibrant, eliciting waves of applause from the audience. Next came the practical combat demonstration, led by Wang Lei and Xing Yu, who guided the disciples in simulating responses to attacks from beastly demons and shadow cultivators. Wang Lei's Thunderfire Pearl exhibited tremendous power, while Xing Yu's swordsmanship was precise and fierce, with the disciples also delivering outstanding performances that left the audience in awe. Ling Yu then showcased the usage of the Star Wheel disc on stage, as the disc hovered in the air, moving with the grace of her fingertips, gradually revealing intricate formations on the ground. The brilliance of the formations intertwined with the stage lights, creating a splendid visual spectacle. The climax of the celebration was Lin Chen's performance. Brandishing the Starfall Sword and the Starfall Demon's Sword, he leaped into the air, both swords erupting in a radiant golden glow. Double Star Annihilation. Lin Chen let out a furious roar, and two streams of golden sword energy converged in the air, forming a colossal beam of light that shot towards the target range before the stage. With a resounding crash, the massive stone of the target was instantly shattered, dust swirling into the air. The audience gazed in astonishment, quickly erupting into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Lin Chen leapt off the stage, bowing graciously to the audience, his face radiating joy. At the conclusion of the ceremony, a segment for open dialogue commenced. The cultivators exchanged insights on their practices and shared experiences from distant lands. Lin Chen mingled among the crowd, engaging warmly with the practitioners and responding to their inquiries. A young cultivator asked him, "Master, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect of cultivation?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen smiled and replied, "The most vital element of cultivation is neither talent nor resources, but rather the original intention. No matter how powerful you become, never forget why you began your journey, nor the importance of protecting those around you. Only in doing so can you travel further and become a true powerhouse." The young cultivator, deeply inspired, nodded firmly. Observing the young man's determination, Lin Chen was reminded of his own past. He understood that his words had the power to uplift these young cultivators, and that was enough. After the ceremony, Lin Chen strolled alone to the Star Spring. Ling Yu approached him, offering a cup of warm wine. Today's celebration was a resounding success. Everyone seemed elated. She remarked. Lin Chen accepted the wine, took a sip, and said, "Indeed, witnessing everyone's joy makes all the efforts worthwhile." Standing side by side at the spring, they gazed at the starry sky reflected in the water, their hearts filled with tranquility and warmth. Lin Chen recognized the rarity of such tender moments. He would cherish every instant spent with family and friends, continuing to strive to safeguard this peace and beauty. Chapter 78. The Stirring of the Star Abyss. Preparing for new perils shortly after the ceremony concluded, the star patterns of the falling star platform suddenly exhibited erratic fluctuations. Upon receiving the news, Lin Chen promptly led Ling Yu, Wang Lei, and Xing Yu to the falling star platform. Upon arrival, they discovered the star patterns surrounding the Star Abyss gate flickering violently, dark mist seeping slowly from the gate, permeating the air with a potent aura of malevolence. "This is grave. The seal of the Star Abyss gate is weakening," Su Qingwei remarked, her expression grave. "The power of malevolence may be reviving. We must fortify the seal at once." Lin Chen nodded and immediately directed everyone to reinforce the seal. Channeling the bloodline power of the Su family, Su Qingwei and Xing Yu simultaneously infused their own bloodline energies. 3 streams of different colored light emanated from the trio, merging into the star patterns. Gradually, the brilliance of the star patterns stabilized, and the dark mist was progressively suppressed. At that moment, the Star Abyss gate erupted with a surge of black light, and a colossal shadow began to materialize from within the gate, revealing the outline of an ancient malevolent spirit. The spirit unleashed a thunderous roar, the black mist swelling as it attempted to breach the seal. "Increase the power output. We cannot allow the malevolent spirit to shatter the seal," Lin Chen bellowed, channeling all the star power and bloodline energy within him into the star patterns. Su Qingwei and Xing Yu also intensified their efforts, the 3 streams of light becoming more robust, gradually suppressing the encroaching dark mist. After 3 hours of arduous effort, the seal of the Star Abyss gate finally stabilized, and the shadowy outline of the demonic entity gradually faded. Lin Chen collapsed onto the ground. His internal star power and bloodline energy nearly depleted. Ling Yu hurriedly approached, infusing him with star energy to aid in his recovery. The recent disturbance at the Star Abyss Gate signified the rapid resurgence of the demonic shadow's power. Gasping for breath, Lin Chen spoke gravely. We must hasten our preparations to confront the impending return of the demonic shadow. Upon returning to the Starfall sect, the assembly convened an emergency alliance meeting at once. Lin Chen informed the elders of the various sects about the incident at the Star Abyss Gate and proposed 3 strategic plans for defense. First, to reinforce the defenses of the meteorite platform by deploying additional cultivators. Second, to accelerate the training pace at the Star Academy to cultivate more exceptional cultivators swiftly. Third, to establish a Star Abyss Guard, personally led by Lin Chen, tasked specifically with safeguarding the Star Abyss Gate against the demonic shadow's assault. The elders from the various sects expressed their support, willing to dispatch elite cultivators to join the Star Abyss Guard. After the meeting concluded, Lin Chen set about forming the Star Abyss Guard. He selected 100 of the most formidable cultivators from the alliance, including Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Xing Yu, and Lin Xiaowan. In the ensuing days, Lin Chen led the Star Abyss Guard in rigorous training at the meteorite platform. He personally instructed the members in the mastery of star energy techniques and defensive strategies, while also simulating scenarios of demonic shadow attacks for practical drills. The members displayed remarkable diligence, rapidly enhancing their strength. One day, during training, Lin Chen noticed Lin Xiaowan's swift progress. Her control over star energy became increasingly precise, and her combat techniques grew more adept. Lin Xiaowan, your advancement is commendable, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. Continue to strive, and you shall undoubtedly become a powerful cultivator. Lin Xiaowan blushed, nodding vigorously. Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master. I will keep working hard. Observing the diligent training of his comrades filled Lin Chen with unwavering resolve. He understood that the demonic shadow's resurgence was merely a matter of time, yet he was confident that, with the Star Abyss Guard prepared, they could protect the Star Abyss Gate and thwart the demonic shadow's threat to the continent. He would lead his team, steadfastly standing guard at their posts. Chapter 79, Trials of the Guard, Unbreakable Harmony. To assess the training outcomes of the Star Abyss Guard, Lin Chen resolved to hold a trial in the Blackstone Mountains. The trial would simulate an assault by the demonic shadow, requiring the guard to defend a designated position replicating the Star Abyss Gate and eliminate nearby demonic shadow avatars within a specified time frame. On the day of the trial, the members of the Star Abyss Guard arrived early at the Blackstone Mountains. Lin Chen divided the participants into 5 teams, each responsible for defending a specific direction. Ling Yu led the first team to guard the east, Wang Lei commanded the second team for the west, Xing Yu oversaw the third team for the south. Lin Xiaowan directed the fourth team for the north, while Lin Chen commanded the fifth team as a mobile unit, ready to support any direction as needed. Remember, your task is to hold the position and eliminate the demonic shadow avatars, Lin Chen instructed his team. In the face of danger, do not engage recklessly. Contact me for assistance promptly. Now the trial begins. With Lin Chen's command, the trial officially commenced. Soon, the mountains echoed with the roars of shadowy manifestations. As countless dark figures surged toward the stronghold from various directions, Ling Yu led the first squad, harnessing the celestial disk to conjure a golden radiance, forming a robust barrier that thwarted the onslaught of the shadowy manifestations. She adeptly utilized the starry light to strike at the weaknesses of the manifestations. Wang Lei, at the helm of the second squad, hurled thunderfire orbs at the shadowy figures, creating explosive bursts that swiftly cleared a significant area. He also instructed his team on how to synergize their use of the thunderfire orbs, weaving a dense net of flames to impede the approach of the manifestations. Xing Yu commanded the third squad, employing the sword techniques of the Starfall sect to assail the shadowy figures. His strikes were precise and fierce, inspiring his comrades to emulate him, as glimmers of sword light danced through the ranks of the shadowy manifestations, leading to their continuous demise. Lin Xiaowan guided the fourth squad, summoning blades of light with her star power to attack the manifestations. She possessed a keen eye for battlefield dynamics, promptly adjusting her team's defensive formations to secure the northern flank. Lin Chen, leading the fifth squad, darted between the various directions, providing support to the struggling teams. With the Starfall Sword and the Starfall Demon Sword in hand, he unleashed the dual Starfall Obliteration, a powerful sword aura that swiftly eradicated a multitude of shadowy manifestations. Midway through the trial, a colossal shadow lord emerged from the heart of the mountains, its strength at the initial stage of divinity. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a surge of black mist, charging toward the stronghold. "Everyone together!" Lin Chen shouted, rallying the members of the 5 squads to launch a simultaneous assault. Ling Yu summoned the mightiest star radiance with her celestial disk, while Wang Lei cast all of his thunderfire orbs toward the Shadow Lord. Xing Yu and Lin Xiaowan led their teams to exploit the Lord's weaknesses with their sword techniques and blades of light. As Lin Chen wielded his twin swords to strike at the Shadow Lord's head with the dual starfall obliteration, the Shadow Lord's formidable strength easily deflected most of the attacks, yet through the seamless coordination of the team, its defenses began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen plunged both swords into the Shadow Lord's head, infusing it with a continuous flow of golden star power. The Shadow Lord emitted a piercing scream, its form gradually succumbing to purification by the star power, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Once the trial concluded, the team members exhaled in relief. Lin Chen gazed at his comrades, his face radiant with pride. "You all performed exceptionally well. Through this trial, I witnessed your growth and synergy. I firmly believe that as long as we persist in our efforts, we shall safeguard the Star Abyss Gate and thwart the encroachment of the shadowy forces." The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with determination. They understood that this trial not only tested their capabilities, but also fortified their confidence. In the future, they would continue to train diligently under Lin Chen's guidance, preparing to defend the Star Abyss Gate and uphold the peace of the continent. Chapter 80, Star Abyss Alert. Prelude to the final battle. Less than a month after the trial's conclusion, the star patterns of the Starfall platform exhibited unusual fluctuations once again. The recent fluctuations have been far more intense than the last, with the black mist surrounding the Star Abyss Gate becoming increasingly thick, even revealing the faint silhouettes of demonic claws dancing within the portal. Upon receiving the news, Lin Chen promptly led the Star Abyss Guard to the fallen star platform. Upon arrival, he discovered that the brilliance of the star patterns had diminished significantly, with the black mist nearly enveloping the Star Abyss Gate entirely. The situation was dire. "We must reinforce the seal immediately," Lin Chen shouted, rallying his team to commence infusing star power and bloodline energy. Ling Yu concentrated all her starlight using the star wheel, while Wang Lei infused the power of the Thunderfire Pearl into the star patterns. Xing Yu and Lin Xiaowan led their comrades in a fierce assault on the black mist with star energy and sword techniques. Lin Chen, meanwhile, channeled the bloodline power of the Su family along with the might of the Starfall Demon Sword, attempting to subdue the demonic force. However, the power of the demon was overwhelmingly potent. Instead of being suppressed, the black mist only thickened further. The gap in the Star Abyss Gate gradually widened, with the demonic roars growing clearer, as if it could break free from the seal and descend upon the continent at any moment. "This cannot continue," Su Qingyue exclaimed anxiously. "The demon's power has exceeded our expectations, and we need to find a stronger force to contain it." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind: the treasure of the Starfall sect, the Starfall Origin Stone. According to ancient texts, the Starfall Origin Stone is the core of a colossal meteor from antiquity, imbued with immense celestial power capable of purifying all malevolent forces. "I shall retrieve the Starfall Origin Stone from the treasury of the Starfall sect," Lin Chen declared to the others. "You must guard the Star Abyss Gate and await my return." With that, Lin Chen leaped onto the star vessel and sped toward the treasury of the Starfall sect. The treasury, located at the rear mountain of the sect, was protected by powerful formations. Utilizing the sect's token, Lin Chen unlocked the treasury's grand door and, at the deepest stone altar, discovered the Starfall Origin Stone. The stone, radiant in golden hue, emanated a dazzling celestial power that caused the surrounding air to tremble. Cradling the Starfall Origin Stone, Lin Chen hastened back to the fallen star platform. He placed the stone at the heart of the Star Abyss Gate and channeled star energy, directing the stone's power into the star patterns. Golden celestial energy surged forth from the stone, flowing along the star patterns, gradually purifying the black mist, and causing the gap in the Star Abyss Gate to shrink. Sensing the power of the Starfall Origin Stone, the demon let out an enraged roar, causing the black mist to swell, striving to breach the seal. Lin Chen urged his companions to intensify their efforts. The power of the Starfall Origin Stone fused with their star energy and bloodline strength, forming a colossal golden shield that completely enveloped the Star Abyss Gate. After a day and night of relentless endeavor, the seal of the Star Abyss Gate finally stabilized. The black mist was entirely purified, and the demonic roars vanished. Exhausted, Lin Chen collapsed on the ground, clutching the Starfall Origin Stone, his star energy nearly depleted. This recent disturbance from the demon indicates that it has accumulated sufficient power. Lin Chen gasped, his expression grave. It could strike again at any moment, and next time, its strength will be even greater. We must prepare for the final confrontation. Upon returning to the Starfall sect, everyone began making the last preparations for the ultimate battle. Lin Chen placed the meteorite core at the center of the falling star platform, establishing it as the heart of the seal. Ling Yu led the cultivators in reinforcing the defensive formations of the platform. Wang Lei and Xing Yu were tasked with coordinating resources to ensure an ample supply of elixirs and weapons for the impending battle, while Lin Xiaowan guided the graduates of the Star Academy in their final practical drills. Standing before the window of the Starfall Hall, Lin Chen gazed towards the direction of the falling star platform, his heart brimming with resolve. He understood that the ultimate battle was about to commence, a confrontation that would determine the fate of the continent. Yet, he would not waver, for he was surrounded by his most trusted companions, supported by the entire alliance, and driven by the conviction to protect the realm. He was confident that, regardless of the strength of the shadow of demons, he could lead everyone to triumph over it, liberating the continent from its menace and ushering in a true era of peace. Chapter 81. The Anomaly of the Core. The rebound of stellar power. After placing the meteorite core at the center of the falling star platform, Lin Chen visited daily to monitor its condition. Initially, the core emanated a steady golden stellar energy that nourished the seal, and the brilliance of the star patterns grew ever purer. However, on the night of the third day, he was suddenly awakened by a violent surge of energy. A resonating hum emanated from the direction of the falling star platform, and the stellar energy in the air became chaotic. Grasping his twin swords, Lin Chen leapt onto the star vessel. Upon arriving at the platform, a tightness gripped his heart at the sight before him. The surface of the meteorite core was now etched with intricate black patterns, and the once pure golden stellar energy was tainted with wisps of black mist, which were eroding the seal in reverse along the star patterns. Lin Xiaowan and several team members, who were on duty, appeared pale, desperately channeling stellar energy in an attempt to suppress the encroaching darkness. However, as their stellar energy made contact with the core, it was violently repelled by the black mist, causing blood to seep from the corners of their mouths. "Stop!" Immediately, Lin Chen commanded sternly, leaping beside the core and enveloping Lin Xiaowan and the others in his field of stellar energy for protection. He activated the stellar purification technique, directing golden stellar energy from his fingertips into the core, but the black patterns retaliated with a ferocity akin to a living entity, a chilling force penetrating his arm and causing excruciating pain in his meridians. This black mist bears the consciousness of the shadow of demons. Ling Yu and Wang Lei arrived upon hearing the commotion. Ling Yu assessed the patterns on the core with a grave expression, realizing that it could infiltrate through the core, indicating that the shadow of demons had long harbored sinister intentions towards it. Wang Lei withdrew the Thunderfire Pearl, ready to launch it. But Lin Chen raised his hand to halt him. "No, the Thunderfire will provoke the core. If the black mist erupts completely, the seal will be doomed." Taking a deep breath, he pressed the Starfall Demon's sword against the core, attempting to neutralize the black mist with the pure stellar energy contained within the sword. However, the moment the sword touched the core, it burst forth with a blinding radiance, and the black patterns swiftly spread across the blade. The roar of the shadow of demons echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Lin Chen, do you truly believe a mere stone can contain me? I will make you witness the destruction of the continent." Intense pain surged through his consciousness, and Lin Chen felt his awareness begin to blur, the stellar energy within him swirling uncontrollably. He realized that he was being countered by the consciousness of the shadow of demons. If he did not break free swiftly, he would not only lose his sanity, but also become a tool for the shadow to shatter its confinement. Chenair, harness the power of the Su family bloodline. Suddenly, Su Qingyue's voice resonated as she brandished the Star Abyss token, leaping gracefully to the side of the primordial stone. She pressed the token against the stone, knowing that the bloodline power could suppress the demonic shadow's consciousness. "Quick, guide it with me." Lin Chen gritted his teeth against the pain, channeling the power of the Su family bloodline. The golden bloodline energy intertwined with the star purification technique, forming a warm stream of light that surged through the Starfall Demon's sword into the primordial stone. The black patterns gradually faded beneath the luminous flow, and the demonic shadow's howls diminished to a whisper. Wang Lei used the gentle power of the Thunderfire Pearl to slowly scorch the black mist. Ling Wei suddenly exclaimed, "Do not exert all your strength. Simply render the black mist inactive." Wang Lei promptly adjusted the power of the Thunderfire Pearl, enveloping it in a soft red flame that delicately descended upon the stone's surface. The black mist hissed as it encountered the fire, dissipating like melting snow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen intensified his output of bloodline power, causing the brilliance of the Starfall demon sword to shine even more brightly, ultimately purifying the last remnants of black mist. The primordial stone regained its pristine golden hue, but Lin Chen, overwhelmed by backlash and excessive consumption, felt his legs buckle and knelt on the ground. The Starfall demon sword slipped from his grasp, its star patterns dimming. Ling Yue hurried to support him, worry etched in her eyes. Are you all right? Have you sustained any foundational injuries? Lin Chen shook his head, gasping for breath. I'm fine. It's merely a disruption in the star power. I didn't anticipate the strength of the demonic shadow's consciousness to be so formidable that it could even infiltrate the Starfall primordial stone. His gaze turned to the stone, filled with trepidation. Had they not discovered it in time, the consequences would have been dire. Su Qingyue picked up the Starfall demon's sword and, after a meticulous inspection, declared, "There remains a trace of the demonic shadow's consciousness within the sword, requiring complete purification with bloodline power. Moreover, the Starfall primordial stone cannot be left unattended. We must take turns infusing it with our bloodline power to prevent the demonic shadow from infiltrating again." In the following days, Lin Chen, Su Qingyue, and Xingyu took turns guarding the meteorite platform, nurturing the primordial stone and sealing it with their bloodline power. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to study the Starfall demon sword, and with the aid of the bloodline power, he eradicated the demonic consciousness from the sword completely. The sword's star patterns became even more resplendent, resonating harmoniously with the Starfall sword. One day, while training, Lin Chen suddenly discovered that his star power and bloodline power could seamlessly merge, forming an entirely new force, star blood power. As he attempted to wield both swords, the star blood power surged forth, manifesting as a golden sword aura that effortlessly cleaved through the massive stones of the training ground, its power far surpassing anything he had previously achieved. It seems that this crisis has inadvertently catalyzed your breakthrough, Ling Yue observed with satisfaction, her eyes gleaming. With star blood power at our disposal, even if the demonic shadows strike again, our odds of victory have improved. Lin Chen gripped his swords tightly, his heart brimming with resolve. He understood that the demonic shadows' schemes were becoming increasingly cunning, and future battles would be even more arduous. Yet, he would not falter, for he had the most reliable companions by his side, formidable power at his disposal, and an unwavering belief in safeguarding the continent. Chapter 82, Fractures in the Alliance. A crisis of trust. Just as the crisis surrounding the Starfall primordial stone had subsided, fractures began to appear within the alliance. One day, the leader of the Fire sect, with a hostile demeanor, arrived at the Starfall sect with his disciples, demanding that Lin Chen surrender the Starfall primordial stone. Sect leader Lin, the Starfall primordial stone is exceedingly perilous. Leaving it at the meteorite platform is akin to a ticking time bomb. Why not entrust the Starfire Gate with its guardianship? We can utilize the power of flames to thoroughly purify it, ensuring that the shadows of darkness are never granted the opportunity to infiltrate once more. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and calmly responded, "Gate Master, the Starfall crystal is the core of the seal and cannot be moved lightly. Moreover, the previous crisis has been resolved, and we possess the ability to safeguard it." Ability? The Lord of Ice Valley interjected abruptly, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. During the last aberration of the crystal, had it not been for our timely intervention, the entire continent would have been plunged into peril. Lin Sectmaster, it is not that we distrust you. Rather, the Starfall crystal pertains to the safety of the continent. Entrusting it to a single sect is too precarious. It would be wiser for the Elder Council of the Alliance to jointly oversee its protection. The elders from other sects echoed this sentiment, with some suggesting that the crystal be divided into multiple segments, and others demanding increased supervisory powers for the Elder Council. The atmosphere grew chaotic. Lin Chen gazed at the assembly, a heavy weight settling in his heart. He had not anticipated that a crisis would sow seeds of distrust within the alliance. Esteemed colleagues, Su Qingyue stepped forward, her tone grave. The Starfall crystal is the treasured heirloom of the Starfall sect, and a secret treasure safeguarded by our Su family for many years. Had it not been for the foresight of our ancestors in bequeathing it to us, the abyssal gate would have long been breached by the shadows of darkness. Currently, my son and I, alongside Xingyu, utilize our bloodline powers to protect the crystal, ensuring its utmost security. The proposals you present, though seemingly for the sake of the continent, are in truth expressions of your mistrust towards us. Senior Su, it is not that we lack trust. It's simply, Xian Yangzi of the Qingyun sect began to clarify, but was interrupted by Wang Lei. Simply what? When we established this alliance, we all vowed to unite as one. Now, faced with a minor crisis, we begin to harbor suspicions against one another. Does this make sense? Lin Xiaowan also stepped forward, resolutely stating, the sect master and senior Su have exerted immense effort to protect the continent, a fact evident to all. During the last aberration of the crystal, the sect master nearly fell victim to the shadow's backlash. Were it not for him, the consequences would have been unfathomable. To now question the sect master is to undermine the very foundation of our alliance. The assembly fell into silence. The gate master of the Starfire Gate displayed a complexion of fluctuating hues before finally exhaling a deep sigh. Sect Master Lin, we have been too hasty. It is merely that the recent disturbances of the shadows have caused us great concern for the continent's safety, prompting us to propose such measures. Lin Chen surveyed the crowd, understanding that their apprehensions were not without merit. He took a deep breath and declared, I comprehend your concerns. Henceforth, the Elder Council may appoint 2 elders to take turns overseeing the Starfall platform and monitoring the status of the crystal. However, the Starfall crystal must remain unmoved and unbroken. It is a singular entity, and should it be divided, the seal will falter. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in agreement. The Gate Master of the Starfire Gate and the Lord of Ice Valley approached to offer their apologies, and the rift within the alliance was finally mended. Afterward, Ling Yu approached Lin Chen and spoke softly. This incident has served as a reminder. The alliance is not an unbreakable fortress. Greater challenges await us in the future, requiring us to exercise greater caution. Lin Chen nodded, gazing toward the direction of the Starfall platform. I understand. Yet, as long as we remain true to our ideals and demonstrate our worth through strength and action, we shall undoubtedly earn the trust of all. In the days to come, we must confront the shadows together, ensuring that internal discord does not hinder our progress. Ling Yue gazed at Lin Chen's resolute eyes, her heart brimming with warmth. She understood that Lin Chen had matured into a formidable leader, possessing not only immense strength, but also tolerance and wisdom. With him at the helm, the alliance would remain steadfast, and peace across the continent would ultimately prevail. Chapter 83. The Shadow's Deception and the Illusory Maze. After resolving the trust crisis within the alliance, Lin Chen placed greater emphasis on the defense of the meteorite platform. He not only increased the number of guards, but also established a tri-layered defensive formation around the platform to ensure absolute security. However, the tranquility did not endure for long. On this day, the patrol team discovered a substantial number of shadow clones in the frozen wasteland of the northern continent, far exceeding previous encounters. Lin Chen, there are at least 1,000 shadow clones, all with strength surpassing the late Golden Course stage. Zhao Feng urgently communicated through the messaging jade. They are besieging the cultivator stronghold in the frozen wasteland. We cannot withstand this onslaught and request immediate assistance. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He promptly summoned the Star Abyss Guard. Ling Yue scrutinized the star map, her brow furrowing. The frozen wasteland is quite distant from the meteorite platform. Could the sudden concentration of shadow clones there be a ruse to draw us away? Indeed, it is a strong possibility, Su Qingwei concurred. The shadows have long sought to breach the Star Abyss Gate. This massive mobilization of clones may very well be an attempt to divert our attention while they launch a surprise attack on the meteorite platform. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen made his decision. Ling Yue, you will lead half of the Star Abyss Guard along with the elders of the Alliance to the frozen wasteland to assist Zhao Feng. It is imperative to defend the stronghold and ascertain the true intentions of the shadow clones. Meanwhile, my mother, Xingyu, Wang Lei, Lin Xiaowan, and I will remain at the meteorite platform to safeguard the primordial stone and the seal. Should any anomalies arise, immediately communicate through the messaging jade. Ling Wen nodded, accepting the star sphere disk that Lin Chen offered. Rest assured, I will handle this with utmost caution. The safety of the meteorite platform is entrusted to you. After Ling Yue departed, Lin Chen bolstered the vigilance of the meteorite platform. He led the others in patrolling the area, closely monitoring the conditions of the Star Abyss Gate and the meteorite stone. However, that very night, as Ling Yue arrived at the frozen wasteland, a thick cloud of black mist suddenly enveloped the vicinity of the meteorite platform. The air was filled with the howls of shadow creatures, and countless dark silhouettes swayed ominously within the fog, as if innumerable shadow clones were encroaching upon them. Prepare for battle, Lin Chen shouted, wielding the twin star swords, the power of starlight coursing through their blades. Wang Lei and Lin Xiaowan instantly readied themselves for combat, while Xingyu and Su Qingwei joined forces to reinforce the seal and the primordial stone with their bloodline power. The black mist thickened, and the outlines of the shadow clones became increasingly distinct. Just as they were about to launch their assault, the mist began to swirl, forming a colossal vortex. Lin Chen's heart raced. Activating his star eye, he observed intently. To his alarm, The vortex contained no tangible entities, only pure shadow energy coalescing into form. This is bad. It's an illusory maze, Lin Chen exclaimed. The shadow's target is not the meteorite platform. It's Ling Wei and her team. They are using the maze to restrain us, preventing our support. No sooner had he spoken than the messaging jade lit up, revealing an urgent message from Ling Wei. Lin Chen, we have fallen into a trap. The shadowy manifestations on the frozen wasteland are mere illusions. The true forces of the demonic shadows are assaulting our rear. Zhao Feng has been injured, and we find ourselves trapped. Lin Chen's heart tightened as he immediately turned to Su Qingyue, saying, Mother, you and Xingyu remain at the meteorite platform and safeguard the primordial stones and seals. Wang Lei, Lin Xiaowan, and I will go to support Ling Wei. Su Qingyue nodded, her eyes filled with concern. You must be cautious. The demonic shadows have undoubtedly set a trap. Lin Chen, leading Wang Lei and Lin Xiaowan, boarded the starship and sped towards the frozen wasteland. Along the way, Lin Chen repeatedly attempted to contact Ling Wei, but the communication jade talisman remained unresponsive. He understood that Ling Wei and the others must be facing grave peril, intensifying his anxiety. After 2 hours of swift travel, the starship finally reached the frozen wasteland. From a distance, the expanse was shrouded in black mist, through which fierce sounds of battle and anguished cries could be heard. Lin Chen leaped from the starship, unleashing the power of star blood as golden sword energy cleaved through the mist, propelling him toward the source of the tumult. Within the mist, Ling Yue and her fellow cultivators were besieged by numerous demonic shadow manifestations. Zhao Feng lay on the ground, pale and evidently grievously injured. Ling Yue's Starxian disc was already marred with cracks, her body adorned with wounds, yet she continued to resist valiantly. Ling Wei, we have arrived, Lin Chen shouted. Wielding the twin swords of Starfall, their golden energy instantaneously slaying several shadow manifestations. Wang Lei and Lin Xiaowan swiftly joined in the attack, weaving together thunderfire and starlight blades to carve a path for Ling Wei and the others. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Ling Yue's eyes sparkled with joy, but also with a hint of worry. Lin Chen, be careful. These shadow manifestations are merely bait, the true forces of the demonic shadows. Before she could finish, a black pillar of light erupted from the center of the wasteland, and a colossal figure of the demonic shadow slowly materialized from within it. It was the true form of the ancient demonic shadow, its power having reached the late stage of the transformation god realm. Ha! Lin Chen, you have finally arrived. This time, let us see who can save you. The voice of the demonic shadow was hoarse and terrifying. Lin Chen tightened his grip on his swords, the star blood power surging fiercely within him. He knew that the real battle was only just beginning. Chapter 84, The Battle of Transformation Gods. Awakening of star blood, the emergence of the demonic shadow's true form cast a heavy pall over the air of the frozen wasteland. The black mist surged like a tide, each tendril imbued with the power to corrode all. The spiritual barriers of the cultivators rapidly dissolved within the mist, many beginning to gasp for breath, their faces etched with fear. Everyone retreat. Lin Chen leaped before the crowd, crossing his twin swords as the power of star blood erupted along their blades, forming a golden shield to ward off the encroaching mist. Ling Wei, lead the injured cultivators to withdraw. I will handle this with Wang Lei, Lin Xiaowan, and Xingyu. No. Ling Yue shook her head resolutely, her eyes brimming with determination. I will fight alongside you. We are comrades and cannot let you face danger alone. Zhao Feng struggled to rise, gripping his long sword tightly. Lin Chen, though I am injured, I can still fight. The more of us there are, the greater our chances of victory. Lin Chen gazed at the unwavering resolve in their eyes, his heart swelling with emotion. He understood that this was not the time for hesitation. Only through united effort could they hope to vanquish the shadowy apparition. Very well, let us fight together. Wang Lei, you shall strike at the creature's weakness with the Thunderfire Pearl. Lin Xiaowan, you will restrain its movements with the Star Force Blade. Ling Yu, you will harness the Stellar Disc to conjure starlight for our defense. Zhao Feng, your duty is to protect the injured cultivators, preventing the shadow from launching sneak attacks. Xingyu, join me in assaulting the entity's core with our bloodline power and star energy. The group responded in unison and immediately sprang into action. Wang Lei hurled the Thunderfire Pearl at the apparition's midsection, where it detonated, leaving only a faint scorch mark upon its form. The apparition roared in fury, its massive claws lunging toward Wang Lei. Lin Xiaowan swiftly activated the Star Force Blade, striking the creature's claws and forcing it to retreat. Seizing the moment, Ling Yu summoned golden starlight with the stellar disc, conjuring a formidable barrier that shielded them from the apparition's subsequent attacks. Zhao Feng led the injured cultivators to establish a temporary defensive position behind the barrier, preventing the shadow's manifestations from closing in. Lin Chen and Xing Yu exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously channeling their bloodline power and star energy. The golden star blood surged and intertwined with the crimson energy of the Starfall sect, forming a dual-colored beam that shot toward the apparition's head. The creature, taken aback by their formidable assault, hurriedly summoned a veil of black mist to shield itself. With a thunderous roar, the beam collided with the mist, resulting in a violent shockwave that reverberated across the frozen wasteland. The apparition was pushed back several paces, astonished by the strength of their bloodline power. I never anticipated that your lineage could wield such force. Yet, this power is still insufficient. The apparition opened its maw wide and unleashed a beam of darkness directed at Lin Chen and Xing Yu. They quickly dodged, but the beam struck the ground, erupting into a massive pit. Black mist billowed from the chasm, and countless dark tendrils surged forth, lunging at the group. Ling Yu promptly utilized the stellar disk to sever the tendrils, yet more emerged from the mist, encircling them. This cannot continue. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, realizing the creature's overwhelming strength rendered their attacks ineffective against it. We must discover its weakness. Just then, Su Qingyue's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Chen'er, the weakness lies in its chest. That is the core of its soul. If we can destroy the core, we can obliterate it entirely. However, the core is shielded by dense black mist, and only a combined strike of star blood power and the twin Starfall swords can breach its defenses. A surge of hope filled Lin Chen's heart as he called out to his comrades. Listen up. The shadow's weakness is the soul core in its chest. Let us all strike there and create an opportunity for me. They swiftly adjusted their attack targets. Wang Lei unleashed all his thunderfire pearls at the apparition's chest, while Ling Yu concentrated the strongest starlight with the stellar disk. Lin Xiaowan and Xing Yu also unleashed their most powerful attacks, the golden blades of light and crimson soared energy intertwining as they surged toward the apparition's core. As their combined assault struck its chest, the creature let out a piercing howl, the black mist swelling as it attempted to shield itself from the onslaught. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, leaping into the air with his twin swords, Starfall, crossing them as the power of star blood surged unceasingly into their blades. Twin Starfall blood slash, Lin Chen roared, unleashing a colossal golden sword aura that surged forth from his swords, imbued with the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Aimed directly at the heart of the dark apparition. No, the apparition shrieked in despair, its black mist swirling chaotically in an attempt to withstand the oncoming sword aura. Yet, the potency of the golden blade was overwhelming, effortlessly piercing through the mist and striking the apparition's chest. With a resounding explosion, the apparition's chest erupted, revealing its black soul core to the open air. Without hesitation, Lin Chen pressed his assault, concentrating the Starblood's power at the tip of his sword as he lunged towards the core. With a piercing sound, the core was pierced, and the apparition let out a wretched howl as its form began to be purified by the golden star energy, transforming into black mist that dissipated into the atmosphere. With the obliteration of the apparition, its surrounding doppelgangers vanished as well. The crowd exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground, their energies nearly spent. Lin Chen approached Ling Yu, lifting her up, his eyes filled with a sense of fulfillment. We have succeeded. The apparition has been completely eradicated. Ling Yu nodded with a smile, tears welling in her eyes. Indeed, we have triumphed. This journey has not been easy. As they exchanged glances, comfort spread across the faces of the group. They understood that the victory of this battle hinged upon the collective efforts and sacrifices of each individual. The continent had finally rid itself of the apparition's menace, ushering in a true era of peace. Chapter 85. Post-War Harmony. A new legacy. With the apparition thoroughly vanquished, the icy wasteland erupted in thunderous cheers. Cultivators embraced one another, celebrating this hard-earned victory. Lin Chen gazed upon the scene before him, filled with profound reflection. From a mere underdog in Greenstone Town to the leader of the alliance that vanquished the apparition, he had traversed numerous tribulations and garnered immense growth. In the days that followed, Lin Chen led the group in clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded cultivators. Ling Yu took charge of disseminating the news of the apparition's defeat across the continent, ensuring that all cultivators knew that peace had finally been restored. Elders from various sects flocked to Starfall sect to congratulate Lin Chen, and the cohesion of the alliance grew stronger than ever. On this day, Lin Chen convened an alliance conference at the Starfall Hall. Within the hall, elders from various sects and faculty and students of the Star Academy gathered, their faces radiating joy. Standing upon the platform, Lin Chen surveyed the crowd, his voice resolute yet gentle. The apparition has been utterly eradicated, and the continent has regained its peace. However, we must not grow complacent. New challenges lie ahead. I propose that we expand the Star Academy into a continental academy, welcoming cultivators from all regions to impart the methods of cultivation and the principles of guardianship. Additionally, let us retain the Anti-Demon Alliance, renaming it the Continental Guardian Alliance, to continue safeguarding the peace and tranquility of our land. The assembly expressed unanimous support, and Xian Yangzi rose, smiling as he spoke. Lin's sect leader's proposal is splendid. Qingyun's sect is willing to contribute manpower and resources to assist in the expansion of the academy. I believe that under Lin's sect leader's guidance, our continent will surely become a better place. The leaders of the Blazing Fire Gate and the Ice Valley expressed their willingness to contribute to the peace of the continent. The conference concluded in a harmonious atmosphere, and the establishment of the Continental Guardian Alliance and the Continental Academy signified the dawn of a new era for the realm. In the ensuing 6 months, Lin Chen dedicated himself to the expansion of the academy and the affairs of the alliance. He personally designed the academy's architecture, selected distinguished cultivators to serve as mentors, and developed a comprehensive educational system that not only taught cultivation techniques, but also offered courses in formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting, nurturing well-rounded practitioners. Ling Yu took charge of the alliance's daily operations, coordinating relationships among the major sects and resolving disputes across the continent. Her capabilities and wisdom earned her widespread recognition, making her Lin Chen's most trusted aide. Wang Lei and Zhao Feng led the patrol teams of the Continental Guardian Alliance, traversing the land to eradicate the remnants of demonic forces and uphold order. Lin Xiaowan and Xing Yu remained at the Continental Academy, serving as instructors for practical combat courses, imparting their first-hand experiences to the students. Su Qingwei watched Lin Chen's growth with satisfaction. She generously donated the ancient texts of the Su family and the Xingyuan sealing technique to the Continental Academy, hoping to provide further assistance to the continent's cultivators. One day, Lin Chen held the opening ceremony of the Continental Academy in the plaza. Practitioners from various regions gathered, their faces alight with anticipation. Standing on the platform, Lin Chen gazed at the youthful faces before him, filled with emotion. From this day forth, the Continental Academy officially commences. I hope you remember that cultivation is not merely for personal strength, but also for guardianship, guarding oneself, one's family, and this continent. No matter the challenges that lie ahead, remain steadfast to your original aspiration and never give up. After the ceremony, Lin Chen made his way to the Star Spring alone. Ling Yu approached him, offering a cup of warm wine. Today's ceremony was a success. Everyone is very happy. Lin Chen accepted the wine, took a sip, and remarked, "Indeed, seeing these young cultivators, I am reminded of my former self. I hope they can take up our mantle and continue to safeguard the peace of the continent." The two stood side by the spring, gazing at the starry sky reflected in the water, their hearts filled with tranquility and warmth. Lin Chen understood that his mission was far from over. In the future, he would continue to lead the Continental Guardian Alliance and the Continental Academy, dedicating his efforts to the peace and development of the continent. Meanwhile, in the distant cosmos, a new star gradually ascended, symbolizing hope, inheritance, and the new legends that Lin Chen and his companions would craft for the continent. Chapter 86, The Academy's First Cry. Talents emerged 3 months after the opening of the Continental Academy. The first batch of new students had shed their initial awkwardness. In the morning training grounds, dozens of youths gathered around the star-patterned stone pillars, golden stellar energy flowing vibrantly in their palms, albeit faintly. Lin Xiaowan, holding a star energy detector, meticulously assessed each new student's cultivation progress. When she approached a boy named Xing Che, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. At just 14 years of age, Xing Che had already condensed his stellar energy into a tangible form, leaving distinct sword marks upon the stone pillar. "Your control over stellar energy is remarkably precise," Lin Xiaowan remarked with a smile. "Shall we attempt a more advanced method of stellar guidance?" Xing Che nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with yearning. Hailing from a remote town, he had been accepted into the academy due to his innate affinity for stellar energy, harboring an almost obsessive passion for cultivation. Lin Chen happened to pass by the training ground and paused to observe the scene. Under Lin Xiaowan's guidance, Xing Che swiftly mastered the fundamental techniques of stellar energy circulation, even managing to imbue a regular wooden sword with a faint glimmer of starlight. A promising talent, Lin Chen mused, stepping forward. He concentrated a strand of stellar blood energy at his fingertip and gently pressed it to Xing Che's forehead. Attempting to guide the power, and see if it could merge with his own stellar energy. Xingche closed his eyes in deep concentration, and moments later, a soft golden glow enveloped him, enhancing the brilliance of the starlight upon the wooden sword. Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart. This youth was capable of effortlessly accepting the stellar blood energy, his innate talent far surpassing that of his peers. Turning to Lin Xiaowan, he instructed, incorporate him into the elite class for focus training. Such prodigies were not uncommon within the academy. Ling Yu, during a formation class, discovered a girl named Ling, who could decipher intermediate defensive formations within half an hour. Meanwhile, Wang Lei encountered a boy named Lei Hao, proficient in refining lightning fire orbs, and together they devised water mines capable of detonating underwater. On this day, Lin Chen organized a freshman challenge within the academy, allowing newcomers to test their cultivation results through combat. The arena was packed with faculty and students, as prodigies like Xingche, Ling Shi, and Lei Hao showcased their astonishing prowess. Xingche, with his precise control of stellar energy, swiftly defeated 3 opponents. Ling Shi ensnared her adversary with a hastily arranged formation, securing an effortless victory, and Lei Hao utilized his refined water mines to obliterate foes within a designated water area. The finals unfolded between Xingche and Lei Hao. Lei Hao was the first to hurl a water mine, yet Xingche deftly blocked it with a stellar energy barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Xingche launched an attack. His wooden sword aimed directly at Lei Hao. Reacting swiftly, Lei Hao produced another lightning fire orb, intentionally allowing the stellar energy to strike it, using the explosion's force to evade the assault. The two exchanged blows, the arena resonating with cheers. Ultimately, Xingche triumphed narrowly through superior control of stellar energy. Lin Chen approached the arena to present awards to both competitors, smiling as he declared, "You are the future of our continent. I hope you continue your diligent efforts and become the cornerstone of our protection." After the competition, Lin Chen convened with mentors Lin Xiaowan, Ling Shi, and others to formulate a talent development plan, pairing each exceptionally gifted newcomer with a dedicated mentor, crafting cultivation strategies tailored to their strengths, and regularly organizing practical tasks within the patrol teams to enhance their abilities through experience. Ling Yu gazed at the names on the list, her eyes filled with satisfaction. With these young talents, she felt confident in facing any future crises. Lin Chen nodded, though deeper thoughts lingered in his mind. He understood that peace would not endure indefinitely, and nurturing the next generation of guardians was the most fundamental approach to safeguarding the continent. Chapter 87. Patrol Training, Crisis Lurking. In accordance with the Talent Cultivation Program, 10 elite newcomers, including Xingche, Ling Shi, and Lei Hao, under the guidance of Zhao Feng, joined the patrol team to engage in practical training at the Falling Wind Gorge in the western part of the continent. Once a stronghold of the shadow forces, the gorge had been cleared, yet remnants of dark energy still lingered, making it an ideal location for the newcomers' first foray into real combat. Before their departure, Lin Chen personally bid farewell to the newcomers, distributing star power talismans to each individual. These talismans could unleash a defensive barrier in moments of peril, and in the face of insurmountable danger, one could shatter the communication jade talisman. Remember, the purpose of this training is to enhance our abilities, not to show off, he advised. Xingche clasped the talisman firmly and declared with determination, "Rest assured, Sect Master, we will complete the mission safely." Upon their arrival at Falling Wind Gorge aboard the starship, Zhao Feng divided the newcomers into 3 groups, each led by a member of the patrol team, tasked with searching for the remnants of dark energy throughout the gorge. Xingche's group swiftly discovered an anomaly deep within the gorge, a cave shrouded in a faint black mist, from which eerie growls could be faintly heard. "Be cautious. There may be shadow clones within," the patrol team leader whispered as he entered the cave first. Xingche and 2 other newcomers followed closely behind. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them, with only the phosphorescent glow from the rock walls providing a feeble light. After traversing approximately 100 meters, a pair of green eyes suddenly emerged before them, revealing a lingering shadow clone at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. "Attack!" The patrol member struck first, launching a star power sword directly at the shadow clone. Xingche quickly joined the fray, channeling star power into his wooden sword as they coordinated their assault. Although formidable, the shadow clone could not withstand their combined efforts and was swiftly vanquished, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. "Fantastic! We succeeded," one of the newcomers exclaimed excitedly. However, at that moment, a violent tremor resonated from deep within the cave, and countless black vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the 3 of them. "This is bad. It's a trap set by the shadows," The patrol member's expression changed drastically as he attempted to sever the vines with star power, only to discover that the vines absorbed the energy, tightening their grip with each struggle. Remaining calm, Xingche recalled the star power techniques taught by Lin Chen. He concentrated the energy into fine needles, accurately piercing the nodes of the vines. Instantly, the vines lost their vitality and released their grip. He swiftly assisted the other two in freeing themselves, and they dashed towards the cave's exit. Upon emerging, they were met by Zhao Feng and the other team members rushing towards them. "Are you all right?" Zhao Feng inquired anxiously. Xingche shook his head and recounted the situation within the cave. Zhao Feng's expression grew grave. "It seems there are not only shadow clones here, but possibly even more dangerous entities. We must withdraw from the gorge and report to the sect master." Just as the patrol team prepared to retreat, a surge of black mist suddenly enveloped the gorge, and a colossal shadow beast lunged forth from the fog, its strength reaching the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The shadow beast let out a deafening roar, causing the black mist to swell, encircling the patrol team. "Stay calm." Zhao Feng gripped his sword tightly, unleashing his star power. "Xingche, lead the newcomers to safety. I will hold it off." "No, we cannot abandon you," Xingche called out, joining forces with Ling Shi, Lei Hao, and others, declaring, "Let us fight together." Ling Shi immediately set up an array to temporarily trap the shadow beast, while Lei Hao produced the improved Thunderfire Pearl and hurled it at the creature. Xingche, alongside his fellow newcomers, unleashed stellar energy to attack the weaknesses of the shadow beast. Despite its formidable strength, the creature began to falter under their coordinated efforts. Just then, the communication jade talisman suddenly illuminated, revealing a message from Lin Chen. "Ling Yu and I have reached the outskirts of the canyon. Hold your ground." The group felt a surge of joy, intensifying their assault. Moments later, Lin Chen and Ling Yu leaped into the fray, Lin Chen wielding the twin swords of Starfall, unleashing the power of star blood as a golden sword aura cleaved toward the shadow beast. Struck by the sword energy, the beast let out a piercing howl as its form began to be purified. After vanquishing the shadow beast, Lin Chen approached Xingche with a smile, saying, "You all performed admirably, remaining composed in the face of danger and coordinating seamlessly." Xingche scratched his head, pride evident on his face. "It's thanks to the techniques taught by our sect master and everyone's cooperation." Lin Chen nodded, his eyes filled with pride. He recognized that this experience not only enhanced the newcomers' abilities, but also instilled in them the vital qualities of unity and collaboration essential for becoming protectors. Chapter 88. The Secret Cave of the Canyon, the fragmented star map with the shadow beast eliminated. Lin Chen led the group in a thorough search of the Falling Wind Canyon, aiming to uncover the creature's origins. Deep within the cave where Xingche had previously been trapped, he discovered a concealed stone door etched with intricate star patterns, resembling those of the Star Abyss Gate. This ancient door appeared to date back to a bygone era. Ling Yu observed the star patterns closely, noting the faint residual aura of shadow beasts within them, possibly linked to their origin. Lin Chen attempted to activate the stone door with the power of star blood, causing the patterns to glow and the door to slowly open. Inside lay a spacious secret cave, its walls adorned with star-patterned murals depicting the battles between ancient cultivators and the shadow beasts. At the center of the cave stood a stone platform bearing a fragmented star map, marked with several indistinct locations, one of which was the Star Abyss Gate. This map likely belonged to ancient cultivators, chronicling the weaknesses and sealing methods of the shadow beasts. Upon receiving the news, Su Qinghua hurried to the scene. Gazing at the map, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Look here, it marks the source of the starfall, said to be the origin of starfall ore, which contains the power to thoroughly purify the shadow beasts." Lin Chen carefully took the map and tucked it away. "We must find the source of the starfall as soon as possible. There may be more secrets there to combat the shadow beasts. Furthermore, the appearance of the shadow beast here is likely connected to this secret cave, and we need to conduct a thorough investigation." In the following days, Lin Chen led the group in meticulous searches within the secret cave, uncovering numerous ancient texts and weapons left by cultivators of yore. Among them was a tome titled Chronicles of the Star Abyss, which detailed the ancient invasion of the shadow beasts and how the cultivators united to seal them away. It revealed that in ancient times, the shadow beasts nearly annihilated the continent, and it was only through the self-sacrifice of 10 mighty beings that they were sealed behind the Star Abyss Gate. Lin Chen gazed at the ancient texts, his heart brimming with astonishment. The bloodlines of the 10 formidable beings had been passed down to 10 distinct families, with the Su family being one of them. The Xingyun sect, on the other hand, was established by these 10 powerful beings in unison. Ling Yu, deep in thought, remarked, Thus, both the Xingyun sect and the Su family's bloodlines are intertwined with the ancient powers, which is also the reason we conceal the shadow of darkness. Lin Chen nodded. His resolve to seek out the source of Xingyun solidified. Not only did it harbor the power to purify the shadow of darkness, but it might also conceal the secrets of the continent's origins. Before departing from the Falling Wind Canyon, Lin Chen arranged for the patrol team to establish a permanent outpost to guard the secret cave and its surrounding areas. Xing Che and the other new students completed their trials, returning to the Continental Academy with bountiful gains. Lin Chen looked at the youthful faces before him, filled with anticipation. They were not only the future of the continent, but also the key to unraveling the ancient mysteries. Upon returning to the Xingyun sect, Lin Chen convened a council meeting to inform the elders of the various sects about the secret cave and the source of Xingyun. The assembly unanimously agreed that Lin Chen would lead an elite team to explore the source of Xingyun, while the other sects would safeguard the continent to prevent any emerging crises. The source of Xingyun lay in the frigid, eternal ice plains of the continent's far north, an area characterized by harsh conditions, thin spiritual energy, and formidable ice beasts. Ling Yu unfurled a star map, pointing towards the extreme north. We must prepare thoroughly, especially in terms of warmth and cold-resistant supplies. Lin Chen nodded, commencing the formation of the team. Several outstanding new students, including Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Xing Yu, Lin Xiaowan, and Xing Che, volunteered to join, while Su Qingwei remained at the Xingyun sect to oversee the affairs of the Alliance and the Academy. Before their departure, Su Qingwei presented Lin Chen with a treasured ancestral ice spirit jade pendant from the Su family. This pendant can withstand extreme cold and sense the aura of Xingyun stones. It will be invaluable in the eternal ice plains. Lin Chen accepted the pendant with grave sincerity, assuring her, "Mother, rest assured. We will surely find the source of Xingyun and bring back the secrets to combat the shadow of darkness." The starship ascended slowly, gliding towards the eternal ice plains. Lin Chen stood at the bow, clutching the fragmentary star map, his heart resolute. He understood that this expedition to the eternal ice plains was not only pivotal for the future of the continent, but also crucial for unlocking the ancient secrets. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he was determined to lead the team forward. Chapter 89. The Eternal Ice Plains, Assault by Ice Beasts. As the starship landed at the edge of the Eternal Ice Plains, the group immediately felt the piercing cold. The temperature plummeted to several dozen degrees below zero, and the spiritual energy in the air was so sparse that it was nearly undetectable. Their breath crystallized into frost upon exhalation. Lin Chen spread the power of the ice spirit jade pendant, creating a warm light shield that enveloped the entire team, allowing them to barely adapt to the harsh environment. Everyone affixed cold resistance talismans to their bodies, striving to minimize the consumption of spiritual energy. Ling Yu distributed the prepared talismans, cautioning, "The ice beasts of the eternal ice plains are highly sensitive to heat. Our star energy and thunder fire will attract them, so we must exercise utmost caution." Xing Che curiously surveyed the surroundings, taking in the vast expanse of the snowy world. In the distance, towering ice peaks loomed, while the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of ice, beneath which massive shadows could be seen shifting. "Are the ice beasts here all that powerful?" he inquired. Wang Lei gently patted his shoulder, remarking, "Indeed, even the weakest ice beasts possess the strength of late golden core cultivators. When confronted with formidable ice titans, even nascent soul practitioners would wisely take a detour." The team treaded cautiously across the vast ice expanse, while Lin Chen activated his star eye, meticulously scrutinizing the surroundings. The ice soul jade pendant intermittently emanated a faint glow, guiding them toward the source of starfall. After traversing for approximately half a day, the ice beneath them suddenly fractured, erupting forth a colossal ice spike beast. Its body was sheathed in razor-sharp ice spikes, and its eyes shimmered with an eerie blue light, signifying its initial stage of the nascent soul realm. "Be cautious," Lin Chen shouted, brandishing his twin starfall swords as the power of star blood surged forth, unleashing a golden blade of energy toward the ice spike beast. The creature reacted with remarkable swiftness, blocking the attack with its icy protrusions while simultaneously exhaling a frigid breath toward the team. Ling Yu promptly summoned the star sphere, condensing starlight to form a barrier that repelled the icy onslaught. Wang Lei retrieved the Thunderfire Pearl but refrained from throwing it immediately, knowing that the thunderous flames would attract more ice beasts. "I'll hold its attention. You all seek an opportunity to strike its underbelly," Wang Lei declared, leaping before the ice spike beast to divert its focus. Star Che and Lin Xiaowan exchanged a brief glance before launching their assault, directing their star power blades toward the creature's vulnerable abdomen. With no ice spikes to shield it, the ice spike beast was struck, emitting a piercing howl of agony. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen leapt high, thrusting his twin swords towards the beast's head as the golden star blood surged within him, gradually purifying the creature until it shattered into fragments of ice. Let us vacate this place. The scent of thunderfire may attract more ice beasts, Lin Chen urged, leading the team in a swift retreat. Indeed, before long, the distant roars of ice beasts echoed, evidently drawn by the previous conflict. The team journeyed across the ice plains for another 2 days, encountering several waves of ice beasts along the way, all of which they deftly overcame through their harmonious cooperation. On a particular day, the Ice Soul Jade pendant began to tremble violently, its radiance intensifying remarkably. The source of starfall must be just ahead, Lin Chen exclaimed, quickening his pace. Suddenly, a massive fissure appeared in the ice mountain ahead, exuding a potent aura of star power. This was the source of starfall. As the team ventured into the crevice, they discovered a vast ice cavern, wherein a colossal stone pedestal cradled a starfall mother stone. Significantly larger than any starfall ore they had seen, surrounded by scattered smaller starfall ores radiating pure star power. Marvelous! We have discovered the source of starfall, Star Che exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, at that moment, the cavern's ceiling trembled violently, and a creature twice the size of the ice spike beast, the Ice Titan, descended from above. Its body was encased in a thick layer of ice, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, indicating its initial stage of transformation. It is the Ice Titan. Everyone retreat. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he crossed his starfall swords, forming a formidable barrier with the power of star blood. The Ice Titan let out a thunderous roar, its massive claws crashing down upon the barrier, which instantly became riddled with cracks. Ling Yu immediately concentrated all the starlight using the star wheel, infusing it into the barrier. Wang Lei, Lin Xiaowan, and Xing Che simultaneously launched their attacks, unleashing thunder and fire, starlight blades, and intertwining starlight towards the Ice Titan. Although the Ice Titan was struck by their assault, it merely staggered back a few steps, its icy exterior cracking before swiftly mending itself. Its regenerative abilities were astonishingly formidable. Ling Yu exclaimed anxiously, "Our attacks are utterly incapable of inflicting any fatal damage upon it." Lin Chen gazed at the Starfall Mother Stone, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. Xing Che, you and Lin Xiaowan head to the Starfall Mother Stone and activate its power with starlight. Ling Yu, you and Wang Lei continue to restrain the Ice Titan to buy them some time. Xing Che and Lin Xiaowan immediately dashed towards the Starfall Mother Stone, while the Ice Titan attempted to intervene, but was ensnared by Ling Yu and Wang Lei. As Xing Che and Lin Xiaowan infused starlight into the Mother Stone, it erupted with a dazzling golden radiance, sending forth a pure beam of starlight towards the Ice Titan. Upon being struck by the beam, the Ice Titan let out a piercing roar, its icy layers rapidly melting away as its form was gradually purified, ultimately transforming into a wisp of white mist that dissipated within the icy cavern. The team collectively sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Chen approached the Starfall Mother Stone, feeling the immense starlight within, his heart brimming with excitement. He realized that with the power of the Starfall Mother Stone, not only could they thoroughly cleanse the residual aura of the Dark Shadow, but they could also enhance the strength of the entire alliance. Chapter 90. The Power of the Mother Stone. Ascendance of starlight. The golden radiance emanating from the Starfall Mother Stone enveloped the entire icy cavern, the pure starlight surging like an incoming tide. Lin Chen stepped closer to the Mother Stone, extending his hand to gently touch it. A warm force flowed through his fingertips into his body, instantly replenishing the starlight he had expended during the battle, even more refined than before. The power of this Mother Stone was astonishingly potent. Ling Yu also approached, sensing the flow of starlight. If we could channel this power into the Continental Academy and the Alliance, the cultivation speed of the practitioners would at least double, she mused. Wang Lei rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Could we possibly take some Starfall crystals back with us? With these crystals, the power of my Thunderfire Pearl would surely increase a level. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Of course, but we must not exploit it excessively. The Starfall source is a treasure of the continent that requires careful preservation. Moreover, we need to study the power of the Mother Stone first to see if we can discover a method to completely purify the residual aura of the Dark Shadow. In the following days, Lin Chen led the team in studying the Starfall Mother Stone within the icy cavern. He discovered that the starlight from the Mother Stone could not only expedite the recovery of practitioners' spiritual energy, but also purify all malevolent forces, even enhancing the purity of their bloodlines. Under the nurturing power of the Mother Stone, Xingqi's control over starlight became increasingly precise, allowing him to initially harness the power of star blood. Lin Xiaowan's starlight blades also grew sharper, imbued with a subtle purifying essence. Lin Chen experimented with merging the power of the Starfall Mother Stone with the twin Starfall swords, causing the sword star patterns to gleam more brilliantly, the star blood power becoming ever more refined. He also discerned that the starlight from the Mother Stone resonated with the seal of the Abyssal Gate. Should the power of the Mother Stone be infused into the seal, it could permanently reinforce it, utterly eliminating the possibility of the dark shadow breaking free. We must channel the power of the Mother Stone back to the Star Abyss Gate, Lin Chen proclaimed to the assembly. However, the Mother Stone's immense size renders it immovable. We can only utilize the meteorite fragments as a medium to establish a Star Force transmission array. Ling Yu immediately began drafting the schematics for the array. We need to place a Star Force node every 1,000 miles between the source of the meteorite and the Star Abyss Gate, using the meteorite fragments as the core to transmit the power of the Mother Stone. This undertaking was monumental and necessitated the collaboration of various sects within the alliance. Lin Chen nodded in agreement and conveyed the plan to Su Qingyue via a communication jade talisman. She promptly summoned the elder members of the alliance, and the major sects expressed their support, eagerly offering cultivators and resources to assist in constructing the Star Force transmission array. The team selected a batch of high-purity meteorite fragments from the ice cave, preparing to return to the meteor sect. Before their departure, Lin Chen set up defensive formations around the source of the meteorite and stationed 2 patrol guards to prevent excessive mining or damage to the Mother Stone. During the journey back, Lin Chen diligently studied the power of the meteorite Mother Stone. He discovered that it harbored a unique core energy capable of aiding cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks. Attempting to absorb this core energy, Lin Chen felt his internal star force surge wildly, striving toward the late stage of the nascent soul realm. With a gentle thud, Lin Chen's aura suddenly surged, the star force within him becoming more refined, radiating a brilliant golden light. He had successfully advanced to the late stage of the nascent soul. Ling Yu and the others looked on in astonishment, their eyes filled with joy. Congratulations, Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and was overwhelmed with excitement. He understood that achieving the late stage of the nascent soul would not only enhance his ability to protect the continent, but also enable him to play a more significant role in establishing the Star Force transmission array. Upon returning to the Meteor Sect, Lin Chen immediately convened an alliance meeting to delegate the tasks for constructing the Star Force transmission array. Cultivators from various sects sprang into action, erecting nodes between the source of the meteorite and the Star Abyss Gate. Lin Chen personally oversaw the arrangement of the critical nodes, utilizing the power of the meteorite Mother Stone to activate the fragments, ensuring the smooth transmission of Star Force. On the day Lin Chen was setting up the final node, the power of the meteorite Mother Stone resonated intensely with the seal of the Star Abyss Gate. A golden beam of Star Force erupted from the node, merging with the seal. The star patterns of the seal instantly became more radiant, and the black mist dissipated entirely, rendering the Star Abyss Gate more stable than ever before. We've succeeded, Lin Chen exclaimed with exhilaration. The cultivators of the Alliance erupted in cheers, aware that the establishment of the Star Force transmission array not only reinforced the seal of the Star Abyss Gate, but also provided an unending supply of pure Star Force to the continent, thereby enhancing the cultivation environment. Lin Chen gazed at the stable seal and the operational transmission array, his heart swelling with gratification. He recognized that this was merely another step in safeguarding the continent, with countless secrets yet to be unveiled and more challenges to confront. However, he was confident that as long as he had the support of his companions and the growth of a new generation of guardians, no difficulty was insurmountable, and no peace unachievable. Chapter 91. The establishment of the transmission array and the Continental Revolution. The moment the Star Force transmission array commenced operation, the entire continent felt the transformative effects. In the once sparsely endowed remote town, the air began to be infused with a gentle celestial energy. Practitioners who had encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation found themselves breaking through their limits, nourished by this newfound energy. Freshmen at the Continental Academy experienced an exponential increase in their training speed, with many mastering advanced techniques of celestial energy ahead of schedule. On this day, Lin Chen arrived at Qingshi Town, gazing upon the familiar Lin family courtyard, which had transformed into a small training ground. Several youths were practicing beneath a tree. Though their celestial energy was feeble, it radiated vibrancy. Lin Bo sat nearby, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he promptly rose, exclaiming, "Chener, you have returned." Qingshi Town is now different, filled with people striving to cultivate. Even the children understand the importance of growing stronger to protect the continent. Lin Chen nodded with a smile and approached the youths, gathering a wisp of celestial energy at his fingertip before gently tapping the center of one boy's brow. Be mindful of the flow of celestial energy during your cultivation. Do not rush for results. The boys gazed at Lin Chen with admiration, eagerly encircling him to seek guidance on their training. With patience, Lin Chen offered his counsel. Filled with nostalgia at the thought of how he had once been labeled a waste, now, he was able to illuminate the paths of practitioners in his hometown. This was not merely a testament to his personal growth, but a reflection of the continent's transformation. Upon returning to the Xingyun sect, Ling Yu reported to Lin Chen about the changes across the continent. The number of practitioners in various sects had surged, and their strength had generally improved. Enrollment at the Continental Academy had exceeded 10,000, necessitating an expansion of the campus. Furthermore, numerous previously neutral factions had voluntarily joined the Continental Guardian Alliance, eager to contribute to the defense of the land. This is indeed a positive development, Lin Chen remarked, yet we must remain vigilant. The celestial energy conduits may bring benefits, but they could also attract new threats. We need to enhance our patrols while accelerating our research on the celestial meteorite and ancient secrets. Wang Lei and Xing Yu also brought forth good news. They had improved weapons and elixirs using celestial meteorite ore. The newly developed celestial meteor sword and celestial energy pills not only exhibited greater power, but also facilitated practitioners in better absorbing celestial energy. Newcomers like Lei Hao, under their guidance, also devised celestial symbols capable of purifying malevolent forces. On this day, the Continental Guardian Alliance convened its inaugural assembly, gathering representatives from various factions across the continent at the Xingyun sect. Standing upon the elevated platform, Lin Chen surveyed the densely packed crowd below, his voice firm yet gentle. The establishment of the celestial energy conduits signifies the dawn of a new era for our continent. However, we must not forget that peace requires safeguarding, and strength must be wielded wisely. In the future, we shall not only confront potential threats, but also collaboratively build our continent, ensuring that all may cultivate and live in a peaceful environment. During the meeting, the Alliance passed several resolutions to establish a unified standard for cultivation across the continent, to regulate the conduct of practitioners, to create a celestial energy regulatory bureau to prevent its misuse, and to initiate resource sharing throughout the continent to aid the development of remote areas. After the meeting, Xian Yangzi approached Lin Chen, smiling as he said, "Sect Master Lin, you have not only defended the continent, but also guided it towards prosperity. Should the ancient powers have knowledge of this, they would surely take pride in you." Lin Chen shook his head humbly. This achievement is not solely mine. It is the result of our collective endeavor. In the future, we must continue to join hands to enhance the beauty of the continent. In the days to come, Lin Chen found himself increasingly occupied. He was tasked with managing the affairs of the Alliance, guiding the students of the Continental Academy, and delving into the mysteries of the Starfall Mother Stone and ancient secrets. Ling Yu remained steadfastly by his side, assisting him in various matters, their synergy deepening with each passing day. On one occasion, while studying ancient texts, Lin Chen stumbled upon a passage concerning the Star Realm. The Star Realm is another world connected to the continent, rich with formidable stellar energy and shrouded in myriad secrets, potentially linked to the origins of the shadow of magic. Star Realm, Lin Chen murmured, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Perhaps this is the goal we must pursue next. Ling Yu approached him, gazing at the ancient tome. The Star Realm sounds perilous, yet it may also conceal secrets that could strengthen our continent. We could send a small team to investigate, and after assessing the situation, we can make a decision. Lin Chen nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. He understood that the peace and prosperity of the continent were merely the beginning. Exploring the Star Realm and unraveling ancient secrets would be the new mission for him and his companions. On this new path, he would continue to grow and protect all that he held dear. Chapter 92. Initial exploration of the Star Realm and the spatial rift according to the ancient texts. The connection point between the Star Realm and the continent lies deep within the Starfall mountain range. Lin Chen selected an elite team comprising Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Xing Yu, Lin Xiaowan, as well as Xing Che, Ling Shi, and Lei Hao, to embark on an expedition to explore the spatial rift within the Starfall Mountains. The mountain range is perpetually shrouded in star mist, and the stellar energy within its depths is exceptionally dense, with visible streams of energy swirling in the air. Holding the ice spirit jade pendant, which radiated a brilliant light under the influence of stellar energy, Lin Chen guided the team towards the direction of the spatial rift. Everyone, be cautious. There may be powerful star beasts lurking deep within the mountains, Lin Chen warned as he led the team forward with utmost care. Indeed, after approximately half a day of trekking, a colossal star-winged beast burst forth from the star mist. Its wings were adorned with star patterns, capable of wielding stellar energy in its attacks, and its power had reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Engage, Lin Chen shouted, wielding the Starfall twin swords. The surge of golden star blood energy surged forth as he unleashed a blade of golden sword aura towards the star-winged beast. The beast reacted swiftly, blocking the sword aura with its wings while simultaneously unleashing a beam of stellar energy towards the team. Ling Yu immediately conjured a barrier of starlight using the starry disk, successfully shielding the group from the stellar beam. Wang Lei produced an enhanced Starforce Thunderfire Pearl and hurled it at the wings of the star-winged beast, while Xing Che and Ling Shi utilized star energy blades and formations to constrain it. Lin Xiaowan and Xing Yu coordinated their attacks, and the team's seamless cooperation swiftly subdued the star-winged beast. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen leapt into the air, driving the Starfall twin swords toward the beast's head. The influx of golden star blood energy surged within it, eliciting a piercing roar from the star-winged beast as its body began to be purified, dissipating into star energy. Let us move quickly. The spatial rift may close at any moment, Lin Chen urged, leading the team onward. After another half-day of travel, the Ice Spirit Jade pendant suddenly vibrated violently, and a distorted spatial rift appeared within the star mist ahead, emanating a potent aura from the star realm. This is the spatial rift, Lin Chen exclaimed excitedly as he stepped into the fissure. The moment he traversed the rift, an overwhelming surge of stellar energy, several times denser than that of the mainland, enveloped him, and the surroundings transformed dramatically. They found themselves amidst a vast expanse of starry sky, where countless celestial bodies twinkled around them, and beneath their feet lay a platform formed from condensed stellar energy, with floating star islands visible in the distance. This is the star realm, Xing Che shouted in exhilaration, unable to resist unleashing his stellar power, reveling in the flow of energy surrounding him. Lin Chen activated his star eyes, meticulously observing the environment. Everyone, refrain from carelessly releasing stellar energy. While it is abundant here, it may also conceal unknown dangers. Let us first scout the area to ascertain the conditions of the star realm. The team cautiously advanced through the starry expanse, discovering that the star beasts within the realm were not only more numerous, but also significantly more powerful, some even reaching the divine transformation stage. They also stumbled upon several abandoned star islands, remnants of ancient cultivators, indicating that others had previously ventured into the star realm. One day, the team uncovered an ancient stone chamber on a star island, within which lay a stone pedestal upon which rested a tome entitled Travelogue of the Star Realm, chronicling the experiences of an ancient cultivator in this celestial domain. The Travelogue mentioned that the star realm is divided into 3 regions: the star origin, the star sea, and the star core. The star origin serves as a gathering place for star beasts. The star sea is fraught with powerful stellar storms, and the star core is the heart of the star realm, housing the most potent stellar energy and concealing its mysteries. It seems that the star realm is far more intricate than we had anticipated, Ling Yu remarked with a furrowed brow. With our current strength, we can only operate within the star origin, as the star sea and star core are far too perilous. Lin Chen nodded. Securing the travelogue of the star realm, we must return to the mainland to inform the Alliance of our findings and devise a comprehensive exploration plan. Moreover, we require additional starfall primordial stones to fabricate protective gear to confront the dangers of the star realm. Just as the team prepared to retreat, a colossal stellar storm suddenly materialized in the distant sky, accompanied by swirling black mist, the unmistakable aura of the shadow of magic. This is dire. The presence of the shadow of magic within the star realm is alarming. Lin Chen's expression darkened. The stellar storm drew closer, and the team was ensnared by its pull, struggling to maintain their footing. Hold on to one another tightly and form a protective barrier with stellar energy, Lin Chen shouted, plunging his twin starfall swords into the stellar energy platform. The power of star blood erupted, enveloping the team in a golden shield. The black mist from the storm attempted to penetrate the barrier, but was purified by the star blood power. After half an hour of struggle, the storm finally passed, and the team seized the opportunity to return to the spatial rift, arriving back on the mainland. Upon returning to the Starfall sect, Lin Chen promptly convened an emergency meeting of the Alliance, informing them of the conditions in the star realm and the presence of the shadow of magic. Not only are there formidable star beasts and stellar storms in the star realm, but also the ominous aura of the shadow of magic, Lin Chen stated gravely, indicating that the origin of the shadow of magic may be linked to the star realm. We must urgently bolster our strength, delve deeper into the star realm, and uncover the roots of the shadow of magic. The elders of the Alliance expressed their unanimous support, deciding to intensify their research on the Starfall Motherstone and the expansion of the stellar energy transmission arrays, while also accelerating the cultivation of practitioners. Lin Chen understood that exploring the star realm to uncover the origins of the shadow beasts would be a protracted and arduous journey. However, he was confident that as long as the Alliance worked in unison, they would undoubtedly unravel the mysteries of the star realm and eradicate the threat posed by the shadow beasts. Chapter 93: The Origins of the Shadow Beasts and Secrets of the Star Realm. The news of the presence of shadow beast energy within the star realm plunged the Continental Guardian Alliance into a state of tension. Lin Chen led his companions in a renewed study of the Star Realm travelogue and ancient texts, ultimately discovering a crucial clue within a battered tome: the record of Star Abyss. It revealed that the shadow beasts were not indigenous to the continent, but rather originated from the star realm's dark star core. In ancient times, the dark star core had shattered, allowing the shadow beasts to invade the continent. The dark star core was the malevolent heart of the star realm, harboring a shadowy power capable of devouring all. Su Qingyue gazed at the text, her expression grave. Ancient cultivators had once attempted to destroy the dark star core, but had failed, resulting in the shadow beasts being sealed behind the gate of Star Abyss. With the resurgence of shadow beast energy in the star realm, it was highly likely that the dark star core was awakening. Lin Chen clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. We must delve into the star realm at once, locate the dark star core, and destroy it completely. Otherwise, not only will the continent be plunged back into crisis, but the star realm itself will also be consumed by the shadow beasts. The Alliance immediately commenced preparations for their expedition into the star realm. Wang Lei and Lei Hao led the blacksmiths in creating armor and shields from starfall, or that could withstand the shadowy forces. Ling Yu and Lin Xiaowan directed the formation masters to devise defensive formations suitable for use within the star realm. Lin Chen and Xing Yu were responsible for training the teams to enhance the cultivators' combat abilities in the star realm. Newcomers such as Xing Che and Ling Shi also busied themselves, demonstrating remarkable prowess in their training and quickly mastering the skills necessary for survival and combat in the star realm. Xing Che could even swiftly condense star power in environments where it was sparse, a feat that greatly pleased Lin Chen. After a month, the preparations were complete. Lin Chen selected the 200 most powerful cultivators to form the Star Realm Exploration Team, including Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Xing Yu, Lin Xiaowan, and the newcomers like Xing Che. Su Qingyue remained on the continent to oversee the Alliance and Academy's affairs, ensuring the stability of the land. Before their departure, Su Qingyue entrusted Lin Chen with a Star Realm compass. This compass will guide you toward the Dark Star Core and provide warnings of impending star storms. It will prove invaluable in the Star Realm. Lin Chen accepted the compass solemnly, assuring her, "Mother, do not worry. We will find the Dark Star Core, destroy it, and return safely." The Star Realm exploration team boarded their starship and once more approached the spatial rift in the Starfall Mountains. Upon passing through the rift, they donned their Starfall armor and activated their star shields, cautiously advancing through the star plains. Although the star power in the Star Realm was dense, it was also interspersed with faint traces of shadow energy, which could easily erode unprotected ordinary cultivators. The exploration team journeyed through the star plains for 3 days, encountering numerous star beasts and small-scale shadow beast avatars, all of which they successfully dispatched thanks to their Starfall armor and seamless cooperation. On one particular day, the Star Realm compass suddenly pointed toward the Star Sea, simultaneously issuing a warning. A star storm is imminent ahead. It is advisable to seek temporary shelter. Lin Chen immediately led the exploration team to take refuge on an abandoned star island. As the stellar tempest swept across the celestial island, the entire land trembled violently. A dark mist mingled with the storm, attempting to infiltrate the island. Lingwei promptly established a defensive formation to keep the mist at bay. The starstorm of the Star Sea was far more perilous than we had envisaged, compounded by the encroaching shadow essence. Furrowing her brow, Lingwei declared that we needed to find a safer route through the Star Sea. Lin Chen gazed at the astral compass and discovered a star bridge within the Star Sea, connecting the star plane and the star core region. "We can traverse the star bridge," Lin Chen remarked. "Constructed by ancient cultivators, it should be capable of withstanding both the star storm and the shadow essence." Once the tempest subsided, the exploration team advanced towards the star bridge, suspended in the starry expanse. The bridge was formed from condensed star energy, its surface adorned with intricate astral patterns that could autonomously purify the shadow essence. As the group stepped onto the bridge, they remained unaffected by the storm or the shadow essence. After approximately half a day, the bridge's end revealed a dark nebula, at the center of which lay a black core, the shadow star core. Surrounding the shadow star core was a dense aura of shadow power, with countless spectral figures traversing its depths, exuding a terrifying presence. "We have finally located the shadow star core," Lin Chen exclaimed with excitement. Though he also sensed the immense pressure, the spectral figures surrounding the core were formidable, the weakest among them at the early stage of manifestation, with several reaching the late stage. "Prepare for battle," Lin Chen shouted, wielding the twin star swords. "Lingwei, lead a portion of the cultivators to set up a defensive formation to protect our comrades. Wang Lei, use the star power thunderfire orbs to attack the specters and draw their attention. Xingyu, Lin Xiaowan, and I will assault the shadow star core." The exploration team immediately sprang into action. Lingwei swiftly established the defensive formation. Wang Lei hurled the thunderfire orbs towards the specters, causing explosions that captivated the attention of numerous shadowy figures. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen, Xingyu, and Lin Xiaowan charged towards the shadow star core. The specters soon discerned their intent and lunged towards the trio. Star Che and Lingxi, along with other newcomers, quickly intervened, employing star power light blades and formations to restrain the specters. This allowed Lin Chen and his companions to approach the shadow star core, channeling their star power and bloodline energy into the twin star swords as they struck towards the core. With a resounding boom, the shadow star core was struck, emitting a chilling wail as the dark shadow power surged, repelling the three. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with determination. "Continue the assault. We cannot afford to grant it a chance to recover." United in purpose, they relentlessly attacked the shadow star core, the number of specters dwindling while the core's radiance gradually dimmed. At that moment, the shadow star core abruptly unleashed a beam of black light directed at Lin Chen. "Be careful," Lingwei shouted, attempting to shield the beam with the star sphere, but was violently thrown back, blood spilling from her lips. Lin Chen, witnessing Lingwei's injury, felt a surge of fury. The star blood power surged within him, and the twin star swords erupted with a brilliant golden light. Shadow Star Core. "Your doom is upon you." Chapter 94. The decisive battle against shadows. The core shatters in that instant. Lin Chen's star blood power erupted fully, illuminating the entire star core region with golden brilliance. He leaped into the air, the twin swords of starfall crossing in his hands to form a colossal wave of golden sword energy that cleaved towards the shadow star core. This sword energy encapsulated Lin Chen's entire stellar force, bloodline power, and the unwavering belief in safeguarding the continent, its might surpassing any prior assault. Sensing a lethal threat, the shadow star core frantically condensed its dark power, erecting a black barrier. With a resounding explosion, the golden sword energy collided with the black barrier, unleashing a violent shockwave that reverberated throughout the star realm. The surrounding demonic shadows were engulfed by the shockwave, vanishing in an instant. Lin Chen was jolted back several paces, his stellar energy nearly depleted, yet he gritted his teeth and launched another attack. Xingyu and Lin Xiaowan swiftly followed suit, channeling their stellar and bloodline powers into Lin Chen, replenishing his strength. "Let us strike together," Xingyu shouted, and the trio simultaneously unleashed their assault, intertwining golden stellar energy, crimson bloodline power, and azure starlight into a tricolored pillar of light that surged towards the shadow star core. The barrier of the shadow star core was pierced by the radiant beam, exposing its core to the air. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen leapt again, thrusting the twin swords of starfall into the shadow star core, an unceasing flow of golden star blood power infusing into it. The shadow star core emitted a piercing howl, its dark power retaliating wildly, attempting to engulf Lin Chen. "Chen'er, harness the power of the Starfall Mother Stone." Su Qingyue's voice suddenly resonated in Lin Chen's mind. She had established a mental connection with him through the Star Realm Compass, and the Starfall Mother Stone could purify all malevolent forces, quickly channel its power. A surge of joy welled up in Lin Chen as he immediately connected with the Starfall Mother Stone beyond the Star Realm. Far away on the continent, the Starfall Mother Stone erupted with dazzling brilliance, a beam of pure stellar energy slicing through the spatial rift and flooding into Lin Chen's being. He infused this power into the twin swords of Starfall, rendering the star blood power even purer, while the Shadow Star Core's counterattack was swiftly subdued. "No, I refuse to accept this." The Shadow Star Core let out a desperate roar, attempting one last surge of dark power. Yet, Lin Chen would not grant it a moment's reprieve. The twin swords of Starfall plunged into the core once more, entirely enveloping the Shadow Star core in golden stellar energy. Purification of star blood, Lin Chen bellowed, and under the cleansing light of the golden stellar force, the Shadow Star core gradually became translucent, ultimately transforming into a wisp of white mist that dissipated within the star realm. With the destruction of the Shadow Star core, the surrounding dark energy faded, and the stellar energy within the star realm became more pristine. The explorers' cultivators erupted in cheers, their eyes alight with joy and excitement. Lin Chen collapsed onto the star energy platform, gazing at his companions with a grateful smile. Ling Yu approached him, infusing him with stellar energy, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right? That was perilously close." Lin Chen shook his head, grasping Ling Yu's hand. "I am fine, thanks to everyone's support and my mother's guidance." At that moment, a golden portal materialized in the starry sky of the realm, and from it emerged several cultivators clad in ancient attire, their presence powerful and pure. Evidently guardians of the star realm from the primordial era. "You have succeeded," the leading monk proclaimed with a smile. "We are the guardians of the astral realm. Thanks to you, the ancient threat of the Shadow Star core has been entirely eradicated." Lin Chen rose respectfully and replied, "It is our duty to protect the continent and the astral realm." The astral guardians bestowed upon Lin Chen a heart of the astral realm, saying, "This is the core of the astral realm, capable of stabilizing the connection between the astral realm and the continent, while providing an endless supply of pure astral energy. We hope you will safeguard it diligently, ensuring everlasting harmony between the astral realm and the continent." Accepting the heart of the astral realm, Lin Chen solemnly vowed, "We certainly will." Under the guidance of the astral guardians, the exploration team discovered a safer route for their return. Before departing the astral realm, Lin Chen took one last glance at the once perilous starry sky, his heart filled with reflections. This place was not only the origin of the shadowy specters, but also where they had decisively vanquished that threat. Upon returning to the continent, Lin Chen placed the heart of the astral realm at the center of the star power conduit array of the Starfall sect. The resonance between the heart of the astral realm, the mother stone of Starfall, and the seal of the abyssal gate enriched the continent's astral energy, enhancing the cultivation environment. A grand celebration was held by the Alliance to commemorate the destruction of the Shadow Star core, liberating the continent from the Spectre's menace. Standing atop the celebratory platform, Lin Chen gazed at the jubilant crowd below, his heart brimming with tranquility and warmth. He understood that this ancient battle had finally concluded, ushering in genuine peace for the continent. Yet, he also recognized that peace would not endure without challenges. The exploration of the astral realm was merely beginning, with more secrets yet to be unveiled. However, he no longer felt lost, for he was surrounded by trusted companions, a new generation of guardians, and the unwavering belief in the preservation of peace. He was confident that, regardless of the challenges the future may hold, they would overcome them together, devotedly safeguarding the land they cherished. Chapter 95. Interconnection of the Astral Realm, a new beginning following the destruction of the Shadow Star core. The connection between the astral realm and the continent became more stable, guided by the astral guardians. Lin Chen established the Astral Way Station near the spatial rift of the Starfall Mountains, dedicated to managing the interactions between the continent and the astral realm, facilitating monks' journeys to the astral realm for cultivation and exploration. Once news of the Astral Way Station spread across the continent, countless cultivators flocked to it. Lin Chen instituted a stringent admission policy. Only those who had reached the Golden Core stage and passed the Alliance's assessment would be allowed entry into the astral realm. And they must adhere to the rules of the astral realm, preserving its environment and refraining from indiscriminate slaughter of astral beasts. On this day, the Astral Way Station welcomed its first group of cultivators bound for the astral realm. Lin Chen personally saw them off, distributing astral compasses and protective gear to each individual. Though the astral realm is fraught with danger, it is also replete with opportunities. I hope that as you enhance your strength there, you will also protect the peace of the astral realm. The cultivators nodded in agreement, filled with anticipation and reverence, as they stepped into the spatial rift. Lin Chen stood before the way station, watching their figures fade from view, his heart swelling with satisfaction. The opening of the astral realm not only provided a new cultivation venue for the continent's cultivators, but also forged a bridge for interaction between the astral realm and the continent. In the days that followed, Lin Chen busied himself with the matters of communication between the star realm and the mainland. He reached an accord with the guardians of the star realm, practitioners from the mainland could cultivate and explore in the star realm's starry expanse, while the star beasts of the star realm could venture into designated areas of the mainland, fostering ecological exchange between the two realms. Simultaneously, both parties agreed to share cultivation resources and techniques, collaboratively researching the application of star power. Ling Yu took on the responsibility of establishing guidelines and safety protocols for exploration in the star realm. Drawing from the experiences of the exploration teams, she authored the survival manual for the star realm, which meticulously detailed the environment of the star realm, the habits of its star beasts, and strategies for confronting dangers, thereby aiding practitioners in their survival within the star realm. Wang Lei and Lei Hao led the weaponsmiths to enhance various weapons and equipment based on the characteristics of star power in the star realm. The newly developed star realm battle armor not only withstands star storms and shadow forces, but also absorbs star power, providing practitioners with a continuous energy supply. The star realm Thunderfire Pearl can now detonate amidst the starry sky, its power amplified several times compared to its predecessors. The Mainland Academy also introduced courses on the star realm, personally taught by Lin Chen, Ling Yu, and others, imparting knowledge of the star realm and combat techniques within it to the students. New students like Xing Che and Ling Shi excelled, quickly becoming the cream of the crop, even leading younger students in simulated training exercises in the star realm. One day, Lin Chen received a message from the Guardians of the Star Realm inviting him to attend the Star Realm Conference, where he would discuss long-term cooperation between the two realms with various influential forces. Accompanied by Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Xing Yu, and others, Lin Chen journeyed once more to the Star Realm. The conference was held on a colossal star island within the Star Core region, gathering representatives from the major forces of the Star Realm. During the conference, Lin Chen proposed the concept of a Star Realm mainland community, recognizing the intrinsic connection between the Star Realm and the mainland. The looming threat of demonic shadows underscored the necessity of unity and collaboration to safeguard their shared home. He asserted that in the future, they should enhance communication and cooperation, share resources, and develop together, ensuring that both the Star Realm and the mainland become sanctuaries for practitioners. The representatives of the Star Realm expressed their support, signing a cooperation agreement with the Mainland Guardian Alliance, establishing a regular exchange mechanism, sending practitioners to learn from one another, jointly protecting the ecological environments of both the Star Realm and the mainland, and forming a Star Realm Mainland Guard to address potential interdimensional threats. Following the conclusion of the conference, the Guardians of the Star Realm guided Lin Chen and his companions through the Star Power Library. The library housed countless ancient tomes, chronicling the use of star power, the history of the Star Realm, and the mysteries of the universe. Lin Chen discovered a volume titled Cosmic Star Map, which detailed numerous worlds akin to the Star Realm, granting him a newfound perspective on the cosmos. Realizing that the world they inhabited was merely a fragment of the vast universe, Lin Chen remarked, "In the future, we may explore even more worlds and uncover greater mysteries." Ling Yu nodded with a smile, regardless of where our explorations may lead us. Safeguarding the Star Realm and the mainland will always remain our responsibility. Upon returning to the mainland, Lin Chen presented the Cosmic Star Map to the Mainland Academy as a vital educational resource. He understood that the opening of the astral realm was merely a new beginning, with a vast expanse of worlds awaiting their exploration and countless mysteries yearning to be unraveled. Yet, he held firm confidence. As long as he had the support of his companions and the emergence of a new generation of guardians, there would be no destination they could not reach, no mission they could not accomplish. Chapter 96, The Academy Gala, a legacy eternal. On the occasion of the 3rd anniversary of the establishment of the Continental Academy, Lin Chen resolved to host a grand celebration, inviting cultivators from the astral realm and representatives from across the continent to commemorate the harmonious exchange between the astral realm and the continent, as well as to bestow awards upon the Academy's distinguished students. On the day of the gala, the Starfall sect was adorned with vibrant decorations. The golden radiance emitted by the astral energy conduction array enveloping the entire sect, intertwining with the astral energy flowing from the astral realm, forming a magnificent beam of light. The cultivators from the astral realm descended gracefully in their starships onto the plaza of the Starfall sect, their attire and cultivation methods differing from those of the continental cultivators, piquing the curiosity of the gathered crowd. Dressed in resplendent golden Starfall battle armor, Lin Chen stood upon the elevated platform of the gala, gazing at the throng below, his heart filled with sentiment. 3 years prior, the Continental Academy was founded with the aim of nurturing cultivators to protect the continent. Today, The academy had not only cultivated successive batches of exceptional students, but had also become a bridge for communication between the astral realm and the continent. This achievement was the result of everyone's efforts and, more importantly, their shared aspiration for peace. The first segment of the gala featured an exchange competition between cultivators of the astral realm and the continent. Students from the Continental Academy engaged in thrilling contests with young cultivators from the astral realm. Xingche and an astral cultivator competed in astral energy control. Their energies precise and skillful, eliciting rounds of applause from the audience. Ling Shi faced off against an astral array master in a battle of formations. With both displaying unique strengths, ultimately resulting in a draw, Lei Hao showcased the enhanced astral thunderfire orb against an astral weaponsmith, triumphing in the contest. Following the exchange competition, Lin Chen awarded the outstanding students. Xingche, Ling Shi, Lei Hao, and others received the qualification for exploration in the astral realm, granting them access to the astral sea region. Other exemplary students were also rewarded with precious prizes such as astral ore and astral energy pills. You are the future of the continent and the beacon of hope for peace between the astral realm and the continent, Lin Chen addressed the students, urging them to cherish this opportunity, to enhance their strength within the astral realm, to absorb its knowledge, and to contribute to the exchange between the astral realm and the continent. The climax of the gala was marked by Lin Chen and the Astral Guardians jointly announcing the establishment of the Astral Continental Joint Academy. This joint academy would establish campuses in both the astral realm and the continent, sharing faculty and resources to cultivate cultivators capable of thriving in both worlds. The Astral Guardians presented some of their ancient texts to the joint academy, while Lin Chen shared the continent's cultivation methods and techniques with the astral realm. The founding of the Joint Academy signified a new phase in the communication between the astral realm and the continent. The Astral Guardians smiled as they expressed their hope for a future where more cultivators would grow within both worlds, becoming ambassadors of peace. Once the gala concluded, Lin Chen wandered alone to the edge of the starry spring. Ling Yu approached, offering him a cup of warm wine. Today's gala was a resounding success. Everyone is quite happy, she remarked. Lin Chen took the warm wine, sipped it, and remarked, indeed. Witnessing the amicable exchanges between the cultivators of the star realm and the continent, and seeing the hopeful glimmers in the eyes of the students, I feel that all our efforts have been worthwhile. Standing side by the spring, they gazed at the starry sky reflected in the water, their hearts filled with tranquility and warmth. Lin Chen understood that his mission was far from over. The construction of the United Academy, the deeper exploration of the star realm, the unraveling of cosmic mysteries, there remained much for him to accomplish. However, he no longer felt the urgency he once did. Instead, he had learned to savor the journey, to relish the moments spent with his companions as they safeguarded peace and forged the future together. That day, while organizing ancient texts, Lin Chen discovered a passage concerning the star deity. The star deity, a powerful entity wielding control over stellar energy, traverses various worlds, safeguarding the peace of the cosmos. Gazing at this account, Lin Chen's eyes shimmered with longing. Perhaps one day, we too shall become star deities, protecting more worlds. Ling Yu approached him, smiling as she said, as long as we persevere, we shall realize our aspirations one day. However, the most pressing task now is to maintain the peace we have and nurture the next generation of guardians. Lin Chen nodded, his heart resolute. He knew that regardless of how distant the future goals may appear, with steady steps and grounded efforts, they would surely be achieved. He would continue to lead everyone forward, steadfastly walking the path of safeguarding peace and exploring the unknown, ensuring the eternal peace between the star realm and the continent, and perpetuating their legacy. Chapter 97. The Cosmic Star Map and the Unknown Exploration. After the establishment of the United Academy, Lin Chen devoted more of his energy to the study of the Cosmic Star Map. Among the myriad worlds marked on the map, one named the Spirit Realm captured his attention. Renowned for its abundant spiritual energy, it was said that the cultivators there excelled in soul cultivation and possessed secret techniques that could communicate with the heavens and the earth. The soul cultivation methods of the spirit realm may enhance our understanding of the relationship between stellar energy and the soul, Lin Chen remarked to Ling Yu. Moreover, there may exist a connection between the spirit realm, the star realm, and the continent. Exploring the spirit realm could potentially unravel further cosmic mysteries. Ling Yu gazed at the star map, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Yet, the spirit realm is exceedingly distant, and the spatial passages are unstable. Venturing there recklessly would be perilous. We must first locate a stable spatial passage and prepare thoroughly. Lin Chen nodded. Embarking on a quest for clues about the spirit realm across the continent and the Star Realm. He perused countless ancient texts and consulted the guardians of the Star Realm and ancient cultivators of the continent, ultimately discovering a travelogue titled Journey to the Spirit Realm within the Star Library. The travelogue recorded that the connection point between the Spirit Realm and the Star Realm lay at the luminous Star Island in the Star Sea, where powerful spatial turbulence resided, accessible only to those who mastered the power of space. Power of space, Lin Chen murmured to himself. It seems we must first master this power to reach the Spirit Realm. The guardians of the Star Realm informed Lin Chen that mastering the power of space required perceiving the fluctuations of space within a star storm, while harnessing the strength of the heart of the Star Realm. Lin Chen led Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Xing Yu, and others to the star storm region of the Star Sea. The spatial fluctuations within the stellar storm region are exceedingly tumultuous. Even with the protection of the Starfall battle armor, everyone experiences waves of dizziness. Lin Chen activated his star eye, meticulously observing the undulations of space, endeavoring to feel and emulate them using star power. The heart of the Star Realm emitted a faint glow within him, aiding his comprehension of spatial forces. Day after day, Lin Chen delved into the essence of spatial power amidst the storm. Gradually, his star power resonated with the spatial fluctuations, allowing him to manipulate the surrounding space to a preliminary degree, even enabling short-range teleportation. Ling Yu and the others, under his guidance, progressively mastered the fundamentals of spatial forces. One day, amidst the stellar storm, Lin Chen suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was the essence of the Spirit Realm. A surge of joy filled his heart as he immediately led the group toward the source of the sensation. Indeed, deep within the sea of stars, they discovered a floating spirit star island. At the center of the island lay an unstable spatial rift, serving as the passage to the Spirit Realm. "We have finally found it," Xing Che exclaimed with excitement. However, at that moment, the spatial rift erupted unexpectedly, and a powerful stream of chaotic spatial energy surged toward them. Lin Chen swiftly conjured a barrier using spatial power to shield them from the onslaught. "The passage remains unstable. We must reinforce it before we can safely traverse." The group set about establishing numerous spatial stabilization formations on Spirit Star Island, utilizing starfall crystals and the power of the heart of the Star Realm to fortify the passage. After half a month of diligent effort, the spatial passage finally stabilized. Lin Chen selected 50 cultivators adept in spatial power to form the Spirit Realm exploration team. Preparing to venture into the Spirit Realm, Su Qingyue and the guardians of the Star Realm came to bid them farewell. Su Qingyue entrusted Lin Chen with a soul jade pendant. "This pendant will protect your souls from the unique spiritual energy of the Spirit Realm. Remember to exercise caution and return promptly in the face of danger." Lin Chen received the pendant, solemnly responding, "Mother, rest assured. We will return safely and bring back news from the Spirit Realm." As the exploration team stepped into the spatial passage, a wave of spiritual energy more potent than that of the continent and the Star Realm washed over them. The sky of the Spirit Realm shimmered with a delicate green hue, while the ground was adorned with plants that radiated spiritual energy. In the distance, mist-shrouded peaks resembled a celestial paradise. "This is the Spirit Realm." Ling Yu gasped in awe, unable to resist unleashing her mental energy to feel the flow of spiritual energy around her. Lin Chen activated his star eye, carefully surveying the environment of the Spirit Realm. "Everyone, refrain from casually releasing star power or spiritual energy. First, we must locate the cultivators of the Spirit Realm and ascertain the situation here." The exploration team advanced cautiously within the Spirit Realm and soon encountered a group of Spirit Realm cultivators. The attire of the Spirit Realm cultivators predominantly featured shades of green, exuding a rich aura of the soul. The leader of the cultivators regarded Lin Chen and his companions with a wary gaze. "Who are you? Why have you come to the Spirit Realm?" Lin Chen stepped forward, respectfully stating, "We hail from the continent and the Star Realm, seeking to explore the Spirit Realm, learn its cultivation methods, and search for connections between the Spirit Realm and other worlds. We harbor no ill intentions and hope for peaceful communication with the cultivators of the Spirit Realm." The cultivators of the Spirit Realm scrutinized Lin Chen and his companions. Upon sensing their lack of malice and the pure energy emanating from the heart of the Star Realm, they finally lowered their guard. "I am a disciple of the Lingxin sect in the Spirit Realm. Follow me, and I shall take you to meet our sect master." The sect master, an elderly man with flowing white hair and an invigorated spirit, exuded an exceptionally powerful aura. After hearing Lin Chen's intentions, he smiled and remarked, "The worlds within the universe are destined to communicate with one another. Your arrival in the Spirit Realm is indeed a fortuitous encounter. We possess profound methods for soul cultivation and are willing to share them with you. With the assistance of the Lin Chen sect, Lin Chen and his companions commenced their study of soul cultivation techniques, discovering that such practices significantly enhanced their mental faculties, enabling them to better harness star power and spiritual energy, and even communicate with star beasts and plants. Lin Chen also stumbled upon a tome titled Soul and Star Power, which meticulously detailed the interrelationship between the soul and star energy, providing him with fresh insights into the mysteries of the universe. One day, at an ancient altar within the spirit realm, Lin Chen uncovered a star map resembling the cosmic star chart, which annotated the connections between the spirit realm and other worlds, including the continent and the star realm. It appeared that the spirit realm, star realm, and continent had been interconnected since ancient times. With excitement, Lin Chen exclaimed, "At last, we have discovered the link between the three worlds." The sect master informed Lin Chen that in ancient times, cultivators from the three worlds had united to confront the void beasts emerging from the depths of the universe. However, as the spatial passages closed, they gradually lost contact. The void beasts were far more formidable than the shadow beasts, capable of consuming all forms of matter and energy. The sect master's expression turned grave as he stated, "If the void beasts were to reappear, it would be exceedingly difficult for a single world to fend them off." A sense of urgency gripped Lin Chen's heart. Realizing that their responsibilities had grown heavier, he resolved to inform the alliance of the continent and star realm about the circumstances in the spirit realm, aiming to bolster communication and cooperation among the three worlds to collectively address the potential threat posed by the void beasts. Before departing the spirit realm, Lin Chen entered into a cooperation agreement with the Lin Chen sect to establish a long-term communication mechanism between the three worlds, sharing cultivation resources and techniques, to jointly form a cosmic guardian corps to monitor the movements of the void beasts, and to set up spatial waystations in the spirit realm, star realm, and continent for the convenience of cultivators traveling between them. Upon returning to the continent, Lin Chen convened an alliance meeting among the three worlds, briefing everyone on the situation in the spirit realm and the looming threat of the void beasts. The alliance unanimously agreed to strengthen their collaboration in preparation for future challenges. Lin Chen gazed at the cultivators from the three worlds united in purpose, his heart swelling with pride. They were no longer confined to the peace of a single world, but had begun to strive for the peace of the entire universe. Chapter 98, Void Warning. The three realms prepare for battle. Following his journey to the spirit realm, Lin Chen placed greater emphasis on the cooperation among the three worlds. He took the initiative to establish the Three Realms Alliance, comprising representatives from the continent, star realm, and spirit realm, who would form an elder council responsible for coordinating affairs among the realms and monitoring cosmic threats. One day, an urgent message suddenly came through the monitoring station of the Three Realms Alliance. Significant fluctuations of void energy had been detected deep within the universe, suggesting that the void beasts were about to strike. Lin Chen immediately summoned the elders of the three realms to convene an urgent meeting. According to monitoring, the number of void creatures has reached at least 10,000, with the weakest possessing the strength of the transformation stage, and several having attained the refinement stage. The guardian of the star realm spoke gravely, stating that they are advancing towards our three worlds, expected to arrive within 3 months. The leader of the Lin Chen sect added that void creatures can consume all forms of energy, rendering ordinary attacks nearly ineffective. Only a combination of soul power and star energy can inflict harm upon them. We must swiftly devise a response plan. Lin Chen nodded and proposed 3 preparation strategies. First, to enhance the spatial defenses of the three realms by establishing a tri-realm defense array at the junctions of the three worlds, to be overseen by the array masters from all realms. Second, to accelerate the training of cultivators, especially in the fusion of soul power and star energy, selecting elite practitioners from the three realms to form the Void Defense Team. Third, to research the weaknesses of void creatures and utilize the Starfall Motherstone, the heart of the star realm, and the soul treasures of the spirit realm to craft weapons and equipment capable of countering the void creatures. The elders of the three realms expressed their support and promptly began to take action. Lin Chen personally oversaw the training of the Void Defense Team, integrating the star energy techniques from the continent, the application of star energy from the star realm, and the soul cultivation from the spirit realm to create a specialized combat technique against void creatures. Young cultivators such as Xing Che, Ling Shi, and Lei Hao excelled, quickly mastering the void combat techniques and even teaching them to others. Lin Chen looked at these youthful faces, filled with pride. They were not only the future of the three realms, but also the hope in the battle against the void creatures. Wang Lei collaborated with the blacksmiths of the spirit realm to forge the void battle armor and the void sword using starfall, or the heart of the star realm, and soul crystals from the spirit realm. The void battle armor could withstand the corrosion of void energy, while the void sword contained both star energy and soul power, capable of inflicting fatal damage on void creatures. Ling Yu and the array masters from the spirit realm led the assembly of the tri-realm defense array. This array integrated the characteristics of the three realms formations, automatically absorbing energy from all three worlds to form a formidable barrier, and could autonomously identify void creatures to launch attacks. On one occasion, while training the void defense team, Lin Chen suddenly sensed a familiar aura, the lingering essence of the Shadow Star core. A sense of urgency gripped him, and he immediately probed with his mental strength, discovering that the void energy was interspersed with a faint shadow aura. This was troubling. The void creatures might be related to the shadows, and their targets extended beyond the three realms to other worlds in the universe. The Tri-Realm Alliance convened once more, and Lin Chen shared his discovery. The shadows are likely the vanguard of the void creatures, with the goal of consuming all energy in the universe. We must quickly locate the lair of the void creatures and utterly destroy them. Otherwise, the entire universe will be plunged into crisis. The leader of the Lingxin sect remarked that according to ancient texts from the spirit realm, the lair of the void creatures lies within the core of the void, deep in the cosmos, which is the source of void energy. Only by destroying the core of the void can we completely eradicate the void creatures. Lin Chen nodded, his mind already formulating a plan. We shall proceed in two phases. The first phase involves securing the three realms and repelling the initial wave of void creatures. The second phase entails assembling a void expeditionary force to venture into the depths of the cosmos and annihilate the core of the void. 3 months swiftly passed, and the void creatures arrived as anticipated at the periphery of the three realms. Countless entities resembling black mist surged towards the defensive formations of the three realms, their numbers far exceeding expectations and their strength surpassing what had been monitored. Prepare for battle, Lin Chen shouted, and the cultivators of the void defense team immediately took their combat positions. The defensive formations of the three realms erupted with dazzling light, a colossal barrier rising to fend off the onslaught of the void creatures. The void entities relentlessly battered against the barrier, causing the radiant glow to gradually dim. Utilize void combat techniques. Lin Chen led the elite cultivators of the void defense team out from the protective formations, launching their counterattacks against the void creatures. The stellar power and soul energy intertwined upon their void swords, each strike capable of vanquishing a void creature. Young cultivators like Xing Che and Ling Shi also rose to the occasion, employing coordinated void combat techniques to swiftly slay numerous void entities. Yet, the sheer volume of the void creatures proved overwhelming, as one batch fell only for another to take its place. Lin Chen felt his stellar power and soul energy waning, and his void armor began to show signs of damage. Just then, reinforcements from the three realms arrived just in time, replenishing the defense team's strength. Hold on. We shall prevail, Lin Chen roared, launching another offensive. After 3 days and nights of fierce combat, the first wave of void creatures was finally repelled. Though the defensive formations of the three realms sustained damage, they remained steadfast. The cultivators collapsed onto the ground, exhaustion etched upon their faces. Yet they bore the joy of victory. Lin Chen gazed into the depths of the cosmos with unwavering determination. Repelling the first wave of void creatures was merely the beginning. We must hasten to form the Void Expeditionary Force and obliterate the core of the Void to utterly eradicate the threat posed by the Void creatures. Chapter 99. Expedition into the Void, the battle for the core after a period of rest and resupply. The Alliance of the Three Realms assembled a Void Expeditionary Force comprised of 5,000 elite cultivators, led by Lin Chen. Core members included Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Xing Yu, Lin Xiaowan, as well as Xing Che, Ling Shi, and Lei Hao. The Guardians of the Star Realm and the Sect Master of the Spirit Heart Sect remained behind in the three realms to oversee defenses, preventing further incursions by the Void creatures. Before their departure, Su Qinghua handed Lin Chen a cosmic talisman. This talisman would safeguard your safety in the cosmos and guide you towards the core of the Void. Remember, no matter what dangers you encounter, return alive. Lin Chen accepted the talisman solemnly, asserting, "Mother, rest assured, we will destroy the core of the Void and return safely." The Void Expeditionary Force embarked upon a Void warship crafted from starfall ores and spirit realm soul crystals, setting forth into the depths of the cosmos. The environment within the cosmos proved far more hostile than anticipated, fraught with spatial turbulence, asteroid fields, and energy-devouring black holes. Lin Chen, guided by the power of space and the cosmic talisman, meticulously maneuvered the warship, deftly avoiding one peril after another. After a month of navigation, the expeditionary force finally arrived at the periphery of the core of the void. The void core is enveloped in dense void energy, with countless void creatures traversing its expanse, emanating an aura of terror. The void core itself is a colossal black sphere, incessantly devouring surrounding energy while continuously birthing new void entities. Prepare for battle. Lin Chen shouted as the hatch of the void battleship opened, and the members of the expedition donned their void armor, wielding void swords, leaping into the abyss. The void creatures detected their presence and surged towards the expedition team. Lin Chen led the core members, unleashing attacks with void combat techniques. The star power and soul energy intertwined on the void swords, each strike capable of slaying a void creature. Young cultivators like Xing Che and Ling Shi coordinated seamlessly, employing formations and group combat skills to annihilate numerous void entities. However, the sheer number of creatures was overwhelming. With several void lords in the refining void stage leading the charge, Lin Chen engaged in fierce combat with one void lord, whose void energy could effortlessly tear through space. With the protection of spatial power and his void armor, Lin Chen barely managed to hold his ground. Ling Yu, disrupt it with your soul energy, Lin Chen commanded. Instantly, Ling Yu unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy towards the void lord. The creature was momentarily disturbed, its movements faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen thrust his void sword towards the core of the void lord, channeling star power and soul energy into the strike. The void lord emitted a chilling scream as its form began to purify, dissipating into void energy. After vanquishing one void lord, Lin Chen charged towards another. The members of the expedition emulated his actions, using soul energy to disrupt the void lords before targeting their cores with void swords. After a relentless day and night of battle, all three void lords were finally slain, and the remaining void creatures lost their command, descending into chaos. Now, let us approach the void core, Lin Chen shouted, leading the core members towards the void core. Sensing the impending threat, the void core frantically gathered void energy, forming a massive barrier to block their attacks. Channel the power of the Starfall Motherstone and the heart of the Star Realm. Lin Chen infused his void sword with the energies of the Starfall Motherstone and the heart of the Star Realm, causing the sword to erupt with brilliant light as he struck the barrier. Ling Yu, Wang Lei, Xing Yu, and others also poured their powers into their respective void swords, converging their attacks to form a colossal beam of light. With a thunderous crash, the barrier was pierced by the light beam, exposing the void core to the air. Lin Chen leaped into the fray, driving his void sword towards the void core, as star power, soul energy, and the forces of the Starfall Motherstone and the heart of the Star Realm surged forth. The void core let out a piercing howl, its black void energy retaliating fiercely, attempting to engulf Lin Chen. Chener, harness the power of the three realms. Su Qingyue's voice resonated through the cosmic talisman, accompanied by the energies of the Star Realm and the Spirit Realm. Lin Chen infused the energies of the three realms into his void sword, its brilliance intensifying as the void core's counterattack was swiftly suppressed. Void core, your doom is at hand. Lin Chen let out a furious roar as the void sword once again pierced the core of the void, enveloping it entirely in golden energy. Under the purifying force, the void core gradually became transparent, ultimately transforming into a white energy that dissipated into the cosmos. With the destruction of the void core, the surrounding energies of the void also faded away, leaving the remaining void creatures devoid of their source of power, and they all dissolved into nothingness. The members of the expedition cheered, their eyes brimming with joy and excitement. Lin Chen collapsed in the void, gazing at his companions, a smile of contentment gracing his face. At that moment, a golden portal suddenly appeared in the cosmos, from which emerged several cultivators clad in ancient attire. Their presence was powerful and pure, and they were none other than the celestial gods of the universe. You have succeeded, the leading celestial god said with a smile. Not only have you protected your world, but you have also saved the entire universe. From this day forth, you shall be the new celestial gods, tasked with safeguarding the peace of the cosmos. Lin Chen rose to his feet and respectfully replied, "It is our duty to protect peace. Whether we become celestial gods or not, we shall continue to safeguard the universe." The celestial god nodded and handed Lin Chen a celestial token, stating, "This token will allow you to traverse freely throughout the universe and harness the powers of the stars. I hope you will lead more worlds in the joint guardianship of the universe's peace." Lin Chen accepted the celestial token solemnly, affirming, "We certainly will." Chapter 100. The Celestial Mission. A legend endures after the destruction of the Void Core. The Void Expedition team returned to the Three Realms aboard their battleship. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Three Realms, countless cultivators had already gathered, and upon witnessing the safe return of the expedition team, they erupted into cheers. Lin Chen led the core members down from the ship, where Su Qingyue, the guardian of the Star Realm, and the master of Lingxin's sect hurried forward, their faces alight with relief. "You have succeeded," Su Qingyue exclaimed, tightly grasping Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen nodded and shared the news of the Void Core's destruction and their ascension to celestial gods. The cultivators of the Three Realms were ecstatic upon hearing this. Bowing in respect to Lin Chen and his companions, the Three Realms Alliance held a grand celebration to commemorate the complete extermination of the void creatures and the dawn of everlasting peace in the Three Realms. During the celebration, Lin Chen stood upon a high platform, gazing down at the jubilant crowd, filled with reflection, from the useless boy of Greenstone Town to the celestial god of today. I have traversed countless hardships and gained immense growth. This is not merely my personal legend. It is the result of the collective efforts of all cultivators in the Three Realms. After the celebration concluded, Lin Chen entrusted the celestial token to the Three Realms Alliance for safekeeping by the Council of Elders. He proclaimed, "The mission of the celestial gods is not a privilege but a responsibility. In the future, we will lead the Three Realms to establish connections with other worlds in the universe, jointly safeguarding the peace of the cosmos. Yet, the Three Realms will always be our roots, and we will protect this place forever." In the days that followed, Lin Chen began to facilitate communication between the Three Realms and other worlds. He led Lingyue, Wang Lei, and others aboard their void battleship to explore other realms in the universe, forging amicable relations with their cultivators, sharing cultivation resources and techniques, and collaboratively confronting the threats that lurked within the cosmos. Xing Che, Ling Shi, and Lei Hao, among other young cultivators, have gradually matured, becoming the backbone of the Three Realms Alliance. Xing Che oversees the defensive affairs of the realms. Ling Shi presides over the educational initiatives of the United Academy, while Lei Hao leads the blacksmiths, perpetually refining weapons and equipment, contributing to the peace of the cosmos. One day, Lin Chen encountered a realm known as the technological realm within the vast universe. The practitioners of this realm do not rely on star power or spiritual energy. Instead, they enhance their abilities through the might of technology, capable of constructing spacecraft that traverse the cosmos. Lin Chen forged a collaborative agreement with the leader of the technological realm, enabling both parties to share technological and cultivation resources as they jointly explore the mysteries of the universe. With the aid of the technological realm, the void warships of the Three Realms underwent upgrades, allowing for swifter cosmic travel. The United Academy also introduced technology courses, imparting knowledge to cultivators and broadening their horizons. As Lin Chen observed the increasing frequency of exchanges between the Three Realms and other worlds, his heart brimmed with contentment. He understood that a broader, more peaceful universe was gradually taking shape through their collective efforts. On this day, Lin Chen ventured alone to the backyard of the Lin family in Greenstone Town. The once small sapling had now grown into a towering tree, beneath which young boys continued their training, their faces filled with aspirations for the future. Uncle Lin sat nearby, and upon seeing Lin Chen, he smiled and remarked, "My dear Chen, you are now a renowned star god in the universe. Greenstone Town has become a well-known little town because of you." Lin Chen chuckled as he sat beside Uncle Lin, gazing at the young ones beneath the tree. "I have merely fulfilled my duty. The true legends are these young cultivators. It is they who ensure the continuity of peace and legacy." As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays of twilight bathed every corner of Greenstone Town. Lin Chen rose and walked towards the direction of the Starfall sect. He knew that the mission of the Star God was ongoing, and the exploration of the universe knew no bounds. Yet, he was no longer consumed by haste. He had learned to relish the journey, cherishing the moments spent with his companions as they safeguarded peace and forged the future together. Behind him lay the beloved lands of the Star Realm and Spirit Realm, inhabited by countless cultivators striving for peace and an everlasting legacy. And he, Lin Chen, would forever carry this passion and responsibility, continuing his journey through the cosmos, penning a new chapter for the Star God, ensuring that peace and legend endure eternally within the universe.